Hello once again and welcome to the 2023 Irish Poker Open presented by PokerStars and Paddy Power Poker. It's the final day of this record-breaking Irish Open main event from the RDS in Dublin. The ambition was to come back with the final 8 and play down to a champion. But after yesterday's epic 15-hour session, we ended with 2 tables. We played 2 full levels without losing a player, so we come back with 16. I am James Hartigan, alongside me are 2017 Irish Open champion Griffin Bencher.
Yes, and 2017 finalist.
I can't believe this is how the broadcast has started. I've just got here.
I requested
bangers firing shots already.
I was going to set it up, Vincent, that obviously you are the poster boy of this year's Irish Open. You are also a genuine local, not just Irish, not just a Dublin resident, but you literally walked here today inside of 15 minutes.
I will admit that it was raining outside and I drove over. But every other day I went, what's going on? This is a massive final table, eh?
It will be when we get there, and with huge amounts of money to play for, and I'm guessing that's why things slowed down last night. We are looking at huge pay jumps now as we get closer towards the final few spots. And Griffin, I know you were watching some of the coverage late last night. We got to a point where there's now a 22 big blind average because nothing really happened during that last session of play.
Yeah, and rightfully, I think we saw a little bit of frustration from a couple of the players. And, you know, listen, this is a little bit bigger of a turnout than maybe we were expecting, and we're trying to make this work here. We got a bit of a later start today so that the players could rest. But, yeah, 16 players, it should be a long one today. But I think the eliminations will be fast and furious in the early going here.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we're now looking at the chip counts of the top 8, Vincent. I don't know whether you clocked 9 through 16, but there are 7 players with sub-20 big blind stacks.
It's what we see a lot of the time in tournaments. Obviously, it might be a little bit more extreme here, but there is periods of the tournament where stacks are going to get shorter. People are going to be playing, maybe scared isn't fair, but just very patient, waiting for a spot. But eventually, people will start to tumble, and the stacks will get obviously a lot larger.
We see it in every single tournament we cover. We go through periods of time where nothing happens, and then all of a sudden, crash, bang, wallop. Next thing you know, there's someone standing there with a trophy in their hands.
Shocking developments. Benny Glaser front and centre in another big tournament. Man is on fire.
Yes, Benny Glaser, having won the high roller at the start of the Irish Open, the 5K, is now in the final 16 in the 1K main. Joined at the feature table by plenty of locals, including Seamus Cahill and Tom Murphy, and the chip leader, Eugeniu Barbaros from Moldova. Another player I want to highlight at this table in the 3-seat is Vincent Sanchez, who I discovered this morning is the brother of Laurie Sanchez, the former Northern Ireland football manager.
That is quite a connection, and I love it.
Now, you know me, Vincent. It's not a sport I know a lot about.
I know.
But 14 years ago, when I was still working for Sky Poker, we used to do a Thursday night show which was on Sky Sports, and there would always be a sports star, a former sports star, in the studio. And Laurie Sanchez was a guest, so I recognised him when he came over to say hello today.
There's a nice card on that river, huh?
Yeah.
There's Murphy with the Diddy Kong Racing chip cover.
All in.
And start as you mean to go on, 11 big blinds, Seamus Cahill all in. I still haven't adjusted, Vincent, to the fact that the triangle of death in this event is green.
I dealt my community home game final table, and I'm not colour blind, but I struggle to distinguish colours that are close together. The table was green, the all-in triangle was green, the cards were green, and there was green chips. I was having a nightmare.
Well, it is Vincent Sanchez who has the decision in the small blind with 3s. Lets it go. And Benny has king-queen in the big blind.
I would fully expect Benny to make the call here. Now, I am saying that as a completely readless man who has not played with Cahill at all, so...
Yeah, I think this needs to be a call as well. You know, you're dominating all those king-jack and king-10s that'll shove here at the cutoff.
Also, Benny does not lose all-ins. That is a very important factor
here.
Yeah.
There's just you're dominating too much. Oftentimes, you are going to be up against some ace-X-type hands, but very rarely dominated. A lot of chances to win. Big spot here for both Benny Glazer. Got it. Sorry. First level of the day here.
Heaven's sake.
We'll
Oh,
just
come
we'll just
on.
call him Benny Boy. And we won't
Benny
get in
Boy it
trouble.
is, and here is the flop for Benny Boy. And
Okay, well, he's flopped a king, but there are 2 clubs out there.
Shocking developments as Benny goes into the front in an all-in situation.
but only 58%, even with
Exactly.
that Queen of Clubs blocker.
Okay, improves to a better 2-pair. It was pretty much a post-flop flip, and now Cahill's going to need
Well, Ace is still live with those 2 9s out there, too.
ace or a club, but it's the 7 of diamonds, and we do lose Seamus Cahill, first man out on the final day, 16th place finisher. Good showing, cashing out for €15,000.
I do consider
15,050 actually.
Benny a friend, so I'm allowed to slag him about running good. He's not someone that I have met if anyone thinks I'm being mean at home. But he has won all of the tournaments in the last 12 months.
And Benny up to 6.8 million now.
Took fucking 2 levels last night tonight. First hand. You don't believe it?
Hold on, first hand.
2 hours last night,
Yeah,
nothing.
2 hours, yeah. It's kind of
Stephen
crazy.
Watts, represented by the Union Jack. You never would have guessed. Tobias Leknes doing the line as he did yesterday. We were all wrong, by the way, in our predictions. We said we wouldn't get to the final table. I think Tobias set the line at 12.5. I took the under at 11, and actually we finished the day on 16. No one had that many players coming back for the final day. Tobias thinks we'll be done 45 minutes into level 39, which is an excellent line. Levels 39-40, that's where I would expect this to finish. 8-hour-long levels of play, probably, Vincent, to get down to a winner.
Do you remember when we final tabled the Irish Open, which you won, Griffin? Do you remember that?
I do, yeah. No, yeah.
We had a very late night as well. We went on to like 6 a.m. and then had to come back for 1 p.m. for the final table.
No way.
We did, and I wasn't staying in the hotel and had to get the taxi home. It was a bank holiday Sunday, couldn't get one.
You must be exaggerating a bit. There's no way they stopped us at 6 a.m. and then a 1 p.m.
It
final
was meant to be
table?
12. They gave us an hour.
No way.
I'm telling you.
Oh
I was
my
sleep
gosh.
deprived. I'm telling you. The only reason I didn't beat you was because I had not slept well, Griffin.
You know
and
what?
That is a fact.
That better explains maybe why none of my
Dedication to
friends
the
showed up for the final table, because they were probably up all night that night, railing and, you know. Also, my friends clearly don't care about me.
Do you see Benny picking up a monster hand here in the small blind?
5.1.
Looks like it's going to be Benny Glazer's world, and everyone else is living in it. I did ask you that the other day, Griffin. I said that this event has a tendency to go very late on the penultimate day to get down to the final table, and you had no recollection whatsoever. So I'm glad someone...
When you win,
someone
he's just
When you're in
riding
the
on the
zone-
adrenaline. He doesn't remember it. All I remember is getting 7th and having had 4 hours sleep, being furious.
All in.
So Sanchez raised the button with ace-5 off. Benny has shoved on him from the small blind. Watts out of the way.
Oh, man. Here I am, all no gamble, no future. I got Benny Glaser putting me all in. And I folded a lot yesterday, over-folded.
I don't know if he did. He made that really on-the-line call with ace-10 suited. It was a pretty badass call to try to bust Benny. Little dog and pony show here from your man Sanchez.
I like badass calls.
Yeah, but this is just posturing. This is setting up for, listen, I'm not going to be pushed around, what have you.
I don't know. There's been a lot of talk about ace-5 over the last 2 years. Maybe just getting caught up in it.
No.
I can confirm ace-5 overrated.
The graphics you have, by the way, on the Sunday
Do you
Million
think we
stream for
should
the
have farmed
ace-5
as a
are
good
utterly
team?
incredible. The artisanal sourdough.
Yeah, it's a good one.
That's a very fake smile.
Griffin, I don't play a lot of live poker. When you did, would you ever take your time in moments like this to try and get a read on how comfortable someone looks? You're never thinking of calling, but just to see what they react like. And then you can find out what their hand is 30 minutes
Probably,
later.
I mean, you probably should, but I never really do. That's actually one of the few tips that chance Cornuth gave me when I spoke to him and I asked him for a little advice once.
Better
Go away, you know you're ahead in fault.
Better spots. Better spots.
Make the people sweat, see how they react.
Yeah, that's one of the
All
things.
talk, buddy. all
I'd be in
talk.
your boat. I just
Alright,
act quickly.
check
If
on
I'm
the
folding,
camera.
it's
Yeah,
going
no,
in the bin.
Let's
Let's
get
go
the
to
show on the road
Okay,
here.
I'll put money on it.
All right, I can tell you what. Yeah,
7-5 returns.
1,000 euros.
€1,000. No, I'm more of a £50 entry player.
I don't know, I thought that last
Okay,
night.
100 euros.
Did you see that? Oh my
I always find it weird when people try
No,
to
you
place
like, you
bets
think
on the
I'm not
hand that their opponent
Big
had.
swinging stuff here from Benny a little bit.
The fake smile. Smile says you weren't happy.
So
reads.
one elimination so
First
far.
spot.
Table of 7, table of
All
8,
talk, your nonsense, your
15
reads,
remaining.
nothing.
Yeah, I know. Read's a very small part of the game. It's a minuscule part of the game. It is part of the game.
It's a minuscule part of the game, knowing when you're ahead or behind.
Yeah, you can't go. You can't go for Reed. It's like a 50-50. It's close. And
You seem to be very confident the way you're speaking.
I think I was. I was confident in what I saw. Doesn't mean I'm right though.
You're not right.
Okay, Benny. Peel it back a little bit, buddy. Give him a break. It's like so contentious.
Takes a hand off, so we've got a blind v blind situation. Watts with 7 deuce offsuit in the small. David Doherty in the big.
Yeah, 14 bigs.
Can't even do it to you, mate. No.
Shall we? Split again?
Heartbreaking.
Got
Don't
it.
look.
Yeah. What you got? That's what I'm saying.
Don't do it, Doc.
You just
Stick
saw
you one in and get you out with the 7 deuce.
You could tell I had it, right? You knew it.
Just taking them mock you out with no shit 7 deuce.
I don't know why I said don't look. I always look. I've never not looked at my cards. Not one time.
Slide Doggy asks, is Andy Black still in? Yes, Andy is at the other table. Still 2 tables remaining. Still 15 players remaining.
You're superstitious like that, huh? Just you don't want the negative reroll.
I always look. I
you always
I
look.
look within a millisecond of getting my cards.
Oh, okay,
I've
okay,
never
okay.
even waited for a moment.
Oh, yeah,
I'm
yeah.
looking at one as they come. I don't
Yeah.
care what reads I give away. I'm playing live poker and getting one hand every 5 minutes. I'm looking immediately.
Yeah, you're excited to get it.
Yeah. I've never once folded a hand without looking at my life.
It's true because the story of your hand in that hand starts once you get your cards. And you want that to last. When it's a nice hand, you want it to last as long as possible.
If I get aces,
And
I
when
want to experience that for at
and
least
when
3
it's
minutes.
trash, you want to end the story right away. Like, let's go to the next story. That's nice. I like that.
So Chip Leader has picked up Ace King suited under the gun, raises to 425,000. Folded around to the button. Steve Watts out of the way. David Doherty in the small blind has ace 3 off, and as we know, has around 15 bigs. Lets this go. Tom Murphy managed to find the double up very late last night.
But still only on 12 big blinds. Got to been that.
Yeah, it's the kind of hand that maybe earlier in the tournament, suited, short stacked, you probably peel mostly, but getting closer to the final table, it becomes less attractive.
Yeah, especially against that under the gun open.
Some love for Finton from Twitch. Watnaldo 1985 says, good afternoon, Easy with Aces. You are a legend, bro, and an absolute gentleman. Good luck to all players.
Thanks, Mom.
It's actually my dad's account.
Yeah,
not mine.
Dad. Okay, yeah.
The Paddy Power and the Poker Stars on the table, it just looks right. I love it. I have no idea how often they're going to be doing this, but I hope it's forever and ever. It's so cool to have a tournament so big in Dublin.
Yeah.
Declan Rice opening under the gun. Ace 8 of diamonds.
Has there been jokes about how he's in a relegation battle for West Ham as well, or is that wrong crowd? Wrong crowd. Okay,
Yeah,
wrong
yeah.
crowd. Wrong crowd. Wrong crowd. Wrong crowd. This is what it's like when you mention
Total
movies to me, by the way.
Okay, okay.
And the open limp from Rice under the gun. A hand
Oh, he
wants
limped.
to C3 with. Maybe doesn't feel too comfortable raising with. And Benny just going to over limp.
Okay.
Doesn't want to get
Well-
limp. Well, here we go.
Yeah.
Oh, well, Watt's really reading it there on his
He
face.
definitely just looked at his cards for the first time, by the way.
Ooh, that's a big hand.
And Stephen Watts declares all in after we get the Gibbons from Rice and the call from Benny Glaser.
Unfortunately for Watts, you would imagine that this goes full pretty quickly.
Yes.
There is quite a lot of money in the pot, but King Jack's not going to be it.
Moved.
What you say?
Seems like you both saved 400, Kana.
Yeah.
I would not have called. I would not have called for mine. Cost me 200. King Jack.
So yeah, we have Rice and Murphy 12 bigs apiece, Doherty 15 bigs, Watts 20 bigs, Sanchez 23 bigs. Very shallow.
Let's get some Irish double ups, right?
Is that new mystery back there?
It would be cool.
Yeah.
For the
Two
final
Irish
table
players
to feature quite
at
a
the
few
bottom
Irish.
here. I don't like it.
Have you got a chance? It sounds like you've been doing some very long days. I know you played some poker. Have you had a chance to explore Dublin at all?
I mean, I've been to Dublin many times,
Okay.
and I was here in 2019 and did a lot of sightseeing stuff.
Okay.
Did the Emigration Museum,
It's
which
really
is
tough to
brilliant,
get the
by the way. I
spots
think
in
it's
that
probably the
square.
best tourist attraction that Dublin has to offer.
Yeah.
Did Trinity College, did Dublin
OCD just
Castle.
coming out now.
So yeah, I kind of know the city reasonably well. So yeah, this trip has been very much about working, playing, and working.
Doherty 15 big blinds, ace 3 suited. The chart says shove. What does ICM say? For Dave here.
So the next money jump. Oh, we
2 million?
reached the money jump when we lost
2 million?
Cahill. So everyone's now locked up 18k. There won't be another jump until we get to 13.
Interesting to go for the 2 million because when you put so many chips in,
Yep.
final two tables, I don't think it makes any difference, right? He's
Oh,
not
yeah,
going to be
sure.
able to fold. So.
Yeah.
It's been a long week.
It has. I'm still tired from last night.
And doesn't look like any action here. So more importantly, Vincent, what have you been doing since your main event run came to an end?
So I had the community game, then we had the main event. I'm not a big drinker. I honestly don't drink very often. I'm a terrible drinker. Can't handle it. But I promised, given that it'd been a long time since that Irish Open, that I'd have a few pints of Guinness. And I had a few pints 2 nights ago, and I'm still hungover. I can't handle it. So I'd like to announce my official retirement. No one will ever see me with a pint in my hand at a livestock.
The authorities have just showed up to revoke Vincent's Irish passport.
I know. My stream would tease me all the time. If I have 2 drinks and I'd be on the stream the next day, I'm in a bad way. But I had some
back
fun.
to Malta with you.
Yes. But it was Easter yesterday, and apparently I didn't notice. But now that I have a kid, apparently Easter's something that you got to spend with your family. I didn't notice. We've never done it before. And my mum, my father-in-law, mother-in-law, my dad, everyone wanted to see the kid, and I was like, why? It's
Just a day.
yeah, but it was very funny watching her eat chocolate, I will say that. Watching a 10-month-old child absolutely mash chocolate. When I was like, she won't be getting chocolate, and all the grandparents brought it, and it was very funny to watch.
What happened to your much hyped, over-promised Easter egg hunt, Griffin?
All in.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I forgot where I put them. So
We are going to be seeing a call.
Rice shoves small to big with King 6, gets called by Vincent Sanchez with Ace Queen.
standard here. 4-10 big blinds, blind on blind.
Like,
Pretty fair fight. Nearly 40% for Rice.
I feel like King 6 is pretty overpowered in this spot.
And like Rice versus Couscous, one of these has a mathematical advantage.
Oh, just
Did I
stop.
do it right?
Just stop.
I only did it because Joe just sat down.
Well, we have got a King high flop.
Good start for Rice.
He does now have the advantage.
Never just clean, is it?
Looking for a clean river to get that double up.
10 no ace. Don't do it to him.
It's a 4. So Rice now playing 4.4 million and Vincent Sanchez down to 2.3 million. So Sanchez now finds himself with 11 bigs. Sanchez very much in the danger zone.
I think it's 3 even.
Am I allowed to celebrate loudly every time the Irish beat the Brits, or is that?
Oh,
going to cause
definitely.
trouble?
Yeah. No. I mean, I already suggested we should be just before this, so.
That limp pot as well. Never did I think I'd be on the final 2 tables and there'd be a limp pot. From under the gun.
Limping is pimping. I don't know what that guy's talking about.
So a few people asking about
it. Could have been maybe a
the final table etiquette in this particular tournament. So obviously the final redraw will occur when we're down to 9, but they very much observe the final table as being 8-handed. So we will not be at the official final table. We will not reset until we're down to 8.
Yeah, so if you come 9th, don't go try telling anyone you made the Irish Open final table. Don't be lying to people. Don't be telling your mum you're on the TV feature with the final.
I would go as far as to say that the real final table doesn't really start until 6.
Oh, that's convenient, Griff, isn't it? That's convenient.
Sorry, what did you finish in 2017?
Listen, Griff, I just felt a bit sorry for you. You looked like you needed a win.
I did.
You know, I was like,
did. Coming off that
Griff?
final table of the World Series, I just felt like, trying to make rent.
Yeah. Listen, you'd only won seven figures in the last few months. I was just like, you know what, Griff needs a little pick-me-up here.
I did like your suit, though. Did you wear it for this? You must have.
I wore it day 2. I promised I would. I had great fun. My day 2 table was incredible.
Well, it's your lucky suit.
Yeah, it is, yeah. I've won about 4 hands in that suit.
We were concerned if the opportunity had arisen to bring you to the feature table, Vincent, because you would have looked like a floating head against that backdrop.
I finally understand green screen.
You play football at home?
Yeah.
Defender.
I was told in no uncertain terms by my lovely wife to go home and get changed if I was going to have drinks with her. Even in the players' lounge, she's like, "You're not wearing that in the players' lounge." I was like, "People will love it. People will actually like it." And she's like, "I won't."
I can hear her saying that, and I can hear her using her serious voice.
Yeah. Which way around?
Hannah doesn't put the foot down too often, but when she does, I listen.
When she does it, it's always about that suit. You wear it to bed one time, and suddenly you can't wear it at the bar.
Listen, it was a good wedding night.
No, they retired him.
I thought he was going to be
we are waiting for Barbaros to decide what to do with 6-5. Decides to fold it.
Imagine at the end, before he embarked up. Me and they. Always going to be that way, wasn't it?
No shame in folding.
Ramen noodle soup.
And Sanchez with probably a profitable shove blind on blind here.
Is that a fold? Normally has to.
No, sorry.
Benny's really going after Sanchez,
You
man.
walk your cards,
It's
like,
really cutting. Like, just take it easy. Like, I mean,
It's just like
just
numb.
woke up and chose violence today. Like,
Yeah. Obviously, there's a shot. You're going to call, and I just need to take a breather from taking it out.
The photo you tweeted out, I'm seeing the tweet here. Benny and Andy both look like they're ready to have a little bit of a fight today. Like a little bit aggro.
You see, I think Andy talks a good game, but is not a physical person.
Is that a bandit?
Equally, I can't see Benny Glaser in a fight, so my money's on Andy Glaser.
Yeah.
Raise to 4.
Huh?
Now, if we get to the end of this session, first break will be in just over 90 minutes' time, and we're still at 2 tables. We're going to flip them, so we'll bring the other table up to the main stage. I did predict before the start of play that we would be at 9 within 2 hours, but we've not seen the kind of fast, furious action I expected. We got off to a big start with an all-in and a bust out, but since then it's kind of been...
I would say, though, that since I've joined at least, there's not been any crazy folds, right? It's not like people are so desperate to not bust that they're folding very strong hands. It's just been a case of there hasn't been much coolers, there hasn't been many standard spots.
No, I just think
Yeah, I think you're right, actually. Because, I didn't count the small blind when I
A painful fold with the king-queen for Murphy, but a correct one. He does look a little bit like his brother. That's the first time I've seen it when he stared down camera there. He actually has the same look.
because it's closer to you. It's a very good chance to see your card. Okay, yes. So just be wary of it. I did that deliberately. I was deliberately looking away, but that temptation might leave me after a while.
What's going to call with the Jack 9 suited?
I can get. Yeah, I can
Very
get.
pretty hand.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'll fix you. Check. Yeah, thanks for saying that. Yeah. It doesn't make much difference because you don't check until after I've acted anyway. Yeah. And you're in all under fold mode, so there's no betting.
Doherty continues. Watts folds.
Yeah, I'm getting all the angles here. People giving miscounted stacks. People trying to get the big blind in that.
Yeah, exactly. I folded my hand, drag it to the right.
One of the gentlemen I was on the feature table with, I heard about that guy talking about little scams. I owe him 20 quid and I don't know how to find them. Is that what do I do, James? Do I just walk around the room screaming Dara from the feature table? Like, how am I going to find them?
You have a first name and that's it.
Yeah.
Well, that's kind of on him for not providing contact details.
Well, I thought the prize pool would hit 2.5 million. Felt just short, right?
Yeah,
it
it
was
did.
2.4 something. Luckily, it's not too high stakes. I'll run into him at some point. If you're watching Dara, I brought €20 in cash. I did. Never have cash. Brought it.
Oh, Dara? You give it to me, I'll give it to him.
You will, yeah?
Yeah.
You know Dara well?
Very well.
Yeah, he's one of your Canadian homies?
He's staying with me, actually. So.
Oh, is he? Yeah.
Yeah, I just want to give me that. Yeah, 20 quid.
I might give you 40 just in case you lose the first one.
Please, yes.
Declan Rice.
Odds are I will.
Going to be raising it this time instead of limping.
Yeah. Ace 9 of hearts makes it 450,000. King deuce for Sanchez. That'll get mucked. Benny folds Jack 8 on the button. Watts in the small blind. Ace 7 off the Spraggy. That gets past. And Ace 4 for David Doherty in the bag.
Yeah, I think we should probably expect a defend from Doherty
What
here.
you started with?
4.3, I think.
Thank you.
I think 1, 2.
I love the
3.
Northern Ireland accent.
It's okay.
I think it's
Maybe
incredible.
see. 4.3, yeah.
Did you hear me butchering the town in Cork as the Irishman on the feature table the other day? Were you commentating on it?
I don't think I was there.
Oh, I let my nation down.
I wonder if Doherty's considering mixing in some 3-bets or shoves. I mean, I guess you could make an argument for pretty much anything here, and does go with fold.
That was good.
Maybe thinking that Rice is going to be pretty tight in this spot, and rightfully so. I don't think Rice is just opening up every King 10 or, you know.
So, I have a question. This is not a criticism of Stephen Watts, and you may have a different opinion to me, Vincent, but you used to work as a poker dealer.
I did.
How did you feel about players who moved the button on your behalf?
As long as it's announced loudly, I think it's fine.
Okay, because
Personally.
I stopped doing it thinking I was being helpful and would say like buttons right or buttons moved, but more often than not it would cause confusion and the button would then be in the wrong place.
I think if you make eye contact and say the button's been moved.
I kind of feel, you know, you're running the table, you're running the game. I'm not being lazy, I just feel that it's better if you have control of everything.
The way I would compare it is, you ever at a restaurant and at the end of the meal you try and help stack the dishes and you're just causing issues.
Yeah.
I used to do it.
Never.
And then Hannah, my wife, worked in restaurants, and when we were on one of our first dates, she was like, just so you know, you are making that way harder for that person. You're not making it easier, and it's not appreciated. So I can see both sides.
Yeah.
I don't think it's rude to do it because the person's trying to help, but maybe it's best to just stay out of the way.
Yeah, that's.
I like hiding the button and just make a little game
Making
of
it interesting, like your
Yeah.
Easter egg hunt that you didn't do?
Exactly.
Why is it every anecdote you have is about making other people's lives miserable, whether it's eating their bananas or hiding their buttons?
It's going to be pretty
Wow, that was
close
pretty
spot.
deep, James. I don't know.
Both
I have to
ways.
do some soul searching after this.
Trying to grift €20 off Vincent. as we see David Doxey wake up with ace-jack in the small after Benny opened to 475 with ace-10. He shoves it. This could be a call, ace-10 suited.
It's going to be dependent on Benny's reads, but it's very, very close. I think if you had ace-jack suited, probably going to be called pretty quickly. Ace-9 be going in the bin, ace-10 right on the line. It's a lot of chips, though. Benny's in a pretty good spot with the 7 million. He might feel like he can pick a better spot.
I think, and I know it's easy because I can see the cards, but I think that you make a tight fold here because the field isn't especially like strong for 15 people left, you know, playing for almost 400,000. This is like a very small edge against a very strong player. Yeah, it's going to be king queen and some sourdough type hands sometimes and some sevens, but you know, I don't think Doherty is shoving every ace-9. I don't think he's shoving any ace-8s really.
Cool.
Goes for it.
Domination situation in David Doherty's favor, and he is a 71% favorite to double up here through Benny Glaser.
Yeah, I mean, let me be clear. It's very difficult to find a fold here.
Yeah, we're definitely influenced by seeing the cards.
Yeah,
you know,
I
it's
think
just
so,
we definitely are. If he's sitting there with ace-9, we probably both would have leaned slightly towards call.
Might be right. And all the same, this could just be 2 9s.
Outs have reversed on the flop.
You know there's a heart in the turn, right?
Don't call for it.
Ooh.
That's a good job.
How's your singing voice? How's your jingle voice?
I let James in every time, but I've been warming up in the car park for the last 30 minutes, so we'll see how we do.
7 of hearts, and that means ace-jack holds. That is the double up for Doherty. He's now got 8.1 million as Benny drops down to 3.5 million.
2.5.
Yeah, I mean, I think us seeing the cards probably influenced that analysis a little bit. You know, 2 6s are probably going in there for Doherty. It's just a bit of a cooler for old Benny.
Level change in the seniors event. What's the barrier for the seniors event here?
I think you'd be good.
1, 2,
wow.
2.5, 2.8, 2.8.
Wow, that was good.
Wow.
Oh, man. Oh, man.
That's my first time ever,
Damn.
ever getting James Hardigan. He's got me so
Daniel.
many times. He's got me so many times.
Damn, Daniel. Oh.
According to Poker Heisenberg, it's 50 plus. I'm not quite there yet. I'm not quite there yet.
You have to.
They won't even ID you, don't worry. They'll be fine.
I was like, when you said that, I was like,
the Irish working their way up 25 big blinds for Rice.
I was like, I thought we might have the same hand as well.
What was the meme when I first joined 7 years ago at Joe's age? Was it that he was pushing 50 or 40?
43.
43? So you're actually 50 now.
So just checking on the other table, a reminder that we are at 15 players. We have the table of 7 on the main stage, and this is the outer table, and that is a shove from Kevin O'Donnell. Action on Andy Black.
Looks to be about 2.6 million-ish.
It's a virtual all, and he's still got a few 25k chips behind.
When he was 15, he had no GIDs to get into the bars. Now he's done GIDs to get into the over 50s.
Ooh, that looks like an interested party. Nope. Bad read.
That gets through. So 30 minutes into the day. A reminder, the orange clock does not relate to our event. As we return to the feature table.
Benny yet again getting involved, this time with the ace-jack and the hijack.
Barbaros with a pretty nice little defend hand here.
Might be considering shoving occasionally.
Yeah.
Does make a lot of aces folds.
Definitely.
That'll be raise folding. But just going to call.
Okay, so we're going to see a flop.
Let's see some post-flop action here.
8 trade deuce with 2 diamonds.
Poker players, if you're looking for a tournament to play, we are about 30 minutes away from kicking off that final mystery bounty
It's going to be
tournament series. That has been
a tough little puzzle for Benny to maneuver here. Start things out with a bet. If Barbaros plays this aggressively, you don't have a lot of room to get sticky with just ace high. You're going to have to,
counted and I've already forgotten.
you know, maybe risk your whole stack at some point. So do you want to mix in some checks? He's going to bet.
400.
And what do you think, Finton? Do you see this as a check shove sometimes, a check raise?
I think when you've got king 9 of diamonds, you can make a lot of hands that are ahead of you fold by going with it immediately, and you can also get it in pretty well, even if Benny's got a strong hand. If Benny has 10s, jacks,
You start with 2 point.
I would probably
Yeah.
play for
3.7.
stacks 15 big blinds, Steve.
Yeah, me too. That is what I'm thinking here, and Benny is going to be spinning, facing a shove here.
Yeah, he might even just raise. He doesn't necessarily have to go all in.
Does make it look a bit stronger, the raise.
Yeah.
And you're going with it anyway.
All in.
Does indeed. Check, raise, all in, and shoves on Benny, who just has ace high. Couple of backdoor draws.
I mean, yesterday we saw Benny call with king high, so
It is the kind of spot where your opponent probably is going to have a lot of flush draws. They're not going to be shoving here with a trade, not going to be shoving with a deuce very often.
but you do block a lot of these diamond combos with that jack of diamonds as well, which kind of sucks. You just hate to be up against, you know, ace 3 here.
Yeah, I don't think Benny will call.
And he's actually behind, percentages-wise, you can see there. So if you combine the range of the pairs versus these draws that are still ahead, you know, you kind of just have to let this one go.
I don't think Benny's going to be over-influenced by the pot that he just lost, but sometimes when you're playing a poker tournament, if you've just lost a big pot, you can feel like it's getting away from you a little bit. Maybe you just let the frustration kick in a little bit, but I reckon Benny will fold here ultimately.
Does lay it down. And we see Barbaros cross the 10 million mark. Still likely to be chip leader with 15 players remaining.
And there we see the button being moved, and it caused a little bit of confusion. One thing I will say, I had a dealer on my table, and some of the tables here are very, very large, but they're all very large, and the woman wasn't the tallest. And that was definitely polite, because when it was in the corner, she couldn't reach it easily. So I think there's times for it.
You had 18 bigs, remember I asked you.
The key is, as you highlighted earlier, Finton, you have to verbally announce it and make sure the dealer has acknowledged the fact that they've heard your announcement.
I think a bit of eye contact.
That easily.
A frustrating level for Benny since I've joined. Hasn't gone incredibly well. I guess, do you know what? He won with King Queen at the starting level.
I mean, there was one point last night, I want to say it was when we got down to the last 3 tables, where he dropped down to like $1 million and bounced back up over 5 million over the course of the next level. So,
of course.
To use the cliche, this roller coaster ride has had its ups and downs for him.
He's not going to enjoy me memeing about the fact that he never loses an all-in, and then he lost half his chips, though. I'll be in trouble for that one.
Well, he got it in bad there, you know.
Very, very easy shove here for Murphy. Less than 10 big blinds. Ace-10, an absolute monster on the button. I do feel there's a small bit extra pressure on the Irish people when you're playing such a big tournament in Dublin. They don't come around that often that they're this big. And to final table, the Irish Open does have a prestige. And I know it shouldn't, but maybe it's just forcing them to be a little bit tighter, because this is as straightforward as it gets. And Murphy doesn't look overly happy about it, but maybe he wants his opponents to think that.
No, this is just about pay jumps and stuff, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, Murphy's watched a lot of them yesterday, quite capable, knows this has to be a shove here. He's probably pretty thrilled about having ace 10 in this spot.
4.8, yeah.
So just the big blind to worry about.
Oof. This is super, super close for Rice.
Ooh.
I don't know if I could get away with this one from 10 bigs from the button. I would probably call.
Pound 1-7, is it? 1-7?
1950, I think.
Yeah, I think
1950 total, 1-7 to call.
I think you need to call this. It's just...
It's a massive cooler, really.
It really is. I mean, every ace is going to get shoved. You know, I think you can mix in some folds with sort of ace 6 and down, but Spraggy plus here is just going to be, you know, ahead of the range enough that you just kind of have to flick it in there and hope for the best. I mean, ace deuce through 7's shoving. Yeah, it's
very
a good
reasonable
call,
here from
bad
Rice.
result.
Not much you can do.
So another domination situation, this one in Thomas Murphy's favour.
So I just want to remark on some irony here coming from the Twitch chat, because someone just said that ace 10 is the hand of death. Ironically, ace 8 is actually the dead man's hand. So the hand of death against the dead man's hand, who comes out on top?
Well, so far so good for Murphy.
Take a 2.
I lost all my chips and I found table with ace 10. True story.
There are some opportunities, of course, but ultimately...
You need 2, 3, or 8 for Rice.
7 on the river, and Murphy is going to get the double up, and that's going to leave Rice back down under 2.8 million.
So maybe ace 10 is the hand of
19.5
death, but it kills the dead man's hand, and it wins. That's the only way it can win.
So,
is that a reach? Feels reachy.
I'm just going to... The dead man's hand is not ace 8. The dead man's hand is aces and 8.
Sorry,
it's 2 pair.
It's a stud game.
No, I'm pretty sure it's ace 8.
I actually was making a video on this today. It's disputed though that it's even a hand, because it was like 100 years later when it started being 7, is it, right?
Correct.
No one it's here, isn't he?
But I believe it...
As far as it goes, it's
the
ace
legend is that while Bill Hickok was playing in a poker game in Deadwood, and when he was shot, the hand he had was 2 pair, aces and 8s, and that's the dead man's hand.
I wouldn't even consider that a deep run. I wouldn't even consider that a deep run. 7.
Did they just say? Did I hear what I think I said? No. They just said I won't even consider that a deep run. 7th. Am I getting trolled by the table? Have they caught up with our commentary?
I mean,
that's great.
7th out of 2,491? Rubbish.
I don't know if we had quite that many in 2017. But
a little bit less. For sure. Because I know that I busted at the big blind 200,000 level when there was 7 left. A lot of PTSD actually seeing the big blind 200,000 and ace 10.
Well, you really think about that final table a lot.
It's the only hand I think about. I swear. I think I said this on your podcast.
You did, yeah.
I don't remember a single hand, winning hand, losing hand. Once I play it, it's gone. I'm not one of those people who's like, oh, I won with kings 4 years ago. Never. That's the one hand.
What? How you busted the Irish Open?
Yeah, it pains me.
What was the spot? I raised...
No, you weren't involved. It's not all about you, Griff.
Didn't I bust you?
Maybe, but I had 2 big blinds when you did.
Oh, okay.
Chris Dallin shoved 12 big blinds under the gun, 7-handed. And I called ace 10 in the big.
In the big, right. Okay, yeah, I do remember that. And he had ace jack?
And do you know what, Griff? I didn't hit a 10.
No.
Griff didn't play this year. Does he not usually play the Open?
Hand of death.
Surprise, Griff didn't play this year.
Griff.
Tell them you did, Griff.
My bad.
Are they talking about me?
We're talking about
I
Griff.
seen he was commentating. I was like, is he commentating?
Yeah, they are.
Tell
them you played a few bullets, Griff.
Cool.
I played. Tell them I played. I played!
Who's got what?
How did you get the Can I have someone a bottle of water, please?
So Rice all in with ace-6.
Yeah, when did he bust that?
Wait a minute.
Sanchez,
Wait,
the
did we get a
at-risk
call?
player.
All in the call?
Sanchez is called. Wow. So
Rice shoved small to big, and Sanchez calls it off with queen 9.
I mean, this is like, you know, the chart will say call, but it's tough to do with 15 left.
I don't know. I don't.
Talk about taking your equity.
Still has queens and 9s working for him.
Yeah, it's for sure.
The ones that are live, anyway.
Full of extra outs.
9.
Always
Okay,
coming
so-
7. And that'll do
Destroyed
it
me. Yeah,
for
yeah.
Vincent Sanchez. A 15th place finish in this year's Irish Open. And that is worth
That's two,
€18,000.
Great character.
yeah.
Really impressed by some of the hands that
Got
Sanchez
himself a
played
pair of paddy
yesterday.
pants as well.
What is happening over there, by the way?
Yeah, they're just trying to make the final.
I ain't even looked like there's been an all-in over there from what I've
It's
seen.
like one of us wins this table and then the rest of
So yeah, 2 eliminations from the feature table, and that means we're going to have to balance and get a player from the other table to come up here.
Yeah.
We are about 15 minutes away from kicking off that mystery bounty.
We're not waiting.
You've got to wait, mate. You've got 2 put there.
The Irish quickly clawing back to the middle of the pack here.
I like they're prepared for
Dumping
that.
those
Actually.
Brits
It's
to
like
the bottom.
tables get 8 boxes.
I've been told I can't make too many jokes about the Brits.
Yeah,
but I will.
Oh, right.
They need to like.
Only big blind.
Yeah, they need to like share a ball. Really? Yeah.
James is technically an Irishman, so he won't mind.
Oh, absolutely. Knock yourself out.
I couldn't remember your first name.
So we are playing on with 6 players. We are going to get a 7th in just a moment.
And if you don't knock yourself out, I'll knock you out for you. Just like the good old days. We are at the Irish Open, after all. Queen Duck.
Where does the Irish Open trophy sit? It better be in the front of the mantelpiece. It better be in a prestigious position. If you say it's still in the suitcase or you never unpack
No. It is displayed. I sometimes I bring it onto the stream.
Sorry?
It's my favorite trophy. It was like hand wood carved by like.
It is beautiful.
It's a beautiful trophy. It's my favorite trophy for sure.
I'll give you 50 quid for it. I'll give you the 40 quid from earlier as well.
Wow, 90 quid.
All in.
Rice shoving the button with ace queen. No small blind, just Benny in the big blind with queen 4.
That's sad.
Benny disappointed not to wake up with an ace 9 and ace 10 or something to make the call, but he got
Yeah.
saved.
Irish Smurf asks, is that Jesse Pinkman at the table? And I literally have no idea which player you're
I
referring
love
to.
a terrible look-alike.
But none of them are even close to looking like
I want to have
Aaron Paul.
another look. I'm gonna indulge this here.
Now,
I'll do my power rankings.
We've-
I think he is talking about.
established already that a player from this table is about to get balanced, but there is a hand in progress, and we see a big shove there from Carl Shaw. And a fold. So who is meant to take the big blind? Who are we going to bring up to the main stage? It's Kevin Swain.
Now can we call the floor?
Kevin Swain will be with us very,
I
very
definitely
shortly.
know which one they're referring to, but it's not a good look-alike.
Who?
Talking to me.
I literally have no idea.
It can't be Stephen Watts.
It's like a bust out.
It's
Oh
not
no!
Swansea.
It's of course it's David Doherty.
Yeah.
No, he's bringing his ships over, isn't he?
That's
It's a terrible lookalike.
bloody awful. That's
a-
not a
it's-
bad
it's-
lookalike.
it's a
That's
reach.
horrific.
There ain't no bust outs on that table. They're not going in, do they?
I just thought that's how it was taking so long because maybe he was.
Oh, I think it might be the accent.
Yeah, because Jesse Pinkman was Scottish, as we all remember.
Barbaros has snuck over 10 million. I don't even remember him playing a hand, but the significant chip leader here on our feature table. Wow, such a nerdy question here from Be My Girl. How does the miking up process impact the amount of time that the balance player takes to sit down at the feature?
What's your name?
Not much.
Eugene.
They're pretty
Eugene.
quick and efficient.
You see what I folded to you there, Eugene?
Sorry?
You see what I folded to you on the break?
I see.
Respect for the
So,
Moldovans.
Kevin,
You have to do it.
Swain has now taken a seat, bringing 2.3 million to the table.
You're from Moldova? Okay.
Yeah, same as
Yeah.
He was a short stack coming in or all.
He was.
But I'm living in Ireland.
And
Living in Ireland.
chips have been trading, yeah.
I'm here from
quite a lot, actually.
2008.
So you've been up
You're
or down?
basically Irish.
Honestly,
Basically, yeah.
even the way you said 2008 there sounded like you were Irish.
I heard 2008 up in here.
I shoved King 6.
It's a long time.
Small blind, the ace queen
Got it
blind
off on
I held, and then I shoved, his background I shoved ace 6 from the...
From Moldova.
Well, looks like we're going back to the other table, which denotes something of import is occurring. And that is an all-in from Carl Shaw, and that's been called.
Good hand.
Carl Shaw with kings, and it's Kevin O'Donnell who's the at-risk player here with ace-10. There is a 10 on the flop,
Hand of death.
but no ace or 10 on the river. Kings hold, and that will see Kevin O'Donnell eliminated. He bows out in 14th place.
Ace 10 a legit danger hand at the Irish Open.
Bit of a fan favorite, that O'Donnell. Great moment yesterday promoting his bar that is run by his daughter that we're streaming this Irish Open.
And it looks like Carl Shaw is now up to around 9 million chips. Jordan O'Mahony watching on YouTube asks, is Jamie Wynn still playing? Yes, Jamie is at the other table where there are now 6 players, 7-handed at the feature table, where we see Tom Murphy has opened under the gun with ace-10 and been 3-bet
Aggressive in Moldova.
by Barbaros with ace-9.
This should very well work. Murphy is going to expect to get 3-bet light sometimes by the table chip leader.
Super, super tough to do anything about it.
Yeah, but
I would go as far as saying reckless with a hand like ace 10. Unless you
reckless
have a
to
very
shove, or
yeah,
very and that's that. Therein lies the problem, right? Is that yeah, you just kind of have to get owned here.
Nice to see the chip leader exerting a little bit of pressure, using nice sizes, not letting anyone raise too much.
Yeah, seems tough.
How much?
Very Bad asks, who is this Mark Zuckerberg lookalike? Better. That's a better one.
Still a reach, but not as egregious.
I don't know who you mean.
Do you know what Mark Zuckerberg looks like?
Oh my God! Come
Doing
on,
a bit, James. Come, oh God!
It's not that.
Why
it's
do you
not,
have to
it's
ruin
not,
everything?
It's not that. It's the fact that James would legitimately be asking, "Do I know who Mark Zuckerberg is?" I know. I know he was. I know he was.
Google Chrome up.
I haven't seen a few movies. I know who created Facebook.
Yeah, Vincent has a few cultural black spots.
It looks like Jesse Eisenberg.
I missed a chance to say he was the guy who created Google, wasn't he?
Yeah,
just not sharp enough.
Yeah.
Murphy elects to check. Going to see a flop.
Ace 10 8. There are 10s for David Doherty, giving him 96% equity.
This is a kind of a sick level. Probably not intentional, but this like randomly looking around for something like he's completely disinterested in the pot.
He's not in the pot.
I think it isn't. Oh, my bad. No, that's embarrassing.
You're still just thinking of that final table you made, eh?
Sorry.
Get your head in the game, Griff. You're commentating now.
I know. I think I was still thinking about the Zuckerberg thing.
Feeling pretty confident with 10-9 at this point. Your opponent not really going to have any aces in the first place when they check back pre-flop. And once it's checked through on the flop, you're feeling pretty good for two streets, I would say.
You're loving this. You're like, I have the nuts.
Yeah. I don't think Murphy can really fold either just yet.
Yeah, I mean, Doherty could just have Jack-6 off. You know? Like, it's important not to be results oriented by what we see here, and kind of an annoying card for Doherty. Hard to get value from the 3 and the 8 on a river such as this. And occasionally you've just been rivered too. Jack-7s, Jack-9s maybe.
Yeah, even something like Queen Jack.
Even
Queen
Jack, yeah, is not going to be necessarily raising at all pre-flop. Don't want to get limp shoved. Probably shove or check Queen Jack pre.
I wouldn't hate if he attempted to value bet though.
Yeah.
Not the kind of spot where Murphy picks up a lot of hands he can turn into bluffs on the river. I don't think he can go very greedy though. A little milker.
A tickler.
I mean, in fairness, Murphy could just pretend to have like 7-9 here.
Yeah, if he had a hand like 3-7 or 3-9 or even like Queen Tray suited or something, maybe.
But Doherty also blocks the straights, the 9.
There's no way he calls if there's a shove. No way. No way.
No, I don't think it would be a shove. I think it would just be a raise. There's only 1.4 out there.
My guess is that Murphy is considering the hero call rather than the raise or the shove.
Yeah, I mean, look, Doherty can just have 6-9 here, 6-7. I think Doherty's not folding anything from the small blind here, so could just have like 9 deuce sometimes.
All right, tournament dealers, today's month is going to start in seat number 6. Seat number 6 for the mid-3.
Very interesting hand. I don't blame Murphy for taking the start.
Sorry, just one sec.
Doherty should be raising a lot pre-flop in the first place and then probably betting the flop for the most part. Very reasonable to take a moment.
Lets it go. No, makes the call. Thought he was pushing his cards forward. Instead, it was the single chip call.
Thank you.
David Doherty up to nearly 9 million now. Murphy dropping down below 3 million. Blinds going up in a few minutes, by the way. We're coming towards the end of level 33. And I would have thought that during the first 60 minutes of play, we'd have had more than 3 eliminations. I have us being at a single table by the time we get to the first break.
Fortunate pot for Murphy.
Never need to apologise for taking your time, by the way. You acted really quick the whole time. Anytime you're in a difficult spot, it's
Yeah. The levels are just so quick, you know.
I don't know, 60-minute clock's all right. Some of the blinds are going every 20 minutes, like most tournaments I
think
play.
he was being ironic, though. Maybe. Maybe not. What are the EPT levels? 90?
90s. Yeah. 60s on
See,
day
these
one.
These
and
are
then
nice,
90s.
kind, polite, patient, post-hand conversations between two people, you know? It's nice. It's nice to see.
And wait,
Those no.
Oh, sorry.
I'm referencing Benny and the guy earlier. Come on, like it was just the guy was narrating and.
Thank you.
I don't know.
You've done some deep work on yourself in the 2 hours that I've been here, or the 90 minutes. James said that you didn't have much nice to say, and you're saying nice things now. You see where it's going.
Yeah. Oh, what was that cackle? Unmistakable cackle.
Yes, I suppose 1 hour into the broadcast, we should welcome Mr. Stapleton into the mix. Joseph.
Oh, what a I got to come into work an hour later, and I'm jealous. It seems like it's been a blast.
Well, I kind of figured you needed the extra time, seeing as you were holding down the fort until the early hours of this morning. Was it a 3:20, 3:30 finish?
Somewhere in there. Does it count as holding down the fort if the wheels completely come off? Like, I'm just lucky no one was listening at that time.
I was.
Please go ahead and make way in.
5:25.
You know it's bad when people are like, good morning. Oh, this is still on?
Yeah. The classic, I went to bed, woke up, and it was still on.
Yeah.
So Rice is open with ace-9 under the gun. Murphy with ace-queen on the button.
Murph dog.
Not a single. My name is Murphy out of you, Hardigan? Or did
I
I
did
miss
several
it?
yesterday, and Griffin kept stepping on them as he's fond of doing.
Okay, good.
We're gonna have liftoff in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
It's about right for you.
All in. Let's see if the big blind has anything. Nope, Swain with knight 7 off and ace-9 off.
Yeah, it's going to be going into bin.
Pass. Quickly, too. All right.
Not literally in the bin. These are expensive cards.
Do you reckon I could get a deck of those cards, or is there integrity issues behind that?
I don't think there's
No.
I don't know. That's changed.
I mean, you can buy a pack
Oh, you
of
can buy them?
RFID cards. Yeah, absolutely.
No. I don't mean the RFID ones. I just mean the Irish Open.
I don't think they sell the actual cards that they use in the
I
actual
feel
tournament.
like you're just over the cusp of Irish celebrity here that you could probably.
You think I could pull a few strings?
Listen, 2017 suit guy, 7th place finisher, no chance. But you've had a good couple years.
Suit guy.
You got a following, couple thousand people. I think you can get a pack of cards.
So we are to the other table where looks like Andy Black has committed all of his remaining chips from the button, and big stack Carl Shaw has a decision. It's a fold, and we got Jamie Wynn in the big blind. Also folding, so Andy's shove gets through.
Boy, those are terrible folds, huh?
Worst.
So I thought since we couldn't see the whole cards, I should at least weigh in for once in my life.
What are whole cards?
What did I say?
I thought you said whole
Hold cards.
Played with Jamie on day one. Seems like an absolute gentleman.
So I think we are now rolling into the new blind level. Having been playing at 100, 200, the blinds are going up to 100, 250,000. After this hand.
Thinking about 4.5, I think.
I like that when the small blind doesn't go up.
4-2.
Small blind's been through enough. Flush draw for Doherty. Action on the Jesse Pinkman dead ringer.
So was that? Did your man hold a bounty there?
So Doherty now with some
Did anyone find out?
play chips. Little Queen Deuce suited open from the hijack. You'll love to see it.
When I see this, it makes me feel like the Benny call with the ace-10 might have been
correct. Yeah.
Like, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with opening this.
Maybe he had chips left.
But Benny might have had a read that he was getting involved with a lot of chips. He's going to take the right.
I've completely.
That's a good read on that read.
It's a really
Thank you, Joe.
It's a great point. It's a great point. Doherty, we've been commenting, seen him on a lot of feature tables at EPTs, a finalist of the final table at the EPT, so no surprise that Benny's aware of it and kind of had to make that call ace 10. Here we go, big action, outer table.
Shove here from Panagiotis Mavrotsakis. Andy Black in the tank. It kind of looks like this table didn't stop playing overnight.
It's nice to see that Andy's giving nothing away here with other players in the hand.
Ignore those graphics.
The 6-tree off is a very important graphic to get up for the other table.
Yes, exactly. We need the other table to know what is happening. Ooh, Andy's genuinely pained. When I see people in this kind of pain, I either guess 9s or ace queen.
I think that's solid.
Well, what position is he in? I can't.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter, Griff. If somebody's not sure what to do, they have 9s or ace queen, sometimes jacks.
And then it's sometimes ace jack on the other end. Like, that's it. I feel like 10s is a slam dunk, easy decision, and jack people have a way harder time.
No matter what's happening, by the way.
I like how the cameraman from the future or the past panned out to where the button was after I asked.
Let's say camera person because we have both men and women working on the crew.
The future camera person or the past camera person. I don't know where we are. It always confuses me.
Videographer.
Can I phone a friend?
Yeah, you can definitely tell.
Oh, wow.
They had enough. No more.
That's amazing.
You know why we crash back over here is because we've got an all-in. Swain shoving from the button, and Rice.
Gotta do it, Rice.
King, queen.
Oh, that hand's too good. Oh, wow.
Has made the call. That's why we came flying back over here. Ace, 5, deuce. Swain needs a 7.
You know what we say here at PokerStars, Finton?
We need a miracle.
It's always 7.
Okay, that.
Another ace.
You know the song if it comes.
More helpful.
I'm amazing at the song.
Okay, good.
You relax over there.
River card.
I'm going to relax.
Is that a song? I don't think so. I think that's a pair of queens for Rice.
I just had a little look behind the curtain, and even with the delay, Andy is still thinking.
I mean, speaking of songs, you could say that this is.
You know what's really annoying?
Hey, Griffin. That.
You know what's really annoying?
This is. What is annoying, Griffin?
No, you go ahead.
Why don't you tell me what's annoying in the middle of what I was about to say?
No, you do your thing first. As long as it's not too long, because I don't want to lose my moment of inspiration.
I was trying to give the guy that just went out, that just went broke in 13th place in a major tournament. I was trying to give him.
It's the Irish Open. It doesn't matter.
Great. Swain played great. I was happy with Swain all weekend. But the thing that I'm not happy about is that Finton's been in the booth for 2 hours or 1 hour, and he's already said 2 things funnier than I said all weekend.
I would love to be proud of that, but it's a low bar.
Sure.
Swain, congratulations on your 12th place finish in the Irish Open. Joe Stapleton is just about to tell how much you won.
Oh no, it's 13th place.
Oh, sorry, Swain.
Yes, congratulations.
Unlucky for some.
13th place, same as 12th, by the way, for payouts. It's 21,500.
But if you finish 13 instead of 12, better early. So you're actually, it's more impressive, actually.
Finton, you have come with the facts today, the funny.
Yeah.
Listen, this is the end of my energy because I'm on the 2-day hangover.
Expel it.
buzz.
Give it to us.
I see. Okay.
You know when you're just about to fade, and you're like, I got to get that little bit out.
I am actually. I'm going to leave myself open to all kinds of bits here, but I'm at my funniest when I'm like in the worst mood the following morning when you like wake up at 7 a.m. after going to bed at 5, and you're laying in bed and you're just like whining. That's me at my funniest.
Yeah.
So I can understand.
It's you at your most honest.
Exactly. Yes. Okay. Absolutely.
You don't hold back.
Correct. And so I feel like you're still on the tail end of that right now.
I am. Yeah.
Barbaros, ace jack.
What's the blind now? 50.
Yeah, $250,000.
Raise 550.
Raise 550.
Seems reasonable.
Interesting for Rice. In the bin it goes. Ooh, we are going to be seeing an all-in, and we are going to be seeing a call.
Flip.
Benny, who was the table chip leader not very long ago, actually possibly second in chips.
Yeah, until he blew it.
So I guess Andy Black folded? I don't...
I told you, they're tanking, dude.
Lazar with the 10s.
No one in Ireland would call the clock on Andy Black, so he can just do that until the final table if he wants.
I was calling offside on him all day yesterday.
1.7.
I guess that will leave Benny with a few chips behind just in case there's a 7-way all-in at the other table.
Just for attention, really.
So the players are technically not all in.
Yeah,
here,
Barbaros calls. Don't turn your hand over. I know it's a little confusing.
I'm only
Actually,
I sorry, I forgot to say all in.
No. It doesn't work like that, unfortunately.
7, yeah?
Oh, I guess he...
Yeah, he said
Oh,
calls.
got
So.
it. Right,
and
yeah.
this is why this is so annoying sometimes, because it just creates confusion.
Yeah.
It's like we're all living in this world where we need to like
much
abide
is,
by these
3, yeah?
completely reasonable rules, but it's just like we all know it's like these two people are all in. Can we move on? But no, it's like don't turn over your card. There's still 75,000.
I thought when he said
bang.
when he said I forgot to say all in that he was trying to say it after the fact, but he wasn't. He was just admitting his mistake. Fair enough. Here we go.
Check Benny.
Benny,
Trap him.
Benny, I
Trap
swear
him,
to
Benny.
God, if you
Barbaros, you can fold.
Trap him.
Oh my God.
Run good, Benny.
Benny flops top set. 96% of the equity.
Benny, I think you deserve this pot because of what
I was
happened on
literally
the
thinking
flop.
I'm going to check on a
But
9-10.
I would like a 7 or a queen up for just the fans at home. I'm not saying you have to get sucked out, but it would just
I still
be
have some hours,
interesting.
but like
8,
unbelievable.
7, queen, king, you know, a little sweat. Boring.
That is not a sweat.
Hold on.
Better to see it right
Jack.
on the flop at least than for it to happen on the river.
Yeah, you're right.
Lazar
It's
doubles
like
up through
thinking before the
Barbaros.
flop comes.
Yeah. Sort of whispered that to him there as well. I bet Benny's going to have a really difficult decision on the flop.
Yeah. When I lose the pot,
oh, he must have it. Like.
and I was like, oh, I just wish they flopped the set and it was done quickly.
Exactly.
But I'm actually mad I don't get the full sweat. You know,
It's the grass is always browner, right? Like,
it's not good either way, but let me complain.
whatever side you're on, you're like, nah, the other one's better.
Yeah.
Barbaros takes a bit of a hit there. Lazar didn't have too many big blinds. Still number 1 at this table, and things are still quite shallow.
Oh, 250.
Where's hometown for you, Joe?
Sorry, I can do discount.
Hometown?
Yeah, like home.
Albany, New York is where
So
I'm
New
from.
York. So you can't play poker tournaments in New York, can you?
There's one casino called Turning Stone where like a few people got their start. Like Sean Deeb
know
got
when
his
you
start
guys,
playing
like,
at
you'll get
Turning
called
Stone.
anyway.
So
kind of.
It's just because James Hardigan,
No
of
way.
course, got to play the Irish Open, and I'm wondering where are we going to have to go?
Nice hand.
Oh, that's okay. No, I don't need to play at a feature
Nice one, he's
table.
holding.
No?
I'm good.
No, you don't
I'm
want to get.
fine.
You don't want to show everyone your whole cards.
You notice? You ever see? You've been to stand-up comedy a few times. You've
Yeah.
seen plenty of it on the internet and
Yeah,
on TV. You ever see the comedian give the microphone to the heckler?
Yeah, I have.
What
Not
we
great.
ever do?
Right. They don't do. A good comedian would never give the microphone to the heckler.
Oh,
in a
I've
million
seen
years.
it in Ireland. I've actually
Yeah,
I've
that's-
actually seen it, but it was.
It doesn't go well.
No, it doesn't go well at all.
Yeah, it's very.
It
stupid.
ends up with just cursing and like aggressiveness.
And this is why I don't need to play at a feature table.
Okay,
I'll be
okay,
fine.
okay.
I'm good.
600.
Especially if I have to give the money to charity. Well, who cares?
Comedy has to be one of the few things worse than poker that everybody thinks they can do.
I feel like there's a ton of similarities between comedy and poker, and that's definitely one of them.
Yeah,
People-
like, don't get me wrong. Like I would never be able to do a stand-up set, but give me one drink and being in the crowd, I'm like, I'd give that a go.
I could do this.
Yeah, I give that a go.
The worst is that, and girls go through this more. Like I have a lot of girlfriends who are comedians, and they'll go on a date with a guy, and they're like, "Yeah, I was thinking of starting stand-up comedy." And it's the same when someone says to you, "Like, yeah, I was thinking of becoming a poker player." You're like, "Oh, you sweet summer child." Doherty giving a think here. Does have 2 live cards and did have some money out there already in the big blind, but gives up
Darty
to
giving a lot of respect to the raises coming in from Rice. Huge amount.
If you're going to
no.
have a different sort of defending range based on players, I guess the way he's been waiting Rice's raises makes sense.
Moving. No one What's you playing now, mate? What's you playing?
13 bigs.
2.5 or something.
Let me do the maths. 3.25.
Oh, yeah. Oh, right, yeah, cool. 3.2.
I think.
I don't like when people answer with how many big blinds they have. I'm sorry, Murphy. I want to hear you say 2.7
You want to hear the number?
We have played poker for 4 days. I want to hear the big number.
Yeah, me too. I agree.
Like when I'm playing online, I never have the little big blind thing on. I want to see the big number. You've worked hard to get these chips. I had 13 big blinds on day 1. It's not impressive. 2.7 million is impressive.
I don't know why, but whenever we're doing commentary online and someone's like, why don't you just have the big blinds clicked? I'm like, I don't like it.
It's
yeah,
awful.
It's weird.
Yeah,
Why don't you abbreviate every word in a sentence?
I got to be honest with you. I don't even understand big blinds, but I understand millions. So I work in millions. If you need me, listen, I got 2 7-figure scores in my career. I only work in millions.
Actions folded around a Doherty in the small blind, again with King 9. This time, the aggressor can comfortably jam into the smaller stack.
It's got to be a few too many chips for Murphy.
No, Murphy.
Yeah, Murphy's got about 13 big
Put that
blinds.
down. Now you think that you're doing okay against Doherty's range, but it's 6. Well, it's 13 big blinds. You let that go.
And I just want to give a little bit of leeway to folks here. We saw quite a bit of tanking with hands. We knew we were going to be eventual folds, but it's just such a big spot.
I think
Murphy's
this is legitimately,
really close.
I
this
think
is
Murphy
really close. Like
legitimately
Queen 10 might be a call.
Yeah.
So Jack 10 is like, it literally is the notch that you need to like.
Right. My point is that we came to the determination very quickly, and for him to take a little bit longer with it, I think is totally reasonable.
Absolutely, 100%.
Yeah, and I also think, Doherty shoves 10-9. So
should have went over to that other table while I wasn't in the hand.
So would you ever make a call based on there being a hand that you're doing better than, or how many does it have to be?
I mean, okay, Doherty with 9 million, probably going to shove 10-7 suited. Maybe
he's going to dominate a lot of hands, but he's also going to be losing to a lot of hands.
Jack 9 suited, Jack 9 off, Jack 8 suited and offsuit, probably shove. And then you're flipping against a lot of hands like this.
Well, we're certainly not going to roast you for it.
Very reasonable to fold, in my opinion.
Yeah, for sure. But
listen, if that's day 1 and I've got 13 big blinds,
oh man, I'll beat you in the pot. Yeah, especially on a re-entry. Yeah.
Can't wait to watch this and Griffin Bender just be like, look at this donkey.
No, Murphy, we're on your side.
I want someone to be like, that guy doesn't know what he's talking about. Don't worry. Benny, say it. Say it. I'm listening. I'm here. I'm ready for you.
He's literally holding his mouth closed.
Yeah, I know.
He sits off or something.
No. I think I need more high. Not at all. I just think I need more high card value. That's the whole point.
Jeez, everyone's so good.
Yeah, high card value.
So
Can
annoying.
you keep that high-level strategy talk
quiet
to yourself? Like
Griffin is actually Googling high card value right now.
I am, yes.
Half an hour later, deuce 3, bang in there.
Me and Finton are just having a thumb wrestling competition. Oh, you got me.
Here you go. Doherty with a beautiful Apple Johnson on the button.
Johnson.
Just praying for a shove from the short stack Murphy. Come on, Murphy, just get that ace 9. Get that ace 9. Ooh, got that ace 4.
Oh, boy.
The one thing that might potentially save Murphy, so Doherty is opening into the chip leader, so he's not going to be as wide as you might be on the button. Now, if he pulls the trigger with ace 4, I'm not going to blame him, but it might be a way that he can consider folding.
It's a way out.
I mean, yeah, if this is a shove for Murphy, it's a bit
It is a
prophecy
shove.
fulfilled after the last hand, saying
Yeah.
I was gonna. No, I mean I get it. It's tough. Like, listen, you know, Doherty's gonna be raising such a wide percentage. You see this guy opening queen deuce suited at the hijack.
There's also a
Hitting ace.
non-0% chance that he thought he had aces.
Right, yes, absolutely. Although he'd probably have noticed it by
Scared
now.
of him.
Go Mario.
I don't know, but Jack Sinclair's got a card protector, man. They've got
Domination
nervous.
situation.
Voodoo card protectors.
I don't want Murph Dog to go out like this.
Ace Jack, Ace
Let's
4.
put out a little chop.
Huge pot,
2,
7
3,
million
5.
chips.
Looking for a domination rotation, not yet.
And diamonds.
Scary flop for the ace jack.
Give you the queen of diamonds.
That's a brave call.
Yeah, weird. It's almost as if what he says has no effect on the card whatsoever. An 8 of clubs on the turn. So Murphy down to one last shot.
Murphy's
to
Law.
hit.
Nice play, me.
Let's play, let's play.
It's
Great
always
round.
heartbreaking to bust
Doherty friend is blessed.
very soon after almost making the call. Like the very hand before he folded the jack 10. Not saying he should have called it, but then the very next hand he bust. Finish in 12th place.
12th place also, 21,500 euros. Everyone else just laddered up 4,200.
They started knocking a few out on that table, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, really like the way Murphy played.
Yeah, but
the
he
time
could
we spent
carry
with him on the
anything
feature
there,
table.
Exactly, yeah,
But,
he has to, John.
you know,
yeah,
just
If he has
a bit
Jack-
unlucky
Jack
that spot there with
9
the ace
there,
4, a lot of marginal spots.
2% more.
Is
We waiting for a
out
player.
before the final table.
Yeah, look,
Doherty now,
we're waiting for a
13
player.
milli. And you know, I work in millies. That's a lot of millies.
No, we can't. We've got 5 and 6.
That's a good 50 big
No, no.
blinds, 60 big blinds.
We're playing, yeah.
That'll play.
5 and 6, yeah.
Down to 11 players, David Doherty,
put your
the
sit down,
latest. To add a couple million chips to his stack. All right, 500K purple chips, 100K peach, and 25K whites.
You better start looking after me. Now I'll give you the luck. You better start looking after
I
me.
loved
That'd be
the
cool to
chips
me,
that they
right?
used at this tournament.
What did you love? How they felt, how they looked?
Both. I like
Yeah.
I like a chip that is just one color. I don't.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
don't.
sure.
I don't. Like, obviously, there's lots of chips that are nice.
No,
now.
it can be confusing when it's a white chip with black ridges and then it's a
Yeah.
black chip with white ridges. Even though it shouldn't be, it can actually be quite
And
confusing.
also,
Yeah.
at the beginning of the tournament, the largest chip, I think, was a 5K, and it was slightly bigger than the 1Ks and the 500s. I thought that was quite cool, so there's no... Because I actually am, like, I'm not colorblind, but I struggle with colors that are close together, so it's
Yeah.
nice to just have the distinction.
That is great. As long as we're going to give compliments to this particular event from just a sort of, I'm more of a spectator, obviously, right?
Yeah.
Than I am a player. And I just want to say how well maintained this building was. The bathrooms always clean, always like plenty of places to go here.
I am biased, but I think it is the nicest poker room I've ever seen.
It is up there for me, for sure. All the food trucks had food ready, waiting to go. You go up there, you don't have to wait that long, other than if you get like a pizza late at night where they're like, just don't have a bunch of them sitting out, but like you get a burger and fries, go out.
100%.
The bar works very well. All the wait staff, all of that
You're not
stuff.
knocking nobody out
work-
over there?
Not long waits for stuff, despite there being crowds.
but you just-
and I
you
just
Yeah,
want
no,
to say,
that's a really underestimated thing. Like,
Yeah.
if you can't get food on your break when you're a player, it's a nightmare.
plenty of registration windows, cash out, all of it was like really, really easy.
Thank you.
The lounge was dope this year.
Yeah, it was fantastic.
Yeah, and when I say this year, I mean it's not often we have a big lounge like that.
No, it's so cool. I did suggest that every EPT should be in Dublin. They have so far rejected that proposal. but
DPT.
I'll be talking to Hardskin about it, and who knows? Maybe he'll get on board.
The Dublin
I'll tell you
Poker
what,
Tour.
we'll allow London to stay and Barcelona. Okay, Okay, do you know what? I like them all. And do you know, I like Prague too.
Yeah, do
you know what? Paris is a pretty cool city too, and Cyprus.
You're about to get a memo from the people of Monaco, real quick. You better tack Monaco onto the end.
Sorry, Monaco is an absolutely fantastic place for billionaires. No, I'm only joking.
Rough guess, Benny?
Let's see, we've had some folds here over to Benny, who has Oh, Benny's the big blind. Where I got too many empty seats here.
Raise 550.
It's Doherty, who's still keeping his foot on the gas pedal. Barbaros, king queen suited. How aware do we think that everyone else is at the table of how light Doherty is prone to open?
I would imagine that it won't be too long from now that it will filter through. We're on a 30-minute delay, right?
Yeah.
It's been about 20 minutes since he put the foot in the gas, since he got the
But
chips.
you would have to see more than one example of it too, right? Before you necessarily...
No, if you see queen deuce in the
oh,
hijack...
you just know that it's
yeah.
like going to be a pattern.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. There's certain hands, right? Like if he's opening ace-8 under the gun, you could be like, oh, maybe you just fancy that one. But once you see 10-5 suited in the cutoff,
yeah,
you know kind of whereabouts it's going to be. Interesting for Barbaros. This is his first time playing as second in chips on this table. So he can't be quite as aggressive. Needs to be a little bit more careful pre-flop.
Actually reminded me that Matt Harper and all the wrestling media, they feed us information so we can look cool. So I just want to give them a quick shout out. So Vincent Sanchez, he's out already. He was a qualifier. David Doherty, also a qualifier on PokerStars. He qualified twice, used both of them. Thomas Murphy, who we just lost, also was a qualifier. And Kevin Swain, is he still in? He is, right? No, Swain was the one that Griffin stepped over the exit. That's why I don't remember it. Yes. He also was a qualifier. So I guess we lost most of the PokerStars qualifiers except for David Doherty. And Benny does
Yep,
fold.
sorry.
Is it break time or is everyone just wandering around? Wandering, looks like. Rice is the only guy that's sticking around. Top pair for Barbaros. An open ender for Doherty. Nobody with a club. We just see this played super passively for that reason.
Yeah, I think Barbaros could go both ways. Betting probably fine. Not putting in too many chips against the chip leader in this situation.
Yeah.
Also, most likely going to be fine. It's not the kind of spot where you're going to feel comfortable betting more than twice ever.
Yeah.
But
yeah, you want to do some form of protection here. Whether Doherty's going to start putting the hammer down and check raising, I don't know. It certainly capable of it, but it's just I think you want some protection here. It really sucks when you get check raising and bet though. It's just like, why didn't I just play this passively and you find in a bet there, Finn.
Someone else boss.
Yeah, I think betting a lot of the time is fine. Occasionally probably checking also fine.
Yeah.
I had it up early.
Very, very bad flop for me.
Was the wrong color.
You had 10-5 suited, mate. You're not going to get too many good flops.
Yeah, I can't tell you how many times I've whiffed with 10-5 suited.
You've never played 10-5 suited. If you're forced to check in the big blind, you mug.
We literally call 10-5 the hand that never wins. Andy Black was in the tank again.
Stick on old folk, you know what I mean?
Facing the all-in from Shaw.
You got a bit chirpy earlier.
Seemingly happy to get that fold.
I don't know why it didn't occur to me.
I think it's because it was one. No, it wasn't 1-2. It was 125 earlier on. Yeah.
Yeah, but I think that was.
Yeah.
Without the correct.
Yeah. So you want to put more chips in the middle blind? Is that what you're saying?
Benny said he wanted to come in and do commentary, so I guess this is the best way to do it. Just talk strat at the table.
Folded around to Benny in the small blinds, where he will be going all in.
Yeah, this is about 13, 14 big blinds. Blind on blind going to be an easy shove. And it's actually effectively only 4. It's going to be a call from Watts for sure.
Good luck, guys.
And we may be singing a tune here.
Good luck. Showdown.
Does this even really count as a domination situation?
That is very dominated to me.
Yeah, that's really notched. Dominated, I have one better than you. So, yeah.
Definitely dominated.
50-50?
No. Ace tray is...
Wait, why does it say 50-50? Because I guess it's folded cards. Like there's like no threes.
No, it's going to be a chop more often than not, right?
Yeah, but not 100% of the time.
How about now?
Glazer actually the favorite, I guess, because there's less. Glazer. Sorry. And now it's flipped because there's more threes folded.
I honestly have no idea what's going on. Should I? Is that a chop?
Yes, Joseph.
That is a chop. And you know what they say?
Everyone loves a chop pot.
Chop, chop.
I done all right there.
I did not think that was going to go well.
I done all right. That was the best I've ever done.
It exceeded my expectations.
Hardigan is smiling like a proud dad over in the corner.
He's always there smiling, though. Watching, judging.
5 players at this table, 6 at the other.
Thank you.
Watts down to 8 big blinds. Glazer only picked up a blind there.
Sorry. Welcome back.
So wait, whose blind did he pick up? If they chopped it.
No, he had
I guess he got half of the big
go.
blind because he was in the small blind.
Oh, wow.
Right?
I didn't think of it like that.
No, he has the same as he had before.
No.
What?
Wait.
He's in the small. Oh, sorry, he gets half of the. No, I'm so confused.
Wait, I'm confused. So
He was only in for the small
he gets
blind.
his small blind back.
He gets a little bit
He
of
gets
the
a small blind back.
The other guy gets his big blind back.
Hold on a second.
Once
Hold on, boys. Professionals in the building.
Whoa.
He gets a part of the big blind ante, okay? That's what he gets.
Yes.
Oh, so yeah, which is not his to start, so he does gain
125k chips plus.
Which is what I said. Half a big blind.
I mean, listen, we joke about it, but that is why you are the human calculator. You knew that exactly was going on.
I'll tell
there.
you one thing. That's
And
the most embarrassing thing that's
Vincent
ever come
and I-
out of a commentator's
Vincent
booth.
and I were
the panic.
rambling. We're like, what just happened? Was there a mistake? First, the percentages were all weird. They were like flipped around. They were exactly 50-50.
Pocket fours for Barbaros. He ditches them.
If he goes all in and it gets chopped, does he win?
Pretty tightish fold here, 5-handed, I'd say, with the fours, but maybe recognizing all these short stacks, tough opponent in the big blind, and gives Rice.
Ooh.
This is why you fold the fours, I guess.
Ace 9 suited for Watts.
Watts probably ends up all in here.
Watts was the shortest
Collision
stack
effect
to start this hand.
Is that Sir Watts from online?
That's him.
Sir Watts' bodyguard.
Very tough to find a fold with Ace 9 of diamonds. But we've
Michael Watson's big British brother. He abbreviates his name to
And
Watts.
in it goes.
He doesn't love it, but he knows
He
he
wears
needs
his
to
heart
do
on
it.
his sleeve. I
Yeah,
love it.
you love it. You love to see it.
2.1 is it? 2.1.
Rice has had a few spots where he hasn't loved calling, but has made the correct call every time, even if not always ahead. So I would imagine after a moment he will call here with the Ace Jack.
Dude, Rice's ranges are so bladed.
Just feels like that. There's the call.
Look, guys.
Now, if you guys want to root for Watts here, I'd recommend.
No one want to watch this table.
Very, very quiet. Speak very, very quietly if you want to root for Watts. I'm not rooting for Watts. I'm just telling you. Speak very, very quietly. Because Vinton.
I deserve a 9 for that.
You have to turn down for Watts.
All diamonds.
That tickled me.
6, 7, 8.
Jack on the flop, not looking good. No diamond.
Big trouble.
I hate this.
It's hard
I
to
like
win from
Watts
there.
so much.
Likely to be over on the turn.
Give him a tenner.
You guys did not
Give
turn
him a
down for
tenner.
Watts.
Turn down for 10.
Oh, too late on the diamonds.
GG, mate.
That's going to be it.
That's a shot. Okay. Safe. So
Take the mic off.
Had a nice one anyway.
Cheers, bro.
Had a nice one.
Seems like an absolute gent. Eliminated.
Really does.
In 11th place at the Irish Open.
I assume now we're waiting.
Place, 25,750
Another player,
euros.
yeah?
And tables will need to be balanced. Playing 5 and 5. So we get down to the final 9. Next player eliminated also receives the same amount of money, $25,750. Make it to 9th, and you're guaranteed $33,500.
I can't pronounce that one.
Oh yeah, I won't make you do that one.
Tell you what. Yeah. Didn't get 33,000 for 7th even in 2017, did you?
Do you know what's very sad?
What?
I've played about 25 live tournaments in my life, and that is my biggest ever score.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
Why is that sad?
Because Griffin's over here talking about his 7-figure scores. My biggest score was on a final table that Griffin won.
we have got an all-in pre-flop.
That is a
Jacks
straight?
versus
Is that
Jacks
Jack
10.
Jack 10, no? Oh my God.
It is
10.
trip 10s though.
Oh, that guy does not like it.
I think that was a bad river card.
Cracked super hard.
Wait, Jacks versus
Jacks
Jack 10?
cracked?
No.
Yes, it looked like Jacks to me.
Oh.
Yep.
Oh
Jacks
my
beat
God.
by Jacks 10.
God. That is a horrible beat.
Maverick Sakis.
Small blind versus under the gun, it might have just been
Runner.
shove over an open like a very active chip leader. This is a horrendous beat. Did flop a gut shot on the flop, backdooring the double 10s. Double 10s? Who says that?
Runner.
Runner 10s.
I can't believe you've won more money than me.
I'll tell you what,
double
Finton,
10s. We playing
tell you
blackjack
what,
here?
Finton, you've been one of the biggest breakout players the last 5 years. You're going to have your time in the live circuit, son. Just got to get out there.
I'm gonna try to play a bit more.
Good man.
Carl Shaw still has chips.
Not as many.
That is truly heartbreaking.
Yeah, that is get up and walk around. Oof. Woof.
Karen, I'm just going to count up before you go up, okay? Clock is paused, guys, while we do this.
All right, Henrik, let's leave people's nationalities out of their criticisms of their play.
Unless they're Irish, we can take it.
Official plan table is
3.1 million. 3.1.
So we're on a break. Swapping the tables.
Okay, Karen.
Slap at a base, swap at a tables.
Swap at a base.
Oh man, that hurts. That's like a little extra too, right?
Oh, he's just moving him
Yeah.
up. It's not the break.
Yeah, he's moving him.
Oh, you've got so much.
That's annoying, right?
At least he didn't have to carry as many racks.
Yeah, he's like, let me get these for you.
Please follow me to your bust-out table. This will now happen, yes. Now that we've taken half your chips.
But my chips, you won't be needing those.
Okay, guys, please take your seats.
So either 15 or 24 minutes left on this level, based on the. It's probably 15, right?
It's closer to 24.
It's the blue one.
I think it's neither.
Talking about
I don't know if it's either of them. I'm just saying of those two choices.
Yeah, but look, the choices are there. I'm saying on the screen. It's one of the two, right?
But
or we could
no
just believe
payouts for either.
reality, and I know what time I sat down and when there was a half hour left, and you could listen.
I'm a visual learner.
To
We're going to
reality.
say 23 minutes and 45 seconds left on this level.
That's pretty
As
close.
we
But
take
that's
a
not the
little-
main event. That's all I'm saying.
Do you want me to go? We are taking a second here to get players balanced on tables here. And the PokerStars EBT presented by Monte Carlo Casino. We're going to Monte Carlo? That's incredible.
For the
second stop
17th year running
of EPT 2023, April 26th. Make sure you're there on April 27th to celebrate my birthday, running all the way to May 6th. Main event
Your
satellite
birthday
still running.
runs until May 6th. From the 27th. Are you 4 years old? You have a week-long birthday? You can't be serious.
Week and a half. I do 11 days.
Okay,
7
players.
days of live cards I've coverage
Guys,
on
could I have
Twitch and
your
YouTube
attention
in
for one
celebration
moment,
of Griffin
please?
Benger.
When no hands are hand,
Please,
but if
please
there's
join
an
us.
all-in and call on either table,
Nick
we
explaining
will hold the action like we do on the money bubble.
that
We will
we're not
run
playing
the
hand
all-in
for
and
hand.
call until
Yes, I
play
considered
is
actually that
on
my
the table. Okay?
my birthday
So
gift
please,
from PokerStars
if
is
there's
an
an
overnight
call,
flight
keep
to Monte
cards
Carlo.
don't tournament.
Somebody to celebrate my
We'll
birthday.
also be
I'll have a little
monitoring the
scotch.
hands,
Scotch in the
and we
sky.
won't let one
Yeah.
table go
Living
more
a
than
good
little
one
nap.
hands out from the other. So at some point you may come to the table it's going too fast and say you just need to hold up until they catch up. Okay. Thanks,
I
guys.
do enjoy mix methods.
I like, yes.
I enjoy not
Method Nick,
pausing
they
all the
call 'em.
time. I'm keeping it fair. If someone's taking it too slow, you punish the other table, but up until then, we play fair game. Irish Open's played in good spirits. We won't need to do any of that.
That's
I
a good
think
impression.
there's something
The
about
accent's a bit off, but it was a good impression.
Oh, you thought I was trying to be Nick?
Yeah, I thought you were doing a Nick thing.
No.
There's something about his bedside manner also that I think people kind of respect it right away. It's like firm but friendly, and so you don't want to disappoint him.
My first ever live game, Nick was running it back when I was 18.
Oh,
what a
cool.
man.
That's cool.
Wow.
You've already talked about this, but I really did think it was super charming of you to deal the final table in your meetup game.
They were so worried about allowing me to do it because they probably didn't realize that I worked as a dealer for quite some time, and it wouldn't be me fumbling chips all over the place and every hand taking 5 minutes. But it was so much fun. And
it was cool seeing you do something you're actually good at.
Oh, nice.
I'm waiting for the day for you, Joe.
Oh.
No, it was really neat. I liked it a lot.
Guys, break it up, hey, you guys.
I didn't just build you up for that joke. I really did think it was like quite cute when you were dealing the final
I really
table.
enjoyed it. It was amazing to meet so many people that have been part of the community for a long time. As Griffin said, I do need to get out there more, and particularly to like the regional Irish tours and stuff. I need to show my face.
I just realized this is the first time that I've ever been the third funniest person in the room. This is tough for me.
So you're not counting any of the crew?
No, just mean this is the room.
At the table, you mean?
Oh my God, I don't want to count the crew. No, and I'm not even in the top 5, top 10.
I'm actually happy to see the turn because then I can't get.
At least
like,
you're not
9 to win. Do you know what I mean?
Oh yeah, no.
I just need him to.
So I'm being told that the official term for what we're doing is called soft hand for hand, and that sounds absolutely filthy.
Buy the glasses. Ain't got a clue. He ain't.
Greek lad?
You think hard hand for hand sounds better?
Yeah, it goes nothing.
I mean, there is no. Well,
I don't have cards.
You don't need cards, just go on.
Okay. Who has softer hands near you?
Is this a misdeal or a walk? Why are we doing
Just
this?
feel my hand. I don't know.
Me.
Wow, you have soft hands.
Yeah, my hands are soft.
I guarantee the four of us. I don't know. Have you ever done manual labor back in the day? I didn't think so. I guarantee.
James shook his head violently.
I guarantee of the men in this room, the 4 people right here have the softest hands. There's never been anything lifted.
I'm just saying.
It's been a while for me.
I don't understand the game of soft hand for hand, but I think we're winning.
My first job was
Wait, is this
mowing
The
lawns.
second you do something like that, you need.
I worked as a short order cook, which you get like a lot of burns and there's plenty of carrying going on. I worked at a grocery store where there was like absolutely lots of carrying. But it's been a while. I'm talking like the last job I did that like really had any manual labor was I was a production assistant at Mad TV, and that was over.
Yeah.
That was almost 20 years ago.
And when did you know you had a gift for comedy? Was it a line cook that told you, Joe?
If it's a gift, I hope you kept the receipt.
See, that's just classic Joe right there. As we do pick up the action, Rice gonna open things up with the ace-jack suited raise.
Not great.
What player was
it? Like very, very
And
quiet.
easy peasy.
Open UTG.
You want to know what was weird about doing the dealer? It actually
like
felt
5 bigs.
Do you ever like
more natural than playing?
That,
And I
but
check
also,
call
do you
2
ever
on,
like
Queen
leave
Jack
your
and
hometown and you come
5
back and
Jack.
like everything's the exact
Use
same and
checks
you just
tab
go
river
into it and it's like,
and
oh yeah, I'm just back at home.
Yeah.
I just felt like I was a poker dealer and had never
You
stopped.
looked like it. I mean, you hadn't,
Yeah, I've had a
from what I
jack
could tell,
and
hadn't
something
lost a step. Like
all
you
day.
looked.
I used to be alright.
Yeah,
I used to be alright.
I
I was
had
definitely a little bit
big
slower
guy,
with the counting of chips.
In a spot yesterday
With the
for a
pitching.
big pot where
Oh man, I got the
he's
technique
bluffing
down.
turn
Yeah.
and I called.
It
He's
looked
dead to a
great.
jack and it's on the
Did
river.
they get pictures with the cards in
I
there?
tried my best, man. I kept throwing cards really high and everyone could see them, and I was like, I just need to get a good photo, guys.
Yeah. Doherty, I think we need to expect him to be the most active on this 5-handed table here with 10 people left, but 5-4 suited. Going to be a few notches, I think, outside of the range of what
It's like you say, it's
he
like
wants
almost
to entertain. You know, we have
disrespectful.
seen the Queen Deuce suited
Yeah,
opens
you
from
want-
Doherty
want
at
them to be doing it, but
the
it's almost
hijack
like
that one
three
time.
ra-
So very
three
prepared
raise
to make
ones
light
under them
opens
there.
to add chips to his stack, get involved. Barbaros.
I think like there's a
line
bit
on
bigger
blinds.
stacks over there. It's like everyone kind of probably
Just gonna
realizes
call,
like, yeah,
take
short-handed
it
now.
chill, take
If
it
I sit back,
easy,
I'm
40
dwindled- I'm gonna
effective
just
against
dwindle down and lose.
Rice.
I think most people on that table realised it, so everyone was just like having a right go.
This gentleman's come over from the other table. Now, he did just lose jacks to jack 10, and he's giving
did.
all the goss. He's revealing all the secrets from the other table.
Oh, was he talking about the jack 10?
Treaties,
Did we
yeah.
get the action on it? No.
I don't think so. Interesting decision from Rice, electing to raise here.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's fine.
Over there.
I don't think you're too worried about getting many limp raises. I think you're going to get some takedowns sometimes. And maybe just wants to take the lead. This combo I might check back at this in this very specific situation with 10 left in a tournament, but
yeah, I think it's reasonable for sure.
And the domination has been rotated. Rice way out in front.
Given what I've seen from Rice so far, I would expect him to bet on 965, having raised a6 here.
1.1.
But do agree with Griff that mixing in a check here from time to time, a lot of the time, would be reasonable.
yeah, you just hate you find yourself getting check raised here. This is quite a bit bigger than I would like to continue.
It's a really tough spot for Barbosa.
Yeah, I think because of the size, you might want to find some just folds.
It's never fun to face big bets. Facing big bets with 10 left when you're versus one of
Don't like it. I don't like it. I like my bets. I like my hands. Soft. Small. Barbaros just in the bunker here.
You're opening yourself up for so much with these lines. Like, so much.
Jesus.
Every decision is a tough decision. I mean, everything is so shallow. There's no messing around. There's no...
The one thing I would say, Joe, is when you take this long on the flop, I think you're giving away quite a lot. And when you look so flustered that if you think it's super close and you weren't sure what you're going to do, when I've took so long, I just fold.
Yeah.
I've definitely had that feeling many times that, like, well, I've kind of just made it so that I can't do anything but fold here.
Yeah. And look, I don't know. I'm not a live guy. I don't know how much people read into it. But I certainly have got that feel in myself. Where I'm not really sure what to do. And I'm like, I've taken too long. I'm just going to fold.
I think that quite regularly. I don't think other people are thinking it as much as we're thinking it about ourselves. But I think you have a point.
Tough one. Fold.
Yeah, there it goes. Like I said, I think that even if people know pretty early on that they're going to fold, taking a little extra time and it's just such a situation that almost no one here has ever been in before. Back to the other table. This is Oyala shoving.
Into the man with 9 lives after cracking jacks with Jack 10.
Knowing what these cards are, hard to say, but obviously, I think pocket nines or ace queen, maybe, Vinton.
I'm not sure
maybe
about
pocket
ace
jacks.
queen. I think it might be ace jack or tens.
Okay. I think we got them all covered.
But there's no other hand it could be.
Nope, that's it. Only those 4.
Maybe he's got jack 10 off. Maybe he's got a strange feeling about it again.
Coach Ruffy says 28 offsuit. Is there even a... Oh, 2-8. Okay.
Anytime I see someone lose their mind with a hand like deuce 8 or 6-7 or whatever, I always think it's their birthday. I'm like, that's the only way.
It's
that
a
they
lucky
could be
number.
That's the only way they could be so attached to it.
And that's why we call my birthday hand the hand that never wins. What hand was that from earlier?
10-5.
There it is.
Or 5-10 if you're American.
The other way.
Probably a good fold. You take it long.
Panagiotis folds.
So you're September or you're May? I still don't know because the American
October.
Oh, did I say September? That's so embarrassing. I'm born in September, the 9th month. That is so embarrassing.
You're not an astrology guy.
Oh man, you got so confused.
Rice has been involved in quite a few pots today. Not going to be involved in this one.
Rice has played great today. Gotten a bit fortunate with some nice all-ins, but in general, every step of the way, been playing well. And now Benny, old Benny, 12 big blinds. Surely thinking about putting them all in there. Just hoping to get it through or hoping to get lucky one more time.
Balling.
One more time. Yes, we did it, Benny.
Doherty, not much suspense. Gives up the big blind.
On my very first date with my now wife, Hannah, I walked in and maybe the third sentence was, "What star sign are you?" And I said Virgo, and she told me it would never work, and she didn't talk to me for 3 months. True story.
Wow.
Wow.
Now, it didn't have anything to do with
Does
the
she
star
still
sign.
believe in astrology, though? Oh, because you knew it was a Virgo? Is that why she said?
No, she just said if you're Virgo, it's just not going to work. She said it to me.
I thought it was more like, oh, you know what a Virgo is. This is never going to work.
She actually had a great time playing in the community game. She was sitting beside yourself and Rory Jennings.
It was very cool, and the same way I would be. It was her first time ever playing live poker. Yes.
In an actual tournament. So
Yeah.
I have a table at home. She's played there. She played
in
at
public.
Yeah, she played at the Lex Live, but it was like self-dealt and it was a sit and go. This was like the most real she's ever played.
Benny, another shove spot here. 15 big blinds. Gotta go. Gotta put them in.
Taking his time, but I'm pretty sure Benny will be happy to be shoving the 5
know. Wait, did he say call?
Sammy Hagar gets through the small blind, and Shaw with 10-7 in the big blind also heads for the hills.
That must have been a pretty big pot that Shaw lost with those jacks, because that player seemed like he was sitting on plenty on the other table.
Yeah,
Shaw is what has appeared to me to be one of the chip leaders for like 6 of the last 8 days. Like just so long, you know. So yeah, that had to have been a really big pot for him to be only left with around, what is it, 3 million or something.
I think potentially even as low as 2.
Marganoff on Twitch says it was around an 8 million chip pot.
Oof. Oh wow, that's so big at this moment in time.
It could have very easily been number 1 and number 2 at that table, because Panagiotis was chip leading most of the last 2 hours last night also.
Really nice couple hands there for Benny to go from.
Yeah, getting back-to-back shoves through is just so massive at this
nice
moment.
At this stage, yeah. Doherty flexing those chip lead muscles. But this is a bit of a problem. An all-in of this
1.9
stack. I wonder if Doherty has a very clean idea of how he's going to react to a shove for 8 big blinds. It's actually like less than 8 big blinds.
1.850.
No.
1.950. 1.950.
1.950.
1.950.
So it doesn't sound like he really necessarily knew, or I guess he just knows now. Like,
You talked about.
Okay.
He is going to make the call. Bit too small.
And Shaw is ahead, but has a real sweat.
Aces are right. Aces.
Potentially,
You got aces. Seriously.
it's a bubble.
King 7 off.
The final table bubble.
Good timing.
Oh my god, he's anti-slow rolling him. This is funny. Did you hear this?
Yeah, he said he had aces.
Yeah.
Bangkok aces.
There's the stacks of fives, not fours. The 25s, yeah.
So this is the soft hand for
You
hand.
can take it back if you want.
Wait.
Yeah.
Soft hands.
Before the hands are exposed.
I know you got Bangkok aces. I'll still pay off.
The count was wrong
And
because it was coming
while we're
from
waiting
five
for
on
the other hand
It's 2 million.
to finish,
I'll
why
just
not
kick
take
up
a
a
look
fuss like
at
Dario
it?
Sammartino now.
Yeah. God.
2-0-50, I call. 2-1, it's a completely different decision, you know.
Is it that little of a discrepancy that you was?
No, I'm kidding.
No, okay, right.
I'm joking.
No, but I
I'm joking,
remember,
yeah.
right,
Yeah.
Not
Yeah,
that
it was
I'm
much
condoning
larger
it,
for him. Yeah, it was like an extra like 6 bigs or something.
Right, yeah.
Not that I'm condoning this, but I definitely sometimes will pick a number in my head and go, if it's under that, I'm calling, and if it's above it, I'm folding. Yeah, we are going to go see what's happening at the other table as long as we have to wait. It looks like Win versus Oyala. Flop is 7, 6, 5, 2 spades. Win is going to commit some more chips, 450. And we saw how shallow everyone was at the other table. I assume it's pretty much the same here if Panagiotis has all those chips. So 450 is not many big blinds, but it doesn't look like Oyala has a ton of big blinds. Oyala announces all in. Win folds.
You can hold the deal there, there's an all-in and call here.
So now we're going to go back and deal with the all-in and call.
Okay, guys, we're going to run the all-in and call. Good luck.
Good luck, up.
Ace 4 suited versus King 7 off.
Never underestimate Kevin. King 7.
Do it for Kevin O'Donnell. Jack 8-4,
Be
2
hard to
clubs.
Not a great flop for the King 7.
King of spades for a sweat.
A few extra outs.
Oh yeah.
A couple of 9s picked up.
The sweat we didn't even know we had. The river running 10s. Not
Running
going
10s
to do
again.
it
It's a sign.
for King 7.
Wow, yeah, fucking hell.
Running 10s again, eh? That's what
What
they're
was it,
joking
2.1?
about.
Just exactly.
2
Wow,
million
that's some
exactly.
PTSD right there. Triggered.
Die by the running 10s, live by the running 10s.
We're not 10%, but when it's all in and call, you have to call. You have to call Nick over. Because it's not 10%. You don't have 10%.
Guys,
Nope.
Cruising toward the final table.
Oh,
One
yeah.
more elimination for the last
Did
redraw.
you just deal the 10-10 hand? Did you steal the 10
Oh,
on
no.
the turn 10 on the
Oh, no.
I can remember twins. I go for.
That wasn't me. The guy looked like me.
It doesn't mean nothing to you, but it means a lot.
But I
to
got
me.
you on camera.
Tilted.
And in addition to making the final redraw, making the final table, it is worth reminding everyone 365,000 euros to the winner of this event. 365-ish times your initial buy-in.
Absolutely insane. Amazing.
Pretty wild.
This dealer that just sat down, Charlie.
Yeah.
One of the quickest dealers I've ever seen.
Busted me in this. You want to know why I remember that?
Do you know what? I love Charlie.
You want to know why I remember that? Is because I was all in with a lot of outs to the river, and I looked and I saw the name tag, and I said, Charlie's my brother's name, okay? And he looked at me, okay, and then bricked it out.
You doubled up for 2 last time?
No, Charlie's a really good dealer.
Is that right, yeah?
Close the blinds, yeah.
Yeah, exactly 2.
Uh-oh.
4.5.
We might have to, encore, boys?
Do you want more?
Do you want more? Do you want another tune?
You've actually got a little bit of a tune in there.
Ow now,
Yeah.
brown cow.
You
That's what I always hear my
you've
mom
stole the
say
10,
when
have
she's
you?
warming up
Yeah,
her
no,
voice.
that's
She's
right.
a voice teacher and
All
actress.
about the singing afterwards.
Ow now, brown cow.
Let's focus. Try to keep it.
All right. Fair enough.
Still a very big spot, regardless of the likelihood of it being a chop.
Right,
I mean,
my
there is-
fault.
yeah.
Like he might, and it's. I don't think. Actually,
Yeah.
think it's completely unreasonable. It's
Oh, that
super,
looks
super
like a
close.
fold. That looks like a fold face.
Still sure.
Joe, what does he have? It has
Got a
to
better
be
hand than you had last time.
Ace, Queen, or Jacks.
Ace Queen
It's
suited.
Queen or Nines we established.
Oh,
no?
sorry.
Yeah, that's the joke.
Sorry.
And then someone says Jacks. It's okay. Sorry. We'll polish it up. This is our first time, the three of us. You know.
Sorry.
As long as
Feel
we're
like
focusing on
bright
Shaw
future.
here, Marganoff lets us know the Poker News report on the Jacks hand is up. Maverick Sack has shoved 4.4 million from the small blind over a Shaw open.
Wow. 22 big blinds from the small, out from the under the gun open from the big chip leader. Ooh.
Spicy.
Spicy, a spice bag, you might call it.
The greatest cuisine in the world, and I'll hear nothing else.
Oh yeah, it was. Well, it was food. It was something when I had it the other day.
You got to get one from a certain restaurant, though.
Yeah, no, I gotta say Outback. It was, you know, it was food.
It's not a true representation of the greatest.
I didn't
cuisine
find
on
it
earth.
spicy.
Yes.
I didn't like that I got to choose my sauce. It's like, give me the one that's like supposed to be the best with this.
There's not meant to be a sauce.
Okay, so I'm not supposed to put sauce on it.
No.
So it's just the okay.
But it's usually quite spicy.
Yeah. Okay.
Rice opening 7-8 of diamonds.
Rice it up.
Incredibly frustrating for Benny to face the mid-raise and have 5 deuce off.
Just so many hands he can justify seeing a cheap flop with, and this is not one of them.
I don't know if he's going to be able to resist doing something here.
I was going to say, you can get weird, right? You're more likely to get a little weird here than you are
I could see like a 1.4.
Yeah.
1.35, but he just folds.
You guys are crazy. He's got 5 deuce.
I understand,
You can
but
see the 1.4?
But don't
I mean,
you,
just like pretending you have something. I don't know. It's like a thing you can do. Like, it's just, I'm just saying, like.
I play every hand like I've got aces, and that is why I don't
No.
go
Let me be clear about something, okay? Of course, we're just like holding there. I'm just saying that like, there's something about being in live poker with like what appears to be an amateurish min raise, blind on blind, and you have a no equity hand. A lot of pros will just raise. They're just like, I can't fold this, and I don't want to play this.
Let me word it
But he
differently.
doesn't have any chips to do it.
Let me word it differently.
Yeah, do it. Can you please defend me?
Don't you think Benny thinks he can outplay Rice?
Possibly.
Right.
But I reckon I would potentially be able to outplay you in a poker table. I won't come after you with 5 deuce.
It's true.
I appreciate that, and if you did, I would take it personally, which is why I can't play poker.
Benjamin Sprague has the same issue, and he plays all the time.
Yeah,
He
right.
takes everything personally.
No, we talk about it all the time.
I'm saying Benjamin Sprague might be raising to 1.4 there is what I'm saying.
Yeah, do you know what?
You
If
agree with
anyone's
me?
going to do it, Spraggy loves a live read.
Rice with a real one this time. One that cannot be folded for any amount of action.
I've seen Darcy make some pretty big folds relatively against Rice.
Oh yeah, that's true. We did see a what was King 9, I think. He folded one time, right?
I think he folded Ace 4 off as well. But he's got a few more chips now.
Cool.
It's going to be calling.
Oh yeah, we're seeing a flop of this puppy.
Jack 7-4. Rice not able to continuation bet. Deuce on the turn.
Spot where Doherty might want to start bluffing, but this hand just doesn't really benefit too much from it.
Yeah, it's a tough candidate.
Bet 675.
And Rice goes for the delayed continuation bet, gets it through.
I think it's a player all in there.
Is it on, yeah?
Is the call is all? I saw it only one in. I don't know like if it's a call or not.
Where are you from, mate?
Moldova.
Moldova, is that around here?
Moldavian. Between we have a border with Ukraine and Romania.
Oh, Ukraine and Romania.
Romania.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, you told me yesterday actually. We were speaking yesterday, weren't we?
Yeah.
Outside.
I'll do this so that I have even stacks.
It's fine. I got OCD like that as well, to be honest.
It's just easier, isn't it?
Action's folded over to Benny Glazer. Excuse me, Glazer. Old habits die hard, Griff. I'm right there with you.
A little over 5 now, right? A little over 5, yeah?
Yeah.
Glazer folds. Doherty. Mind you suited. Doherty a little less predictable and a little less tight than some of the other players at this table.
Yeah, Doherty doesn't like to fold. I could see him raise or limp this, but likely not going to let it go.
With Shaw's stack, I think Doherty should be mostly raising. I don't think he should be limping too much.
Raise all in.
Shaw's having none of it.
Quick full from Doherty.
Nice comeback here from Shaw after the absolutely brutal bad beat on the other table. The worst we've seen here at the Irish Open 2023.
It's the biggest bounties going on.
So what?
What's the biggest bounties going on?
25.
25. There's one of the 10s. I think there's 2 10s, is there?
Couple 10s, couple 25s.
There's one of the 25s not going to play to the final table.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
They should start doing that. That's good. Keep the one big bounty for the final table. And if you get a bounty on the final table, you can possibly win that big bounty.
Personally speaking, I think it would be great if whoever gets the big blind, whoever gets the big bounty, whoever they bust, get 10% of it.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah,
I
that'd
think
be fun as well, to be honest.
You know, so say I bust you, and I pull 25k, you get 2.5k. Well, you bust, you've got nothing, but you'll get 2.5k. The problem is your bounties would have to be drawn then as you go along, or name put on them, or name put on them. Like.
At least one.
And you see how quickly
I think you can put a name on it. They can start with the
bit.
envelopes with everybody gets an
You
envelope
lose
first.
a shortish all in, you lose a couple raise fold,
I take your
small
envelope,
pots, and
right,
Doherty suddenly
open up, so
only
Benny
playing
gets
8 million after having been
it's
well over 12.
A nice difference to it.
Barbaros
I guess I would encourage gambling.
is going to
leave
call.
Cool.
Well, I just think it's a nice touch if you bust, you're out on these. At least you still have a glimmer of hope that you hit the big one. Or
Neither player flopping anything on Jack 6 tray. Would imagine Doherty's going to continue here.
Barbaros checks.
Seems very deliberate with a lot of his actions. I think sometimes when I'm playing, honestly, I can be a little bit quick. just in general. And then when I actually have a spot, it's obvious that it's close.
There's quick sometimes when people aren't really, when they make their decisions quickly, obviously, and there's deliberate when they make their decisions slowly. And I think in his case, which is kind of like mine, it's deliberate because I want people to think it wasn't an easy decision. Like it could have gone either way. Like I just want to do a quick check. I have nothing. Check.
Yeah. I feel like it's hard to fight back here with Queen 9, no heart.
Yeah.
Maybe cheeky little check raise if you had Queen 9 of clubs, even continue, but gotta let it go.
"30 minutes from now, you guys are going to hear about a nice bounty being pulled. If you didn't just hear it right now. And Doherty.
My radar's off.
They're playing us, yeah?
What the hell?
His what is off?
I thought you were going to raise.
That's okay.
Reed.
Save me if you could.
I was thinking for one.
Reed.
I got you, Joe. Important part of the game.
Yeah.
It's about time you folded to me. Can't win everyone.
I've had good hands.
So have I, but I mean, just can't do anything with stuff up and down.
Actually, that's a pretty good phrase for a GTO poker player. Where we're going, we don't need reads.
I like that a lot more than I thought I would. Glauser, decent shove candidate here for about 13 big blinds, but can also put in some raises and is going to just min.
Anyway.
9-7 suited is always a painful one to fold, but it's got to go in the bin.
Got to go in the bin.
Break, yeah.
Yeah, we are actually. Yeah. That's right.
Last time before the break, Benny trying to pick up a few much-needed chips.
And does so.
An up and down level for Benny, but has ended around where he started when I joined.
Very good. Thank you.
And
You heard Big Nick. We are going on a 20-minute break. There's going to be a new feature table when we get back because we have not lost a player. These are the stacks heading to the other table. And coming back, we'll have Oyala, Waters, Panagiotis, Black, and Win. More from the Irish Poker Open when we return.
Yeah, I know. But it's going to be a read for it.
It's like I was rooting against Chris. I just said, well, I hope Farha wins. I was an idiot. What do you want from me?
One other thing I wanted to ask you about your first year on the World Series, the Moneymaker year. Is it true that you thought that it would be bad for poker if Moneymaker won, that you felt that in order for the game to have legitimacy, the established pro, Sami Farha, needed to win?
Okay, James, I'm not expecting softballs here, but earlier you want to finish the story that, my investors got zero back on 25K. Now you're pounding away on a mistake I made, an honest mistake. It's not like I didn't kidnap the Lindbergh baby, all right? I wasn't one of the masterminds behind 9/11. When we were coming down the stretch, in fact, when Phil Ivey got knocked out 10th just before the final table, and obviously we were going to have 7 episodes, so we were going to have plenty of Ivey. I was horrified. I thought that was bad because he was the most established person left.
Yeah.
So now we got 9. Now we got 9 clowns left. But yes, when it got to heads up, when it was Moneymaker versus Farha, I believed with every inch of my heart that it was bad for poker if some accountant, 27-year-old hick accountant from Tennessee, who almost sold a seat and won a seat for any one of 37 different numbers now we have. $39, $49. You want to
$110, $150.
I know the exact amount. The correct number, by the way.
7-Eleven.
The correct number for posterity is $86.
$86 as of today, James. But anyway, I thought it was bad for poker. Some amateur came in and just showed that you could be a nobody and have no previous experience and have a rank of hands chart in front of you and beat the Humphrey Bogart gambling figure with the cigarette dangling out of his mouth. Yeah, so it's like I was rooting against Chris. I just said, well, I hope Farha wins. I was an idiot. What do you want from me?
Okay, well, to that point, do you think that over the last 18 years or so since 2003 that you have changed your opinions on much else besides that? It feels like, to me, you've grown a lot, or changed, we'll call it, because grown isn't necessarily always a positive or a negative thing. It seems like you've changed quite a bit. Do you feel like you have?
You know, again, sometimes there's changes that you don't feel or see. It's almost like when you're in the water in the ocean and what's it called? When you move from one part to another part, you don't even notice it.
You just drift away. Yeah, you realize your towel's way over there now.
Yeah. Okay, so there can be an undertow in your life. It just happens so slowly, so incrementally. You don't notice it, and 12 years later, you know, you're convicted for manslaughter, and you were having a bad day, but you didn't know how you got there. So there have been changes. For sure. The one change I've never made, which I've been stubborn on in terms of my approach to how we do the broadcasting, is screw the strategy. And I take grief for this with certain segment of the poker community, but I literally did not even study up more on No Limit Hold'em because I didn't want to reach the point where I'm thinking, okay, now I'm gonna make a point. I'm gonna make a point here on why he is betting Jack 10 offsuit from under the gun 2 because I know what this is. I don't give a and I've never given it. I always thought it would change what I'm doing. So yeah, I've made a point of actually not studying the game. Even when I've gone in the last few years to do bracelet events, streaming them on Poker Go or wherever we stream them on, that's a game that I play, like a stud game or a horse game. I don't do much strategy because I just don't think that's the way to go for most of the audience. But yeah, I've had changes and I just don't know what they are.
Really good final table, actually. I'm really enjoying it. Okay, 5-9 there for Jason Mercier. Oh,
wow!
Now he's suddenly.
This is not something we've seen before, is it?
No. Well, four-handed. You see, he's going to start opening up now that the four-handed. The right thing to do. Good for him. He's set up a table image.
Yeah.
He's going to capitalise on it.
80,000.
I can't see him getting called unless.
Anthony pass, small-blind pass. Eric calls.
Eric's making a mistake here, I think.
Yeah.
He really is. He's calling just to try to outplay him.
Check.
So if you've got aces or, you know...
Two players, Eric check in the dark.
Let's see what happens here.
Oh, I hate that. He's checked in the dark again.
Flop comes.
Yeah.
5, check, 6. Jason checks.
Jason
Here
checks as
third.
well.
It's an 8.
What's Koska's going to do now?
220.
220,000.
Betting 220,000 into a pot of 187,000.
220,000. Did he say call? Oh, well, he's picked up a middle pin. He's picked up a middle pin straight with his pair of 5s. So he needs a 7 or a 9. Well, he actually, as it is,
he doesn't actually need anything.
Winning.
But if he thinks he's behind, that's what he thinks he needs.
Exactly. Yeah. That's what I'm thinking in my head too.
Board is 5, check, 6, 8.
Koskas didn't like that call.
And 8.
Okay.
I'm all in.
Eric all.
Wow.
Very great strong play there. If Mercier can pick this up, this will be an incredible call. If he can. How much has he got to call here? 700,000. And his stack is 2,044,000. So he'll still be left 1.3 million if he calls and gets it wrong. Has he got a jack in his hand? Has he got an 8? Think it through. He's thinking it through. Checking out his body language. He's looking at Eric.
From what we've seen,
corner of his eye.
From what we've seen of Jason, do we think he can make this call?
I've no idea.
Can he get a read on Eric Koskas?
I think he thinks his 2 pair are good here. I think instinctively he thinks his 2 pair are good. But remember that these guys play hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hands online. you know, they have a sort of feel for when they might be ahead. What's he got? He's got ace king. If he's got no pair, then I'm good. Could he have been betting a flush draw?
If his instinct is that his 2 pairs are good,
I call.
Just got to decide whether to trust his instinct, and that's what he does.
Showdown.
What a great call.
Made the call, and Koskas will show he had absolutely nothing.
That is an absolutely excellent call.
He went with his instinct, he made the call, and he's eliminated Eric Koskas.
He has. It's a brilliant call. It's a brilliant, brilliant call.
Blinds are up to 80 and 160,000 with a 20,000 ante. Andrew Chen first to speak.
Suited 1 gapper on the button, heads up.
Raises to 360.
This is not a mandatory 3-bet. Good way to balance your range.
Ty elects to call. Jack 7-5 flop. Ace high still good. Ty checks.
Checking to the pre-flop aggressor. Chen should continue.
He does. 330,000.
Ace high will often be the best hand, just like it is on this hand.
Ty calls. Nine of spades on the turn. Changes nothing. Gatai checks a second time.
See if Chen slows down as well.
He does. He checks behind. 10 of clubs on the river.
You would expect it to go check, check, maybe check bluff here. But it looks like we're going to see a bet from Davide Katai.
Is this a value bet or a bluff?
Pretty sure he doesn't want to call, so I'm guessing this is a bluff to try to fold out a 7 or a 5. Chen should be ditching this right about now. But he's not. I know he's not calling.
Well, this is certainly a bluff. A raise to more than 1.5 million.
To be perfectly honest, there are tons of hands Andrew could have here that have ace-3 beat. Tons. Katai is not taking his gaze off Chen at all. This would be some kind of absolute sick soul read.
Awesome call alert.
Agreed. I don't know how often ace tray is going to be good in that spot, but it's infrequently enough that I'm confident in saying that is a losing play in the long run. But Davide Katai just made a soul read on par with Mystic Meg.
Jack 10 for Roger.
The old two-handed peel to go with it. Don't see much of that these days. I'm for it.
He's raising from the button. 450,000. Ace 10 for Steve O'Dwyer.
Uh-oh, Steve's doing the dominance dance.
He calls.
Plays it kind of slow.
The flop is Queen 8-8. It's a gut shot for Sipple. O'Dwyer still ahead with ace high. O'Dwyer's playing in flow. He's checked the action to Sipple.
And Steve can now call a lot of C-bets because it's a smaller pot.
It's a chunky C-bet from Roger, 750K.
And I don't think Roger's going to have much here very often.
O'Dwyer calls. A pot of 2.4 million. The turn card is a deuce. It changes nothing.
Can Roger dump? Nope.
Check, check on the turn. The river card, a 3. It's a brick. Sipple misses its draw. Ace high is the best hand. O'Dwyer checks for a third time.
I'm all in.
And Sipple bluff shoves the river.
Roger. Roger, what are you doing to me?
This is really tricky. Last time Raj did this, he was stronger than the drinks at the players' party. But this is not how most players are going to play their bluffs.
And that is certainly the kind of thing a player of Steve O'Dwyer's caliber is going to notice. We can see he has the best hand. A lot of players are going to fold in this spot, and if Steve does fold, he'll still have a 2-1 chip lead over Roger. But considering he has the best hand, if he heroes with ace high, he will win the tournament.
I think a 10 is pretty good.
Father Time is going to need some time.
Good call.
He calls!
It's over.
Good call.
Incredible call.
It's high.
With that hand, Steve O'Dwyer wins!
Wow.
I didn't have you on a pair and you didn't have one. I didn't think you were going to make that call.
I was worried I had a 10 that blocked some of your gut shots. So.
Good call.
Thank you. And nice job.
Thank you. You too.
Oh, man.
Manik Lerza in the small blind with 6 deuce. Ryan Rees started the hand with 6 big blinds, has 4 behind because he posted the big blind ante and the big blind itself.
Before, yeah. So this is $1 million plus 2.
Lerza just calls. And Ryan Rees checks his option with 10 deuce. Well, Rees is open-ended on the flop. Action goes check, check. Board pairs on the turn.
I won't be surprised to see Lerza check here again and look to go for delayed bluff on the river.
Well, Rees
at this point
has a lock on this with 10 high.
It's super interesting if Lerza bets, because you would imagine that pre-flop he shoves pretty much every queen, every king, every ace. So unless he's trapping with a jack, man, honestly, I know this sounds crazy to say, but Ryan Rees with 10 high might be pretty suspicious of this all in. This would be one of the most insane calls we've ever seen on an EPT final table to call with 10 high, but honestly, I don't think it'd be the craziest one. He might be able to work this out that his opponent's never doing this with an ace high, king high, doesn't have them pre-flop. A lot of the time he's going to have these delayed bluffs. Can he make a wild call with the 10 deuce? He is definitely thinking about it.
7-2.
Looks like he might only have one more time bank left.
Have you ever found yourself in an MTT, Finton, where you've called all in with 10 high and been right?
Definitely not on a final table, not even close. This would be one of the sickest calls ever. But it just doesn't make sense from the 6 deuce. Oh, what a call!
He calls all in with 10 high and will get the double up.
They're playing for the advertised payouts. 234 for third, 360 for second, more than $500,000 for the winner. And blinds up now to 80,000, 160,000 with a 20,000 ante. Action on Mustafa Kanat, who has kings.
He's pretty happy they didn't make a deal.
The chip leader raises to 325,000. Pocket fives for Charlie Carroll.
Uh-oh.
Well then. He shoves for 2.75 million. Chance Cornuth with ace-9 in the big blind.
All in.
He's all in.
Really?
I call.
And Kanat calls.
Hello, guys.
Whoops, not so sure about the move with ace-9, but it's probably really close.
Three-way all in, and if kings hold, it's over.
No ace.
Charlie has chance covered, so he's set to get second place here.
What do we have?
Fives.
As things stand, Kanat is a 58% favorite to win this hand and the title. Even bigger favorite now.
Can the best hand hold for once?
We need a 5 with no ace. If there's no ace, then this gets up.
Then we all get to the bar a little bit faster.
This tournament about to end with a double bust out. 5 on the turn. Charlie now set for a near triple up.
That's Riley's feeling it.
The other two now drawing thin.
A deuce would be pretty enjoyable. A deuce would be horrible.
Cornuth needs a deuce to survive.
One off would be the deuce of spades, right?
Poor kings. Started off the favorite, now he's the dog.
The river card is a deuce. A straight for Cornuth. Charlie's not out. He wins the small side pot against Kanat.
Sick.
And Chance Cornuth triples up.
You guys.
I don't think he called it.
You got me, remember? Oh, but you covered.
Oh, hang on, no, I'm still.
Yeah, you gotta.
Chip in a chair, that's what he's got.
That's pretty fortuitous.
Kanat was on the verge of busting both of them and winning the tournament, but we play on three-handed.
Welcome back to the 2023 Irish Poker Open, brought to you by PokerStars and Paddy Power Poker. It is the final day, but not yet the final table. 2 tables of 5 remain. 10 players in contention for this historic title, and the first prize this year of 365,000 euros. And during the break, we flipped you for real. What was the outer table is now the feature table. What was the feature table is now the outer table. So these guys coming to the main stage, so delighted to still have the legend that is Andy Black still in this poker tournament. I am James Hartigan, sat alongside me, Vincent Hand, a former Irish Open finalist.
I'm just happy that Griff's out of here, because I was sick of the jokes about coming 7th. Came over here for a nice, enjoyable time watching this final day and just getting abused.
And a guy who just flopped a royal flush in an Irish Open cash game, Nick Walsh.
Thank you so much. I'm
Tell
here.
them about all the money you made.
Oh, it was fantastic, guys. Check, 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 flop. Check, 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 turn. Bet 2, fold, call 2. Profit. That's how you do
€2.
it. Yep. Check it out on the socials, guys. Flop the royal, baby.
So action underway again. Blinds are up, as they are every 60 minutes. This is level 35, 150k, 300k with a 300k big blind ante. By my calculations, Finton, average stack is still around 23, 24 big blinds. It's still shallow, and I'm kind of surprised we're not yet at one table.
I reckon we're going to have a flurry of bust-outs. Not quite the bubble bust-out bonanza that we often see. I honestly, I nearly tripped over my tongue there. That was very brave for me to attempt. But I reckon we'll see. We'll see the final table in the next half an hour, 40 minutes. Easy.
So the raise has come from Jamie Wynn on the button, and both blinds have folded.
Did you get a picture of your royal flush, Nick?
I did. I put it on the gram. It wasn't a particularly exciting hand. The last time I flopped a royal, I made considerably more. But you know, it never happens. It was nice. I asked the dealer, "Hey, what do I get for flopping a royal?" And he went,
"Look a bit
"Here you go."
isolated over there."
Offered me his hand, a hand of thanks. Thanks, dealer. Appreciate it.
Wait, you flopped more than one royal flush by live poker?
Twice now.
That is insane.
I know, that is fairly unreal. Hashtag always lucky.
And this is only his second time playing live. That's how well he runs.
I think I've probably had 5 Royals lifetime, but flopped it twice.
What, 5 in live poker?
No, the other 3 were online, and probably like with 1 card or something silly like that.
I did flop back-to-back spade royal flushes in about 20 minutes in one online session one time.
That's unbelievable.
Finland's Henry Ojala with ace-king on the button. 6.3 million to start the hand, so around 20 bigs.
Moi? Is that high?
That is high.
Oh my god, I got it. All the Finnish people I ever lived with only taught me the curse words, obviously, so we'll keep them away from the broadcast.
Kiitos.
600,000.
Thank you. See? You get poker and you get Duolingo all in one stream. So, Mavrotakis has got Queen 8 offsuit. Does have a lot of chips. Kind of feels still like a reasonably wide defend.
We saw this man winning many chips with Jack 10 off, if I'm not mistaken, versus the Jacks, the now infamous hand. So I don't expect to see any folds with Queen 8. Maybe we even see a spicy re-raise. Are you a card protector kind of guy when you're playing? Did you have one?
No, I just use a chip.
Same. Old school.
But I have to say, I do like this card protector. Not unattractive.
It's like a disco Scooby-Doo.
So we do go heads up to the flop, which is Queen high, and Mavrotakis takes the lead here. Should highlight that we are still playing what is referred to as soft hand for hand. I don't know how good a job Joe did during the last session of explaining what that means.
I honestly have never been more impressed with a piece of commentary than when Joe broke down soft hand for hand.
It basically involves Nick O'Hara, the TD, walking around with a pen and paper and monitoring how long it is taking each table to play a hand and ensuring that the tables are running at approximately the same pace. And if one table is playing slower than the other, they will just kind of pause the action to allow the other table to catch up.
I've been on the table when Nick did it, once at an EPT. There was a lot of tanking going on, final table bubble of a 2K, and Nick wasn't having it.
Nine of spades pairs the board on the turn. Mavrotakis is now an 84% favourite.
Occasionally we'll want to check here, but a lot of the time we will see an attempt at getting some value. Could go for the check and potentially fire big on the river, or maybe go a little bit on the smaller side now. It's also interesting. Ojala on the button with ace king could potentially look to value bet this turn.
Yeah. Tom pointing out the jacks versus jack 10 hand could have combined the tables quickly. Yeah, I wouldn't bring that up in front of Carl Shaw if I were you. 3 pair now for Mavrotakis.
Mavrotakis pretty much always has to bet here. It's starting to look very much like his opponent has got some showdown, but not a hand good enough to bet. Not going to be seeing a lot of bluffs if he checks here, so in my opinion, just a mandatory value bet. Could go small, could go anything as big as pot. I think he can get reasonably greedy here if he decides to.
Do you think if Ojala has king-queen here in position, he probably barrels a turn every time, Fenton?
Well, it was checked on the flop, so it's yeah, I think if but if he had for some reason checked king queen on the flop, then of course likely to put some chips in.
Good stuff.
Mavrotakis does lead the river, and Ojala will have to consider making an ace-high hero call here for 2.2 million.
He has gone on the greedier side of things. 130, 125% pot.
Good sizing. I like it.
How'd you approve?
I'll tell you one thing: he does not like it. he might respect it, but he's not enjoying the fact that he has the decision.
Yeah, it's a cool size though, right? Because you can definitely level yourself into calling with like 7s here, 10s here. Although I imagine some of those might have actually c-bet flop.
The one thing that I do feel you need to be aware of when you have the ace king in this spot is that this sizing does not equate to have to be a 9 or nothing. When it's been checked to the river, the queen is the nuts. You can bet quite large with it. And it can be sometimes when someone bets more than the pot, you're like, oh, well, they have to have trips or they wouldn't bet this size.
Right.
But they very much can, and you can see in this case they are. I think, obviously, though, if you are going to call an ace high, having ace king in particular is quite good here. Your opponent's a little bit more likely to bluff if they've got 10 high, jack high. But I'm going to let you in on a little secret, James. Nobody ever bluffs.
And a good fold from Euler as Mavrotakis chips up to nearly 12 million.
Maybe if I had jack, I would call.
It's interesting that he announces that he's more likely to call the jack. Maybe worried that his opponent could have had a hand like jack 10. Feels that he has to be super nutted there, and I feel like that's the kind of trap you can get caught in.
Well, I guess I'll know in 30 minutes.
Yeah, we said that since yesterday, you know.
It was true yesterday and it's true today. It's how the stream works. It's how the delay functions. It's a technical fact.
Jamie Wynn wanting to open the queen 10 off, but just a little bit awkward off his stack and does elect to make the fold.
Folded around to the small blind. And we know that Andy Black's starting the hand with a sub 20 big blind stack, around 17, 18 bigs. And that looks like Mavrotakis is shoving on Andy.
Painful stack level now. Similar to me, like 5. You got a bit more, haven't you?
Not much more.
What
takes away the opens?
Has Andy got here? 8-7 offsuit, he folds.
Honest players,
King Jack
gentleman's
off.
game.
King Jack off.
Off.
If I hit another 7, I would have called.
I do like to ask you questions that there's every chance you don't have access to information and put you on the spot, but do we know, potentially, has Andy Black final table with the Irish Open before? I'd say probably has.
Wow, that is a good question. I mean, one would only have to look at Andy Black's Hendon Mob credentials to see all of his results.
I love asking James an obscure EPT question. Nobody knows more about EPT than James. I'm like, who finished 16th at EPT San Remo 2007?
And I respect the fact, that you respect my EPT knowledge. I'm not going to pretend that I have the same knowledge of Irish Open history.
Why would you?
Well, Andy Black, by the way, let's do some headline stats here. Number 2 on the Ireland all-time money list. Total live earnings of nearly $5 million.
That means he's number 1, though. Do they have Steve O'Dwyer as number 1? Oh, no, it's... Do you know who it is? I know who it is. It's Max Silver, isn't it?
No, it's... oh, it is Max Silver, you're right. Where's Steve O'Dwyer?
Started off his career as an American.
Surely Steve O'Dwyer has had enough results, though, in the last few years.
He is definitely ahead of the 5 million, without a doubt. But I think on Hendon Mob, he'll be American.
Anyway.
This is going to be difficult.
This is going to go back like 25 years.
Do you know what? Now that I think about it, he has final table at the Irish Open.
You remember?
No, but if I'm wrong, someone will correct us in Twitch chat.
Come on. I like the way you think.
Fantastic.
Andy Black is all in, small to big. So Mavrotzakis limped the button with King 7. Andy then moves all in from the small blind, gets a fold from Jamie Wynn in the big, and now it's back on Mavrotzakis.
I do not expect to see Andy Black all in and called here. Would imagine.
Is that good?
What?
Is that good?
What did you say, 30 minutes?
Only a few seconds.
Yeah.
The shove gets through. So, I appreciate this conversation has been had already, but it is worth reiterating. Why is Steve O'Dwyer not considered to be Irish, but Max Silva is, when both started?
I don't consider either of them Irish. Don't worry.
Okay.
I don't know anything anymore. I decided I know nothing.
It might be that you pick your own flag on Hendemon potentially.
The greatest
you input your details. Maybe you would have to input your own details on Hendemon, would you?
No, I think it's based on the passport you use to register for live events.
Somebody also mentioned it's sometimes based on if you're registering with your PokerStars account where your flag is on PokerStars as well.
That's generally only for PokerStars events, though.
Right.
I think generally Hendemon, when they're collating results, are very much basing it on actual nationality.
That would make more sense, yeah.
And that's nationality, not country of residence.
Mr. Black picks up the ace-king on the button. Makes it a clean million.
You play 5?
Sorry?
You play 5?
Yeah, 5.
Okay, I believe you.
You're right to.
30 minutes.
Huh?
30 minutes.
Well, I do 3 or 4 of them, and then you get a little run, you know. You want to try and get them all in within 30 minutes, you know. And then you can, if you spread them out, do one every 30 minutes. You want to do a rush, you know. And then it makes it really deceptive.
So a reminder that when we lose another player, the field will merge. We'll have the final redraw of the tournament. 9 players sat at the feature table, and then when we lose a player in 9th place, we will have hit the official final table. Short pause in the action, then we'll resume and play down to a winner. Five, 3 off for Andy.
Well, they're still counting these hands, yeah.
I was thinking about it.
Nick, are you still counting the hands? You're still counting the hands.
Nick is always on top
We're
of it.
flying through the hands here. They can't be going as quick as us, are they? No way.
9-8 for win. Raises. Oyela's got ace queen in the small blind.
Unfortunately for Win, those are 2 big blinds that he will never see again. Pace has picked up a little bit on this table, but unfortunately, or fortunately for some players, there's not really been too many hands that have clashed.
Yeah. Thank you, Danny, for the hashtag fun fact. We were just talking now about the Ireland all-time money list. If Andy Black were to finish 4th or better in this tournament, he will move ahead of Max Silva on that list.
That's a pretty cool thing to play for him. Max is not the most active poker player anymore these days, so it could be up there for quite some time.
Ace-7 suited, and Andy folds it.
Win getting another spot that's slightly frustrating. If you had more chips, you'd be very happy to open the Jack-7 suited, but he's just less than 20 big blinds. 10 players remaining. You just don't get to play too wide here.
Tom Waters in the small blind, Queen 9 offsuit.
Would not be shocked if we saw all of the chips entering in the middle. Could also call, but is shoving into the chip leader, which might put him off ever so slightly. The one player that can call a little bit wider.
Wow. Let's see.
It's the first sign I've seen. Maybe
Ace-1?
playing a little bit tight, getting towards the final table. Now, I am not the best man for ICM. I just played a win, James.
ICM, there to keep you poor.
That's what some of the high stakes German regs have told me. ICM was designed to keep the poor people poor, and do you know what? I believe them.
It's nothing more than a theory. So back to the other table, also 5-handed. Looks like it's blind v blind. Barbaros in the small, Declan Rice in the big, and they are going to the flop. Ace 9-3 with 2 spades. Barbaros checks, Rice checks behind. King of diamonds. So 2 flush draws out there now. A bet and a fold.
That all?
That's all what I had.
Looks like that was a set of kings.
Think about the flop.
I was waiting already for you.
So back to the feature table. And looks like we have an all-in. I believe Thomas Waters has shoved. And action is now on Andy Black. So Waters shoving the button, Andy Black in the big blind. Haven't seen the cards yet for either player. Green triangle of death presented to Waters, all of his chips across the line. Black King 4, but we don't know what Waters has.
I think I'm ahead. I can call.
Looks like we might never know.
Not even in 30
had.
minutes.
Not even in 30 minutes. All the stacks are very, very close right now, aren't they? Like, there's nobody that's more than a double up away from being chip leader, basically.
Not only are the stacks pretty even, but they're all ridiculously shallow, and it does explain, again, to use a well-worn cliche, the handcuffing of play right now. No one really has any maneuverability. It's basically become a pre-flop shoving game.
Me counting 5 is like 10 seconds. Tired of it. Wow. Didn't have much sleep, did we? It changes, the blinds change your hand so quickly you lose count.
This would be a little bit on a naughty side, even as chip leader. 6-5 off is not a hand that I would often be racing. But if you think that your opponents are playing particularly tight.
Naughty, naughty. Very, very naughty.
Easy to say as we sit here and see that the chip leader has 6-5. But a hand like Queen Jack off against a chip leader that is playing aggressively makes a nice hand for a reshove. And Win does pick the spot.
Does indeed.
Very confident.
So back to the other table. And after that, I will read the missive I have just received from the legend that is Stephen O'Dwyer, who for at least the next few hours is the reigning Irish Open champion. Steve is watching the stream. Hello, Stephen.
Hey, Steve.
At some point 4 or 5 years ago, they switched me to being Irish. I asked them to switch me back because I felt bad about suddenly being #1 on the Irish all-time money list.
Oh, he's so nice. Why does I'm not letting him be Irish, and he has such a nice story.
I felt that list should be Irish players. Lol. When Max got his Irish passport a year or two ago, he did not feel the same way. And he was like, yeah, put me on the top of that list.
Well, like I said, I consider neither of them Irish, so there's no issues here.
What? You're not the immigration service, Finton. You don't get to decide who is and who isn't. Meanwhile, Waters all in with ace-10. Mavrotsakis has 6s, and if Mavrotsakis calls, we're going to be off to the races.
I would be not calling.
I would definitely be folding here this close to the final. Maybe if you were closing the action, but with 2 players to act, or sorry, 3 players to act behind.
I know we've got a very big all-in on the final 2 tables, but as I know that Steve O'Dwyer is watching, I just want to ask, did you bring your lucky chair home?
I think the lucky chair got left behind when it didn't work out this year.
Okay. It's the problem with today's generation. It just doesn't work out once and you get rid of it. Got him an Irish Open title, apparently not good enough. And you wonder why divorce rates are so high.
Maybe he suddenly realized that he's just a really good poker player and the chair had sod all to do with it.
Can't believe my drunk uncle got in here. I told him I was doing commentary and I couldn't talk with him until it was done.
Mavrotsakis folds the 6s. Andy Black now on the button with 9-3 off. The blinds. Oh, ace-queen.
I would not fold this one.
Nope.
Jamie Wynn reshoves. And just to be clear, it is going to be Tom Waters who's at risk here and behind a domination situation.
All in, call. Thank you. I have a feeling you got away with something bad.
India.
Is it going to affect our decision over there, you know?
Them up, they've stopped. Okay, you ready?
Flip the cards and let's run it.
All right.
Not usually going to be in the best of shape when you do get called with the ace-10 here.
Good luck, mate.
Good luck.
It is Waters that is at risk as well.
At risk and behind. The flop is King 9 deuce, just the 1 heart. Turn card.
Oh no.
Is the 10. Domination rotation.
That is utterly tragic for Win.
Savagery on the turn.
Jack or Queen, no.
The 4 on the river. Waters survives. doubling up to 10 million. Win left with 1.4 million. Super short stack in the hyper danger zone.
Hyper danger zone!
You were winning.
Absolutely heartbreaking for Win. That pot is worth so much money. Local lad trying to make the Irish Open final table and gets 3-outed with 10 left.
Yeah, unlucky, mate.
We're all rooting for the fucking.
I know.
Yeah,
I know. You wanted me out of here.
I had up. It's just like
I know. That's the game, man. That's the game.
I think all the players were sweating that one, Finty. Final table time. Oh, never mind. 10 on the turn.
Win with just 4 big blinds.
Unofficial final table, Nick. Apparently, we can't be calling them final tablers.
Apparently,
you got to
sorry.
get top 8.
Yeah, you got it.
When I made the final table of the Irish Open back in 2017, they actually only had the capabilities to stream for 8 people. So when we made the final table, we played cards down for until we got to 8, which was actually ours.
Right.
I assume this table probably is set up for 9.
It is. We were playing 9-handed, for example, on day 1 and most of day 2.
I was there. I should know.
You were there, James. You should know.
He does.
I did. I just said it's
joking. I'm joking. Just trying to find a callback to the James in the tournament situation.
the final table.
I don't need to be reminded.
I did send out a tweet that you were my neighbour, and as I was about to press send, I saw you walking away, and then I heard the story, and I was like, I'll be still tweeting this out.
Which is why I'm so glad you then got to delight about how you basically
I got there
with aces against queens and got there. Yeah.
Oh, by the way, did you hear what I got there with aces against queens? Come on, I got it in good.
No justice.
But yeah, he had a queen on the turn, I hit an ace on the river.
Spin it up.
Oh, that's right, yeah. All right, back in the mix, guys. Still 10-handed here. Irish Poker Open 2023. Sakis, ace-9 suited, UTG.
I'm slightly concerned for Mr. Wynn.
Very reasonable concern. If any of my friends or players had 4 big blinds, I would not be too high up on their chances. But I believe in the scum run. I believe in the short stack spin.
Yep. Scum run, trademark, Finty Enterprises.
I'll tell you one thing, I have no idea what you do with 4 big blinds though. Nick, this is your area of expertise. Let's hear it, bro.
You fold King 9.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. 4 big blind poker player.
Expert.
That's pretty deep stack for you guys in those spin and goes, isn't
oh,
it?
mate, honestly.
4 big blinds, you get some limp folds in.
We're getting up there. We're getting way up there.
Have you ever 3-bet folded off the 4 bigs?
Only a true pro can pull that one off. All right, gets all the way around. Maverick Sakis picking up one more pot.
Where's he gone? Or has he gone home? Is he still around?
I saw him earlier having a drink.
He's up there. He was having a pint?
Yeah.
Nice and early.
I saw him when I walked into the tournament. That's when he said it to me. He said, say hello to you.
Chris Miller on YouTube asks, 1 elimination to final table? 1 elimination until we are down to 1 table, but yes, and bear in mind, this is very much the rule that the Irish Open organisers have put in place. They want an 8-handed final table, so we will play on what we call the final table bubble with 9 players. Once we are down to 8, they are going to pause the action, and there will then be an official ceremony introducing those 8 players. I don't think there's going to be a redraw.
Oh, okay, sorry, my bad, apologies.
But there will be the kind of opening ceremony, if you like, for the final table once we get down to 8.
Might have a little MC calling the players in.
I believe we are going to do that.
Back when he was a less controversial figure, I may or may not have done the Conor McGregor, Billy Strutt into my Irish Open final table.
I've no idea what that means, but good for you.
You'll do nothing.
All right.
Andy's going to do something. He's all in. Just over 15 big blinds here on our featured table.
I've come to the conclusion that ace-10 off is the danger hand at the Irish Open, by the way.
It's going to get round, guys.
Yeah.
Andy Black going to pick up this pot.
This is getting.
Oh, thank fuck for that.
Oh, €8,000 coolers around.
Fucking thank fuck for that.
So let's talk about money jumps, guys, with 10 players remaining. Everyone is now locked up. 25,750 euros, but if you can make it to the top 9, 33,500.
You didn't want it.
That,
well, I just said, no, wait a second, I'm trying to win the
Den Borwy, is White's hand for hand now, or rather soft hand for hand, because of that big money jump.
I'll take it.
Big pot on the other table, I think.
What?
I think there's a big pot on the other table.
What is happening at the other table? Should we go over there? Should we find out? I'd be intrigued to know what they can see and we can't.
You can take a look.
Okay, well, apparently the hand involves David Doherty and start of day chip leader Barbaros. And David Doherty has bet 2.1 million on the river. Barbaros in the tank. There's the board. 10-10-7-5 deuce. It's a decent percentage of Barbaros's chips.
A very big pot. Having seen none of the action, but knowing that Doherty can get slightly out of line, I would say there's a reasonable chance that if he gets called, he will lose.
EPT London champion Ian Hamilton watching from the rail. I believe he is friends with Carl Shaw. That's a call, and Doherty tables sevens for a full house, sevens full of tens. And that hand is good. He had it, Vincent.
Solid reads, solid reads. And this is why I'm not on the final two tables.
David Doherty wins a huge pot at that five-handed table. Meanwhile, we come back to the five-handed feature table where we have a super short stack. Jamie Wynn got it in good, but was done dirty on the turn and is now down to fewer than 4 big blinds. In fact, he has posted the big blind and the ante. 50% of his chips are already in the pot.
Not going to be many hands he can fold.
Yep. Fairly invested. When you consider we're on that final table bubble.
You would imagine that Waters got to get involved with Queen 10 of diamonds.
Such a pretty hand from the cutoff.
Raise.
Raises to 600,000. Mavrotzakis with 6-5 of diamonds. Folds the button. Andy Black, 8-3 off in the small blinds. Goodbye. And now, Jamie Wynn.
That is just so tragic.
With a dominated hand in the big. Pretty much committed to this pot.
I don't know, he started the hand with 4 big blinds, but half of it's out there.
Yeah.
This big blind ante is too confusing for my little pea brain. I don't know if that means you've got 4 big blinds, or do you, I don't know, Nick. Nick, can you please tell me how to play the 4 big blind stack?
You have to call. You have to call. He could have pocket tens here, and you're still.
Well, he could also have pocket queens, Nick.
That's true. That is true.
When you say you have to call, what you mean is he has to go with it, right?
He has to run the queen deuce. Too much dead money, too much equity. He's by far the shortest stack, so there's really no ICM here. Oh, wow, makes the fold.
Chip in a chair.
Chip in a chair, indeed.
No, like
Chip in a chair, a few hold cards.
Make the
Win's got a chance.
The other double.
Now, of course, chip in a chair is a Joe Stapleton expression, and Joe would like to point out, Vincent, he couldn't possibly have queens because queens are blocked.
Oh, I actually didn't notice.
Do we have an all-in here? We do. It's ace-king versus ace-jack. Benny with the ace-king, Declan Rice with the ace-jack. Straight draws for both players on the flop. Deuce of clubs on the turn.
Oh my God.
9 on the river for the straight, and Declan Rice survives, doubling up through Benny Glaser, who does not look best pleased about the outcome of that hand.
I think Benny might be out, or is he covered? Benny looks like a man who's not in that tournament anymore to me.
Wow, Benny was indeed covered. Benny Glaser will not be advancing. 10th place finisher in the Irish Open.
That means the queen deuce fold will keep.
I feel a bit better now.
So Benny cashes for 25-7. Everyone else locks up 33-5, and we are going to redraw.
Jamie Wynn's fold does actually net him the final table and the pay jump.
Unofficial final table.
Thank you,
Nicholas.
Thank you, thank you.
But the pay jump is a valid observation.
Yeah, quite right.
That makes an even more horrible beat. At first, I thought Benny had Declan Rice covered, so I thought that that was just a double up. The fact that you get ace-king cracked by ace-jack and are then KO'd somehow makes it all the more painful.
An exceptional Irish Open for Benny.
Blind still 100,000, 200,000 with a 20k ante. Galen Hall on the button has posted the small blind and is first to speak. Looks down at 8-4 offsuit.
You can widen your range heads up and raise almost any 2 cards profitably from the button.
He's made it 450,000. Oliver has ace deuce in the big blind. He'll make the call, and we will see a flop. The flop is 3-5 deuce. It's an up and down straight draw for Hall. Oliver still leads with a pair of twos and a gut shot straight draw.
This is a good flop for Hall to continuation bet.
Oliver is checked to him. Hall makes a C bet of 575,000.
Oliver won't be going anywhere.
Makes the call. The turn is the 2 of hearts. Trip twos now for Oliver. Hall still has the straight draw. Oliver checks a second time.
He checks the best turn card in the deck so Hall can fire again.
But Hall checks behind.
Let's see the river card.
Hall makes a straight on the river, but Oliver has a full house.
The absolute worst card in the deck for Hall as he makes a wheel. How much money is he going to lose is the real question.
Oliver sets the trap. He checks to him.
What a trap indeed. He's just praying his opponent has a 4, as he does.
Hall makes a value bet with his straight of 2 million.
That is a full pot size bet. Now it's going to be back on Oliver. He is contemplating exactly how much he can check raise. Galen Hall has 9.5 million chips behind. There are 4 million chips in the pot.
Chris Oliver shoves on Galen Hall. He's trying to end it here.
As wild as Oliver is, it's still highly unlikely he ever shows up with the stone cold bluff. If Oliver was bluffing, he could have made a standard check raise rather than the all-in.
Can Galen Hall get away from this?
Only if he dismisses the idea of Oliver turning missed diamonds or a pair into a bluff and interprets this all-in overbet as a pure value bet to end it all.
Oliver praying for a call.
That is a large bet.
Large, it's twice the pot.
If Galen Hall calls here with his straight, the tournament is over and Chris Oliver has won the 2011 PCA.
Oliver's image is telling Hall to call.
But something in his gut is telling him it doesn't add up, it's not right. And he makes the laydown! Galen Hall gets away from the straight. That is an amazing fold.
Good fold, Galen.
Good fold.
Thanks, guys.
Galen Hall's friends have no idea how good a fold that was. So Jeffrey Hakim is going to open with a raise from the cutoff to 65,000 with Queen Jack suited. Wolianowski's got aces again?
760.
Well, he's on the button.
Call.
No one believes button 3 bets, but he's going to slow play and just call.
And Julius has mucked the small blind. Ace-9 suited for Joep van den Boogaard in the big blind. Any chance he squeezes?
With the suited ace and the odds he's getting in the pot, he's probably going to call, but it wouldn't be a bad spot with Ben just calling on the button.
How much is this? 65. I call.
Maybe alarm bells are ringing that Ben didn't 3-bet. Didn't know he had a call button.
Maybe he just wants to see a flop.
And what a flop. Ace-9 deuce with 2 clubs. Top set for Wolianowski. Top 2 pair for van den Boogaard. And the flush draw for Jeffrey Hakim. He had the pre-flop betting lead. It's been checked to him.
Disastrous flop for everybody but Wolianowski. A Hollywood poker writer couldn't have scripted this cooler any better.
93,000. Is there any reason for Wolianowski to do anything but just flat here?
1, 2, 3. 93. Oh, I'm so bad at this.
Considering he has the board completely crushed, I like a flat call. It conceals the strength of his hand and it allows for opponents to make mistakes.
193.
He is going to raise. He sticks 100,000 on top. So what does Joep do with top 2?
Pristine opportunity to re-raise. He is out of position. He can't just flat call. He has to raise the price of admission. Show's about to get expensive.
So he 3-bets to 530,000. He's stuck in about a third of his stack.
No, Hakim can't call it all off with the flush draw.
How much do you have behind?
When Wolianowski gets a count, he may well think that Joep van den Boogaard has committed himself to this pot.
And for that reason, he may stick him all in to risk no clubs.
I'm all in.
He has shoved on van den Boogaard.
He looks disgusted. I'd be happy.
Wow. Wow.
Having committed a third of his chips, he's not meant to pass a hand this strong.
He has top 2 on a board where it's very difficult for any hand to have him beat. I would already be eliminated from the tournament by now.
I'm in the same boat. My chips would have gone across the line, the cards would have gone on their back, and I would have said NHGG.
Such a big hand, but I can't beat anything.
How do you put Wolianowski on a set here?
Joep is clearly thinking Ben does not have a bluff in his range.
Can have aces. Can have aces.
Does have aces.
That's so sick.
He put aces in his range.
Maybe it's because Wolianowski just called pre-flop that makes him think he does have aces.
the first time ever that I don't really know what to do and I don't have a good plan.
I do that to people.
I guess. I hate myself. You would show if I fall? Talking all the time, and now you're saying, don't say anything.
Interesting read.
Oh.
I'm just not going to answer that question.
No, I know.
Makes you feel better, though. I don't hate you.
I'm sorry?
I don't hate you. You just said you hated yourself. I kind of like you.
I don't like myself.
You has picked up on the fact that Ben has gone quiet. He's the chattiest man in poker, and suddenly he's gone as still as a statue. He's laid it down! I'm tempted to call that an amazing fold, or am I just being results-oriented?
Van den Bygart should feel extremely proud. That is a spot where the majority of poker players would have gone broke.
George Clyde Smith has ace-queen under the gun.
G to the CS with another big ace.
Raises, and then raised to 6,000. Joel Micker. There's 8-7 off.
Looks like those chips he just won off Grinder might be burning a hole in his pocket.
He will re-raise. It's a 3-bet to 16,200.
This 3-bet is looser than Grinder's pants.
Grinder has jacks on the button.
Oh, hello. And this is a perfect hand to just call with on the button. Strong enough to cold call and play comfortably in position, but not strong enough to 4-bet get it in for this many chips.
He does call. Anyone else coming along for the ride? That'll be a no.
Clyde Smith probably isn't as worried about Grinder as he is about Mika. 3-betting and under-the-gun razors repping pretty strong.
He gives up the ace-queen.
He would have been out of position to both of them.
So we're going heads up to the flop. And that flop is Jack 8-8, trips for Mika, a full house for Mizrachi.
OMG, grossest flop ever. I haven't seen a deck this cold since EPT Hoff.
Mika checks, Mizrachi checks behind. Who's trapping who here?
Who's gonna slow play it the hardest?
Mika now bets the turn, 25,500.
He loses the game of reverse chicken. Grinder might be thinking about a raise, and this is where him barreling with complete nonsense a lot of the time is going to get him paid like he's passing go.
That is a raise. 55,500 total.
Really bad spot for Mika.
55?
Oh, just 55? Okay, I guess.
51 total?
No, 55.5, right?
Mika's little confusion game might sometimes work. Unfortunately, Grinder so doesn't care. Mika likely thinks Grinder's trying to rep his hand.
So Mika calls, 157,000 in the middle. The river, the deuce of spades, does complete a potential flush. Mika checks.
UNLV, University of Nevada, looking for value, and Grinder's going to be this year's valedictorian.
160.
He overbets the pot, 160,000. What's Channing Tatum over there going to do now?
I think Magic Mika called the turn pretty sure he was trapping, maybe sensing there's a chance he's behind. This is not a good river card, and Grinder just bombed it, so this is a real decision.
That's 160.
I think most players are going to unhappily call here. We've seen Grinder just fire and fire and fire with air or near air, and Mika knows it. So in the long run, you can't fold hands as strong against Grinder. In the short run, it's possible he makes some kind of soul read. Wants to see how much he'll be left with if he makes this call, and the answer is not much. The problem is we know that Grinder is so capable of making this bluff.
That was so sick.
Agreed. Sicker than I was after the open bar at the kickoff party. It'd be absolutely amazing if he can get away from this, but I think more often than not, he's going to have to white knuckle it and just call.
I can't believe I'm folding this.
He lays it down!
Wow, I can't believe it either. Somebody just unlocked the tight laydown badge on Poker Square.
What?
Yeah, this is definitely a conference hand.
What do you think?
Queen's king. Jack 8, 10,
7, 8 off.
What? Oh my god.
That's so sick. What do I? Oh my God. What do you do? I don't know.
The rail wounded.
Yo, pipe down over there. Thanks. Whether you had it or didn't.
You'll never believe what I folded there.
I had 3-4 clubs.
Burn.
I had the winning hand then.
Jacks full.
I don't.
That's
Both
pretty sick flop if you really had that.
I swear, Jacks full.
Witness.
He said, "I'll bet you." I said, "He's like, I had Jacks full." So, either he's just completely lying, or you just made one of the most insane folds ever.
Palafis with Queen 8 here. He calls.
Ah, limps in. Okay.
Dimov has 8-10 of hearts.
Yeah, just go ahead and touch the chips again with that hand.
He checks his option. A 9-7 deuce flop, so Dimov's up and down. Palafis ahead for now with Queen high. He bets 200k.
He seems kind of frustrated.
Quick call from Dimov. A 6 on the turn. That's the straight for Dimov.
Remember before I was saying Danny Paralafis is running good? Well, now he's running really, really bad.
Action goes check, check. Oh no, a 5 on the river. Paralafis now with the dummy end of the straight.
He is running worse than the family from Honey Boo Boo.
I'll take your word for it.
Bad. Really, really bad.
Wow. Look at this. Dimov makes a huge overbet. There was 680,000 in the middle. He's bet 1.2 million.
I mean, Dimov has literally the only hand that Paralafis is losing to. I do not see him folding here. If he folds here, actually, I will take my shirt off and run around the building.
Most of the time, they're going to be chopping.
How good can you run?
Around the building with my shirt off? Better than the family from Honey Boo Boo.
He's folded!
All right, well, James, if you can verify.
The shirt is coming off in honor of Danny Paralafis, who just made an incredible fold. Welcome back to the 2023 Irish Poker Open, brought to you by PokerStars and Paddy Power Poker. An impromptu break for the final redraw of the main event, because just before that break, we lost Benny Glaser in 10th place, meaning we're down to 9, meaning all remaining players are now at the same table, at the feature table. Not yet quite the official final table. That happens when we lose one more player and get down to 8. And then we reset again. And then they will continue to play down to a winner. We will crown a champion today. This is the final day of the tournament. Someone's going to walk away with that first prize of €365,000. It's James Hartigan with Nick Walsh.
Hello, hello. Thank you for having me.
And Vincent Hand.
Hello.
So yeah, obviously sad to lose Benny, but someone has to go out in 10th. And crucially, Jamie Wynn, who is nursing a 2 big blind stack, has managed to secure a seat at the table, and crucially a money jump, because 10th paid €25,750, 9th 33,500, and we have reached the stage, Vincent, where there is a jump with every single elimination now, and the players will be mindful of that.
Absolutely, of course. I do think the first obstacle's out of the way, like you mentioned, though. Not that everyone's going to start going buck wild and shoving like crazy, but I do think there is a prestige and a bragging right to making the final table, and maybe the shackles will be released ever so slightly from the short stacks, and they'll be all in a little bit more, and we'll get that average stack right up, and we'll see some good poker played on the final table, hopefully.
Okay, guys, let's go. Whenever you're playing, I think give me an Irish back.
There is still quite a lot of short stacks. I think we're playing big blind 300k. As you can see,
we are indeed.
Over half the stacks right now are less than 20 big blinds. Now, I said people might have the shackles released a little bit, but whilst Win has 2 big blinds, Shaw, Black, Barbaros, and Ojala are going to have to be so tight. Pretty much everyone's going to have to be tight if they play a pot versus anyone who has them covered.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So more than half the table, sub 20 big blind stacks.
It'll sort itself out in the next couple of hours.
Where do you want him to be? You know what they fucking these bastards did? You know what they did in the commentary box? They said, somebody came up to me at the start of today and said, Andrew, will you do some commentary if you get knocked out? That's not human. I went, yeah. No, what am I saying?
I mean,
they just ask me?
The people want to hear you.
I know, but why can't they just ask me 10 minutes after?
Oh, maybe they're scared to do it.
I don't think it's that big an imposition to say, Andy, if this doesn't work out for you, would you mind doing commentary?
Heaven forbid we actually want to hear from him.
Give them 1 more minute.
It's a very English way of thinking about things. Take that, James.
Man's got an Irish passport. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I would...
Are you not English, Nick?
Technically, no. Still a United States citizen. However, I can become a citizen if I so choose. I'll have to relinquish 1 passport, though, so I have to decide if I want to completely break ties from the States altogether.
Honestly, if I had the choice between being American or English, I would just go no residency. I just live out at sea.
I'd like to be my own independent state.
Yeah.
Pirates. Is there a pirate status? Thank you, sir. I'll have that.
There is the guy with 2 bigs.
Very unfortunate to have 2 big blinds. Lost with the ace-queen to the ace-10 for over 10 million chips. Probably dreaming about what it could have been with that stack.
We've seen it before, though, Finty. On the final table,
the scum run
in Barcelona, the 1 big blind scum run to a win.
Did it happen in Barcelona?
Yes, indeed. And that was also the hand where we went boat over quads for the final hand in Barca.
Barcelona is an incredible spot for poker.
It really is. It really is.
So all 9 players in their seats. Looks like we can restart. And yes, as you highlighted, Fenton, still at the 150, 300k blind level. And I think we have about 20 minutes left to run.
Do a quick final table, throw it up, and then we continue. Congratulations on making it this far. We wish you all the very best of luck. Peter, we start to the openings.
So yeah, Nick just informing the players that the final table photo will be taken when we're down to 8, and also I think Phil Baker, the Master of Ceremonies, will arrive to introduce the 8 players before we restart the action. No, I mean, we can't lose a player and then do another redraw. That's just silly.
Please don't move anymore.
Yeah, the dealer has requested for the button not to be moved. Never realized it was such a controversial topic.
First hand, final 9, getting underway. Let's see what they got.
Who's been on the weed on the break then?
Okay. All eyes on that 2 big blind stack.
Not me.
Insta pay jump.
Yeah.
Don't need to do any more stalling that I wasn't doing anyway. Maybe I should start now. Just mix it up. Yeah, I'm not doing commentary now, am I? Would you like to do some commentary if you get knocked out, Andrew? Yeah? No. I went in there to say it to them. They get all freaked out because it's a time lag and it's got a right thing. Is this real? Everyone knows it's 30
I didn't actually realize that was Andy Black that came in here. Genuinely thought it was my drunk uncle.
Record it.
I mean, obviously there's massive game integrity violations when players start making their way backstage. That was the issue.
Showing B.
Can you count it, please?
875. You have like 5 cards?
Our 2 big blind player, Jamie Wynn, is all in.
This is a decent hand to wake up with here for the two bigs. You've already made the final. You got
gotta
your
be
page
buzzing.
up. Yeah, King 9 is way up there in terms of like beggars can't be choosers situation, right, Vince?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
About 23 years between the two final tables I was at.
Told you he was on the final table of the Irish Open.
You did?
On the second one. After waiting, something like 20 more, it might have been more. Maybe it was 30.
Like,
sounds like it might even be the third time.
One knocking about. You bought the water.
The last 3 hands.
A bit of an interesting spot here. Waters has a hand that he knows might be doing okay, but pretty much Big Blind's going to be forced to call, so he might just get the page up for free here.
Probably would have flicked in 2 big blinds.
Yeah.
But, I mean, great news for Win, seeing a hand that he's ahead of actually fold.
Absolutely. Barbaros with the 7-4 suited small blind, kind of the same scenario. Big blind, mandatory call. Yeah, it's like one more big blind. You just go with any two here, of course.
Good luck.
Good luck. Live cards abound.
So Win at risk on the very first hand since the redraw. And if Win has King 9 cracked by 8-4, we will be at the official final table of 8. The flop is Jack, Jack 8, advantage sure. Turn card is a 7. Win. Drawing relatively thin, 23% chance of survival. River is a deuce, and he is KO'd. That's it.
Good game. Good luck, lads.
Got the ladder, but will not go any further.
Good luck, very much. Good luck.
Jamie Wynn eliminated in 9th place, and that will see him cash for 33,500 euros. Everyone has locked up more than 43 grand, and they are finalists in the 2023 Irish Poker Open main event.
No, we didn't.
You win some.
But I still love you anyway.
Yeah, I still love you. Yeah,
You
you
lose
come
some.
and take your page up. Yeah,
You're very unlucky.
Yeah, nice to find a page jump there. So short stack, though, so well done to Mr. Wynn.
Nice hand.
This is the official final table now, final 8.
A little bit disappointing, like we mentioned, losing with that ace-queen versus the ace-10.
So we still have plenty of short stacks, though, guys. Oyala, 18 bigs. Shaw, 18 bigs. Barbaros and Black also pretty short right now. And every single decision they make will be influenced by the payouts and the fact that there is a jump in prize money with every single elimination. I just mentioned that 8th place is going to pay 43,500. If you can ladder up to 7th place, 56,500. 6th will get 73.5. 5th, almost a 6-figure score, 95,500 euros. And then once we get to 4, we genuinely have 6-figure payouts. 124,500 for 4th, 161,500 for 3rd, 228,700 for 2nd. And as you can see there, the winner gets 365k. By the way, 8 players remain, not 7 as it says on screen at the moment. That is a mistake. We have reached the final table of 8 with Jamie Wynn just going out in 9th place. Resetting for the final table, resetting for the official photograph, and of course the introduction of all 8 finalists as they play down to an Irish Open champion. So just to remind you, Fenton, when you played this event in 2017, you got to this stage in the early hours of the morning and then had to come back the next day with 8 players?
No. I'm sorry if I confused you earlier on. So they really, really wanted to get to 8. So we played with 9 for many hours into the, like early hours in 2017 till approximately 5, 6 a.m. and nobody was busting. And as we were sitting there longer and longer, players were playing slower and slower, and it was very painful. And eventually the TD called it, and we came back with 9 and had to play maybe 2-3 hours with 9 the next day, where there was no cameras because the table was just set up for 8. And then we went to the official final table. And it was the first time a lot of my family or friends had ever really seen me play poker, because I'd only been streaming a few months back then. And I played exactly 0 hands on the final table, even though I was a chip leader, and then blinded out and bust. Exciting times. It hurts, James.
sorry to bring back such painful memories, and just to highlight, yes, we know there are 8 players left. It seems on this occasion it is coming 7, and obviously pointing out that that needs to be fixed. It's not going to change for another 30 minutes. That's how delays work. Nick, interesting mix of players at this final table. I think a lot of people were saying coming into the day that Benny Glaser was probably the most proficient, the most experienced, possibly the best player. He's gone. Obviously, Andy Black has a lot of experience, a lot of big results. We know that David Doherty is pretty tasty as well. There's a few, though, who are unknown quantities, really. I mean, there's no one I've been looking at who I can say, oh, they're the spot, they're the weak player at the table. Generally, what I've seen from Mavrotsakis is pretty impressive. Henry Ojola, like most Nordic players, seems to know where he's at.
Yeah, no, that's pretty much my take on it as well. We saw some action from Shaw yesterday too. Seems very confident, was mixing it up, not necessarily playing an ABC game, but definitely has some moves himself as well. Nice mix of nationalities here on the final. Great to see a little bit of representation from many of the contingencies that have come out to Dublin for this event. But yeah, I think you pretty much hit the nail on the head. Obviously, we saw Benny eliminated final 2 tables, Ace-King versus Ace-Jack. Took a bad beat for what would probably be a very, very solid stack going to the final.
So just by my calculations, we have got 2 Irish players at this final table, Andy Black and Declan Rice. We've got Tom Waters, David Doherty and Carl Shaw representing the United Kingdom. Henry Ojola, as we highlighted, is Finnish. Panagiotis Mavrotsakis is from Greece. And then we have start of J chip leader Eugeniu Barbaros, who's from Moldova. So I know we had the whole conversation about Steve O'Dwyer, but as far as I'm concerned, he's repping the Emerald Isle. We did have an Irish winner last year. Is the Irish Open title staying in Ireland 2 years in a row, Vincent?
Ooh, looking at the stacks, I mean, Declan's got a lot of chips, so there's a good chance there. Andy Black, as you mentioned before, very experienced. He's been there, done that, had lots of big final tables, not likely to be phased by the money involved. So there's always a chance. But it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough. There's been some very good players, particularly the guys from the UK seem to be holding it down well. I hate to say that. I hate to give them any credit.
So a chance for the players to chill out while we wait for the photo to be taken, while we wait for the official introductions. And then we're going to get restarted. Now, of course, the plan initially coming into today was meant to be its final table day. And no one would expect that final table to take that long. It should have been done early evening. But we came back with 16. We came back with 2 tables, and we've only just reached the final table. So clearly we are going to be playing into the evening, and a decision has been taken to have a dinner break at the conclusion of level 36. So we started with levels 33 and 34. We're currently playing level 35. We've got about 20 minutes left on the clock, I believe. We'll roll into level 36, but at around 6:45, 7 o'clock this evening, we will take a 60-minute dinner break and then continue to play down to a winner. There is going to come a point where it has to speed up. We've seen how many shortish stacks they are, but on the one hand, it's very shallow. On the other hand, the payouts, which you can see on screen, do mean that people are going to be prepared, Nick, to just fold down from 18 bigs to 7 bigs.
Yeah, but as we've seen the tables condense, I think we've also seen that these guys are pretty willing to get involved. Certainly a few players we've seen on the feature table coming to this final table now who have had a lot of, or shown a lot of experience and shown a lot of poise and the ability to play a wider range when it is called for. So I'm not sure if we're going to see that much of a slowdown. Obviously, there will be a natural slowdown where players are going to be a little bit more cautious and try and pick their moments to try and find those big ladders. However, as the blinds increase, they will be forced all in. The stacks are getting quite short now, and a lot of players approaching the danger zone.
So just the one elimination after the redraw. 8 players remaining.
365,000 euros is a nice amount for first. It's a €1,000 every day for a year. It's perfect. That's a lovely way to live, Joe. I don't know, it'd be perfect. €1,000 every day. You come back, you win again next year. Repeat the same trick. You got to be living a good life.
Well, here's the question, though, Vincent.
Oh, the leap year. The leap year. What are they going to do on the leap year, James?
I'm more interested in how big that first prize is going to be next year, because we have seen huge growth in this event from just over 2,000 entries in 2022 to just shy of 2,500 entries in 2023. That is a 25% increase year on year. If the relationship with PokerStars and Paddy Power continues, you're going to be seeing loads of people qualifying for this event. I think
5 million.
The reputation of this event just kind of like becomes almost like urban legend. You know, is it going to be close to 3,000 entries next year? Are we going to be looking at a first prize in excess of 400K?
I'm honestly, I'm going for 5 million. I know that I'm biased, and I know that I want big tournaments to be in Ireland.
5 million entries or 5 million prize pool?
Honestly, like, I think the sky's the limit. Now, there's only 5 million population in Ireland, but I'm going to start knocking on doors. A few of those people are under 18, so obviously can.
So, I'm glad that you brought up the big numbers here, because I had a little trivia game for you guys. How many entries of the 2,491 were qualified through PokerStars and Paddy Power Poker combined?
750.
Finton, right out the gate, 750. Anyone else?
Oh,
I have no idea.
Oh, wow. I thought that was...
Oh, I'm confident. The way I'm confident it'll be 5,000, but I don't actually know.
This is courtesy of Matt Harper, Willie Elliott. Thank you.
I'm going to take the under on 750, but I'm going to say it's probably... I'm going to say 625.
625. Nick Walsh.
All right, 669.
669. One of you is within 3.
Wow.
One of you is within 3. Do one of you want to vote on who they think the person is that's
I
within
think it's
3?
Nick.
James is going to say Nick. Nick, do you want to say yourself, James, or Finton?
I will vote for myself.
I'll vote for myself. I don't know why Hartigan's had a guess and then passed off his guess.
It was actually Hartigan. 622 qualified seats, not individual people, because some people won more than one ticket. They use multiple entries.
That's pretty amazing.
That's
though.
pretty
It's a
incredible.
quarter of the field, right?
Yep.
Between PokerStars and Paddy Power Poker.
Quarter of the field qualified. Feels fantastic. Doesn't it feel good, Finton, when you win a package and they fly you out? It's all sorted out for you. No worries at all.
I did not get anything. I walked from my house.
No,
I didn't get. What do you mean package? What do you mean? I didn't get anything.
I don't mean a package for this event. I mean just in general, winning packages.
I've never won a satellite, Nick. Why are you rubbing salt into my wounds?
Oh, got to get them on that satellite grind, folks.
The problem with satellites for me, now not everyone, satellites are fantastic. If you can't afford the buy-ins and you want to get yourself to a live event, I think satellites are amazing. But you're meant to fold a lot in satellites, and I don't like to fold.
They're also great if you want to spend more than a buy-in on your entry to an event. Like if you want to get in this 1,100 event for like $1,200-1,300, you could try a couple of satellites.
Yeah, we're not going to be breaking the record next year because no one's going to be playing satellites.
I just mean that's how it goes for me. I try to satellite and then you knew what I was saying. You also saw me play absolutely atrociously.
When? I've never seen you.
At a satellite in Reno, remember?
In Reno. That is quite the throwback. That's 5 years ago.
Remember I was playing that one? Spraggy tells the story quite well about how I was like first in chips where they were paying like top 2. And some guy shoved from the button, and I just like snapped with like 2 4s or something. Like I was.
Listen, Joe, you're a man after my own heart because that's how I would play a satellite.
The two of you were laughing so hard you had to step away from the table.
It's not. It's not about the money for me. It's about sending a message.
The 4s held. The guy was shell shocked. Couldn't believe I called with 2 4s.
Oh, did you win?
Yeah.
That is amazing.
I knocked him out. Yeah.
Did you see the clip during the week of when I was playing poker with Spragg and me and Parker saw how he played a hand and it almost made me spit my drink out?
No, I missed that one. I think Parker was the reason for an announcement earlier about how you can't sweat your friends in the tournament for longer than 15 seconds. I'm pretty sure they made that announcement.
Was that when he was laughing at Spraggy?
Yeah, specifically standing behind Spraggy and mocking him. Probably because they did it to him first. Now it's sounding like a revenge story.
Hello to you, says Spraggy #1 streamer. Oh my God, my mind's... Who won the streaming award this year?
Oh, I don't know. It was someone who wasn't Poker Stars. We don't need to talk about it.
Oh, okay, fine.
No, we don't need to talk about it. Spraggy won it last year.
There's people streaming who aren't with Poker Stars?
I don't know any of them.
Yeah, never watched them.
Who did win it? Was it Spraggy again?
No.
Oh.
But that's I can't remember, but apparently it's someone who's not with us, so we're kind of pretending.
It was Mr. Kevin Martin, former Poker Stars.
Oh,
that's
Kevin
right,
Rob
Kevin.
Martin. Kevin Rob Martin. He's pretty likable, I'm not going to lie. He's no Arlie Shaban, though.
Arlie Shaban is quite something. There's no other Arlie Shaban.
I kind of like that Arlie has leveled out a little bit. Like, he's gotten a little bit older, and he's, like, kind of established himself so he doesn't have to go running full speed into brick walls anymore.
Honestly, I think if you watch anyone's lockdown streams, we all got a bit weird.
Oh, for sure. Absolutely.
Arlie didn't need to be in lockdown to be weird, though. He was, like, strapping cold meat to himself to keep himself awake. I mean, do you remember when we did that challenge for him to win a Platinum Pass? We're like, hey, Arlie, we're going to put you in loads of death-defying situations to win a 25K package.
I guarantee you he would do the exact same again.
Yeah, no problem about it. No doubt about it, 100%.
Mr. Ontario.
The Shabanimal.
He went on the Red Spade Pass with me.
That looked like a lot of fun.
That looked amazing.
I was very jealous.
Why is there not one of them in Dublin, by the way?
Meanwhile, it does look like Phil Baker, our Master of Ceremonies, and JP McCann from the Irish Open have come to the stage, and maybe, just maybe, we are about to get this final table in the main event started.
Good afternoon, and I have to wait.
Maybe.
Looking good.
Just maybe. We could
Sharp.
start now.
Looking sharp.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon to you all, and welcome along to the RDS. We have come to the feature table on the main event, where we have our 8 final players going to be fighting it out for an unequal balancing of €1 million. Over 1 million is going to be sorted out in the next few hours or so on our feature table. Before I announce each and every one of our players to that feature table, there's a couple of things I just want to say, especially on behalf of your hosts here today, Mr. JP McCann, and also to from Mr. Paul O'Reilly. First of all, I want to say, and a big thank you on behalf of the two guys, to our sponsors this year, Poker Stars and Paddy Power Poker. What a tremendous job they've done with all the online satellites, all the promotions, social media, a great affiliation with the Irish Open. I know the guys want this affiliation to continue, and we're looking really forward to working with Paddy Power Poker and also Poker Stars again next year. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the feature table. Our final 8 players have made it to that table, and I'm going to announce the players in seat number order. I'm going to tell you their chip counts and where they hail from. In seat number 1, with 12,350,000 chips, representing Greece, please welcome Panos Maredaisas. We let JP do the welcome. He's a very welcoming kind of guy, so he's the best man to do the welcomes. In seat number 2, with 10,350,000, representing England, please welcome Tom Waters. In seat number 3, with 12,700,000 in chips, please welcome from Scotland, David Doherty. In seat 4, with 5,075,000 chips, please welcome, all the way from Moldova, Eugenio Barbaros. In seat 5, with 5,475,000, representing Telford, England, please welcome Carl Shaw. In seat 6, our chip leader, with 17,250,000. Ladies and gentlemen, he hails from Donegal by way of Tyrone. Please welcome Declan Rice. Ladies and gentlemen, with 4,925,000 in seat 7, you might not have heard of this man. He's probably a bit new to the game. An Irish legend on the felt. Please welcome the one, the only, Mr. Andy Black. And finally, in seat 8, with 5,550,000, all the way from Finland, please welcome Henry Hohala. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to pass you across your main event TD, Mr. Sean Little. Sean Little, ladies and gentlemen, you will hear his dulcet Tampa Bay, Florida tones throughout the event here today. Sean Little is one of the top TDs in the world. The reason I say this is because JP said he's so expensive, he has to be one of the top TDs. Sean, thank you for coming all the way across the water to support us here. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the featured table for the Irish Open 2023. Over €1 million still up for grabs from these 8 players behind me. Can you please put your hands together for our featured table? Ladies and gentlemen, the best of luck to each and every one of our players. Dealer, please deal.
Shuffling optional at the final table of the 2023 Irish Poker Open main event. Apologies for the delay, but here we go. Action has restarted, action has resumed. 150k, 300k blinds. One of these 8 players is going to be an Irish Open champion and take that first prize of 365 grand.
First hand of every final table. I like to raise. And I tell everyone I'm table captain. It doesn't matter what I get. It doesn't matter what position I am. It doesn't matter what action's gone down in front of me. I min raise.
It's like picking a fight on your first day of prison, even if the guy's bigger than you.
I don't know. I've not been in prison, Joe.
Okay. Fair enough.
But if I'm ever in prison, I will not forget that advice.
Yeah, no,
Welcome to your Irish Open final table.
Joe clearly has some stories we haven't heard before. Doherty has raised from the cutoff with pocket 4s. He's got the sailboats. He is one of the biggest stacks at this final table, where there are plenty of short stacks, where everyone is relatively shallow.
I'm excited for this big prize money right now. Bigger and bigger and bigger.
When Rice left the feature table, I don't remember him having that many chips. He must have had a good little time there on the other table.
So 4s still good on a king 9-7 flop. And a continuation bet from David Doherty, which will win him this pot and close the gap between him and Declan Rice. They are officially 1 and 2 in chips right now.
It seems like David Doherty doesn't give that many Fs.
He seems very composed, very calm, playing aggressive, trying to get involved, not really missing out on many spots. Nice and stoic.
Yeah. Stoic indeed.
Is Fearless taking it too far?
I've not seen him do anything particularly reckless so far. I did have my cards down read on the outer table. I was so wrong. He had a full house when I thought he was bluffing.
Takes a big person to admit when they're wrong.
Unfortunately, caught live. God, I say it every time I do commentary with you, but it's so easy to look like a genius when you can see the cards.
Oh, yeah.
There must have been so many times when you're like, oh my God, he's definitely bluffing. And it's like, he's got quads.
When we couldn't see them, you mean?
Yeah, all the time.
Believe it or not, quads was something I could spot pretty easily because people had like very distinct body language. I called out quads a couple of times, but I just didn't make strong predictions ever.
Doherty opening here from the hijack with ace-king. Raises to 600,000. Carl Shaw on the button. 8-5 off, folds. Declan Rice is in the small blind. 9-7 off.
Speaking of Declan Rice, when's the dinner break?
End of level 36. This is still level 35.
All
so
right.
an hour and a bit to go until that break. Jack 7 of diamonds for Andy Black, and that's a defend. Heads up to the flop.
Well, I assume if he went broke here, we'd have seen him run by here already. Whoa, he flops pretty good.
Yeah, Andy Black flopping the diamond draw. Doherty with the gut shot to Broadway, and still the best hand for now, ace high. It is a post-flop flip.
Yeah. Tons of equity for being against the biggest of slicks.
Check, check. 8 on the turn, and Andy Black has a lot of outs. 34% equity, decides to lead the turn with no c-bet from Doherty. Be surprised if David folded to this bet.
No, I wouldn't expect David to fold. It's just a little bit too small. Can have the best hand. Clean outs to the nuts. 2 overcards to the board.
Wow. That is a serious out for Andy Black. He makes the straight and the flush.
Is it fair to call that a straight flush?
No.
But it should be, right?
No. It's a straight and a flush. It's 2 hands.
Straight.
And 2 hands beats 1 hand, especially when that 1 hand is ace high.
Straight comma flush.
But nobody can have a straight flush while he has this hand, right? Nobody can have a straight flush full stop, James. I'm not very good at this poker thing. It might be time to get a new career.
Well, used to play like Nick Walsh. Apparently he's had 17 royal flushes today already.
Listen, I'd prefer not make a royal flush than make €2 off a royal flush.
Exactly.
Yeah, I think most of us are in that same boat.
I'd rather have bottom pair and make 50 quid than flop a royal and make nothing. Yeah.
I just want to make a royal flush so I have something to tell a cab driver.
You don't tell them that you're into poker, do you?
I go, hey, you ever had a royal flush?
No,
I want to go, yeah.
No. Rule number 1, when the taxi driver asks you what you were doing at the casino, you just say blackjack and you get it over with right then and there. As soon as you mention poker, oh, you can count cards, I guess, then. There we go.
I don't have an aversion talking to blue-collar people like you guys do.
Oh,
my God.
Wow.
Joe is very keen that any person he meets know exactly who he is within inside of 30 seconds.
You know, you guys might have seen me on TV.
Yeah,
I don't know,
yeah.
like if.
Is James told me a story before the podcast went live today that you, at the beginning of the podcast, were actually caught crying because your blue tick on Twitter got taken. Is that true?
It hasn't been taken yet, but I'm definitely not happy about it.
Doherty with ace-king again. Opens to 600,000. Barbaros, who started the day as chip leader, is now one of the shortest stacks with 5 million. Has pocket 5s.
16 big blinds, something thereabouts. Might just see the fold, and I don't hate it. Oh, I don't know about that call, Finton. I don't know about that call. Very easy to exploit with a squeeze. Very difficult to get all the way around the table, and not just pure set mine. What do you think, buddy?
Yeah, I can understand why he'd want to get involved against David. David's been very active on this table. They were playing together earlier on. David was raising very wide. We've seen the 10-5 suited and the Queen-2 suited. So maybe he wants to put up a stand and not fold, but these hands aren't as valuable on final tables.
Right, and definitely not at this shallower stack depth as well. Even if you do flop the set, not necessarily going to get paid off that often. And just kind of loses a lot of value when there's so many players stacked behind you. You can just put on the sicko squeeze.
I think calling here is a no-brainer.
I mean, here's the thing, Joe. If you call and flop a set, it's going to feel so good, right?
Yeah.
But if you fold and you would have flopped a set, it's going to feel so bad.
Way worse.
So bad.
Well,
thank you. That's exactly what I meant.
That's how Joe sleeps so well at night. Sorry.
Has not flopped a set, has flopped a gut shot, also still has the best hand right now. And David Doherty elects not to continue.
I appreciate that David Doherty just has ace-king here, but I would love to see a check with a hand like aces or kings on this flop as well. Just feels like Barbaros has got a bet here if he wants to have any protection whatsoever, and indeed some semi-bluffs as well. Goes check on the flop anyway. 8 of spades in the turn. He has a straight, ladies and gentlemen.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Confirmed. However, note that Mr. Doherty has the king of spades and has a pretty strong flush draw.
Yeah, I don't know if he's going to miss the flop bet, Finton. I feel like probably got to be betting this turn. Get some value from the spades. Obviously, protect from some Jack X that might get there as well. Check, check. Okay, free cards abound. 10 of clubs. Still has that straight, but now there's a straight on board.
Okay, guys, get ready for another performance.
I don't think we're going to see it. I think we're going to see someone make a move.
If anyone's going to make a move, it's David Doherty, right?
The problem for David is that his opponent might actually have...
I went outside and looked during this. It wasn't nearly as impressive as it sounded.
Just a standard day in Dublin, right, Vincent?
There's the sound of
Always.
the rain on the roof here in Dublin.
I know we could usually call this a 10 high straight, but what about a 5 low straight?
I'll allow it.
It should count in this case. We were just about to say that, right?
Ireland could be a whole country full of weather gods. That's what we're all drawn together, you know?
1.95 in the middle. David Doherty makes a bet. $500K, trying to get him off that chop.
We'll be singing the song, James. We'll be singing the song. Although, maybe we won't. I actually think that Barbaros has got quite a never mind.
He's made the call, so this is going to be a chop pot, and you know what they say. Everyone loves the chop pot!
I get some of the pot.
I'm going to let you in on my secret. When it's in person, I can just be a little bit quieter than you guys, and I don't ruin it, and it sounds like I'm in perfect tune.
You were still very much part of the quartet, and your participation and contribution was appreciated.
Always.
Yeah, I can't help but think that Barbaros could have made a bet on any one of those streets in position and probably would have done just fine.
Lines will be going up in a few minutes. I know you're going to have to shoot, Vincent, when we get to the end of this level.
I've had an absolute blast being here, though. I feel very honoured to have commentated on the Irish Open final table. Would have preferred to be on it.
Sure.
My record of 100% making the final table is now gone.
Well, maybe you should answer this question then from Happy Guy. He says, why didn't Vincent make the final table? I thought he was good at poker.
Well, here's the thing, James.
The other one's a piece of shit.
I put in 60 big blinds
Okay, maybe you're right.
as a bluff,
I'll keep that. I'll take that into
and my
account.
opponent called with top pair. And I say, top the table, congratulations, great call. And that was it. Maybe not 60, but quite a few. I tried my best. I support Aston Villa.
I mean,
and the Aston Villa game was on at the time, so I couldn't
you see,
lose.
can I just say that how I would tell that story?
Yes.
Vincent punted.
James, whilst that is true, it hurts to say it out loud.
Danio says, Finton, you've been on top form today. Really enjoyed your presence in the booth, and I hope you're back later. I think Finton has family things to attend to on Easter Monday, but yes, I agree. It's been great having Finton with us on the stream. Oh, hello. Andy Black not going to get into trouble with King 10 after Carl Shaw opened with aces.
Avratsakis actually been quite an aggressive three-better, but doesn't really find the combo to do it with.
Nick, I actually think this person's name is Giannis Metatis.
wickedly
The only
talented.
explanation for it. I accumulate chips.
These
over
are the two
years
players
and
that
then keep
clashed
them.
with the Jacks and the Jack
Put
10
all the
off.
keep
So a
runs
little
together
bit
and
of
then
history,
keep
or quite a lot of
accumulating
history.
chips, and then 1 year
How much
you
are you
just kinda
starting
go
the
for it,
round
you
with?
know? I wonder why has this guy always got the same stack?
I appreciate Shaw not responding to the question there. Just stacking his chips up and saying, you do the math.
Well, the math concludes 8-5 off is a defend.
Okay, well, at least he didn't 3-bet.
We saw him run down with jacks with Jack 10. It's easy to run down aces with A5, isn't it?
It's got to be tough.
At this point.
And then Guy had like 3 big.
Shaw is like thinking, revenge, revenge.
Oh, that's right. Same person even. My bad.
Got like a really small c-bet here. 4-8-12, something in the 400,000 range. Seems good. Oh, big fan. 450 it is.
And a quick fold from the 8-5. Vincent, thank you so much indeed. What are your travel plans? Are you coming to Monte Carlo? Or are you getting ready for Scoop? What's your plan for the next few weeks?
I will not be at Monte Carlo, but I will be streaming on eTodays.tv a lot during Scoop, and going to hopefully make it 4 years in a row of winning Scoop titles, and hopefully I will have you for a winner's interview on one of the fantastic broadcasts you will be doing during the series.
It's such a relief when you win, because we're like, well, Finton has to come on the show, so we don't have to worry about you saying no.
I won't say no. If there's I'm not going to be playing every day this year, so if you want me in the commentary booth one of the days, I'd love to be there.
Cool.
But thank you so much. Really appreciate it, and best of luck.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Vincent, who will now take the 2-minute drive home.
Isn't it? I was
a mile and a half.
I know, Strabane, you know, I remember it being described as a black hole if you're from the Take community. But the only thing about the political thing down a bit, there's not so much crack in the communication.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of things that are better, but that's worse.
It's no, I think we can actually slag each other more about it.
Really?
Yeah.
Well then. I mean, but some of it, it's not so dark.
Yeah, that's like a guy worked with a bunch of guys, mixed religions, and it's just slagging the whole time. Like.
So there be a second there.
Yeah.
Andy Black got about 20-ish big blinds here.
Snowman's num-num.
He's probably just going to come in with a raise here, like the min raise, pretty standard from the cutoff.
Oh,
yep.
Oh. Strap in for a race. Black opens to 600,000 from the cutoff, and Oyela's got ace-queen suited on the button.
Yeah, I think there's only really one way to do this on a final table, James. No messing about. Bang it in. There it is. We
And
see the green triangle of death.
Oyela would be the at-risk player here, right? Has 4.8 million, and he does have him covered.
Ooh.
And now we've got ace-jack suited for Tom Waters.
Can you count, please?
I imagine we still see the fold here from Waters, but he does have a legitimate hand here.
If you're closing the action, it's one thing. The fact you know you've still got Andy Black to act
Quite
to
right.
doesn't really get out of line that much.
Quite right.
Man, what a huge spot. I don't even know how you control your breathing here. I don't know how you don't just jump out of your chair.
Waters folds the ace-jack. Andy Black says call, and it's a flip.
I don't know. Sorry.
The ace-queen for Oyela, who is the at-risk player. Pocket eights for Andy Black.
Wow, big spot for both players here.
Like fair play versus a donkey's years. One of these two things has a slight mathematical advantage.
Let's run this board. Jack 9-7. 8's looking good right now. Andy Black close to 70% favorite.
Wow.
I'll take that one.
Too many outs on the turn, potentially.
Yeah, Euler picks up the flush draw. The river is the 3 of hearts. That's a brick, and we lose our first player from the final table of the Irish Open main event. Henry Euler from Finland cashes out in 8th place for 43,500 euros, eliminated by Andy Black.
This tournament was so Irish, even the Finnish guys have an O in front of their name.
All right. No idea what Andy's going to do.
Wow, that was a huge hold, you guys. Huge spot for Pocket Eights to find the run out for the ladder and for the chippies.
So players have a new level, 2-4-4.
As we start
at Ace Jack of Hearts,
7-handed play, we kick off level 36. Nick O'Hara just informing the players the blinds are now 200,000, 400,000 with a 400k big blind ante. 60 more minutes of poker to play before the dinner break, and the final 7 all now guaranteed 56,500.
Part of the reason, because you think for so long, it encourages me to call it, you know. If I'm dead, I'm dead, but if there's a good chance he's got a similar hand to you, you know. And I saw you go like this on the flop, so I knew you'd hit the jack, you know.
and the 2 hearts.
And, oh, you had, oh, I didn't see there was hearts in it. I was just trying to avoid shit.
Yeah. Tom Waters.
Great, party started early.
Won that entire pot had he got it. Hopefully he's mentally and emotionally okay with the fact that he made the right fold.
And no,
Despite
no,
the
lads, no, less likely I'm coming in to do the commentary is ignorant sausages. That may be polite in England to ask people before. It's not polite in Ireland. You end up going home with a shovel in your head. Do you hear that, James and Joseph?
Oh, Lord.
Just because you've got names of apostles doesn't give you the right to be culturally inappropriate.
I should mind Andy more than I do, but I don't. He doesn't bother me, but I don't know why. It's probably because, am I allowed to say this, because Irish people are very charming?
I think that's definitely true.
And despite the fact that this shtick isn't that charming, it's still, it like breaks even for me.
You're being culturally insensitive, Joe. Unbelievable. Okay, we got another situation here, guys. Shaw, pocket 10s, UTG +1 opens with the 10s. Waters.
5.5.
Got him covered here with ace jack in the small blinds.
Am I going to have to get another race ready right now?
I do think that flatting here is fine. I do think that 3-betting is fine. If you want to 3-bet, you got to be aware of the fact that Shaw is very short now.
These fucking bastards in the commentary box asked me to come in and
Uh-oh.
Oh, man. Tom got away from ace-jack last hand and is running into a dominating hand this one as well.
Started with like 10, right?
Yeah.
We might actually see
this is
the fabled cold 4-bet, Joe.
Yeah, well,
just make it really small.
A cooler.
Just make it like 3.5 million here. Oh, lets it go. Spicy indeed.
Wow, Doherty folds the ace-queen suited.
Yeah, I'm just keeping it chill. I appreciate that.
I mean, if he knows Waters folded ace-jack in the last hand, he's like, well, this ace-queen can't be good.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's a slam dunk, you know, 4-bet, cold 4-bet, but is getting up there in the range here. Shaw obviously needs to make a decision here, and I think it's a shove or fold scenario, Joe.
You told after you?
I went backstage to get out to them earlier, and they all got freaked out. It's all in good fun, but I mean, I'm patient.
Just another massive spot.
Yeah.
For tens of thousands in real euro equity.
But the thing is, everyone knows there's a delay. So if somebody comes in but there's no game happening, it doesn't matter. Maybe they were still.
Wow.
Yeah.
So
Tough
maybe
spot.
that little bit of advertising Waters just did by saying he folded ace jack of hearts. I mean, just got two pretty tight folds there.
Potentially, yeah. I mean, that's definitely got to play into their decision making there, Joe. I think he's in a really tough spot though. You got to feel for Shaw because you're just like, it really is a push fold scenario, and if you feel like you're just pushing into like Queen's plus or something,
yeah,
maybe Jack's plus, you're just kind of hating life, and I feel for him.
So this is the adjusted stacks with the blinds at 200, 400.
I think that's not very nice, is it? It's tilty, you know. Well, there's a commentary every year. It's not a big deal. You can ask me.
Action folds around to Mavrotsakis, the wickedly talented.
Yeah, you got to take that spot with the 2 eights. I don't have to, but
I agree with 100%. His tank is a little bit easier for you.
yeah.
It's,
All right, over here in the mystery bounty, we are drawing
It didn't feel like an overpair when I put the 2 together.
no, to be honest,
Even before I thought I would have put in the overpair.
I think. Right. I would bow to your more superior knowledge than mine. I'm thinking there.
Wow. Mavrotsakis really not afraid to get involved with a wide range here. Really appreciate this. We've been seeing it from him all throughout the tournament, though, since we've had him on featured tables. Here's another scenario, good example of that. Barbaros is going to fold his big blind. If he's picking up on some table tendencies here, that steal is going to be a lot more effective. Some players would have opted to defend the king 5 there, but I also appreciate the fold too. Definitely a difficult hand to play well, and he's getting on the short side now. In fact, very short, sub 15 big blinds effective.
This prop bet last night.
What was that?
He got me to buy into cash at 4 o'clock this morning for 100 quid. This is if you treble the 100 quid up, and you finish first or second, you buy a mini motorbike. I don't even know, but I agreed to it. I know, I know no more than from sitting at a table,
And he's putting the raise here. Haven't seen his cards just yet. Folding around.
Jack 10. Such a sad one. Jack 6, less sad. Well, Black, after busting a player, winning the blinds and antes, I mean, that's a heater. That's a heater at a final table.
It's a big spin here. Definitely accumulating chips when it counts. Final 7, all the pay jumps to come.
It's funny, I
hold with
remember
the
last
eights
year.
is huge.
They didn't get to the final table. They weren't this shallow. People had more chips.
Well, Dwyer had all of them, didn't he?
What?
Dwyer had all of them. Yeah.
Was that it?
And everyone else had 5.
I know. I did the commentary, right, and the feed went down for half an hour, so there was no feed. The whole thing stopped. We could see nothing, and I just kept the commentary going for half an hour.
It's weird that he was able to keep it going for a half an hour without having this story to tell, because I've heard it 3 times this week already.
I seem Eduardo just had all the chips, or maybe he just won every final.
Just a shame nobody asked him to do commentary, Joe. Oh, wait. Never mind. Mr. Doherty in the cutoff. Folds the king 9. Keeping it real solid on this final. You can appreciate why. Those pay jumps, very significant. Did see that fold with the ace-queen suited just now. Was beating the ace-jack 3-bet. But obviously just picking his spots very carefully.
Walk live on streaming.
And I really appreciate that from the experienced Dave Doherty. Shaw puts it in. Got about 12 big blinds there. I think it's pretty much going to be a push every time, especially as one of the shortest stacks. If he's a middling stack, probably might find a little bit of a tighter
That guy's a real show-off. Show-off.
Show-off. Yeah, I think Jack 10 probably needs to go in there most times regardless, but you can appreciate the ICM considerations as we get to some bigger pays. Some bigger pay jumps.
Connor on YouTube asks, how did O'Dwyer do this year? Did he enter? He entered at least 3 times to my knowledge.
Yeah, I think we saw at least 3. Might have been more.
Taylor Made says, who went out in 8th? Nope, actually, it was Henry Oyala who went out in 8th.
Yes, correct. Our 9th place finisher was Jamie Wynn. Got very unlucky. Final 2 tables, took a beat, left him with only 4 big blinds. Managed to find the ladder to get 9th, and then busted as soon as we've arrived on our final table.
Barbaros repping Moldova.
I'm all in.
A little bit of a more nervous proposition doing it against an under-the-gun Razor. But Mavrotsakis has been proven to be a little loosey-goosey, and of course, Barbaros has just over 10 big blinds, so not much you can do, even if you don't like it.
Over there.
True.
Half an hour. No fear. In the book.
Shaw at 13 big blinds, Barbaros at 15. No one else really smashing it. Rice is the chip leader with just under 40. And we've got Doherty, Black, Mavrotsakis, and Waters all bunched up at just under 30. But really, any double up from any player or any knockout is really going to change the dynamic significantly.
Yeah, absolutely. Might see some major swings here.
They should put this on the screen, really, without the cards up, just so people in the room can see what's going on.
Yeah. It's a good idea. I guess it's just advertising, but they could easily put it on one of those. So. I think they had it, I don't know if they've got it today, but they had it in the lounge yesterday. It was like
did they?
Yeah.
On the delay?
But on the delay, yeah.
Irish Poker Open trophy. Trophy, just a symbol, really, the title. I mean, that's a cool title to have, as much as I think Griffin's a gabagoo.
Gabagoo.
I mean, being an Irish Poker Open champion is like one of the cooler titles, in my opinion. Carl Shaw, ace queen. James is out sweating the mystery bounty right now. It says it's a pretty cool final table. Tonka.
All in.
Fellow by the name of Andrew Dickinson, who's going to be our super fan in a couple of weeks. Jessica Pilkington, all at the final table of the mystery bounty. Pretty cool.
Love it.
Shaw all in with ace queen. Black ain't gonna do it.
Big blind, last opportunity to find a hand. Mavrotsakis. What do you got, buddy? What do you got? Show us your cards.
Mavrotsakis doesn't put his cards in the box until after he's figured out what he's going to do, it seems like.
Interesting strategy, Cotton. See if it pays off for him. Yeah, I was playing some cash earlier, Joe, and obviously they were doing the call-outs for mystery bounties. Always fun. I feel like it adds some good energy to the room, you know?
They're all the rage.
They are all the rage.
I've only ever played one, a small stakes one, and I didn't realize that, I think I've told this story before, but I didn't realize that the bounties didn't kick in until
day two,
and so I was just like calling late.
Nice.
And I busted like I busted one person before I figured that out. And then the second I realized I had to make day 2, it was over.
Yeah, I understand. I'm not sure I've had a chance to play anyone yet. Obviously, very frequently kind of overlapping with our commentary duties, as usual. Would love to see a Tonka win there. Team Tonka. Team Never Lucky. Maverick has been very willing to get involved here in these spots. King 4 at this stack depth. I think probably from a GTO perspective, you're going to be limping with the King 4 off here quite often. Maybe you're going to steal with a hand like King 8, King 9.
10.
Of the offsuit variety. I think they both have a similar stack here. But on the final table, obviously, strategies can be adjusted. More pressure can be applied to mid stacks. Players not wanting to get too out of line against other big stacks when they're big. Makes the call.
Just so much intensity in all of these spots.
Yeah.
Everyone's so shallow.
Yeah.
There's no chips to be wasted as we see this Queen 8 deuce 2 spade flop.
Keeping it GTO.
Well, I was raised 2 8s, right?
What?
Maverick with the opportunity to lead. 1.2 in the middle. Quick fold from the 10 tray off.
And when I talk about the intensity of this moment, when I talk about, we talked about the prestige of the award, of the title, might as well focus on the dollars too here, the euros, as it were. 8th place, Henry Oyala went out already. It was worth 43,500. Everyone is now guaranteed more than 50,000 euros, and as to be expected, the jumps are significant. 56.5 for 7th place, 6th place, 73.5, 5th place, 95.5. So make the top 4, and then you're in the 6 figures. 4th place, 124.5. 3rd place, 161.5. 2nd place, 228.7. And the winner gets a cool $365,000.
Right.
I don't need to tell you that for a 1K buy-in,
Yeah.
these are some insane payouts.
Absolutely agree, Joe, and that's got to be playing on their minds. Rice does decide to raise with the ace 4 of diamonds. Seems fairly standard suited ace from that position, especially now that we are 7-handed. Waters wakes up with another nice situation. He only has about 25 big blinds. Might decide to play this very, very safe and just put the all in. He is covered, but it's ace-king, guys. These chips are so valuable very frequently. Players will opt just to take the safe lines, the very aggressive lines. Okay, looks like a 3-bet not all in. Just goes for the straight 3x here.
1.4 is it? 2 million or 2.4?
2.4. So from the small blind, out of position here, opting for the 3-bet not all in, also totally acceptable. Like I said, these big stacks really don't want to get into some sort of ugly face-off where it's going to cost them all their chips when they can find those beautiful ladders.
Yeah.
So I think that's also kind of in the back of Waters' heads is the 3-bet not all in here probably a lot more effective on a final table than it would be if we were final 4 tables or something like that at the stack depth. Yep, makes the fold, seems good. That aggression will win Waters that pot.
Did you both take your patches off?
We won't let us wear them because we weren't wearing them the whole time.
Good.
I haven't seen Rice get particularly creative, but I also haven't seen him make many missteps.
Really?
He wasn't sure.
Sure.
Just some good, solid poker.
Yep, just solid
I
poker.
know you were,
Haven't
yes.
seen
I know you were,
any-
yes.
No hand stand out in my mind.
Might have given me right at the beginning of the first day,
Yeah.
but I was wearing it.
Yeah.
Like, I'm an ambassador for the Irish Poker Tour.
I know.
So why should it bother anyway?
Yeah.
Who cares? It's the silliest thing ever I've heard. So wear what you want. You want people to wear shit.
Not to say there's a load of names.
No, they're just Paddy Power want to brand it, you know. So that's what it is. It's a scam. Right.
Holding around here. Mavrotsakis, we've seen him completely willing to get mixed up in some.
That is true.
I mean,
have seen Mavrotsakis get quite creative.
Yeah, very creative. I love this, and guys, if you're paying attention, this is a spot when he's in the cutoff at this final table. We've seen him taking these lines. Not sure if maybe he's just kind of picking up on the fact that
Whose big blind is he attacking?
this is important. That's what I was getting at, Jay. I feel
Sorry.
like no. That was kind of the whole point. I feel like might be targeting Barbaros, is shorter stacked, has been willing to give up a few hands already. Something about this dynamic he feels like is going to be advantageous for him to have a wider range. If Barbaros is paying attention, he might just opt just to push the King 10 here. Does decide to call instead. Also, totally cool that Mavrotsakis is going to play hardball when we get to many flops.
Ooh, Queen, Jack, 6. Lots of equity for Barbaros, whether he thinks he is ahead or behind. He is going to like his chances.
T-Cute says he's a simple man. It folds to him, he opens. I mean, I love that, honestly. Got nothing but respect for that. Barbaros looks at his chit, looks at his cards again. Might be a bit of a tell there to be glancing at your cards once you see the flop here.
Yeah.
I mean,
It's definitely not standard.
He's certainly not suggesting that he doesn't have a VC. He's all in. Yeah, I mean, you're going to be folding 5 tray, but I wonder if the check shove is better there, Joe. You know what I mean? Or I mean, obviously, there's other options too, but rather than just lead jamming, like, you're not going to really get.
You can get one more bet out of him, right?
Yeah, or, you know, I think the question is, does he ever call with, like, second pair there? Maybe if you just lead, you're getting, like, second pair to fold. I don't know. But perhaps an alternate line might have been a check shove or something of that nature, where you know his range is nice and wide, going to see that very aggressively on that texture, because, of course, that's always going to be your plan if you're going to start opening hands that loose from the cutoff. Great fold, though. Thank you, chat. Yeah, let's all applaud the 5-high fold.
Second card knocks him off.
Kings for Rice. Mr. Solid so far. 850K, like it, using the same bet size every time, keeping it nice and balanced. Those of you paying attention might notice slight fluctuations in your opponent's bet sizings, can be a tell. Keeping it nice and solid there. 850K going to be the size he's using here as an open. Love to see it.
Oh, baby. No. I mean, no offense. I'm not rooting for... Just rooting for the Kings. I just like it when people's big pocket pairs make the money.
Yeah, Shaw just got
What
nothing.
time is it?
All the way around, Rice picks up
Time.
a pot there. Non-showdown.
20-6.
Yeah, we go on break after 30 minutes, 1 hour.
didn't know what time it was.
Yeah, it's
I had no idea. If you'd said 3 o'clock,
I'm not even fucking sure what day it is at this stage. Like, never mind fucking time.
Like, not a clue.
Everybody's
Is it Easter Sunday? Like, yeah.
been through the ringer a little bit in this tournament. Some
Easter
long
Monday.
hours, long
I'm in this
days.
tournament. Every Easter Sunday, I'm still in this fucking tournament. You know?
Get it quietly, Black.
What?
Get it quietly.
What?
Get it quietly.
Never, never. Oh, no. Beware, loud and aggressive.
Every year I play it, I'm back in Glasgow on Easter Monday.
Yeah. And do you have a job as the Easter Bunny?
What's that?
Do you have a job as the Easter Bunny at all?
Yeah.
Nice. Nice little mixture.
Ace Jack suited for Waters.
I love it.
No,
Water's going to open up here from the
Neil's
hijack.
going to FT, so
Mr.
You have a very
Doherty.
strong Scottish accent.
I don't have a very strong Scottish accent. Yeah.
Are you Edinburgh more or something like that?
I'm actually Glaswegian, but like most of my friends are like English, so I've had to tone it down.
Yeah.
It's not hand, but
12.
I don't know how he misses this spot, Joe.
Yeah.
Understandable.
You've got to
It's
make,
really, really hard not to go bust here with
Sacrifices
ace
in
10,
relation. I
especially
lived in
against
England
one of
for
the
4
larger
years,
stacks.
yeah.
He is all in.
And they broke me as bit as well.
Yeah.
You know?
Water wants to
Yeah.
count.
6 mil.
Now, Joe, I'm
I
not saying
started
this is
really
a
liking
snap
it
call,
initially.
but it's way, way up there, and he's going to shove worse for sure.
This one feels like the one. This feels like the Ace Jack suited you're not getting away from.
It's 2 mil. Yeah.
And again, worth noting, the money on the line,
How much?
prestige
5
on the
points.
line. That's why it's just not a fist pump, get it in with Ace Jack.
Sub 15 bigs total. Take your time, Waters. This is a really, really serious moment. Even though it's not that many bigs, it's still a huge chunk of the total prize pool.
That's right. 7th place is worth 56,500, and the ladder is worth 17.
Yeah, a big chunk of the total chips in play is what I meant to say, chat. My apologies. I suppose a big chunk of the prize pool in terms of value in chips.
That's 5,075,000. Is that right? 775.
If he gets it wrong here or he loses this pot, he will still have chips to play, but not exactly mountains, Joe. Yeah, visibly nervous, and of course should be. This is a big moment. Makes the call. He is dominating Shaw. Shaw, the player at risk, will be a 70-30 situation.
Domination, situation, prognosis, negative.
Yeah, you got to feel for Shaw here. How does he get away from this spot? Just feels very, very standard. Needs to make some moves. We're going to a flop.
It is Jack high.
Never easy.
No.
Shaw
Never
does
ever.
have a gut shot potential. Also 2 diamonds on the flop. Another Jack on the turn. Now needs to hit the gut shot. That is a full house for Tom Waters. Carl Shaw eliminated in 7th place
Nice playing with you, buddy.
for 56,500 euros.
Whoa.
And at one end when you realize 2 mil.
Oh, I had ace jack there as well.
Yeah, man. Nice to meet you. Nice one.
GG to Shaw. I think he played very, very well throughout the last couple days. Just kind of a bummer
Win with
spot.
the
I
ace
think
10,
he's done the
and he
right
can
thing,
beat the
just
ace
running
10.
into a better hand
These are
there.
good skill sets.
I mean, does that mean Waters is our new chip leader, Joe? It must.
These are very good skill
Damn
sets,
close, if not.
Yeah, you happen a lot.
Oh dear, oh dear. That was sweaty, wasn't it?
Was indeed quite sweaty.
Huh?
Yeah, I've got to say, I just feel like Waters has been playing fantastic poker since we've been watching him.
You really got to hand it to Tom Waters, who has gotten out of the way when he had the worst of it, gotten it in when he's had the best of it.
a lot.
It is a goal though.
Yeah, it feels very calculated. Definitely picking his spots very well.
And you are right, Nick Walsh. Tom Waters on top. 18.7 million for Tom.
I'm blind.
Yeah,
Bryce with 36 big blinds. 14.5 million.
Do you know how much you offer?
Short stack, not super short.
He had like 5, right?
Yeah.
Like 17, I think.
Okay.
And payouts so top heavy here in the Irish Open.
Speaking of, everyone now guaranteed 73,000 euros.
Yep, just over 53K for our friend Shaw, who just busted. Great performance, though. 50x you're buying for a final table performance and a final table finish. Mavrotsakis, excuse me. I mean, is there any chance he doesn't play this? We've seen his ability to play a wide range. Ace-10 under the gun, shorthanded. Let's go.
If this Robert Smigel lookalike did not raise Ace-10 offsuit, that would be a full tupupan.
That would be more shocking than his ability to play 5-3 off from the cutoff.
This feels familiar. Feels, I don't know.
You're gonna be.
Am I having a moment?
I guess we have to fight like for the end. I guess it's me and you know, like before.
I'm going to show you a lot of respect here.
Fuck. I didn't think you had that on you to pull that.
That's the fucking respect I have for you. It's respect. Ace-10, fair enough. Well, that was good, because I was beginning to think you were picking on me. In fact, everyone's picking on you at the poker table, so it doesn't really matter.
Doesn't really matter, does it?
No.
Yepanuna on YouTube says, this is damn fun. Kudos to the commentators, the players, and the tourney.
Kudos also to our production team behind the scenes here.
Yep.
Busting their
Back
butts
2
to bring
levels.
you this coverage. Running on a skeleton crew here too, guys. Kudos to you, Joe. Fantastic commentary, buddy, as always.
Thanks. Same to you.
Thanks, man. Casual Fitzy says, kudos to whatever brand coffee or energy drink the broadcasters are using to stay awake. I call it Guinness.
I mean, I'm not on the Guinness yet.
No, neither am I. But you better make damn sure having some later on. All right, guys, so in the mix again, Mr. Black, Ace-7 off, facing an open from Rice, one of the chip leaders here on our final table. I think he's debating finding the 3-bet. Yeah, just doesn't want to get involved here. Mavrotsakis, not one to shy away from defending his big blinds, just the same as not one to shy away from playing a wider range from position. I'd be surprised to see him fold here, given the action we've seen from him thus far on feature tables and this final.
Okay. Button versus big blind. That old chestnut. King 10 deuce, 2 clubs. Mavrotsakis will be first to act. You can just fold. It'll be unorthodox, but it is allowed.
King 10 deuce should be a fairly standard c-bet board. This stack depth, probably like a 1/4 pot c-bet seems fairly GTO.
Rice is on it, like white on rice.
Yes, indeed. 2.6 in the middle. 575. Loving the really small C-bet there, Joey. Yes, please. Nikki Likey.
I made a decent vote.
Teeny tiny. Why bet big? Yeah. You can bet small and get the same reaction. Absolutely beautiful poker there from Rice. Again, very solid, Joe.
JD asked, do you know if it's possible to volunteer at these events? Help the comm/camera team. That's very sweet, JD, but for stuff like this, you got to be on the payroll. You got to be. Oh wait, Nick maybe wants an assistant. Sorry.
Contact me. Looking for a personal assistant. No, Joe's right.
College credit.
But for real, send me a message.
Or an actual job. You can't just have a random person running around working. That might work some places, not for us. Thank you, though. That's kind, I guess. Barbaros with the AA.
JD, are you willing to accept Guinness's payment? Put him on the payroll, Joey. Come on.
It's assuming there's any Guinness left over from you. I wouldn't take it. Will there be action on the aces? 6-5 suited for the chip leader. Will there be action, or will this be like my life until age 29? Yes, action.
Must call 6-5 suited. Yeah, mandatory.
It's an ace-cracking hand. Woo. And if the 7 always comes, these aces are toast.
That's the thing about the 7, Joe. It's always coming.
Check.
Tom checks. Barbaros, whose first name is Eugenio. I mean, this is such a dry-looking board, too. Like, I don't know that you would necessarily have to, yeah.
Wow, wow, wee wah.
Free card for Waters. And from a dry board to, like, instantly soaked, like a hole opened up on the roof and let all the rain in. Now the straight draws, way more straight draws. We got a flush draw.
If you're going to miss the flop bet, I think you got to go big on the turn now, Joe, especially when the hearts start coming in. The random 9X is straight now, some gut shots.
I guess it wasn't that dry on the flop, like all the 5-6s, 6-7s, all that is out there. That's probably stupid.
I would say this is relatively dry, but still, I think the fact we didn't see some sort of a C bet is very unconventional. Yeah, so bets and takes down on the turn. I think just having a really small C, one of the cool things about having small C bets, generally speaking, at the stack depth, Joe, is that when you do have aces in that spot, you can still get calls from some weird pairs there, some gut shots. You know, it's nice to have small bets to get some bluffs through for cheap, but also you get a little bit more action from those combos when you do have it. The check on the flop for me is a big red flag, if I'm honest. Tempting fate, though. Given the free card. Barbaros, now 8.3 million UTG, ace-queen suited. Let's see how he wants to play this one. Seen quite a few more unconventional lines from this individual thus far. It's working out for him. He's the 8-2-5, just over a min raise. Yes, indeed. Takes it down. Pre-flop. Year of Moldova. Oh, got to work on that one, guys. Rice back in time for his UTG action.
Pocket jacks for Rice.
Back just in time, Joe. Just in time to find the Jables. Uh-oh.
What?
Wait, what?
So there's...
Wait, there's 4 jacks in a deck?
Jack, black, jack.
Joe and James in jam jars?
Oh, yeah, we do have the Joe and James. That one belongs to Rice.
Interesting dynamic here, though. Does Rice ever push and force black out of the pot here for fear of busting this tournament? Or does he just flat, is the question.
I am...
So they're not confident this time?
Rooting for there to be an outright winner here, whether it's pre-flop or...
What about the other
post.
5 players?
Doesn't matter.
They're all folded.
Oh, good.
Are you behind?
I started a hand with about 10 ticks.
Call. Was it 2 bucks?
Okay, we're going to a flop.
Yeah.
2. What do you need now?
8, 9, 10, 3 spades.
How many sickos, are out there rooting for a monotone board?
Just kidding, Andy. I'm not rooting against you, buddy. Just very difficult for this to go any other way than the Chopperino.
2 diamonds favors Andy Black slightly.
All in.
Yeah, the Joe and James.
All in.
All in says Andy, which also slightly favors Andy winning this pot outright.
It doesn't show very well, does it?
Yes or no?
Uh-oh. No coaching, please.
Call.
Oh.
2 jacks.
2 jacks?
Fuck me.
Oh my God.
2 diamonds. Come on, diamonds.
Free roll for Andy Black.
He's calling for the diamonds, too.
Hey, he free rolled a royal
Come on,
flush
make it
earlier
exciting for the crowd.
against Connor Beresford
Make it
to exit him
exciting.
from the tournament.
Make it exciting. Ramona, make it exciting.
Oh, wow.
It is exciting
No,
now.
surely
Very
not.
exciting.
Don't
Very
do it.
exciting. Oh, now let's just be gentle about this. Gentle, gentle. Let's all chill. Let's be gentle.
River is not a diamond. These 2 are going to chop it up. It is a chop pot. And you know what they say, Nick?
Everyone loves a chop pot.
Yeah, a little wind up for 2 jacks. A little wind up. A little wind up with the 2 jacks.
Yeah.
And then I thought, oh, that's it.
Declan Rice definitely loves a chop pot.
I'm not sure Declan Rice has ever loved a chop pot more.
Some hands.
A chop pot of rice.
Actually, I got
Yeah, no, that's to say,
A hot shot chop pot.
Aces versus aces. Yeah, and fourth hand, what they sit down and they
Next player
won.
out gets
Fourth my
73.5.
hand, I raise
Then the ladder starts
bottom.
getting really
Yeah.
big.
No, I always do that when I have the same hand. I go, well, no, they did exactly the same thing. So when you did it,
So we'll check, bet, check, bet, raise. Only fourth hand, man, only the same hand. check like that.
Chop it up.
Yeah, it was. I'm just telling you guys, like, and this tournament I had it like, only is all aces versus aces. And the very first hand when I sit down on the day 1, like, I flopped the nuts. I flopped the nuts, and the other woman flopped the nuts as well, the same hand. And it was check, bet, call, check, bet, raise, all-in, force hand, all-in, force hand.
Careful the words you're saying there with the cards in front of you,
That's
buddy.
a good point, actually.
Queens there for a second.
I was hoping you had tens there for
I'm sorry, sir, but you saying check, bet, call is legally binding.
It's binding.
You must check, bet, and call now.
Check, bet, and all in.
Yeah.
He must simultaneously check, bet, and all in.
Sorry.
10-round penalty.
Fuck, I nearly take it. They give me a fucking heart attack again.
Barbaros with a legit decision against the button raise. I mean, against the button raise, it is supposed to be a re-raise of some sort, is it not, Nick? And
potentially.
For 20 big blinds, what do you do?
Potentially. I think 3-betting ace-9 off here is fine. I think generally speaking, we've seen Barbaros be a little bit more on the snug side, though. Well, a very limited amount of hands we've seen thus far, though, as well, so maybe a bit unfair.
Yeah, it's all right.
Doherty's going to take this one down.
Okay.
Yeah, folding seems fine, too. I don't know.
Sad. Yeah.
Ace-10's a different story, right? But
yeah, much different.
Much different.
So you call it
exciting. A nice belly.
Had a good ace.
Henrik wants to know. Look, Henrik, if you can manage to say some, keep the next. He wants to know when the next break is. I'm going to do it without conditions. It's about 15 minutes away.
Come in and do the commentary.
Spoiler alert.
While I'm there, but how come you're doing the commentary? Let's just act as if we don't know who won.
Yeah.
But I feel happy at the moment.
This fucking love boss out of you.
Oh, that's Sakis. Sorry, Joe.
It's okay. Pocket kings.
Yeah, obviously that table image got to work for him here. Obviously very willing to play a wide range of hands. Now he's actually got top 3 hand. It's top 3 starting hand.
Bald42 says, chop pot song. You guys should work on melody instead of just doing volume. You know what? I'm going to give you a couple of minutes to work on your tone. You banned. Thank you for your comment.
Work on that tone.
Barbaros. Buddy. There you go.
Makes the fold.
Is that a raise or a limp?
Hey.
Okay.
Oh, Andy Black has 10 million to start the hand, about 25 big blinds. Probably just likes a call here. I think that's how you want to proceed in most cases, especially against the earlier open. Always an ace on the desk, Joe.
Always an ace on the desk.
What's that? That's it.
Sorry?
Take
2 checks. Deuce diamonds on the turn. I don't know. If I'm Andy and I see a check on ace 8-5, I'm really, really concerned I'm losing. Gonna go ahead and lead turn, though. Really small, though. Seems like a bit of a blocker bet.
As small as it gets.
I mean, Mavrotsakis is really good at figuring out these spots, though, right? Just really seems to have a good grasp on where he is in most pots. And I think he's probably going to read into this as he has an 8, he has a 5, he has 6s, maybe he has a flush draw, maybe he has a diamond. I think he's going to raise the turn, Joe, is what I'm saying.
Okie dokie. And you were right.
That's right. Let's go. Yeah, I mean, honestly, is Andy really going to do this with an ace? Is he going to do it with 2 pair? He's too concerned that his opponent is going to take some free cards. He's going to try and punish and use a bigger size. So I really like this line.
And with a hand as strong as kings, you can level your opponent into thinking you've played it weakly. So they're just coming at you. You don't really put someone on kings here.
Sure.
For you or me?
Takes it down. Well played.
Save
Not
money.
the best flop for you, was it?
Save money. I had to call one bet. You're betting the turn, and you're going to bet more than 400. I would have had to call, so I feel good.
Big blind, right?
You didn't fold an ace there, no?
No.
I was thinking to push him and raise there, like.
What?
I was thinking to push him and raise there.
I thought he might have that, but he's a sicko. He'd probably call me if I stick it in.
Yeah, it goes.
You
know me. We've played with them.
So I kind of like didn't even consider it.
Tom Waters under the gun, queen 7 off. Doherty out, Barbaros. 7-3 suited, woof. Declan Rice. Does not declan to raise. And is going to run into a veritable monster, especially against a button raise.
That's it, a stack? I think it's about 13 mil, I think.
Ace-6 off for Rice. Queen suited.
4, 5, 6,
Spades.
7.
Dark queen duck.
No,
Dark.
it's about 14, maybe 15. 14,
It
14
is, okay, 875.
Queen
Yeah.
duck.
Call.
Just a call. Ace, 8, 9, 1 spade. Top pair for Rice. Queen in pretty bad shape. Seems like that amount of equity seems very. There we go. That's more like it. Four in the turn, no help for nobody. Hearts, no help for nobody. Maverick drawing officially deed. And it is hard to get multiple streets of value with a hand like Ace-6, so I can understand. Check, check. Maybe you can get your opponent to take a little stab on the river.
Yes, indeed.
But Maverick does have good showdown value with 8-8, ace, king, queen. And Maverick is quite all right getting a cheap showdown. Will he get a cheap showdown? Yes. Rice tables the ace.
Ace is good, yeah.
Ace is good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here, Fenton. The jacks against jacks. And we got to see it. Like fucking zero. I thought if I was quiet, it would come. Oh, I would. Well, no, he had loads of change, like, you know. Yeah, loads of change. Like, so it didn't really matter to him. There was only 20 million in there.
It's fucking 10 fucking million of us.
Each.
Yeah, and I was only playing 14 that stage. Just fucking.
Oh, but you would have been able to come back. I wouldn't have killed you, you know. That would have been harsh.
Yeah, I would have been fucking. It's only a scratch job, like.
Was very close. Oh man.
Doherty under the gun, queen 8 suited. Sacramento asks, hey, commentator guys, what's your favorite check style? Mavs is pretty smooth. What's your most controversial favorite check style, Nick? Like one that people are like, I don't care for that one, but you like it.
So when I was in Vegas recently, I folded around to me in the big blind, and the dealer looked at me and goes, "Son, you sir," and I said, "Let him live."
I like that one. Sure, I like let him live. That one in a Vegas cash game, it's almost obligatory.
Well, so I that's what I thought. The
Yeah.
dealer looked at me like I was crazy and was like, "What does that mean?" I was like, "Let him live." And then the dealer said,
Were they doing that
"Sir,
intentionally to make it?
I honestly don't know, but it made me feel very uncomfortable because I really thought I was speaking to like another poker person.
Sure. I actually have no problem with the dealer making you, like, not finding that.
I wasn't looking for
charming,
applause.
just not that way.
I wasn't looking for applause, yeah, but you know, I wasn't. I didn't want like an Emmy for my performance, but I didn't think it was that outlandish.
I like to let him live. As long as you don't do it every hand.
No. I'm actually more of a.
Yeah.
So Maverick Sack is getting a little out of line here.
Yeah. But then there's other things.
I thought this hand was going to be over relatively quickly.
A lot of them bring wives and girlfriends and friends in Dublin City.
Yeah.
And it's, you know, it's classier venue.
I think the first few nights there was definitely lack of atmosphere.
And it's not going to get a full from Waters. We've got a bloated pot here, kids. From a little more pre-flop action than we're used to blind on blind. And Maverick Sakis just completely misses this.
Yes, indeed.
Could be playing the board by the end of this hand. And Waters has got it surrounded, but no actual hand yet. Therapy says 5 deuce. This guy gets me every time.
Yeah, I love it. Mixing it up, doing it with style. Not sure how he's going to win this one, though, guys.
So you're fucking due to get bigs, everything.
Yeah.
Maverick Sakis continues for 1.4 million. Same size as the pre-flop. What I have to assume was 3-bet. Waters has all of the chips right now.
Just had a good run of cards,
I think just flatting here in position is cool, Joe. I don't think you need to raise. You're going to have the best hand quite frequently. You've got a nice draw. Yeah, there you go. Betting a call. That's the nuts.
Wow. Wowee.
Yeah, to be honest, it's
I was just about to say, but like, what do you do if you miss, right? You end up with queen high at the end of this hand, but I prefer plan A, which is get there.
Okay, here's the problem, Joe. We all know what Maverick Sakis has here. However, this is a turn that you are supposed to bet as a bluff very frequently.
But don't you in your head go, man, what am I getting stationed by there on the flop? And isn't the ace going to like improve a lot? They called me pre-flop. They called the 3-bet.
Like
called a significant bet on the flop.
Right. I mean, you could get some hearts to fold. You could get some straight draws to fold.
I guess king.
You could
I
get
guess
a 10
king.
to fold.
Would a king ever fold?
I don't think a king ever fold. Well, they're not supposed to fold, but yeah, I suppose some players.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Maverick Sakis is loading up and is firing directly into the nuts.
Look at Waters. He's like, this is cool. Keep it coming. How much do you want to make it, sir?
Oh, hasn't fired yet. Hasn't fired yet.
Man, if you're Waters right now, you got the Queen of Hearts too. You're like you're not even worried about the hearts that much.
Looks like all options are still on the table.
Loving this action.
What's Tom doing?
Yeah.
He's checking his hand again.
Is that an attempt at like a false tell potentially?
I don't know. I mean, Tom's a pretty experienced player.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna say.
I mean, look, if he just looked at his cards again and now Maverick Sakis is loading up again, I mean, brilliant, I guess. I don't know how I would read into that. I would read into it as strength, personally.
He's doing it. He's doing it.
My goodness. Mavrotsakis looks like a smaller bet than I was originally expecting. 1.8 million, as I said, 1.1 million directly into the nuts. I haven't seen someone fire into the nuts this hard since Rob Dyrdek's ridiculousness. Chanel West Coast would be loving this nut firing.
I mean, you're just flatting all day, right? You got position.
All in?
No!
Tom moves all in. That's going to be the end of this hand, but who cares? That is a lot of dimp.
It is, absolutely. Mr. Waters finds the shove, takes it down. Nice hand, sir. Obviously, we can see the cards, guys.
Okay, guys,
sometimes he will have ace, king, ace, 10, ace, 7.
Just before 7:50.
Last hand of the session. Last hand of the level. You heard Big Nick, 1 hour dinner break. And Tom Waters will be returning from that dinner break with an even bigger chip lead. Now these blinds are going up, so those big blinds are not accurate. It's going to be more shallow than this when we get back. Waters on top, Rice, Doherty, Black, Barbaros, and Mavrotsakis is going to be in the danger zone.
Danger zone!
1 hour dinner break. More from the Irish Poker Open from PokerStars and Paddy Power Poker when we return.
You're at the final table of the largest buy-in event ever held in Ireland. Surrounded by the world's best players. An EPT High Roller title is on the line. And you're facing a decision. Are you being bluffed?
I got a strange feeling. You got the devil in you. My heart beats like thunder, dancing under the moon. You made me crazy. You drive me mad. It's all a good man bad.
It's been 8 years since the PokerStars.com EPT has come to Dublin, and what better way to say we're back than by hosting the biggest buy-in event in Irish poker history. 58 players parted ways with 25,000 euros, and with 12 re-entries, more than $500,000 will go to the eventual winner. All your favourites turned up for the High Roller event, competing for a share of the €1.7 million prize pool. Most left disappointed, with just 9 players making the money. 3 of those have already headed to the cash desk. Leaving us with just 6 of the best vying for the title. As it stands, the man with all the chips is the aggressive Italian, Mustafa Canit.
I have a huge chip leader, so I don't have to be worried. I can play more tight, open more, like see how the others they react. So it's pretty good advantage.
It's not the first time we've seen Swedish pro Anton Bertelsen at a final table. He was runner-up in Prague in 2014. He satellited into this event and now sits comfortably in second place. Third in chips is the baby-faced assassin Charlie Carroll, who'll use his youth to his advantage.
People call a lot more when you look like a 12-year-old in a live poker field. So I got my table image set for the next few years.
Nicknamed the Silver Pigeon, Keith Johnson is another player to qualify for this event via a live satellite. Fourth or better today will see him pick up his biggest ever live score. With such an impressive record in high rollers, Kornuth has more than a chance to take down this title.
In 2016, I final tabled the PCA, final tabled the Aussie Millions and won it, and I'm here on 2 bullets and I'm hoping to win again. I mean, ideally I could go back to back.
Second on Australia's all-time money list and no stranger to big buy-in events, Jeff Rossiter is the short stack and will need to use his experience to get the best of his rivals. So a pretty strong final table, and I think it's fair to say that the 2 live satellite winners, Bertelsen and Johnson, have the worst seat draws, with the aggressive Italian with all the chips on their left.
I never got that whole left-right thing. Aren't they in a circle?
Blinds 30-60 with a 10k ante. Jeff Roster first to speak.
Says nothing.
Folds with a smile. Chance Kornuth.
Oh, reflection fold. Nice work, Janusz Kaminski.
Anton Bertelsen was down just a couple of big blinds on the penultimate day, but made an impressive recovery.
You know what I always say, James? All it takes is a chip and a chair. Copyright Joe Staple in 2009.
Folded to Keith Johnson. He passes. Mustafa Canet has ace-7 in the small blind and calls.
You've been so kind to me, I can't do anything. I'm a really nice guy, not like Chance.
Oh man, Chance is the worst.
So Charlie Carroll checks his option and pairs his 6. Canet checks.
Charlie can bet second pair for value after Canet checks.
He bets 80,000.
Canet's got ace high, which would be beating some of Charlie's bluffs.
He calls the bet, so we go to the turn. It's the 10 of hearts, so Canet picks up a gut shot. He checks for a second time.
And Charlie's probably confident Mustafa would not have checked top pair on the flop, and he shouldn't have too many 10s either.
Charlie bets a second time, 200,000.
And when Mustafa does have a 10, Charlie will usually get a cheap showdown.
Mustafa's called the 200k. It's a queen on the end. Charlie rivers 2 pair.
Well, now he doesn't want a cheap showdown. He wants an expensive showdown, like a Zack Snyder superhero movie showdown.
Well, it's been checked to Charlie for the 3rd time, and he will bet a 3rd time. Pretty big, 740,000 in the middle. He makes it 650,000.
Should be a very easy fold.
Sure enough, Mustafa lays it down. Charlie Carroll adds 390k to his stack. Everyone's now locked up more than 100k. There's more than $500,000 up top. A win for either Mustafa or Chance would see them clear €1 million in live tournament earnings this year, and we're only in February.
February? Did I miss Christmas again?
Blinds are now 40,000, 80,000 with a 10,000 ante. Mustafa Canet under the gun. As 8-10 suited, he raises to 175,000. Kings for Charlie Carroll.
Will it be a 3-bet or will it be a sneaky call?
It's the latter, the sneaky call.
Very, very sneaky.
King Jack for Chance Kornuth on the button, in position.
How much did you start with, Charlie? Like 4, I think.
We know he's in bad shape.
Fold.
And so did he.
Ooh, pass, I like that. Might have to say that.
Welcome to Europe, Chance. Now wait till you see how often you have to use that brush next to the toilet.
Ew. Bertelsen has folded. Keith Johnson in the big blind.
Johnson's big.
Also passes. Not going to rise to that one. Heads up to the flop. So a flush draw for Canet. Carroll still a 2-1 favourite with kings.
It's always something.
Mustafa continues for 200k.
He can rep a lot here. I think Charlie is going to take the standard radio show contest approach of call, call, call.
He has called. The turn card is a 9. Mustafa now with a straight draw to go with his flush draw.
Which I think means we're only going to see more barrels.
500,000. Once again, Charlie just calls.
So far, so call.
The river is a 7. That is a straight to the 10 for Mustafa Canet.
Oh, come on.
1.9 million in the middle. Mustafa betting for value, 1.4 million. That's roughly 3/4 of the pot.
Mustafa's hand is pretty dang disguised. And this bet is polarizing.
I beat some of your value hands. I'm not sure if I do when you get that size there.
Ding!
Oh, that's a less confident smile than last time. That's good.
No, I'm confident. I'm confident.
Yeah? I believe you're confident in life, but I'm not so sure about this hand.
I'm always confident, bro.
Dude's got more confidence than a 1920s grifter.
Oh, there's one on the rail.
What do you reckon I have?
I have no idea, but I don't care.
I have king.
Kings is a good hand.
It's a really good hand, right?
I know. It's one of my favorites, to be honest.
Oh, you kind of deserve my money then. What can I have? I can have 9 7s.
I can have 3-3, 6-6, Ace-6, 6-5, 6-7.
9s.
9s. 7s? Maybe
not
10-8?
Really, not really 7s.
Maybe 4-5?
Yeah. What bluffs can you have?
All of them?
I 6-bet 10-6 offsuited yesterday, so I have a lot of that. But that is not...
Was it offsuit?
Of course, bro. What do you think he's talking
Double
about?
suited, let's go.
He doesn't do this with queens or jacks, that's for show.
Come on, don't stare at me. We are friends.
Well, Charlie Carroll, it's time to make like a subtitle and read.
Charlie folds.
Good fold, bro. Good fold.
Yep. Show one, show one.
Huh?
Show one.
Yeah, you can pick one.
It's the 10.
That's a bad one to see.
Is that bad to see?
I mean, usually you can have 10-8 club, a king.
I don't open 10-8. Huh? I don't open 10-8 suited with these stacks.
That face when you think you've made a really good fold, but at the last second, you're not that sure.
Here at the PokerStars.com EPT Dublin High Roller Final Table, we've been privy to an incredible laydown. It's difficult to say how Charlie Carroll managed to fold his kings, so we asked him.
Mustafa knows that people are going to be expecting him to try and bully the final table. So I thought that he was going to use big bet sizing for value. On the river, Mustafa reasonably quickly bets 1.4 million. This is where the hand gets kind of interesting. It's a really, really strange bet size for that situation. Mustafa had no idea what kind of hand I had. I could have a trap, I could have a misdraw. For him to take such a line would seem kind of reckless. So I started speaking to Mustafa, and I told him what I had.
King.
He looked a bit surprised. He started talking a lot.
Kings is a good hand.
It's a really good hand, right?
It's one of my favorites, to be honest.
I know that Mustafa does that in a lot of situations, whether he's bluffing or whether he's value betting, so I carried on speaking to him.
What bluffs can you have?
I 6-bet 10-6 off-suited yesterday, so I have a lot of bluffs.
I'd prefer not to say on camera one live tell that I had, because it's quite consistent throughout quite a lot of players, but I did see it on Mustafa as well. So despite the fact that there are a lot more bluffs in his range than value hands, I thought the live tells were a lot more important than the theory side of it. So I decided to flop my kings.
Good fold, bro. Good fold.
I don't know. I thought it was pretty obvious he was bluffing when he pulled apart that cookie and started listening to it.
Well, for me, it became obvious when he started weeping blood.
Probably shouldn't give this stuff away, but whatever.
I don't bluff people with crazy shirts or crazy things. I love the crazy things, so I'm not gonna bluff you. You have a good image.
Mustafa, was it 10-8 suited or 10-8 offsuit?
Which hand?
You took the chips from Charlie.
I had the 10.
10?
I had the 10,
Okay.
yeah.
I've handled it now. I'm fine with it.
No, it's a good fold.
I've messaged my therapist and we've had a talk.
Blind still 40-80. Action folded to Jeff Roster. Now on chance, Cornuth on the button. Bertelsen in the small.
What's your playing?
900 and, well, about $1 million, I think that.
$1 million ain't that much. It's like 13 big blinds.
Pocket sixes for Anton.
Probably good enough for a poke.
He raises enough to put Keith Johnson all in. Ace-5.
Come on, you silver pigeon, fly. Or at least run around real fast.
He calls.
No, I haven't got the best hand.
Just one overcard, but pairing that card's gonna lock it up for Keith just about every time.
The flop. 7-5 deuce. Keith flops a piece. Can now hit an ace or a 5 to survive. The turn card is a queen. Still 5 outs for Keith, an 11% chance. The river is a jack.
No thank you.
Keith Johnson eliminated.
You know what'd be better than bust out handshakes?
Full set I played.
Bust out milkshakes. It's just a thought.
Please don't have any more thoughts. So Keith Johnson is the first man out, cashes for 106K.
Satellited in for 3,000.
Yeah, pay jump.
That's what we're all thinking, to be fair.
You need it.
The rest of us are going to wait till he's out of earshot, you know, whatever.
You hear that, Keith? Everybody's making more money now.
Next player out will receive 137,000 euros. So we've got 2 big stacks. The rest are reasonably short. Chance Cornuth is in the danger zone.
Danger zone!
As the blinds go up to 50,000, 100,000 with a 10,000 ante. Jeff Rossiter first to speak.
Rossiter the Bossiter.
Jack 9 of hearts. He raises to 200,000. Folded to Mustafa Kanat. He passes. Charlie Carroll in the big blind. Also has hearts. Ace-8.
Super easy defend in the big blind.
He calls.
So it's a guy who dresses like a 1970s Miami dentist waiting room versus Australian Mike McDonald.
Interesting way of looking at it. Oh, both flop a flush draw.
This is shaping up to be a bigger cooler than the one where they keep Marlon Brando's spleen.
Action check to Rossiter, who continues for 150,000.
Bet call here would be quite standard.
Charlie does call. And there's 2 of his supporters on the rail, Tim Riley and Ben Heath. The turn card is the 8 of diamonds, top pair for Charlie.
I think this turn's likely to go the same way.
Action check to Rossiter, who's betting again. 400,000.
Charlie's got a strong hand, but he's not nutted, so I don't think he'll raise very often.
Yeah, once again, he calls. The river card. It's the King of Hearts. They both now have a flush.
This is just a sick, sick cooler, and Jeff Roster is probably going to get hurt.
Nut flush versus third nut flush.
Hold him.
Charlie shoves. And Jeff calls.
Not surprised he called, but surprised he called so quickly when he had far from the nuts.
So Charlie Carroll doubles up through Jeff Rossiter.
It's a flush, Tim. That's what happens when you have 5 cards. You know what? I don't want to educate the fish.
And Jeff is left with just 6 big blinds.
Look at the way the mic pack weighs down Charlie's harem pants.
Can you get me some food?
I mean, come on, look at that outfit. Ben's not sure if he's talking to someone or having a fever dream.
So the clothes that I wear, I get asked about quite a lot. I find it's a conversation starter with people. Poker has definitely given me confidence to wear them outside. Like, I'm not saying, you know, I never went out my house, but usually if I went out, I'd try and kind of tone it down a bit. But because there's been such positive feedback from the poker community about the clothes, excluding Joe Stapleton, may I add.
Charlie Carroll looks like Burning Man threw up on his clothes.
Yes.
It's kind of made me feel a lot more comfortable wearing the clothes that I'm comfortable in. I think it's kind of ludicrous taking a step back and looking at my life that I am playing a 25,000 euro tournament and I'm only 22. I'm quite well known online in a very niche group of people. Winning the 25k in Monaco definitely put my name on the map a lot more. So I was a lot more known throughout the higher stakes communities. Taking down this 25k would mean so much to me. If somebody wins one big tournament, they can almost pass it off as just a one-off, but I think if somebody gets consistent results, it might cement my place in the poker world a bit more.
Well, as we rejoin the action, Jeff Roster is all in. He came over the top of Cannett's opening raise. He's getting called, and he is dominated.
Domination Nation, and I don't think he'll be bossing his way out of this one.
Jeff is looking for a jack. King high flop doesn't change anything. Roster still in need of a jack. He has 3 outs. Heart on the turn picks up additional outs. 12 cards save him. Any jack, any heart. It's the ace of spades.
Isn't it weird that there are just as many aces left in the deck as jacks, but it's the ace that hits? It always annoys me.
Cannett KOs Rossiter in 5th place. Jeff cashes for 137,200 euros. As Mustafa increases his chip lead.
You know, now that I think about it, Mustafa's fashion sense isn't much better than Charlie's. Those stars are questionable.
Thanks for the insight, Gok-Wan.
Don't hate.
So, we're 4-handed now. Action on Chance Cornuth. Looking to win his 2nd 25k event in a row.
Jeez.
He folds. Anton Bertelsen satellited in for 3,000 euros. He has queens on the button.
Lady Kings, hello.
He raises to 200,000. Queen 9 of diamonds for Mustafa Cannett in the small blind.
Well, this is not going to be very well timed.
The chip leader is re-raising. It's a 3-bet to 530,000. Charlie Carroll folds. It's back on Bertelsen.
If Anton knows what Mustafa's up to, he'll just call. If he thinks he's got a hand he'll stack off with sometimes, he'll put in another bet.
That's a re-raise. Bertelsen 4 bets to 1.18 million.
Well, we know Mustafa should fold.
He calls. He's playing a flop out of position without the betting lead with a dominated hand.
Yeah, very interesting. An out of position pre-flop float.
The flop is ace 8-8. Bertelsen now better than a 9-1 favourite, but maybe a bit worried about that ace. Cannett's checked the action to him, and looks like he'll continue.
Mad credit for being able to fire on this flop after getting 3-bet and an ace comes down.
He bets 700,000 into 2.5 million. Cannett calls.
Mustafa is a crazy person. Must figure this flop's super polarizing.
7 of hearts on the turn. Cannett now drawing dead. Checks a second time. Bertelsen has less than pot behind. He checks. We go to the river. Jack of spades.
I assume this is where we're going to see the move. I just wonder if he'll end it with a twist or a pinch.
Cannett bluffs for a significant percentage of Bertelsen's remaining chips. 1.75 million.
Most dramatic glasses removal ever. This is an extremely convincing line. I'm not sure how often Mustafa expects Bertelsen to have queens here, but this still might work anyway. His story does kind of check out. Maybe Bertelsen will see the same thing Charlie saw.
Bertelsen folds!
Show one. Show one. Pick one. I pick one.
You get to pick one.
You want to pick one?
There's a bluff.
Yeah, can I pick that one?
Yeah, pick.
Queen diamonds.
Oh! That could have been ace-queen. Anton, it was ace-queen, okay, buddy? Don't worry. Nobody tell him.
Mustafa Cannett closing in on the 10 million mark now.
I like how you balance your show and range, though.
Your customers. I have to treat you good, no? In Italy it works like that. I don't know where you're from.
Why don't you ever treat me that good?
It doesn't work like that.
Because you're not that good customer compared to him.
That's not a compliment.
4 remain in this high roller, and Mustafa Cannett looks unstoppable. It's the PokerStars.com EPT Dublin High Roller Final Table, where Mustafa Cannett has been leading proceedings. So far, he's had the other players questioning his every move.
Well, that's a less confident smile than last time.
You don't bluff people with crazy shirts. Ace-jack suited like a boss. Playing tight, because he's right.
I'm the craziest for sure. Like, I think Italian have that reputation because of me, probably.
Mustafa's the best thing to happen to Italian poker since Max Pescatore discovered bandanas.
Well, Cannett has raised from the button here, and we, Joe, are going to sweat with Charlie Carroll in the small blind for the rematch between these two.
Sweat with Charlie Carroll makes sense since it looks like he's on his way to Bikram Yoga.
Ace-king suited in the small blind. He 3-bets to 700k.
Yes, let's 3-bet this clown, and also, namaste.
So with Chance Cornuth folding the big blind, action's back on Cannett.
Well, we already know he doesn't fold to re-raises, and this time he's in position.
That's a call.
Look.
Thank you, you too.
1.6 million in the middle already. An 8-7-5 2-heart flop. Not ideal for ace-king of spades.
Yeah, I'm fine with us not continuing.
Charlie checks, Mustafa checks.
Cool.
6 of clubs on the turn.
Well, we've got 2 giant spades on a mostly red board. I hate this, I hate our hand, I hate this board, and I hate his stupid mustache face.
Charming. Well, Charlie's checked for a second time. Mustafa not checking back this time.
No, of course not.
He bets 550,000.
I actually kind of like a fold here. Oh my God, what's happening in the background? That guy's more machine than man.
Charlie decides to call the bet.
I know we're going to face a bomb from Mustafa on the river. Jason Mercier, Natasha Barber know what I'm talking about.
Jack on the river. Charlie checks.
Here we go.
2.7 million in the pot. And it bets 950,000. What do you do here with ace, king, high?
Fold the turn.
Ace high, brother. I have ace high, by the way.
Ah, ace high. Oh, okay, I feel better now.
We've pretty much the bottom of our range. Totally cool with a fold here, guy. I mean, unless you're in a hurry to get to the sunset meditation drum circle.
No hard save. I needed a heart.
I put you on the heart.
We could very well be good here, but there are just better spots.
Don't waste my time. You're not beating anything with ace high, so...
Ding!
No?
King, queen, king 10, queen 10, ace 10, ace queen, ace 2 suited.
You beat something.
Yeah, I do. You look different this time to the time you had
I
10-8.
always look different, you know. I'm schizophrenic.
Really?
Yeah, a little bit.
More mental health jokes. We're gonna get letters.
Come on. You can be outplayed once. This hand, you cannot win it with this run out. Just, right? If he has ace high.
Why do I feel like you have nothing?
I feel like I have something.
I feel like he has something.
Charlie calls.
I got you bet the jack.
Ew!
You're so good.
Gross.
I'm so lucky.
I think it's correct.
Most of the value bet a jack and a 4-card straight board got called and was right. That's just creepy, but not as creepy as couples that wear matching t-shirts.
Agreed. Mustafa Canet now has more than 2/3 of the chips in play.
Mustafa Canet, I'm 25 years old. I born in Italy, I live in Vienna. I'm used to play this kind of tournaments, so I try to take it easy.
I'm always confident, bro.
I think I have a good experience. I won two high rollers. The 50K in Monte Carlo and the 10K in Barcelona. The PCA, I make fourth in 100K. Was a good tournament. In the final table I had good chance and I lose a huge flip, another couple hands, but was a good tournament. Right now I do what I was dreaming to do, like when I start to play it, so of course I enjoy it and I try to enjoy my experience and experience with all the other players.
You're customers. I have to treat you good, no?
It doesn't make any sense to stay there with headphones, don't talk to anyone for like 10 hours. It's not funny for me, not funny for anyone else, so it's nice to, you know, have a good time.
I shared a cab once with Mustafa from Nice to Cannes. Let's just say I hope he's gotten better at calculating 50% of something since then.
Ooh.
20 more.
Blind's currently 60-120. Anton Bertelsen is now the short stack after being bluffed off those queens. Chance Cornuth with ace-6 in the small blind.
All in.
Shoves on Bertelsen, who's got king-10.
And he's pretty short.
He calls all in.
His kings and tens are live, his diamonds are not.
If Anton doesn't improve, we will be down to 3. The flop is 6-5-3, so a pair for Chance, but both of Bertelsen's cards are still live.
Low card's bad, possible straight on board good.
Deuce on the turn, so Bertelsen wins outright with a king or a 10. He chops with a 4. Any other card? He's out. KO.
It was a pleasure playing with you, man.
Was it a pleasure playing with him, or are you just saying that? Come on.
I'm sure he meant it. Chance seems like a nice guy.
I'm sure it was a pleasure laddering up for him going out.
Well, Anton Bertelsen satellited in for 3,000 euros. He cashes out in fourth for 176,640.
If you want to look to the numbers, we can give a look.
I mean, we can look. I can't do maths.
I think you're gonna vote first.
Sure, bring it.
Oh, Ben!
I don't mind.
Ben!
We need you.
Players are allowed to select one person to take advice from when discussing a deal. Charlie's called over his friend Ben Heath.
I don't trust myself to know what's there, to be honest. I trust him, though. Maths degree and drunk.
But I'd never go like, 10 or 15K beyond ICM, which is likely what's going to be asked for. Okay. So what are their stacks? The 2 stacks. And then the rest.
2.7, 1.5, 1.6.
Boring!
There is like 70 million on play.
Okay. No, probably it'll say he gets like 440, and in practice maybe he should get like 450.
Yeah, I mean, there's I don't think there's any way in hell I'm doing that, especially with tells on both of them.
I don't think this deal is happening. 6 guys, 20 people's worth of egos.
Well, here comes Big Nick with his laptop.
Hello, guys.
Hello.
How are you?
Good.
So, you guys want some numbers?
Please. ICM first, and then...
Okay. So, there's the ICM there.
ICM's a formula. It gives a little more to the short stacks.
We do have a minimum amount of money to play for.
Those are ICM, right?
Yeah.
Let's play.
And...
It's just not even close. Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, I'm positive.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Done.
Cheers, guys.
Thanks.
Good luck.
Thank you for your time.
You're welcome.
It's just...
Yeah,
it's just
no.
Told you.
You want more, we want more. Save us all some time.
No, actually, I was kind of close.
At least they all agreed they weren't going to agree.
So they're playing for the advertised payouts. 234 for third, 360 for second, more than $500,000 for the winner. And blinds up now to 80,000, 160,000 with a 20,000 ante. Action on Mustafa Kanat, who has kings.
He's pretty happy they didn't make a deal.
The chip leader raises to 325,000. Pocket fives for Charlie Carroll.
Uh-oh.
Well then.
He shoves for 2.75 million. Chance Cornuth with ace-9 in the big blind.
All in?
He's all in.
Really?
I call.
And Kanat calls.
Hello, guys.
Whoops, not so sure about the move with ace-9, but it's probably really close.
3-way all in, and if kings hold, it's over.
No ace.
Charlie has chance covered, so he's set to get second place here.
What do we have? 5s.
As things stand, Kanat is a 58% favorite to win this hand and the title. Even bigger favorite now.
Can the best hand hold for once?
We need a 5. We need a 5 or no ace. If there's no ace, then it's heads up.
Then we all get to the bar a little bit faster.
This tournament about to end with a double bust out. 5 on the turn. Charlie now set for a near triple up.
No deuce, no king.
That's Riley's feeling it.
The other two now drawing thin.
A deuce would be pretty enjoyable.
A deuce would be horrible.
Cornuth needs a deuce to survive.
One off would be the deuce of spades, right?
Poor kings. Started off the favorite, now he's the dog.
The river card is a deuce. A straight for Cornuth. Charlie's not out. He wins the small side pot against Kanat.
Sick.
And Chance Cornuth triples up.
Here, guys.
I don't think he called.
You got me, remember? Oh, but you covered.
Oh, hang on, no, I'm still.
Yeah, you gotta.
Chip in a chair, that's what he's got.
That's pretty fortuitous.
Kanat was on the verge of busting both of them and winning the tournament, but we play on three-handed.
Unlucky, man. Unlucky.
Unfortuitous.
I realized very quickly I made a mistake and thought, I hope I have a chance to make up for it.
Chance? You got that chance.
Kanat was so close to victory, but he's still in command.
So you're saying there's a Kanat?
Well, if you want to experience all the drama of an EPT, why not try qualifying for a main event at PokerStars.com. By a divine act of the poker gods, we are still three-handed at the PokerStars.com EPT Dublin High Roller.
A deuce would be pretty enjoyable.
A deuce would be horrible. Sick.
It's pretty fortuitous.
Mustafa Kanat still remains on top, but he's taken his first hit at the final table. Could this be a sign of a change in the balance of power? Well, Canet still leads with 8.8 million. Chance Cornuth has 5.7 million. Charlie Carroll's the low man with 2.6 million.
I think if either of us win this, we should probably give Mustafa the trophy.
I'm agree.
There's a lot of shoulds in poker that don't happen. Yeah.
Like I should not take my pants off while I do commentary, but I do.
Just stay seated on the other side of the desk.
Okay.
Blinds 80,000, 160,000 with a 20k ante. Canet has jacks in the small blind. He completes. Charlie Carroll with ace-4 of hearts.
Chip and a chair time.
Pull in. I call.
Shove and a call. Charlie Carroll at risk. He's got it in as a 2-to-1 dog. Needs an ace. Or some hearts.
Hoping to pull himself a Chance Cornuth.
The flop. 9-5-5. Pretty good for jacks.
Thinking what I could do with 234k.
Played 9 more high rollers.
Charlie's down to 3 outs. He needs the Barry Greenstein. He needs an ace on the river. He doesn't hit.
Good game, buddy.
Good game. I'm sweating. I'm not gonna wash my hand.
Played well, buddy.
It was a good play with you, man. That was fun. With him?
Come on, let me get it through.
Oh, life's fun when you're winning hundreds of thousands.
Charlie Carroll busts in third for 234,100 euros.
Now quick, get him to the charity shop before it closes.
So we're now heads up in this 25k event.
Good luck, buddy. Let's have some fun.
Mustafa Canet looking for his 3rd high roller win. Chance Cornuth looking for his 2nd of the year. But Canet has the chip advantage.
Chance got pretty lucky to get to this point. He's going to need some more. You know, I think the biggest mistake of his poker career was coming on our podcast, but Ace-9 is probably a close second.
Oh, come on. That was Mustafa's favorite episode.
Real good, bro.
So Canet has almost a 2-to-1 chip lead over Cornuth as we get this heads-up battle underway. Blind still 81-60.
Chance has got an uphill battle, but this is far from impossible. Yes, I'm saying there's a, you know.
Chance is raised with 10-6. Mustafa defending with Queen-Jack.
This is fine. Heads-up's weird.
The flop gives Canet top pair, bottom pair for Cornuth.
Chance probably likes his hand, but it can't get too much value from worse ones.
Action goes check, check. Queen on the turn, 2 pair for Mustafa, open-ended straight draw for Chance.
Top pair versus open-ender, things are getting interesting now.
Canet leads for 450,000.
Calling makes perfect sense.
Cornuth does call. And he gets there on the river. He makes his straight. Canet still with 2 pair. Value bet's just over $1 million.
He likes to value bet thin. I think we can expect to see a raise here a lot.
Well, Chance has got the 2nd nuts, right?
Sure.
Call.
Wow, he just calls.
Pretty tight just call. Probably thinks Mustafa's never calling with worse.
Meanwhile, our 3rd place finisher is on the rail, and he seems happy with his lot.
I'm feeling really, really happy. I don't really get the feeling of, you know, disappointment if you come 3rd, because most of the time you're not even going to cash, so I'm feeling really good about it. I've been playing a lot longer since the first time I final tabled a high roller, and I'm definitely more comfortable with the situations and making correct decisions. I definitely put a lot of more emphasis into live reads than I think most people, especially people that have an online background. I'd hate to say which one I would think is better, but I know they're both incredibly talented and they played really, really well throughout the whole final table.
Oh, come on, pick a side, Bella.
Blinds 100,000, 200,000 with a 25k ante. Chance Cornuth raising the button with 7-3. Mustafa Canet with ace-8. He defends.
No reason to go 2 nuts there.
The flop. is 7-6 deuce. So Chance flops best. Top pair.
Top pair heads up. Oh, yee.
With the action checked to him, he continues for 350,000. And with 2 overs to the board, Mustafa calls.
Ace high could be the best hand. It's not, but it could be.
The turn card is a 9. Can is now open-ended.
Not too much of a scare card for a pair of 7s.
Can checks. Cornuth checks behind.
No reason to make the pot bigger, though.
Jack on the river, so Can left with just ace high. And he's betting. He leads river for 900,000.
Weird river bluff. Ace high could be good.
Can you beat a 7, Musta? Close your eyes and put it in.
That's gross.
You know me, bro.
I'm not sure anyone does.
All right, let me think about it. Take your time. I'm uninclined to fold a pair. I know, bro. This is why I love you. I solved it.
Chance folds the best hand.
Solution, yes. Correct, no.
Darth Cornuth still wondering about that one. Mustafa took nearly $1 million off him there. And he has regained roughly a 2-1 chip lead over his opponent.
Cornuth's getting to the point where he's going to have to take some kill me.
You only have yourself to blame. Chance first to speak here. Ace-10. Raises to 500,000. Canet has a small pair, 3s.
Oh, maybe it's Mustafa who's going to push the action.
All in.
He shoves on Cornuth.
You like deuces, right?
Huh.
Deuces never loses. No, they do sometimes.
Patently false.
Call.
Chance calls, and we're off to the races.
Oh, good thing you have 3s. Yeah.
This flip could be the decider.
Chance has sucked out once. This one's way less uphill.
Good game, Chance. It was really nice to play with you. I appreciate your optimism.
Mustafa's already sizing up the trophy for his luggage.
If his pocket pair holds, he wins that trophy and the €500,000 first prize. Well, 3s are holding.
Deuces will be better.
They never loses.
Chance has 6 outs. Charlie Carroll sweating the action. Queen on the turn.
If I lose, I'm happy it's to you, but I wouldn't mind playing a little bit longer. I'm fine like this, bro. We play next turn. I'm thinking like a 10 of diamonds, actually.
Any ace, any 10.
Don't think so. 8 of diamond, maybe.
The river. It's a jack.
That's close.
Canet closes the deal.
Good game, buddy. Good game, bro. Good beast.
Mustafa Canet wins the EPT Dublin 25K high roller.
People say there's no second chances in life. Well, they were wrong.
Bro, I bust your 3%, bro.
Jason Mercier is more delighted than Mustafa is. Well, no deal was agreed, so Chance gets 360K for second, while Canet receives more than €500,000 for the win.
Mustafa Canet, you've won 10K high roller. You've won a 50K high roller. You just won a 25K high roller. Where are you going next?
The 100K, I suppose.
You think it's going to be the 100K? Your prediction for how long that's going to take?
1 month and a half, Monte Carlo.
I love the confidence in this guy. Speaking of confidence, I noticed you were having fun actually throughout the rest of the tournament. There were a couple of hands you were playing with Charlie where you were very honest about where you thought your hand strength was. You're like, no, just fold. I got it here. Is that just because you're having fun, or is there some strategy to that?
No, it's strategy. Like, if I have nothing, I'm going to say something like that too, so it's random.
All right, perfect. Well, guys, let's get a big round of applause for our high roller champion, Mustafa Canet.
I feel really good. I had a lot of fun. I really love to play, and I really love the competition, and winning is like the end of it, so it's really nice.
Put a smile on your face like you never cared. Sick of dreaming you could be out there. And it feels like I am on my own.
Can I value bet the jack?
No, so good.
And it feels like I will never.
I know, bro. This is why I love you.
One more story to tell to my children.
There's no messing about here. We are playing for big bucks, but we're also playing for an extremely prestigious trophy, one that will mean an awful lot to either player, but particularly to Steve O'Dwyer. And that's a nice thing. That look, he's Irish now, he's ours, but technically speaking, he's American. And for years has been coming here, and for years wanted this. And the last time that I commentated on the Irish Open was 2015, and he finished 15th that year. Ace-5 here for O'Dwyer.
Yeah, this is pretty much slam dunk all in. These hands contain an A. Oh, wow. Okay.
Pocket nice.
Big
Ooh,
opportunity for
this
Kyle
is
McGuire.
massive. This is where we were talking about possibly getting to 14.4, and he's
like,
all in.
Automatically shoves his chips over the line.
Auto call? Heads
Absolutely.
up with the ace?
100%. These pairs go right up in value heads up. Pocket nines is in great shape. 8.4 million. And, I mean, this is exciting because, I mean, if Kyle holds here, we could have a game on our hands.
Yep, absolutely.
Steve, of course, I mean, this is standard all in on the button here with the ace. And Kyle looks down, pocket nines, all in a call. It's 8.4 million in the pot. There's a total amount of 60 million in play. We're just going to wait for the TV director. Well, actually, sorry,
he hasn't called it.
Yeah, this.
He's actually.
I thought
it.
Steve shipped on the button.
Well, it looked as though he had. I think what he did was he limped in. So he's called.
Okay, well, he limped to call a bit of raise, and that's, yeah.
And he has called. And here we go.
To call. He doesn't like it.
Well,
nines versus ace five. I thought Steve just put Kyle all in, but he limped with the intention of calling a raise. He wasn't expecting an all-in rip, that's for sure, but he's ahead of some all-in rips here.
Yeah.
He could be doing this with like king queen, king jack, queen jack suited, these type of hands. So pretty standard situation here. Steve O'Dwyer with the ace five, and he's behind, but I mean, we've seen Steve O'Dwyer behind before, come back from the dead. Ace five versus the nines.
He has the wheel draw. He has the overcard, the ace. He's got heart for flush possibilities, but right now, Colin McGuire is looking to double up and make a game of this. Four, jack, ace.
Not good.
Ace on the flop.
Yeah, I mean, this is pretty brutal stuff.
McGuire's not even looking at the table, he's looking at the screen.
He's with his rail looking at the screen, and he's hoping there's a mistake with the graphics, but it's no mistake.
Board pairs with the jack.
Two pair for Steve O'Dwyer, who's about to become the Irish Poker Champion 2022, unless, Emmett, we see one of two cards appearing on the river. It doesn't happen for
10
Kyle.
of diamonds, and that is it, baby. We
over.
have a champion. Kyle McGuire can be incredibly proud of his efforts, his
Great
achievements.
display.
Being runner-up in the Irish Open is no mean feat. Getting €196,000 in prize money. But there is the man who dominated wire to wire, as Finton has said. He was the one we picked out as the most likely champion. Kyle,
Brilliant.
I think, is going to have an interesting night in the bar. There's JP, one of the main men behind the Irish Open. There's Paul. Paul Riley, who both men deserve an enormous amount of credit. Paul O'Reilly and JP have injected so much love and energy into this. They've had to wait 2 years to get back to have a live Irish Open. That patience has been rewarded. Let's hear Phil chat to our runner-up, Kyle.
I'll translate. They said they're going to get Steve outside.
We get Steve outside.
I think with 318 grand he could afford a security. I think he's okay now. Ladies and gentlemen,
That's your host, Phil Baker.
Phil's fantastic.
That's your runner-up.
Give it up for our runner-up here in the Irish Open, Conor Maguire.
From Glasgow, Scotland.
And he's been terrific. He's been tremendous since we started. He's been
Ladies and gentlemen, we talked about
absolutely superb.
But we must talk about our winner.
This man,
a lot of you might not
well,
know him in the poker world. He hasn't really won anything or performed in any high-end events whatsoever in the world.
complete unknown.
Will you please put your hand together for the 2022 Irish Open title champion, Steve O'Dwyer.
Steve O'Dwyer. Let's hear what he has to say.
Steve, we're not going to keep you too long. Steve, the whole experience here all week and your experience of dominating our final table, how is everything? How do you feel about your win here today?
Look box! Look box, someone yell.
That's brilliant.
Well, Steve,
Such
I
a
know
humble
speak
guy
for
as well, you know.
everybody here.
Oh, yeah.
You've always been a champion on the felt. You
That's
proved it
class.
again here today. And
It's
a very
Phil Baker,
worthy
the
winner
Irish
of the title
Open
this year.
host.
Ladies and gentlemen, 2022
Most
Irish Open champion,
recent guest on the final furlong as well.
We have a top quality winner. Really have.
This
Real
is,
class act.
there's some great names,
Well, ladies and gentlemen,
some fantastic names.
we're going to ask Mr. J.P. McCann and Mr. Paul O'Reilly.
Here's exactly the men I was referring to, the two main men behind the Irish Open, the two main men who've taken it over
and of course the Irish Open
and restored it to its former glory. I think that's fair to say.
This is it's a runaway success, this event. It's by far the best ever Irish Open.
Welcome back to the 2023 Irish Open, presented by PokerStars and Paddy Power Poker, as the final six return from dinner. That's right, it's the final day, it's the final table here at the RDS in Dublin. Numerous side events being played to their conclusion this evening. And of course, the main event will play down to a winner who'll receive that first prize of €365,000 and into the history books, joining former champions like Steve O'Dwyer, who we saw there, and the 2017 champion, Griffin Benja.
Yes, that was a great little footage there of O'Dwyer's big win. And who is going to take this one down? Even more money up top, remarkably. 318,000 last year, 365,000 euros this year. A massive field, and we're down to 6.
Yeah, since we got down to 9, we lost Jamie Wen, and from the official final table, we've lost Henry Ojola from Finland and Carl Shaw from the UK. So we still have Irish poker legend Andy Black. We still have EPT London finalist David Doherty. We still have Tom Waters from the UK, and Griffin, it finally clicked. I've spent the entire day looking at his face, seeing that name on screen. Why do I know Tom Waters? He's the former managing director of Party Poker. He's an industry veteran.
Wow, there you go. You cracked the case.
According to LinkedIn, he's currently on a career break. Plus, also at the final table, Panagiotis Mavrotsakis from Greece, Eugeniu Barbaros from Moldova, and Declan Rice from Ireland. 6 players, and still pretty shallow, I think it's fair to say, Griffin. I think we're still playing just over a 20 big blind stack, pretty much where we started the day. And even though I keep saying it's going to speed up, we're going to see some eliminations, we're going to see some stack consolidation, they seem insistent on playing shallow. We seem to have those 15, 18 big blind stacks hanging around, but with the money jumps we just referred to, that would make sense.
Yeah, absolutely. With each elimination, more and more money here as we have a little look at the field in other events. A lot of side events still going on here. Big festival this series. Very successful. Awesome stuff.
And it draws to a close today. The main event trophy will be presented tonight. Six-figure scores for the top four as far as prize money is concerned. 365K up top. Nikuhara in position, just waiting for all players to return from break before we can kick off the next level, which will be level 37. Blinds are going to be 200,000, 500,000 with a 500K big blind ante. And straight off the back of level 37, we'll roll into level 38, 300, 600. So 2 more hour-long levels to play before the next scheduled break. I still maintain that this is probably going to finish this side of midnight. But weird things have happened. 13 bigs is the short stack. Barbaros Black around the 20-25 big blind mark, not that much more for Doherty. Rice 44 bigs. And even though Waters is the chip leader, 54 big blinds. Not exactly a monster stack, is it?
Yeah, all it takes is, you know, one ace-king against jacks against Andy Black, and suddenly you're right into that middle of the pack. So not the kind of chip lead like we saw with Mr. O'Dwyer last year, that's for sure.
Oh, and thank you, Tom, Supermod on Twitch, for pointing out that those blind breakdowns, that's from the former blind level. They haven't flicked the switch yet and gone up to 200, 500. So it just got a whole lot shallower. So we will continue to follow this cards up all the way until we have played down to a winner. The final table will conclude tonight, concluding our 4 days of live coverage over the course of the Easter weekend from this 2023 Irish Open. And just to bookend what Griffin was saying, a very successful series. And I do feel that this venue has been almost perfect for the Irish Open, what they're calling Europe's biggest poker room, hosting Europe's longest running No Limit Hold'em tournament. And a venue that has run many an event. And just got to play this main event down to the conclusion as StatTrick is on stage, ready to remove cellular devices, smartwatches, headphones.
Looks like he just got kicked out of his dorm.
I'm going to go home for the Easter holidays and see my mum. So yes,
got expelled.
I hope you've enjoyed our 4 days of live coverage, which will conclude tonight. If you are a fan of watching live poker on the internet, I've got some good news for you. You've not got long to wait until the next EPT stream on the PokerStars Twitch and YouTube channels. We are going to be in Monaco at the end of April, start of May, for the next leg of the 2023 season of the European Poker Tour. It's the PokerStars EPT presented by Monte Carlo Casino. Festival dates, April 26th through May 6th. If you want to qualify for the main event, you can. And we will present 7 days of live cards up coverage from April 30th to May 6th on Twitch and YouTube. And did I hear you say earlier on, Griffin, your birthday falls during EPT Monte Carlo?
Yeah, in some circles, actually known as the Griffin Benger EPT Monte Carlo week, between April 26th and May 6th.
So we will celebrate Griffin while we celebrate the FPS main event final table, the Super High Roller final table, and the main event. 5 days of main event coverage as well. So stay across it. We'll keep you updated on social channels, keep you updated on the PokerStars Twitch channel and on our YouTube channel as well, what you can expect. Happy early 25th birthday, Griffin.
Nice try, Tom. I'm 26.
So we're going to start okay, players, ready, best of luck.
Looks like we are ready to get cards in the air. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Someone's not back from dinner. Andy Black, as ever, filling the role of poker police, making sure that everyone is in their seats so that we can shuffle up and deal.
Love to write one says on Twitch. Monte Carlo seems like the most high rollerish place. I think I would have gone with high rollery. Please vote in the chat between rollerish and rollery.
It's a bit tomato. Ultimately, yes is the answer.
This is my line in the sand from Hook. Stay on my side. We're rolleries. Oh wow, a lot of rollerish. Rufio.
I didn't actually get a chance to look at anything really on the break.
Hakan Osbey, who was at our feature table yesterday, made a deep run in this year's Irish Poker Open. Says, hi James, great meeting you yesterday. Unfortunately, coolers with Ace King versus Aces, but I got my 15 minutes of fame on the feature table, literally. Yeah, it was a short day, but yes, it was lovely to meet you too, and congratulations on the score.
Ooh, roller-esque. NE43. These are really the important questions.
Corey Jones says, glad that he got back from dinner break. Didn't want to see Andy cry again. Lol. Little callback there to the 2005 World Series of Poker.
Probably had a full tilt patch on.
So Waters is the chip leader at the start of this session. Has Jack 10 in the small blind. And looks like he has raised David Doherty's big blind. David with 7-6 offsuit, and he folds.
Do you live in Scotland still, mate? You,
yeah, I am.
Whereabouts?
East side of Glasgow.
Oh, nice.
Charlie says, Monte Carlo more James Bondish than high rollery. I just don't necessarily associate Monte Carlo with Bond. It took until 1995, it took until GoldenEye for Bond to come anywhere near Monaco. Never Say Never Again does not count, not an official Bond film before anyone brings it up.
No.
As Joe likes to call it, the one set in the old people's home. Andy Black, 8-4 of hearts, folds. Round to Tom Waters on the button.
With your windows down in the car park.
Now David Doherty in the small blind with King 7.
09 with light blue with your lights on. Both of you are going to have a bad day if you don't go there and sort that out. We got one black car with the windows down and one blue car with the lights on.
Yeah, interesting fold on the button here with the chip lead with the King 7. I would have thought that would have been an open most of the time from the chip leader, but maybe the fact that two really tough opponents on his left, that Waters isn't necessarily that interested in over-opening.
By the way, we've had some amazing announcements on the PA system in the last 3 days. That might be the best one yet. Someone's car has the lights on and the windows down. Sort it out. Also, there was a hailstorm earlier on. You leave your windows open, that car is going to be damp.
So, an easy shove for 15 big blinds for Barbaros. Barbaros.
I stand corrected. The phone in the toilet. The phone being found in the toilet was better than the car with the windows down and the lights on.
Was that another announcement earlier?
They literally found someone's phone in a toilet. Not like in the men's room, Griffin, but in a toilet.
So I've been missing my phone.
I hope you like it sloppy.
Yeah.
And yes, if you had notification about a car with its windows down and its lights on in the PA bingo game, congratulations, that's a house.
Can't be my car. I don't know how to drive.
Doherty on the button, 6-4 of clubs.
King Queen offsuit in the small blind here. Playing about 17, 18 big blinds. The ICM considerations, I need every single player's current stack in front of me to really deduce maybe what the best move is, but it's going to play as a raise. From raise to Rice.
Rice, a Jack-8 offsuit.
Call.
Okay, we are going to the flop.
I know. Yeah, just 250. With those first two levels of 1-1 or whatever it was, seemed a long way away. Yeah, they're massive now, aren't they?
Jack 8-5, nice flop, Declan.
Kind of hate that board. Going to connect with a lot of the range that Rice is going to flat with pre. You know, you don't necessarily think he's hit this hard, but a lot of Jack X type hands, maybe some 9-10s, some 8-9s. Of course, all those Jack X pairs. Really smart check here from Barbaros, looking for a free card. And I'd be very impressed to just see a check fold with the 2 overs.
Kim says, never mind the PA announcements. Whoever wins, I will remember this event for that loud fart at the TV table.
Was there a loud fart at the TV table?
You missed all the good stuff, clearly, Griffin. Everything good happened when you weren't here. I think it got clipped if someone has the link in Twitch.
I mean, at one point I did sneak over to the final table and fart. So, might have been mine.
Rice wins that hand. A few people observing that this dealer has flair. Let's have a look at the next deal. I haven't noticed yet. Don't cover the deal with the graphic. Which highlights how short at least 4 of these players are.
Dealer has flair. Flair pitch project.
You can't get more flair than the slide. The slide has more flair than the pitch.
It's true. But it works better with my...
No, I got the gag, don't worry.
Gag,
don't worry.
yeah.
You know, I mean, people love references to movies from 1999, Griffin.
It was a good year.
It was a very good year for cinema. Very good year.
I should go only in the flop. Pre-flop? Pre-flop, yeah.
Barbaros now with queens.
Full pre-flop, yeah. No, I had Queen King.
There you go, Griff. There's the clip.
Yeah, let's watch this.
I guess they'll tell us if they're not scanned.
Yeah, back habit, I mean.
Yeah.
The G or KPT, they've got a feature table all those, so you just, I'm so used to the one that you need to
Okay, I'm all caught up. Oh, Oh, that's good. Yeah, can't get away with those at the feature table with the mics.
And then
Wow, and deciding to stay balanced. I think I would have preferred to have seen a raise on this chip stack with this monster of a hand. Hard to get dealt queens, and you're going to get shoved on by the hands that called you anyway, so may as well just, and you can see, like, you know, the queen 10 suited might have flatted from the small blind facing the button open. Andy Black might have decided to peel the min raise, so I think this is maybe a small mistake. Certainly nothing wrong with it, but there's more right in making sure you try to get value. So, James, I assume you're all caught up with this, but I'm just wondering, what was the thing about O'Dwyer's chair?
Steve O'Dwyer has a lucky chair, which I believe he brought to the venue.
Because he has a place in Ireland.
Yes.
Okay. He doesn't, like, travel with this to every stop. Or
I mean, the way he runs with baggage, I would say that's probably not a good idea.
Yeah. That's some kind of superstitious. That's man, that's really wildly inconvenient to lug that thing around. But I guess you just bring it there and then, I don't know. It's not like you bring it home after every day, right? Probably just store it somewhere.
David Doherty opening here with Queen Jack.
Please fold, everyone fold, please fold, please fold, please fold. Please don't wake up. Please let me get it through. Please, 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 please. That's what you're thinking when you raise Queen Jack or the hijack. Please fold, Andy.
Mavrotakis in the big blind. 6-4. Yeah, specifically, it was the chair that he was sitting on when he won the Irish Open last year.
Okay.
So he wanted to bring that chair, even though it was at a different venue, to this venue. And literally, as he was moved from table to table, including the feature table, took the chair with him.
Yeah.
But
weird.
My understanding is
weird.
after being eliminated from this year's Irish Open,
he decided
the chair is no more. It's not a
It's
thing.
no longer lucky.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's clearly lost its power. Barbaros wisely folding the ace-8 because sitting behind him is Declan Rice with ace-jack, who opens from the cutoff.
I know I said this yesterday, but I love the name Declan.
Ollie. Andy Black all in with queen-jack.
Trouble. Trouble for Andy.
Sorry?
Irish on Irish crime here. This is going to be too strong to fold, but certainly some consideration for Rice here. It does represent nearly half his stack. So much easier to call 6, even 7 million, 8 million. You get into that 16, 17 plus big blind territory. Start thinking, do I need to call this? Andy's been pretty tight, but this is the reason that you do need to call this, because your opponent is going to have sometimes hands like Queen Jack, King Jack suited. Maybe even a hand like King Jack off. Will Rice be able to decode this, unscrabble this puzzle? What's the energy telling you, James? It looks like it's a fold.
He folds.
Oh, Black gets away with murder.
The better hand. Yeah, I don't know whether Declan Rice has had any information about other hands that Andy Black has played, specifically hands that Andy Black has shoved with. But I kind of feel if he's going to be folding hands as strong as Ace-Jack, Andy can really take advantage of that.
Yeah, I just think it's interesting thing because I think that I would find a tight fold with Ace-10.
Yeah.
There a decent amount of the time. I don't think I would ever fold Ace-Jack, but it's you know, it's right in there. It's in that kind of pocket of just you don't feel comfortable with it.
Yeah.
And you flip-flop there. If you lose that hand, if Andy Black turns up Ace-Queen, Ace-King, and you lose there, and you suddenly have 9 million, and you're in that no man's land of just trying to survive and just trying to get the pay jumps, you know, you have a lot of power with this 17 million.
Black back in action. Queen 10 of clubs raises from the cutoff.
You said 1 million?
Ace-9 for Maveritzakis on the button.
Ooh, and this is a tricky spot here because Black should be raising pretty tight here. I think with, it's funny, we're talking about Ace-10s and Ace-Jacks again, but I think with Ace-10, Maveritzakis would pretty comfortably still not be thrilled, but put it in. Ace-9, it just gets quite murky here. Of course, there are still two players behind. This is a pretty tight range from Black, raising into the chip leader and a very strong Doherty. And here you are with 8 big blinds. I think he might fold, but I also would not be surprised. It's just so easy the way I describe things. It's just like I'm right and wrong either way. Really interesting spots with medium plus aces here. 2 hands in a row. Really wearing it on his sleeve. I mean, at this point, everyone kind of knows what you have, I think. I mean, I've never seen a more obvious Ace-9. Let's get a vote there on Twitch. Shove or fold. What's he gonna do? I don't know how to start polls, so just tell me afterwards what you would have said. Well, I'm getting a lot of folds, seeing some shoves, but wow, those split crew.
It's a fold.
There is the fold.
And a fold from Tom Waters. David Doherty with Ace-10.
And now what does Doherty do facing a cutoff open? I think you probably want to just call here. You hate to just shove and get snapped by 2 queens or something. So, and obviously Doherty very comfortable with post-flop play.
Nine, 7-5, Ace-10 still ahead.
And the folded Ace-9 is spinning.
Oh yeah, shoulda, woulda, coulda.
Shoulda, woulda, coulda. If only you'd listened to pass 59.
No, excellent inspired pass.
Never mind.
Domination rotation.
Well, the
as
Queen
far
Jack
as
might have
this
folded though.
hand is concerned. And Black now has a lock on it.
Queen. Queen's good.
Queen is good. Andy Black wins another hand.
Just in case. Do you have anything to call me? No. The chances of you fucking checking the 8 are greater than you having something to maybe not call anyway, so we'll fucking let it go.
Yeah, I think that I think
Any
Andy
good for
should
you?
find a bet there, but I understand
I'm
the
calling the raise,
rationale.
obviously, you know that.
To understand the rationale of you know, not wanting to check raise there.
I would
but
lose eventually, but yeah.
Yeah, it would have
technically
been
didn't
good
miss a bet.
start,
Ace 10 was
bad
not
turn.
calling.
You had a 9 on the flop. You king 9, had you?
Andy hovering around the 25 big blind mark.
I don't know what anyone has.
Maverick Sakis super short now, by the way. 7 big blinds, and Rice has picked up aces under the gun.
See, why are you putting the money in with ace jack when you can just wait for aces?
Opens to 1.1. And this is going to come round to the blinds. David Doherty in the small. Has Jack 10 of diamonds. That's not unplayable.
Yeah, you would have loved to have gotten this hand in the big blind, but you can't play it from the small blind in this spot.
Sneaky, sneaky with the queen on the turn, eh? I can't do that next time.
Yeah. You needed it as well.
What?
You needed it.
Yeah, I like fucking flop hit you.
You had
Fucking
3 outs.
What?
You had 3 outs on the flop.
Figure it out, Andy.
9-10?
A bit more. A better 10.
What?
A better 10 than you.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Yeah.
King 10. All right. Okay.
So that was a really interesting little mini conversation there because
but
Doherty, you know, in the
maybe if it's not a queen.
the friendly spirit of discussion of the hand did say you really needed to hit that queen, and then of course eventually Andy figured out, oh, you had a better queen, so you had king 10, and Doherty in that moment had the opportunity to be honest and say, no, I had ace 10, but then I think realized that's actually a lot of information. I don't need to give Andy Black that I didn't, you know, decide to re-raise or shove this ace 10 that I just called, so I'm just going to agree with what he said and say I had king 10. So a little bit of mind games worked in there. Doherty catching himself a little bit there, being like, oh, wait, I don't need to let him know I had ace 10.
Folded to the blinds. Barbaros, queen 6 in the small.
I'll buy a purple just to keep my stack topped up.
Sure, my man.
Easier to count.
Anytime.
Yep.
Well, so yeah, I get like that.
I haven't seen much indication.
Colours.
It's an even 5.
I didn't even take
Barbaros
oranges. I got a whole row of whites before I got into the orange world, you know. I actually bypassed the oranges and got the purples. I had so many whites. It's some kind of weird set of like.
Just a little one. I had 2 of it anyway. Yeah.
Rice had 6s in the big blind. Got a walk. Mark Zutkov says, James, a broadcast tech question. How are we hearing the chips being riffled? Are there mics on the table, and if so, how many? Sounds too close to be the players' vocal mics. Thanks. It is being picked up by the players' mics. Each individual player is mic'd. I think there is also an overhead microphone next to the flop camera, which is picking up the overall room atmos, but the chip sound will mostly be picked up by the individual clip mics that the players have.
I appreciate a good sound nerd question, you know? Oh, getting teed up here, James. I know you love telling this story.
What? Don't even look.
Finsken asked, what is the reference behind pocket eights being num-num? James, take it away.
Oh, you had it.
I have no idea. Just like the sound of it.
What?
It was
No, I did the fucking thing earlier. I threw away.
He's not up for it, sorry. Finsken.
So, no, same space and small blind, 7 deuce of hearts. I threw it away.
We've got to the point now where I kind of feel you either know or you don't know.
7 deuce of hearts. I showed him.
What's her background? Like her nationality? Did she finish? That's ironic. The guy's name's Finsken that asked. He probably already knows. Num Num was created during the Shark Cage by a Finnish poker player, and that is your only clue. Double down Dougherty with the 8-3. Oh, come on. You could have had a nickname right there. If you had shoved and won, you would always be known as Double Down Dougherty. But what are you now?
Rice, Jack 9 suited on the button. Raises. And Mavrotsakis crumbling here with each big blind plus big blind ante representing this stage, taking out a good quarter of his stack. So he's thinking like, well, what do I have to lose here? Maybe I do want to call this 600,000, try to flop some equity and get in my last 2.5. It's not the worst idea. You'd like to have something like a little better, maybe 7-6, even 7-5. 7-4 is it's basically just the big brother of 7-3, and it does fold. And Bujal says this is why he should have went all in with ace-9. He would have been out of the tournament. It was 8 big blinds.
I would have raised you there.
Yeah?
And he already said he would have called.
Well, I was prepared to call off. I like the call off. I would call them a small raise.
I mean, there is a €20,000 difference between 6th and 5th. And that's effectively what's weighing on everyone's minds right now. And that's why the play is a tad cagey, especially when everyone knows that Mavrotsakis is so short.
Right, now I'm done.
I took your race.
I think I got you.
I didn't say yours.
I was sort of thinking I'd beaten the ace again.
Well, I'm not going to tell you that one.
Remember which card it was.
Tell you that one.
That's right.
But it's a pretty tough call, but
yeah, to be honest, it's pretty much. The only back of my mind was I knocked Benny out with the same hand either.
Right.
And whenever I got her done bad.
Oh, right, okay.
It's got a lot of rep in the Hendon mob. What's the story with that?
Makes sense why you don't see white chips very often.
The Hendon mob?
No, I mean, I don't know. It's a cool sweater to own. I want a Hendon mob sweater. I have friends that work there. Why don't I get one?
Have you tried asking them?
No, I just like complaining about not getting merch. Like I do it all the time with you guys. I'm like, why don't I ever get any cool merch? And they're always like, you never ask.
And
sometimes you don't want to be asked.
Do give it to you, you lose it.
What did I lose?
Water bottle.
That's true. In fairness, I've only lost like 4 of the water bottles. You know, we're
I would have taken the
single
over.
digits. Okay, well, maybe I'm under exaggerating.
So Rice is open with ace queen. Waters, the chip leader, has a slight advantage over Rice as far as chips are concerned. Does not have the advantage as far as the cards are concerned. Is dominated with ace 10 of diamonds.
Well, I'll tell you what, you can't cook rice without waters. All right. James just left. He just got up and left.
I think another bet's coming. Waters is going to re-raise, and I mean, Rice made that fold with ace-jack. He's got to go with the ace-queen here, though. Too good to fold six-handed.
Yeah, but I think, you know, it's not easy to continue here against the chip leader. But yeah, is going to call the 3-bet. I mean, this is too strong. Chip leader on chip leader here.
Yeah, absolutely. The two biggest stacks tangling, which is great news for everyone else. A 3-bet pot, ace queen versus ace 10. Rice with the better hand and the advantage of position. Still has the best hand. Top pair, top kicker.
Big time.
Waters with the betting lead.
Jack, this board sucks for Waters. I love this check. You know what? Let's just give up. I'm into it. And I know it's easy to say because we see Rice has the ace queen, but Rice continuing here pre-flop quite quickly is strong. Like ace queen, pocket jacks, pocket 10s, pocket 9s. So I really appreciate Waters.
By anymore.
Yeah, I appreciate this. Let's not pretend to have kings or anything here. Let's just get out of here and still be second in chips by a fair margin.
I didn't have ace king. I had the ace of diamonds and something else.
Oh.
Another diamond.
Another low diamond.
Not that low.
Stop telling Andy Black your hands, you fools.
Yeah, right.
So much information that he's
that he's
farming
nearly
for.
Hit the flop. You fucking 3 to a Broadway then.
That's basically the nuts.
Yeah, it's essential nuts. Like, as if.
Banco does ask something interesting. Why do players handle their chips so much? And I wonder, do you think maybe the players handle their chips even more now that they don't have their phones? Something to think about. Might be even more shuffly. What else are you going to do with your hands? Queens,
gesticulate.
Rice.
Getting a run of decent
Rise queen.
cards. And is going to raise to 1.1. Quick fold from Andy Black with King Jack. Queen 10 for Mavrotsakis.
More like Mav Nitsakis, am I right? Can't get a hand.
What?
I think he's a nit.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, because ace 9 and it's like kind of ironic because he had perhaps the biggest pre-flop blow up of the day that he got rewarded for with the Jack 10.
You really don't think about these things before you say them, do you?
No, it was like kind of meta. He's clearly not nitty.
No. You like the sound of it.
He's
and
not nitty because he's, you know.
You're just trying to now find a way to justify
he's blinding
saying.
out. You know what? We do need Joe back.
You think he's going to be on your side?
No, we just need him to handle the jokes. Like when he leaves, I feel like you know.
Here's a really controversial idea.
I feel like Michael Jordan's backup point guard.
Here's a controversial idea. Don't try to be Joe just because he isn't here. Just be you. Give us top-level analysis.
My whole aesthetic is.
Give us the perspective.
Joe, what do you mean? It's
Give
my
us
brand.
the perspective of an Irish Open champion.
No, you hired me to be the poor man's Joe, so he looks even better.
No, I didn't. I hired you because you know about poker. You can't get more cut rate than Joe.
I stand by the Rice Waters joke.
Version of that act.
I stand by the cook Rice with Waters joke, and I have people out there that agree with me. Rice under the gun. 25 million now. Black, opportunity. Creeping towards 30 big blinds, well out of the danger zone.
I hate the fact that we're just sat here waiting for two massive hands to collide, because otherwise nothing's going to happen. And I get it, I understand, that's how poker works with these ladders. I don't consider Ace-Jack versus 10-Deuce to be
World
two massive hands, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah, the house both time on the river. One time he was up against a better two pair.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Nice. I two out with him.
Yeah. Backdoor, I think he backdoor runner in one of them. Anyway, it was a very bad out draw. Something like ace. Yeah. But you just think if you're not told that, you think, he flopped two pair. No, he fucking got his money in really bad and sucked out one of them.
Right.
Andy Black all smiles for that raise and
before
take
the
it.
internet, that's all there was to study poker.
Yeah.
You'd read stories.
This is how you put it on bad.
There's no computers, no nothing. You had to study it like that. You'd hear a story, and that would make you think, oh, that's interesting. Yeah.
Mavrotsakis makes a committing raise here with King 4 from the hijack. It's a virtual all-in, Griffin.
And so far, so good. Yeah, one more. Oh, and dominating the King Deuce in the big blind. Nice takedown.
First one looked good.
I'm ahead. Discipline pays off, Andy. Discipline pays off. Finally got the hand.
Quite big.
Nice hand, Shim, but the pot.
Discipline.
No.
I've been really disciplined after the break.
Yeah.
Same.
Yeah, I mean, you must have folded 5 hands in a row.
Yeah.
I know it hurts. When you like to play pots, it's hard to fold. Discipline.
Almost 10 big blinds.
Almost. You mean you have 9 big blinds? You have under 9 big blinds.
Yeah, it's not even 8, right?
What's that?
Maybe you had more in your hand. I was like, I think you've got about 8.
Oh, look at that.
Maybe you had more.
It was less than 5 before that hand, right?
Yeah.
What?
Before that hand, it was less than 5 bigs, I think.
All right.
Don't be telling me, I might have called that thing.
Now, with 8 bigs.
He's done the same again, made a committing raise. Yep, another virtual all-in from Mavrotsakis. Jack 4 for Barbaros. 9-5 for Rice.
Pass.
Andy Black in the big blind. Ace-9.
All in.
Oh, wow. Size 8 bigs is too short.
Ace-9.
Looks happy. It looks happy.
Considering Mavrotsakis shoved King 4 off the hand before, I think Ace-9 is a pretty profitable call here.
Well, Mavrotsakis needs Ace-Jack to hold. He's the at-risk player.
Oh, I'm wearing it on his sleeve here.
Ace-8 deuce.
But clubs favoring
Well, he's going in, whatever happens.
Mavrotsakis. Oh.
Oh.
Do you want to say it or should
Opportunities.
Oh, they said it for us. Did we trademark that, by the way? I feel like we created that.
4 on the river. Ace-Jack holds. Mavrotsakis doubles up to Andy Black. To be fair, I believe opportunities came from a member of the audience. I believe it came from the live chat, so cannot take credit for it.
I'm pretty sure actually I created it.
You called me really light, I have to say.
Joe created chip in a chair.
Well, what do you think I'm solving?
That's the nuts.
How much?
3,000.
So Andy Black's going to be left with 9 million.
He's been
Matt
watching the
Fritzakis
stream, he's got the nuts.
with roughly the same number of chips now.
Yeah, that's going to spread out these chips quite evenly.
That was just fate. By call, the money goes in on the plus.
Do any of them have less than 15 bigs now?
Okay.
I mean, it's really bunched up.
8, 9.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks.
Back from the brink of death.
Yeah, would you look at that? Short stack, Barbaros with 12 blinds, all the way up to Rice at 47. So we are playing quite short stack, but still no eliminations.
And it's going to get even shallower in 15 minutes time because the blinds go up again.
Okay, right, at the end possibly.
I hear myself think on the river.
Yeah, it was loud.
What was this?
This is the empty and this is the small one. You put two times the
Oh yeah, sorry. Yeah, I thought the button hadn't moved and I was putting out the small blinds the next time. Yeah, yeah.
I have here the pot.
I thought the button had moved and I put out the small blinds.
Okay. Seat number 4, please begin to prepare your deck if you have 3 players checked in. We're getting ready to start the timer in less than 10 seconds. Players, if you want to begin, this is the absolute last tournament festival.
Caroline, what's need to get me a hotel room for tonight?
100.
Can you buy me a hotel for tonight? I'd round about here somewhere. Isn't there somewhere to get out?
Players, you should be making away your seats at this time.
Clearly, some of the players were hoping to go home tonight, but realizing it's already 8:30 local time.
Where do they get the money to afford these hotels?
Hey, listen, when this is over, I ain't going. I will sleep.
I think he's just getting a hotel room for the night, Griffin. He's not looking to buy a hotel.
Oh, I thought he was ordering a hotel to buy a hotel. Okay, yeah.
Playing live Monopoly while playing poker.
Yeah, I'm caught up. Sorry. I'm glad too because one of the closest hotels, great hotel, Clayton. I mean, I'm staying there. I don't want there to be some sort of power struggle and change in ownership. You know, I want a good night's sleep. Doherty, go for it, Doherty. Crazy,
1 million.
crazy man. Finding the open with the King 5 suited at the hijack. You got 4 players to get through on a hijack open, and that's scary stuff. Barbaros only has 2 moves, shove or fold. This would be a lot easier button to cut off, and even easier in the blinds against a cutoff or button open. But this is murky stuff. 3 players behind that can wake up. Doherty, who could be huge, and Barbaros, as the short stack, might find the shove here. Might be aware that Doherty is willing to open this light. Not many players on this table are prepared to make these kinds of open on these kind of stacks. But, you know, we saw earlier from the hijack, Doherty opened the Queen Deuce suited earlier today. Does Barbaros know that? Is that something he's taking into consideration in this massive spot? Chat, give me your shove or folds. Now they're in there somewhere. Too late.
Huh?
You were all right if you were going to write fold.
Most people wrote shove.
Fold.
And Rice just quick calls the button. Says, you know what, I'm chip leader. I feel comfortable playing post flop. I'll play in position against Doherty here. I know you're messing about with the Queen Deuces and the things like that. Let's see 3, buddy.
So it's a raise of 1 million. If there is a pass, there is call and pass. Okay, don't worry. Anyway.
Quite a loose complete here with the 10-7, but a very, very live hand based off what they have.
Ace Jack 6 on the flop. So Rice flopping best here, second pair.
I think if there was a club on this flop, Doherty would continue sometimes, but he knows Rice is all over this texture. A lot of Jack X's, some Ace X's, and I don't think Doherty is going to really go after this.
Check.
you know, not a lot of room to. Only 6.7 million back, 3.7 and a half in the middle. Oh, and on the chat talking about the sixes folded.
Oh,
let's hopefully we can get a little look at your man Barbaros.
should have shoved with sixes.
Should have listened to chat.
Said no one ever.
Check. Check.
Oh! Doherty, huge river card. This is the difference between having 13 big blinds after this hand and having over 20. Gets there. Very lucky on the river. Huge swing here.
Check.
No reason to go for value with such a thin value hand here, especially because Rice can be sitting there with some better kings sometimes. Better to just maybe bluff catch sometimes.
King.
Sure then. King 5.
King is good.
Yeah, that's everybody knows that feeling that Rice has right now.
We folded 2 sixes. 2 sixes.
What are you winning on?
No respect for my big blind.
Oh,
Zero.
you've certainly got no respect for his.
I know, yeah.
Certainly he has too much respect for me, so with queen of hearts.
Alright, Caroline, have you got the genius level?
With a 1.
I do it mine.
6 on the flop.
Yeah.
I think that's when you open king 5 like. I folded.
Maybe he opened king 5 because he knew you'd fold something like sixes. You ever think about that?
You definitely should have at least calling him.
I think like if I know he's open so.
Yeah, I know, yeah.
Yeah.
So you have to have respect from under the gun like 40.
Yeah.
So that, I know I've already gone over it a bit, James, but that does show the value of
the way
the
that
live
actually ended
stream.
up going,
I mean, we
call
in the booth here we watch every hand basically.
Yeah.
And we remember a very specific hand where Doherty opened queen deuce suited from the hijack, and that is a piece of information that is so valuable for these players to have, and almost certainly one that Barbaros didn't have. Now, I'm not saying at all that he's, didn't do enough work or wasn't prepared enough, but there is something to be said that there are these edges you can find with the live stream, and, having friends at home watch and maybe tell you a couple things on a break can be very, very helpful down the stretch. I mean, that's a spot that Barbaros probably needs to shove because of the wide range of hijacks that's been established by Doherty, and just couldn't find it, and now really regrets it.
About 5 minutes until the blinds go up. And I don't think it's going to shock many of you to learn that we will go from 200, 500 to 300, 600.
Barbaros now on that 12.5 big blind stack. Only really one way to go with it here. Just say the words, man. Say the magic words.
All in.
There they are.
All in.
Waters in the small blind with king 3 has folded. Doherty 8-7 off.
Sorry.
Also folds.
Cole?
Yeah, blind. Raise, I should
Put a straddle out. Go on, put the straddle out.
I hear some people done that the other day. They decided that they're.
No, I've seen it all.
Yeah.
I was in a 5,000 tournament in the Caribbean once, and a fucking guy was putting a straddle out every time he had a chance in the tournament.
This whole table agreed to play with a straddle. One of the tables here the other day.
In a tournament?
In a tournament. They agreed to play with a straddle. To spice it up like.
Cool. That's funny.
It'd be like getting degenerate gamblers. Pass.
Pass.
Yeah.
Pass.
Pass. Pass.
Maybe like try to stack in 20s just so I can guess how much you have. Thank you.
Yeah, sort your chips out.
Can you see mine, David? All right, I know you're.
Here's fine. Yeah, it's if they're not in 10s or 20s, it's hard to tell. You know.
Yeah, I expect
I'm actually
Barbaros
small
to have
chips to front.
probably
I wonder, haven't got shouted at for that.
about 16 blinds, which should play as a pure shove with this ace-6 from Doherty, but he just wants to make sure. And I can appreciate that, you know, at this juncture, it's such a huge stage of the event. And I'm surprised to see a raise. That doesn't matter. Very curious about that. I would love to
an ace.
ask
an ace.
Doherty about that one.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There are our chip counts, and they're about to go up, these blinds. So
they are indeed.
Those two 13 big blind stacks are going to become more like 9 or 10. So going to be very short stack. We will be seeing some eliminations. So if you guys like eliminations, whoo, stick around for the next level, because I promise at least one. That's all I can do. That's all I can do.
We look hungry.
Can't promise more than one, but definitely one.
Didn't have any.
No.
Andy Black with exactly 10 million. Pretty cool. Pretty cool amount to have. Exactly.
Here, Penton. What are we at? Where are we at?
Big Nation asks, and I want to answer this because it's one of my favorite things about feature tables. At work, listening, not watching, so not sure, but are they saying pass when folding? Yes, they are. And I really like it for some reason. I like when they say pass when people fold. They don't do it on normal tables, but they'll do it on the feature. I think a lot of it is for the production team in the headset. So, but it's cool. I like it. Pass. The cool accents often help too. Barbaros, ace-6. Still spinning after that pocket sixes, but knows better than to put this in against the ace-10 open. Tight fold from Rice in the big blind, but I'm fine with it. Mavi's pretty tough player.
I just had this vision of this carrying on like this until we get to the point where the big blind is literally forcing players all in.
You mind if I force in? Seemed like a good segue.
Hello, Joseph.
Hi.
Oh, I'm getting a correction. Senor Valmano said he raised to 10 BBs, Griff. Sorry, I was thinking about the passing, I think. My mistake. There's the beautiful stage here at the Irish Open.
Kevin on Twitch suggesting that I crank it. I don't think I'm going to have to as soon as these blinds go up.
Crank it, crank it.
Crank it.
You know, Michael was staying in my room all week, so
yeah,
I haven't been able to crank it.
By the way, I want to ask, is he related to Andy Black?
I think they're long-lost cousins, yes.
Okay. I figured, because of the names. The last name.
Now that he's gone, I brought the cooler machine down here. If we need it, I'll fire it up.
Yes.
Can you do it here? I do like to watch when you crank it.
If I have to, but like I said, these blinds are getting pretty big. Like James said, we might have people all in the big blind.
Well, we've got Barbaros here shoving from the button, but the blinds don't have hands they can
You
play.
stand on the net.
No, but I'm going to stand and fucking really rent it anyway.
About 21 mil, I think.
Did Declan get a hotel room? Has it been sorted?
How do you know, son? Not going to fucking take much. I'll not take much.
Still got a couple of hands, or maybe this will be the last hand, depending how long it goes, of the 250-500 blind level. Queen Jack of Strawberries for David Doherty. Raises to $1 million. Snowman. Num
Oh, num num.
For Barbaros.
No chance Barbaros folds this after regretfully folding the sixes in the exact same spot. Doesn't even hesitate, which shows additional strength, really. Which I guess you kind of want with eights. Kind of want to fold out the ace-10 type hands, which would consider folding hijack to cut off for this.
Oh, boy.
God. Oh, you should have just put in the sixes, man. Very unlucky. Oh. The only thing that's going to be... Oh, this is...
Now should Maritsakas call or go all in for another quarter of a big blind?
Count, please.
Well, first of all, we're going to need a count, Joe. Because whatever happens, you want to make sure you don't call the wrong amount.
So Mavritsakis has Barbaros covered, right? Just.
Yes.
75.
Very close, though.
It's weird that when you haven't cranked it for a while, all you have to do is talk about cranking it, and sometimes it happens.
Yeah.
Here it is.
It's like
the cooler we've all been waiting for.
It's like the Force, you know?
Just put it out into the universe.
Mm-hmm. Woogie B says, Doherty's too good to call this. Well, we know that because we see all the cards, right? So this feels like our time is being wasted, but this is just the process of these things where, you know, he wants to make it look like he has ace-jack suited or, you know, 2 9s to maybe help in Doherty overvaluing a hand like tens or ace queen suited or whatever. So it's just part of the process.
Barbaros was the start of day chip leader. Now he is at risk. And he has dominated. 8, huge underdog to kings. And we are likely to be down to 5 players.
He covers me for a while.
Yeah, I think he has slightly more. Not much though.
Wow, people really want an 8.
What's the magic word to get Frosty the Snowman to come to life? Happy birthday.
Yeah, there. And Queen Jack.
Oh, he's watching it on the screen.
Low board.
Queen Jack apart.
Kings still ahead. Barbaros drawing to 2 outs, the 8 of hearts and the 8 of diamonds.
The safe ones you got to be worried about.
Same outs needed with 1 card to come.
No, but just in case the 2 comes.
5%.
Oh my gosh.
Oh.
Barry Greenstein makes an appearance, does not change the outcome of the hand. We are down to 5 players.
Nice hand.
Eugenio Barbaros eliminated in 6th place. The Moldovan will cash for 73,500 euros. Everyone else has locked up 95.5k.
Yeah, fucking, yeah, like, who knows? Like,
I like it, mate. Like,
you have an ace, David?
Did promise an elimination.
And we get an elimination at the start of the next blind level. And Luca Pagano from 2013 has now got 17 million chips.
Much is it?
yeah, he's covered, yeah, I think. Unlucky.
He's covering, yeah?
I prefer to think of him as
Unlucky, but man.
Robert Smigel from 1996.
Good game, mate. Good luck. Good luck.
That's
guys.
a very
Good luck.
nice stack for me to poop on.
Only. Good luck, yeah.
Good game. Good game. Great play since yesterday. Great play since yesterday.
Thanks. See you.
Game.
Just come back
All the
from
best for
brink
you.
of death to being chip leader nearly. Nice hand.
Robert Sakis has been chip leader before.
Yeah, and now vying for the chip lead once again. I mean, that's the thing. Huge swings at this final table with the stacks so shallow and the blinds so big. And I think we are now rolling into level 38.
Well, he tried to rebuy, but they didn't have it.
I never even got a fist pump because I thought he still was here.
You reckon you could rebuy for now about 100?
Or something?
Yeah.
You could have said, I've never played against you.
Yeah.
It's 3-6.
That's horrible.
What did you do?
Blinds
Look at that.
are now 300, 600. So again, much shallower now.
5 remaining. Just a reminder, when we have 3 players remaining, it change to a 40-minute clock. Just so
If we lose the 4th player when there's more than 40 minutes.
level,
Okay.
and then the following one will be
Sure.
And poker players think of everything.
Yeah.
Nice to have tips again. Don't waste these ones.
Yeah. Leave my big blind alone.
Time to play some unnecessary play the spot. Yes, we can punt again. Yeah.
Punting units.
Everybody guaranteed 95,000 now, almost 6 figures. This pot raised up by Rice with Jack 8 suited. Let's see if Mavrotsakis wants to get weird with the 9-4. No, and Tom Waters with ace queen in the big blind.
And going from a significant chip lead to really only playing 1 3-bet pot with that ace-10 suited that didn't even lose a street on the flop, but suddenly only has 26 big blinds. So, I mean, you can just justify shoving here if you want. You can just call for sort of ICM purposes, or of course you could just raise.
Just take it down without
Yeah,
a
just
flop.
take it down. Wow, but that's a bit of a problem. If your opponent is sticky, that's
sticky rice.
Yeah, this pot's getting so big now. Oh, just the nuts.
King Jack 10, just the nuts.
That is why we 3-bet. This is why we play.
I didn't do anything.
Cha-cha-cha-cha. Broadway for Waters.
Maybe a bit of confusion to start there. The dealer maybe thinking that Waters had checked.
What action took place? Oh, okay, so I thought we were waiting for Florida.
We're back on Waters.
Very good.
And
no harm, no foul, it seems.
Oh, love this baby bet from Waters because we see what Rice has and is going to have to continue with this Jack for sure.
Do you have to continue with the Jack?
Yeah, I mean, try not to see this as like Waters has Ace Queen. Try to see it as like Waters has Ace King. You have to call. It's 1.5 million into 9 million.
Okay, so even if you think they have Ace King,
yeah. Oh, the price is there.
Or Ace Jack.
Yeah. You're in there. I mean, Ace Jack's obviously a bit different, but it's still like, if you flop a pair in a 3-bet pot and you get a 10% bet, or I guess 15% less, 12%, something like that.
I mean,
but this is why I would never call pre-flop in this spot.
Right.
Because suddenly you're in, the SPR is like 1-to-1, and you have Jack 8 on a King Jack 10 board.
Yeah.
It's like chip lead on chip lead practically. It's like it's highly unnecessary and a mistake from Rice. So, I mean, I think we're just going to probably see a bet and a fold now, but
that one's a little bit bigger compared to the 1.5 million C bet. 7.5 million.
Yeah, that's okay.
That's okay, I'm folding. Just want to figure out
how I'm even in this pot.
Yeah. There we go. Tom Waters up to 22.7 now, and that's going to be put him back in the chip lead, I think.
Yeah.
Rabbit Sockets had around 19, right?
Yeah. Maybe he'd actually more like 17, 18.
Sure.
So, yeah.
But under 22.
You guys know how much you have roughly? I've got 9.5.
Yeah, would be interested in the tip count as well.
17, I think.
Similar to you.
If you asked him, we could probably put it up between.
Tom's
Yeah, it's just so I don't have to keep asking.
Yeah.
Normally
you'd have like
have them up.
If we go all in, yeah, you have 375 change.
I'm big blind.
Yeah, you're still 375. A big clash this hand.
Would
No,
like
maybe they took
260.
their 500, so I'll have change on you. Yeah, it's 600. Yeah, I have you covered.
I think I've just over 16, I think.
How much are you playing?
Me?
9.
9.
9, yeah.
Yourself?
9 including this.
Yeah.
Actually folds around to Maverick Sakis.
Oh, yeah. Maverick Sakis has never seen a Queen 9 suit he didn't like.
And especially with Doherty in the big blind, doesn't have to worry about.
I think the dynamics change where guys might call a bit. I'm getting very close to this.
I guess he does have to worry about getting shoved on, but
yeah,
it's not
but
going to be.
It's
not going to be too
so,
light.
Yeah, I quite like this limp. I mean,
oh, it's a limp.
Yeah, the hand has so much pre-flop value. Now, Doherty might just shove with this ace deuce. It's risky, but when you start breaking down Maverick Sakis' range here, there's a lot of hands like this that are just going to limp
taking a
fold.
free
but
flop.
it's also some trap hands, so I
And
don't mind.
That
Ooh,
flop
yeah.
is ace
Let's go.
6-4, 2 spades.
Let's go.
Pretty dreamy flop for ace deuce.
And the spade. He has smashed this flop in spades. And Doherty is going to activate check call mode, and this is a great result for just checking this ace deuce, because it's going to be next to impossible for Mavrotsakis to put David Doherty on an ace, because a lot of them would just shove over this limp. So if Mavrotsakis deduces, well, it's more likely he has something like 6x, maybe something like 4x, maybe something like 5-7 off, 5-8 off that now have a pair of fives. This could sometimes play as a sort of triple barrel from Mavrotsakis. I think the 5 is difficult to continue on. You would love for the turn to have been like a 10 or a jack or a 9, where it's going to be easier to, well, a 9 would make a pair, of course, but just easier cards to bluff off the 4s and 6s. But he's coming again here because he doesn't think Doherty has an ace. And it's going to play as such an easy call down for Doherty. I don't think there's any chance he folds by the river here. I think he's fully aware that this is a really sweet little hidden spot he has with the ace. And he also knows how capable Mavrotsakis is of just blasting off.
Yeah, you got to just go here. Huh? I mean, not as in get it in, but like you just grit your teeth.
And the reason why I think Mavrotsakis is going to probably go for it on the river, as long as it's not something like a 3 or a 7 or an 8, maybe not a 6, maybe not a 5, is because of everything we've talked about. But those kind of cards would then complete something like, 7-6, 5-8. So a really, really interesting hand.
What's crazy is that these pots that aren't even all-ins, that could this pot could end on the turn, right? And they're going to flip-flop positions on the leaderboard.
I just hope Doherty is really aware of how much Mavrotsakis could just be drawing dead here a lot of the time. Like a lot of Jack 9, Queen 9 suited, sort of Jack 10 off types hands.
Like all the
just like
all
the,
the
like,
Broadway
like just
hands
realizing that this
yeah.
is like the nuts here. Like if he somehow has, that's going to be
flush
another
draw
tough card
just come in
for Mavrotsakis to shove on. Without a spade blocker, Doherty could have something like 9-5 of spades that now has a flush. So this could be a quit card for Mavrotsakis. It feels like it could be a quit card, but I wouldn't be surprised if we see a snap call from Doherty if it's a shove. It's quite nice you're blocking that ace of spades to it. It's just one little thing. I mean, you have so much perspective when you're seeing this in the booth, but it does give up. And he has to show.
Mavrotsakis has to open the queen high. Doherty shows top pair.
Nice hand.
And it is good. Doherty jumps ahead of Mavrotsakis on the leaderboard now, adding nearly 50% to his stack. He said it was 9 big blinds, 9 million.
Yeah, and I think
before the start of that hand, and now
Mavrotsakis is really like seeing that ace deuce. Would have hated to have seen 6-8 off or 6-7 off or something and lost to that at showdown, but knows he's getting trapped there.
Mavrotsakis just below Doherty now. Andy Black, the shortest stack, 14 bigs.
So interesting question here. Why does he have to show the queen high? He was button. No, so that's reversed here in Ireland. I don't know if it's an Irish thing
it's
or
last aggressor here.
It's last aggressor. Yeah. So I was very surprised that I had to show my bad.
There's a couple of things that are rules that maybe once were the thing on the other poker tours. They stuck with it here, or maybe it's new here. I'm not sure, but that and the first card off the deck rule, both in effect here at the Irish Open.
Wait, what's the first card off the deck thing?
If you're not in your
seated?
chair when the first car is off the deck, or
Okay.
I think it might be near
Not the
your
way you
chair
reach a
here.
couple
I've
chips
seen
there,
them
it's a
be
massive
pretty.
overbet somewhere.
Uh-oh. Like I've seen people be like at their chair and not enforce the first card off the deck rule.
Yeah.
But I had a hand killed this week.
Yeah?
Because came back as the last card was hitting my seat, and they're like, no, we got to fold it.
And then he said, I'm going to talk about this on my podcast, on my stream.
I did demand to look at the hand at least.
Yeah. Nice.
I've seen the
Demand is
first
the
couple
wrong
of times
word.
I played, you won
Asked.
it, you raised like 2.1, the next minute was a 10 big blind raised. Like I couldn't.
Yeah, I just didn't know how much I had, that was all.
Only one small one. Thank you.
Just leave it there for the next time. Leave it alone. Tired.
We all are.
Yeah.
Maverick Sackis under the gun, 4-2 suited. Nay. Water's out. Doherty
Nay. Stop horsing around.
folds the 5 high on the button.
See, I still have jokes.
Ace 8 in the small for Rice. Andy Black, the shortest stack.
Yeah, this is going to be fun to just shove.
And you had it out for a reason.
No, this is a limp trap.
Oh my God.
8 million.
No.
It's feeling like a limp trap.
Oh no. Oh no, Andy. Doesn't think that Rice has a limp trap, but this is...
I mean, it's obviously not a limp trap, but doesn't think he has a very strong limping range, I guess, is the better way of putting it.
Oh, please don't fold Rice. You have to punish this shove here. This is reckless. This is
There's
not
the call.
the
Flicks
card.
in the white chip.
This is not the hand to do
And
this
he may
with.
feel like this is a bit of a slow roll.
This is really...
Yeah, the 6 deuce. Against an 8-8.
He's got live cards.
That's not the way to go. I mean, we're only at 3-6 here. You can just make this 1.9 million if you want. You know, like it accomplishes the same thing. This is just, you got to think these hands through. You got to think these. This is a really bad blow up here from Andy. But he knows it. But this is the great thing about poker. Anything can happen, and there's something.
Wow.
Just a heck of a sweat now.
The world.
Andy does catch a pair, is technically in front, but is behind statistically.
I mean, if anyone could get away with it, it's that man right there. And a picture, he asked for a picture, and a picture came.
Queen on the turn.
17 million chip pot. This is insane. The scenes here at the Irish Open.
River card. Is a 5. That's the straight for Rice. Retakes the lead on the river. Ace 8 somehow holds up against 6 deuce.
Cover, right? Yeah.
Declan Rice.
Oh, yeah. Well done.
With some just dice.
Pleasure. Do nothing else.
Andy Black's going to get congratulations all around. A legend of the Irish poker scene.
Yeah, absolutely.
Extinguished in 5th place for $95,500.
And honestly, a legendary exit. I mean, to just go out falling on your face like that. I mean, just really entertaining, amazing stuff. Always has been so entertaining over the course of this week. So, wow, 6 deuce. Crazy stuff.
Everyone now guaranteed 124,500 and 500 euros.
I didn't expect
Andy Black's vacated space at the table.
It was.
Now just black.
Yeah, it was.
Well,
nothingness.
I hope you enjoy your commercial hands here at Poker Stars. I think that might make it.
I just sort of know that he's
classic
a
hand.
lot of times it doesn't refuse there.
Where were you when?
But when you see a fucking 6 in the window, like it's
Great run out too. Real exciting run out, and the look on Andy's face. when that 6 came, and then followed by the 7 and the 9. An all-timer. But we got to move on. Suddenly there's 4 left. We're moving forward here. And I'm excited to see hands between these two players. Unfortunately, they're only playing 20 big blinds effective. But I mean, look at Maverick already just thinking, how can I punish these wide opens that Doherty's been getting away with? They know what they're both up to.
3-bet me and triple it off, or double it off.
Four-handed. Everyone guaranteed 6 figures now. And no more danger zone. Shortest stack is 20 big blinds.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, fuck, that's a big job, yeah. 135.
I thought maybe we might start hearing rumblings of a deal after that elimination.
Yeah, I'll buy you a pint for.
This is funny. Like I was saying, I was all day yesterday just watching the page. They're absolutely meaning nothing to me.
Yeah, it just goes into a blur once you watch it.
How much now? Another 60k? Oh, whatever.
Maverick with 7 tray suited on the button. And it's going to take this opportunity to raise in position with Rice having folded already.
Ambitious, but Maverick is going to push edges.
I'm not the only one playing the flag for Ireland. Like it's
I mean, steals are just so huge at this point,
so
right?
So huge. Waters has been playing pretty honestly on this final table. Doherty's a bit of a problem, but sometimes you just get dealt Jack 3 off. And unless you're willing to make it 3.3 million here, you're just going to fold it.
I did say to a few of the Irish lads, I'm happy to become an honorary Irishman if one of your countrymen can't deliver. Just give me everything. Give me the tricolour, the top. I'll wear it all.
Are you all from the UK, right?
I'm from Scotland, yeah.
6. Yeah, 6. Yeah, I'm not going to go. Where's the say big blind?
Maverick under the gun, 4-handed here. On about 23 big blinds with the pocket 4s. Stack too valuable to even consider, open shoving and anything like that, like you see sometimes with hands of this ilk with sort of 3 players to go under the 20, 22 big blind kind of area. So should probably just play it as a raise and then see what happens. But trying to make sure, I think. Maybe, do I want to shove this? But probably not. We'll see.
I'm all in.
Wow, and does do it.
Okie dokie.
Certainly a plus EV shove. Just find it a bit risky.
Sure.
If someone just wakes up with
Ace 8.
You probably have too many. What are you paying? You have 10. You have over 10 there.
14.
Yeah, it's too many. Nice hand, but too many.
Yeah, it is a bit too much, Rice.
Tom Waters, ace-10 suited under the gun. Under the gun. Although we should have a gutton.
Sorry.
When under the gun is on the button, that's how it threads up. Under the gutton. Not quite there yet. Still four-handed.
Dilo asks in the chat there, what's Rice's first name? Just the most badass name ever. Declan? Come on. Hit by the deck, Declan? You'll love to hear it.
He's going to go do some commentary now. What do you think?
You can really do. Look up here in the commentary box.
So Andy, can you just explain this shot for us, please?
Oh yeah, I'm gonna fucking. I'm gonna needle him when he comes back.
I really hope he doesn't come back here now because I don't want to have to ask him about.
We want to be balanced when we're shoving there. We want to have like some ace-x.
I mean, you don't need to ask him.
6-2
You know. We know what he was doing.
So,
what a
man.
His face said it all when he called.
Yeah.
What have I done?
It was like an amazing, you know, like.
He 3-bet me earlier with I folded ace jack to him, and he told me that he got me like.
Yeah, that's actually a really good point to bring up that hand. I think it's even more ambitious, Joe.
Yeah.
To shove the 6-deuce over a limp from the player that folded that ace-jack to you earlier.
Yeah.
Do you remember when he shoved the queen-jack suited for like 16 bigs from the button against Declan's cutoff open?
Let's assume that
and
I
it
do.
would have been 30 minutes ago, so he would have that information. I think that it does create a bit of a dynamic of maybe being more prepared to not make a big fold in that spot.
Not to nitpick you, but the information being available is different than him having the information.
Right, no, but that's my point, is that Rice just said he told me that he had
Okay, so
the
we
ace-jack
know
was
he
a bad
had
fold.
the information.
Yes.
Look, I think it's as simple as he sensed weakness, he pounced, he was wrong.
Okay, just simplify my very intricate, nuanced take. It's fine.
Right, yeah. So, do you know that on Declan's rail, his daughters Jasmine and Rosa Maria are there?
No, but I saw Bismati. Okay, now you're pushing it, Mav. You're a loose cannon, Maverick. But goddamn, can you fly? So, Maverick Sack is taking advantage of those button spots. 7 high, 2 rotations in a row. 2 orbits around the Irish Open Poker Sun.
Is his Uncle Ben and Aunt Pilaf there also?
It's true.
I actually like James' joke from
You got ace jack from him
earlier today.
That's a hand that you 3-bet. You had ace jack. No, when the mistake was done in the dealing, I got you you got my hand, you got his hand. You had ace jack, right? That you 3-bet. Yeah, the queen. Yeah.
Yeah, James' joke, I think it was earlier today, when Rice was calling a 3-bet. He called him a sticky Rice. That's good.
That was me.
Was it you?
Yeah, it was like 10 minutes ago.
No. James, thank you. Yep, taking credit. That was earlier today. Did you make another sticky joke reference?
I mean, it
That's
wasn't
fair.
another one to me. It was the first one.
Right. Well, you're a comedian who
It's just
steals
surpri- it's
jokes.
just
Very
surprising-
creative.
Surprising that you don't remember that from 10 minutes ago. Ace tray for Waters. Pocket fives for Doherty.
22 big blinds. I think this needs to play as a pure shove for Doherty. Going to get a lot of raise folds from hands like this. Ton of fold equity. Sometimes you do run into it, but sometimes it is a hand that you're flipping against. Doherty has surprised me before with some spots I thought he would have shoved and instead made like a raise. I don't think that he would do that here with 2 5s.
Good.
The 3-bet, a normal size, not the rip, still has the desired effect. Players to go. Everyone guaranteed 6 figures now. Still jockeying for 365,000 euros for first place. Absolutely a massive score in a 1K event.
Walkies. Not be many of them, have there?
I don't think we're getting those. No, you're not.
I haven't had a single walk all day. No one respects.
I wonder why.
No one respects my big blind.
We just sat like this. I don't know what was going on the rest of the day.
All right, High Hopes, you banned. Thanks for the channel points.
Thanks for the channel points. Doherty prepared to open the Queen 10 under the gun. Just the last orbit here. So Queen 9, pretty close for him, but decides to let it go. Declan. It's okay, Aaron Paul Kramer. We already banned that person.
One more orange.
Waters in the big blind with ace-8 suited. Has Rice pipped. Does not get aggro with it. King 7 trade. Domination rotation.
Advantage Spraggy.
Advantage Spraggy. That's right. The Spraggy. I guess it's only dangerous in the hands of Spraggy. Everyone else seems to do fine with it. Turn is the 3 of spades. Waters might start liking ace-8. Check, check. Oh.
Big trouble in little ace.
2 pair.
2 pair.
Oh, this is a slow roll, accidental.
Yeah, he showed him.
Nice hand.
Could have been, though.
No, but I mean, like,
he says 2
the
pair.
three's on the board. Yeah. It's a slow roll.
Unintentional slow
Bad
roll.
river.
Yeah.
Decent sized pot, 9.5 million. That's gonna really extend Rice's lead here.
Dark React says, how does the stream know which cards they've got before they looked at their cards? I don't think that happens. Let's keep an eye on it. If that is happening, that is weird. Okay, so Rice, he's looking now. We have Jack 6. That's fine.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Mavrousakis.
Oh my God! Did you see that?
Looking, yeah.
No, but did you see that? We saw the graphic before he looked.
I think he was.
How does
looking
it work?
already. I think he was already looking.
No. No.
His hands were on it.
Okay, Mav, this is great stuff. Mav is just thinking, oh, did he fold? Or is he thinking about it?
No, his cards are still there.
His cards still there?
No. Also, Mavrousakis could have looked at it when we were looking at Rice.
Okay, that was at the same time with Waters.
Yeah, but he already looked.
Okay, so we know Doherty hasn't looked yet. This will be
How
the
do we
ultimate
know
test.
Doherty hasn't looked yet? Were you watching him the whole time?
Let's assume Doherty hasn't looked
We
yet.
can't just assume
okay?
that.
And if we
The
get
whole-
the
it's
graphic before he looks, gave us 2 cards. You're right. That is messed up. That's messed up.
This guy is so cool. He says, I mean, it's literally his screen name is so cool. He says, the stream knows when they put the cards in the box, which happens before they look at the cards.
Straight.
Oh, Tommy. And a Street Flash redraw.
Street Flash redraw. Ruh-roh. Oh, yeah, I still have a straight and a street flash draw. Too strong, must limp, must call. And I would love to see Doherty hit the brake pads, but there's something kind of weak about the way Waters is going about this. Like the look back at the card, like it just feels like he's just going to fold to a big bet on the turn.
He did the look back when he flopped Broadway with the ace-queen as well.
Doherty has the look of someone that is firing another shell here. Don't do it, David. Pull back.
I mean, he can still chop, right?
David, no. Don't do it, Doc. That's a big bet. That is a bet intentionally targeted against those kind of marginal hands like, you know, King 9. Even something like 10-6 is just kind of hating your life right now, facing a pot-sized bet.
$2.4 million to call, $5.4 million in the middle. Kind of a big bet to call with Justice. I guess he's got technically a better straight draw.
I think,
but not clean outs.
I think you can just decide to like raise here, but at the same time, it's like,
oh, I'm sorry, I'm looking at this the wrong way.
What are you really afraid of?
I'm sorry, everybody.
Right?
Obviously.
What are you afraid of? You're afraid of a heart coming, and then you'll have the fourth nuts. Afraid of
Yes,
Jack
sorry.
coming.
I also just assumed that I'm probably going to make a straight flush here.
5-5.
Sorry, everybody. I misunderstood this as a bet from Instamuck from Doherty.
I don't really blame Doherty there. That's why I kind of saw it like in the slow-mo car crash kind of thing, because I understand why he fired and went for that. But Waters just had it.
And Doherty now drops below the 20 big blind mark. Mavrousakis at 25 bigs. Waters just over 30, and Rice with 45. I mean, this is really anybody's game still.
Except Andy Black's.
Right, yes. And any of the other 2,487 people who have already gone broke.
1-2.
First, 1.2. That's 7. Should be about 7. I think I know
Yep.
Sakis raising, Jack 8 suited. Doherty with ace-4 in the small.
Dealers on the pillow master, if you have 3 players, you can prepare the deck.
William says, Joe, can you ask Griffin how he studies? Yeah, I sure can. Thank you for your question. Doherty moves all in.
Good for you. Recognizes how wide Mavrotsakis is opening and puts the ace-4 off in his eye for 20 big blinds. Let's go. Attaboy Dave.
Master Saiyan says, lol, what a punch shove. So lucky the guy got no hand.
Well, Master Saiyan, if you've been paying attention and watching for the last 20 minutes, you would know that Matsuzakis has been raising extremely wide. 7-5 off, 7-3 suited, a lot of different hands, pretty much almost every open spot. So ace-4 offsuit actually makes for a great candidate, because when your opponent does wake up with a big hand randomly, like you just suddenly had 2 10s, 2 queens, something like that, you are 30% with that ace-4. So it's a great shove and a great awareness from David Doherty, being willing to do that with 4 left here in the Irish Open. And you're wrong. And you're banned. No, I'm kidding. You can stay.
T-dubs, Tom Waters. Ace-10 offsuit makes it 1.2 million. Doherty in position. Queen, Jack suited.
I'm going to be really curious to see how Doherty plays this. I think this can be played as a kind of a mix. It feels too good to 3-bet fold. You're never just folding, and it feels like a lot of chips to just shove. So I'm going to be curious to see how Doherty approaches it. It looks like it is coming in.
I mean, that's more or less a shove.
That's a shove, yeah.
You put out a stack of your biggest chips.
Yeah.
And that's a virtual all-in. 10 million.
And the big, the ace-10 side. How many ace-10, ace-jack sides have we seen on the over the course of this coverage, all the way from 16 players down?
So many.
And this is
and
just
Tom,
so tough.
Tom probably like half of them.
Nice hand.
Yeah, it's
nice
too
hand.
many. It's too many chips, and that's why Doherty just shoves it in, because hands like that kind of just have to find folds.
I think I have to go back to a recent comment that said, lol, what a punch shove. So lucky the guy got no. Oh, wait, he did have a hand.
He did have a hand? He still folded? Wow.
Sorry, William has rephrased his question. Can you ask Griffin what he does to study?
I don't think he's jamming ace-9.
Yeah, sure. I can ask him.
I don't think he's jamming ace-9.
Thank you for your question.
Did have a couple of nice hands in a row, has to be said.
I gotta say, this, it's not an emoji, is it? Do you call it an emoji? No, it's one of these things. Emotes. Emote. The emote of the guy with the mustache, the laughing face guy. It gets me every time. That clip
like it too,
is
so
amazing. All the like fake, like the, you write your own sort of thing about it. Like I've seen ones about the Toronto Maple Leafs, and I've seen one. It's just so funny. Oh yeah, there they are. They're just look at his face. He can't even. It's the perfect encapsulation of uncontrollable laughter. It's just. I can't look at them. Okay, guys, stop. I'm work. God, you guys, I'm working. Stop. Ace suited for Doherty. Why won't they stop? Ace queen for Rice, 3-betting air. Doherty been very aggressive lately and has a decent candidate to 4-bet shove. But
lucky he got no hand might come true on this one.
Rice hasn't been 3-betting light very often.
That was a great impression, by the way, Griff. Credit where credit's due.
Thanks. Doherty. Such a... I don't want to call him his nickname, the brain. Just he's thinking about things. It's working.
Sounds like an insult when you say it.
That noggin. Really?
Look at this brain over here.
I think that's just maybe some sort of deep-seated like bullying thing from high school. I mean, he just looks like a smart kid, and he's breaking it down, and he's gonna make a good decision. It's just tough, like after showing so much aggression in the last few hands, and then, this spot. I wouldn't fault him for shoving, honestly, but I would like him not to. What a fold! What a fold! You're four-handed. You have an aggressive image.
It's
you have
almost
a good suited ace for a good reshove, like 4-bet shove. It's a nice fold.
It's almost as if lull punt isn't really a thing because one shove was against a very wide opener. One shove was against a hand but got it to fold, and then folded to a hand that was definitely not folding. So David Doherty sprinting through the minefield right now and dodging everything.
Yeah. And this rice keeps boiling.
Ali Pico says it's almost like Doherty knows what he is doing. Almost.
Mavrotsakis looks down at 10-7 suited, and it's basically the nuts. After we saw some 7-5 and 7-3 opens, 10-7's just looking like gangbusters.
Trish Howard asks, "Hi guys, will this be a yearly event with you guys? It was great." I hope so, Trish. I sure hope so. This has been a lot of fun. I don't know if the business is going to be able to recover from putting Hardigan in 3 times, though. I think we'd have a better chance of coming back if he had cashed.
Yeah, we're going to have a meeting about that. And last time, so we've learned a lot about Mavrotsakis' button play in the last level or two. The weakish connected hands, we're seeing raises. The medium strength, we're seeing suited hands, we're seeing limps. We haven't seen any strong hands, but these two players are going to be aware. And is that an attack? It looks like an attack on the limp, and I love this from Waters because a lot of these limps will play as folds at this stack depth.
Are you limping to call sometimes too, though?
I think I would limp and call with 10-9 suited.
Yeah.
I think it would be really close with 10-8 suited, but I think 10-7 suited. I think Mavrotsakis might still call. I don't know if it's the best idea. I think he really trusts his post-flop ability, probably trusts his edge over Waters, is going to be in position. Doherty does have a decision here with this A7. If he thinks that this Mavrotsakis is the same kind of limp, and then this is just an ISO, but it's too many variables, and that's why Doherty has to fold. And now, the man twirls his mustache and decides how loosey-goosey he wants to get. This is a near 4x, so it's a pretty stiff open.
Stiff.
I'm going to vote call, but I think that maybe he should fold.
This answer.
That was a release from Mavrotsakis. Time for a question from SPC Starfighter. Do the same dealers travel around with PokerStars so that they work at each of the various events, or do you get dealers from the local area for each event? Yes. Thank you for your question.
Why are you trying to find out so much about the dealers, huh?
That would go well, wouldn't it?
Four-handed here, Irish Open.
Ace.
Now it's Tom Waters' turn with ace-8 off. We are nearing the end of this level.
If there's one thing we've learned about David Doherty today, it's that there isn't a suited queen that he doesn't like. But sometimes you have to let your children go. Once they're all grown up. Takedown for Waters. Up to over 20 million now. Joe, you have a very bad commentator voice. Don't listen to him. He just wants you to ban him. It's some sort of a trap.
It's actually like
some sort of it's an exploding ban or something. Don't do it.
It's like the least hurtful thing someone could say to me. Is that I have a terrible commentator voice. Like literally something I can't help at all. My voice is my voice. Oh, Pat. Pat says, I miss when Joe was nice. That was a reasonable question, but now Stapes is just too cool for school, I guess. Really nice when I met him years back in person. Kinda a shame.
And
self-fulfilling prophecy here, pal.
You're banned.
You are banned. The thing is, it wouldn't be a problem if I was actually being a jerk. But the guy asked a question.
The final table with green, white, and orange chips in there. They're ending them purple and orange.
And the answer was yes. Do they travel with lots of the same dealers, or do they hire dealers locally? Yes! The answer is yes.
Thank you.
You telephone pole. Oh, jeez. You bag of oranges.
I mean, that's a bit far. There are our chip counts. Rice, I don't know how he does it. He has 28,555,000 chips.
After that conversation
Waters
just had,
has 20,025,000 chips.
If they're in
Doherty,
your stack, you might as well use them,
13,950,000
yeah.
chips. Mavrotsakis, 11 million chips. Irish Open. Someone's going to win.
Everyone's getting involved.
365,000 euros. Thank you so much for tuning in.
Makes it look like a bigger bet.
I like that. That was fun saying all the numbers. I like big numbers. I'm a big number guy.
Being able to read off the screen is one of the best parts of the job, I agree.
Gives you something to do, you know?
Doherty with ace-queen. I mean, the card distribution's going around. Everybody's getting raisable hands. That's why we haven't seen anyone eliminated or any real chip movement for a little while.
Thank you.
It's actually a famous Canadian snack, Tinky Winky. I have one big bag of chips with ketchup, he or she said. Ketchup chips are native to Canada. They are grown in our ketchup fields.
Crow asks, what's your process for coming up with those jokes, Stapleton? I just think about what is going to annoy Magic Heffen the most, and then say it, who's also banned.
Flynn BJ says, interesting look up Declan Rice in the Hendon Mob. His biggest score is only 3,700. I find that to be very interesting because Declan has not seemed out of place at all, and very prepared to take stands almost to a fault sometimes, like that Jack 8 suited him. But overall, just played really, really well over the course of these few days we've had him on feature tables. So gonna bust right open. This score is gonna represent, it would be 100 times. Is that right? It would be 100 times. 100 times the score.
3,700 times 1,000 is
300. Yeah.
Is 100 times. Yeah, 3,700 times.
100 times
yeah.
his biggest score. Destiny.
Rice is raised. 9-8. Looks like we're going to see a flop for the first time in a little while.
Told you Doherty loves his queen deuce suited. I've said it before and I'll say it again. Queen deuce of clubs is the brain's hand.
Clubs do kind of look like a brain, like all squiggly. Queen Jack 4. Gut shot for Rice. Top pair for Doherty.
Takes the free card looking for that 10 ball. Gets more equity with the 8 though. Doherty might want to start betting here to start getting value from Jack X type hands. You want to try to get 2 streets here, even though it's the weakest of the queens, I think. Also, something like 2 9s or 2 10s would definitely call a bet here and probably a bet on some rivers. So Doherty's looking for a brick and then a bet. Brick bet.
River card.
Brick bet. Yep.
Not exactly a brick.
It's a brick. It only completes 5-6, right? Oh, 9-10. 9-10 was already straight.
9-10 was already straight. So yeah,
it's a brick.
But yeah, it's not the brickiest brick.
No.
It's not like a deuce 3. 4.
Yeah. Okay. Over under bet size. I'm going to say 3.5 million. Over under quickly.
Over.
Okay, chat. Over under. Well, now you see him counting it up. You can do it anyway. Under. Over. Under. I like the people that he's cutting out the bet. And he knew that I was going to do the thing.
He's giving everyone a chance to get their answers.
He's giving them all a chance to get their answers. See, this is a man that knows. He's a showman. The brain is a showman. Now we're getting full amounts here. See if anyone can guess the exact amount. That'd be pretty cool. Exact amount. So what's your exact? I see 2.1, 1.6. I got 4.2. Hey, I want 2.8. I want 1.7.
It's okay.
Be dang close to 3.5. No,
2.75.
2.5.
2.5.
No, 5.5. I was right with the over.
You were right with the over, and no one had 5.5, so everybody gets banned.
Also, Declan Rice is like, I don't need to count it.
Yeah, it didn't matter, which means everybody wins. Okay, you're all reinstated. Over gang rise up, says Saturn. Johnny Q says, "Oh, ban me harder, daddy." Oh, I shouldn't have read that one.
Aye. I've a couple updates in my phone, like so. Right.
Was
start licking the lips then.
Was that Gaelic?
I started licking the lips in about an hour's time.
No, it's Irish. Well, it's the language of English in an Irish accent. Sorry, I don't want to offend anyone. But I did hear 2 dealers talking in Gaelic the other day, and it was very cool. Language sounds awesome.
Nick.
Break after this one?
Yeah.
You heard him. another break coming up. We already took the dinner break.
Sorry, you started before anyway.
Oh, yeah.
Look at that. Gaelic is Scottish. We call it Irish. I didn't know
of course.
that. My mistake. Everyone has a head like a bag of hammers. That's fair. Ted Beans is back.
Is Ted Beans back? Yeah.
Yes, yes, yes. You know, I like being educated. I like learning. Waters, queen 9 off. 31 big blinds on the button.
The quinine.
The quinuf.
Quinuf, quinine. You know, it's
sounds like a
quinine is
Star
a major
Trek.
ingredient in
What?
tonic water.
Oh yeah.
Waters, quinine, the tonic.
Nice.
Awesome.
Good bit defended.
I got just on the run.
Yeah, to be honest, yeah, that's just the point getting the hammer now.
Goes out to 20-minute break.
There it is.
You heard Big Nick. 20-minute break coming at ya.
Well, that was a very entertaining couple levels.
It was great. We lost 2
Yeah.
players during that session. These, we believe, are the blinds as we will see them when we come back. That is the next blind level. 300, 600, 600. More from the Irish Poker Open in 20.
Oh. Kings for Notkin under the gun.
Cowboys.
Hang on a second.
Here we go.
So Notkin raises. Miller moves all in. What's Miller's hand? King Queen. Jacques with a decision in the small blind. He's got ace 10.
Hi-ya.
And he reshoves.
Oh boy. What is happening? What does Rivers have? How is he even thinking about this? He's got 2 8s.
OMG. Notkin's got more chips than anyone else. Notkin's got them all covered, and he's got the best hand.
This would be absolutely rishnefulous.
You're waiting for one player to go broke. You might see 3 players go broke here. That said, I think this is a fold.
I mean, Rivers is definitely folded in less marginal spots than this.
He's looking to ladder. That's what he's been doing all along. Why suddenly get carried away here with 8s? I think this is a perfectly legitimate fold. A raise, a shove, a reshove by the guy who's second in chips.
Honestly, James, I kind of just want him to call so we could maybe... This would be the weirdest end of a tournament ever.
It would somehow feel appropriate.
I mean, it would feel... The ending of the tournament was just dragged out so long, and then just an abrupt end all at once. Boom, done.
4-1 in one hand. Is it possible? I'm pretty sure that Rivers is folding. It's not a simple case of just Miller shoving. It's the fact that Jacques has shoved over the top of him. And Notkin is sitting there knowing that he's going to snap when the action comes back to him.
Oh, boy. How do you even stay in your chair? And you better, because they might kill your hand. He's in!
He's all in!
Holy shnikes.
And Notkin calls, putting the other 3 players at risk. I have never seen a 4-way all-in at a final table where the guy with the other 3 players has got them covered.
This is crazy town.
If Kings hold here, we go from 4 players to a champion. And Robert Notkin, the online qualifier, who got his seat for just $30, has won the Canada Cup.
Notkin could be knocking all 3 players out in one hand.
What a ridiculous hand. So just to clarify, Notkin ahead with Kings, Miller all in with King Queen, Jacques all in with Ace 10, Rivers all in with 8, 5 cards to come.
He's got half the equity 4 ways.
Good luck to the dealer trying to work out side pots.
Did anyone fold an ace?
Jack 7-3, King's holding.
King's way holding.
Notkin now a 75% favorite to eliminate the other 3 players and win the Canada Cup.
Way bigger favorite now.
88% favorite, the river card. As a man once said, it's a brick, and Robert Notkin has won the Canada Cup.
Notkin knocks out everyone.
What a way to win the tournament!
Can you hear me knocking?
His friends and family came all the way from Toronto to see this tournament, and what a hand for them to witness. A 4-way all-in, which sees Robert Notkin claim the title, the trophy, and $366,000.
Let's play for it all, like for the glory and stuff. I call.
Mallets completes with ace-3 of hearts. 10-9 for Uri Reichenstein. He checks his option.
Cool that Uri's not taking a super long time with his decisions to torture the kid.
Oh, wow. Reichenstein is up and down while Mallets flops the nut flush draw. Uri bets.
Oh. Really? I raise 3 million.
800,000 becomes 3 million.
Kind of a weird raise. He's got showdown value already, and Uri might not fold a pair. If Uri wanted to get an edge, he could just start making water sounds or tell him his middle name is Nate.
Reichenstein calls the raise. The turn card is the 8 of hearts. What a card!
Welcome to Cooler City.
1 million here. This is 23.9. 5 million.
So Mallets has turned a flush. Reichenstein has turned a straight. This could decide the tournament.
Let's just fold and I can go to the bathroom. I mean, you don't have any strong hands when you just lead, like, yeah. I'm pretty sure you're going to just fold, so.
I can't tell if he's talking too much or just the right amount.
Reichenstein doesn't look like he's folding.
How you call? Very brave, very brave. Very brave indeed. Very brave indeed.
The river card is another 8 pairing the board.
Very brave indeed. Like.
Flush not quite as strong now.
All in.
Strong enough. Mallet shoves on Reichenstein.
Here we go.
All in to call.
I think I cover you, right? Yeah. So you call and it's over, baby. Like, you know, like Scott in Guyen, yeah? Like.
True story.
It's so sick that you're telling the truth and my hand is insanely strong.
Yes.
I mean, you don't have any strong hands. How can you have a strong hand? Like, you lead, like, never strong hand, never strong hand. So, just fold and I can go to the bathroom.
It's like I have a hand that's impossible to fold, and everything you say just makes it slightly possible. I don't like.
Yeah. I don't know, like, I just want to go to pee. I really want to pee, so I'm just convinced, like, I don't know. I guess you could have like 9-10 or something, but I don't know.
What about 9-10? Is 9-10 good?
It's a straight, but like, I have queens in my range, jacks, sixes. You don't have those hands in your range, so.
I don't think you have any of those hands. I think you might have a flush, though.
It's your choice, man.
Wow.
It's so sick. Nobody ever talks like you without having the nuts. It's so sick.
Totally agree.
Where is Mallets going?
How are you doing, guys?
Hey, how are you, man?
How are you?
Are you good? Okay, or what? Are you going to win, no?
I'm going to win this. Like, I'm a winner. EPT champion over here.
Who's that guy?
Reichenstein calls, he loses it all.
You're so big, you are, man.
Yeah.
Did that guy just take a selfie with Mallets?
Is he a paid extra?
What is that, man? Jack Daniels?
Yeah, we just do one thing?
Yes, please.
What is going on?
This is incredible. Poor Uri. Taking it well.
Reichenstein calls! And it's over!
I have no words, James. No words.
Sebastian Mallets has gone from poker fanboy to poker champion, taking down the biggest EPT of all time.
Best last hand ever. This little one is going to have quite the sugar crash. Oh, there he goes.
This means the world to him.
Every emotion possible in the last 10 seconds.
Good job, man.
He fell in love with the game watching his heroes on TV. He qualified for this tournament for just 27 euros. Sebastian Mallets will lift the trophy and earn himself a seven-figure sum, 1.1 million euros. Queen Jack for Vicky, but aces for Fundero.
Oh boy. This could get messy.
We're certainly going to a flop.
Fundaro's got both flush draws covered as well.
And Fundaro just calls, playing the aces deceptively. Oh boy!
Two pair for Vicky.
Stop it.
Vicky now a huge favorite. Roughly a 3-1 favorite over Fundero. And from Fundero's perspective, he is an absolute monster here.
And he's really under-repped it as well, so he's going to convince himself that...
I mean, Vicky could be betting anything.
Yeah, exactly. I think he's reaching for a raise. And why wouldn't he? He does raise.
And with authority.
A check raise from Giacomo Fundero. 825,000. Vicky asks how much he has behind. The answer is about 3 million.
Apologies, viewers, if you can hear our hearts beating right now.
Vicky once again really taking her time in one of these huge moments just to make sure she has the situation assessed correctly. This is not a time where you want to make a rookie mistake, realize the guy's got more chips, or it's not your turn to act. She's just kind of overthinking everything right now.
Vicky just called. We're going to the turn. It's a 10. So Fundero now picks up a gut shot to a straight.
And this board's starting to get kind of dangerous for Queen Jack. Now, we know that she's got a lock on the hand for a moment, but against Ace King, she's not doing so hot.
Well, Fundero's equity hasn't changed since the flop.
There's 2.2 million in the middle right now. Fundero only has 2.9 million behind to play with.
Fundero can hit a set. He can counterfeit Vicky's hand with a 7 or a 10.
Remember, he check raised the flop, but he does not continue to bet on the turn. He checks to Vicky.
And Vicky must bet here, because even though she has two pair, there are cards that can come on the river that she will not like.
Into a pot of 2.2 million. She will bet $1 million, roughly half pot.
4 million.
And that's a third of Fundero's remaining stack. I think he has to make a decision now.
I think he's going to be shoving a lot of the time here.
He shoves! And Vicky calls!
No tank this time.
And we are on the verge of making history on the European Poker Tour. Vicky Corrin gets it in ahead.
What a sweat.
Giacomo Fundero needs an ace, king, 10 or 7. He has 12 outs. Any other card on the river, and we have our first two-time EPT champ.
Just an unreal tense moment right now.
If you're ever going to pray, Vicky, Easter Sunday is the day to do it.
The entire poker world calling for a deuce. No ace, no king, no 10, no 7. It's a brick! It's a brick! Vicky Corrin has done it! She is the first
player in the history of 10 seasons of the European Poker Tour to win 2 main event titles.
And I cannot think of a better ambassador for the game who reaches so many facets of life to have accomplished this task
Very good. Congratulations.
in front of a huge audience, maybe one of the biggest we've ever had on EPT Live. And just look at the emotion on her face. She doesn't even believe it's over.
Vicky Curran's shell-shocked. She is congratulated by tournament director Toby Stone. Yes, she has won a huge amount of money. She has won 476,100 euros, but she has also made history.
Blinds now 61-20. Therese has ace-9.
Hey, that's his lucky hand. That's the hand he busted Johnny with.
He raises to 310,000. Mateos with 7-4 of spades.
Hey, we are heads up, and Mateos is going to have the post-flop advantage, so a call here is perfectly reasonable.
He defends. And what a flop. Top pair for Ferez, 2 pair for Mateos.
That is some post-flop edge, but also what a cooler. Heads up, this is a bigger cooler than the one where they keep a cryogenically frozen Marlon Brando.
425,000, the C-bet from Ferez.
It's got to be very tempting to raise here.
Mateos does check raise. He makes it 1.1 million.
Ferez might just think Mateos is trying to push him around, the big bad pro.
Three bet coming. 2.675 million.
Ferez has also got backdoor hearts. And once he's shown himself to have something here, it's entirely possible Mateos goes to play this fast as, which I am totally on board with.
All in.
Mateos moves all in.
Too many chips in the middle to fold now.
Ferez calls, and the cards go on their backs.
Dobles contra as-9. Doble stopper, sí.
Ferez has run pretty good this whole tournament, but that can all change in a blink of an eye.
Ace of hearts, 9 of clubs, pair of aces. Adrian.
The turn card. Jack of diamonds. So if Ferez spikes an ace, jack, or 9 on the river, he's the grand final champion. 8 cards that give Ferez the win. It's a blank. A huge turning point in the match.
That was the big double-up opportunity he was waiting for. Now he's in the lead. Now he can put it away.
Adrian Mateos now has a 7-1 chip lead over Muhyiddin Ferez. And his friends and fans know that we are on the verge of crowning the first ever Spanish EPT champion. Back to the action. Mateos, commanding chip leader.
Well, this is a different story than before, eh?
Ferez with ace-6 of spades. He raises to 410,000. Mateos has him dominated with ace-8.
All in.
He shoves on Ferez.
Ace on ace, heads up. One player short. This could be for all the monies.
Ferez calls! And this could be it.
8 a 6. 8, 8. Vamos el 8.
He doesn't need an ocho. He just needs no seis.
More than half the time, Mateos seals the deal here. Here comes the flop. And there's the ocho!
That is just about going to do it. It might finally be Perez Bueller's day off.
It could be over on the turn. Spain has been waiting for its first win on the EPT for 11 seasons. And the wait is over! Adrian Mateos takes down the EPT 11 Grand Final! And a great showing from amateur player Muhadin Perez, who finishes second.
Buenos dias, Adrian.
Hello once again, welcome to the 2023 Irish Poker Open, live from the RDS in Dublin. It is the final day, it is the final table. We are still four-handed in the main event presented by PokerStars and Paddy Power Poker. Yes, we lost Andy Black during the last session. That's taken us down to 4. The stacks continue to be shallow and the blinds just got bigger. 400, 800 now, with an 800,000 big blind ante. But at some point tonight, someone's going to win this thing, ship the trophy, and the first prize of 365,000 euros. I'm James Hartigan, alongside me, Nick Walsh.
Hello, hello. Thank you for having me.
And special guest commentator for the next 60 minutes, 10th place finisher in the Irish Open main event, Benny Glaser.
Hello.
Benny, congratulations. And we saw the moment, we saw the pain on your face. I'm assuming now, with a bit of time to reflect, it's like, hey, I won the high roller and made the top 10 of the main event. That's pretty solid.
Yeah, it's been a good week. Definitely sad, especially the way it happened was obviously unfortunate for a lot of chips, but it has been a good week. Yeah.
Good.
You had 10 million, right?
I'm glad we've got that perspective. Now, obviously, you've played a fair amount with these guys over the course of yesterday and today. It's such a cliche to say it's anyone's game, but if we just take the experience, results, skill level out of the equation, with everyone being so shallow right now, to a certain degree, a lot of it does come down to what cards they get dealt.
Accurate, yeah. That's a lot of poker tournaments, yeah. And especially now, is Rice chip leader with 30?
I believe he still has the chip lead at this stage.
Then, yeah, absolutely. It's clearly going to be a lot of card distribution at this point.
Who did you play the most against of the 4 players remaining?
I think David overall, yeah. Probably about 6 or 7 hours over today and yesterday.
So yeah, 33 picks for the chip leader, then 25-22 for Waters, Doherty respectively. And
a million big blind next over it.
The shorty with
level.
11 big blinds. And I'm assuming that David Doherty's a player you probably encountered before.
Yeah, actually not a ton. Once or twice live. He doesn't really play in the same games online very much, so I think maybe once live, and that's probably it. But yeah, he was the only player out of the remaining 4 that I played against before.
Yeah, because he started with a million chips, didn't he? Forgot about that.
I mean, obviously you play a fair amount of poker live and online, Benny, but I mean, yesterday was a pretty grueling day, and then to have to finish in the early hours of the morning and then be back today knowing the sums of money you're playing for, I can't imagine that was particularly easy.
Agreed, it's been pretty rough, especially when I went through on 1C, so I had back-to-back-to-back days, which has been pretty rough when I haven't been haven't been sleeping enough. So to finish at 3 a.m. and then, you know, have to be back, it's not been easy. Did not sleep enough today, which would have been nice on such a big day as today. Yeah. But I'm, guessing the other players are in a somewhat similar boat.
Yeah.
Benny, are you a believer in sort of meditation and breath work and that kind of thing? Do you subscribe to that sort of thing?
Yeah. I think it can definitely be helpful.
What kind of meditation do you sort of suggest that people employ in their sort of mental game strategies?
Wow, that's kind of a broad question in the way that I think it depends for each person, and I don't necessarily just want to encourage one thing for everyone.
I don't know how I'm still going on.
I
It's
think.
like 5 hours sleep last night.
Yeah, same as
Oh yeah, David's just talking about how little sleep he had.
Exactly. It is not being funny. It's been the theme of the last kind of 3 days. Everyone comparing their sleep scores.
Yeah.
I think like somewhat basic things as far as just trying to remain present, trying to kind of take every moment as it comes can be helpful. And I think meditation can help with that, so that you're somewhat clearing your mind from things from the past, so that they're not ruminating on whatever beats you've just taken, or
Sure, it's not a one-size-fits-all scenario. Different strokes for different folks, but yeah, I appreciate that.
So, Rice has opened under the gun with King 9 suited. David Doherty, pocket threes, defends the big blind.
That's not very optimistic.
We're going to see one of those rare things in the middle of the table, Nick, otherwise known as a flop. Yeah, I mean, it's like 1 hand in 10 at the moment.
Yeah.
It's all Rice.
Be interested if David continues on this flop, depending on Rice's size.
1.2.
He's gone small-ish, so it's close when he has 3 to a straight and 3 to a flush. Definitely a candidate that David could have considered jamming pre, but more likely to do it, for example, versus the button, and he is not the shortest stack.
David is a player who I've been aware of for a long time, and was aware of his success on the UK IPT, but had never met him and never really seen him in action before until he made that deep run in EPT London, making the final table and finishing in 7th place last year.
Yeah, he just generally seems to kind of get it quietly. He's just generally a quiet lad. And this is not an option I expected. Check raise. And
unfortunately for David, his opponent has top pair.
Rice almost feels offended by getting check raised there, it seems.
Oh, David.
I think he will probably proceed just by calling.
Seems likely.
I don't think jamming would be prudent. But it's an interesting check raise. Essentially, he's trying to get some protection, get faults from overcards. In this case, it's not going to work, but Rice looks like he doesn't like it.
I mean, top pair, what's not to like?
I also wonder if David might consider continue barreling if the straight containing a 3 or a spade rolls on the turn, kind of perhaps trying to represent a check raise draw that completes.
No,
wow.
Oh my goodness.
That is very surprising.
Wow.
Rice folds top pair to the check raise.
I mean, even Rice kind of knows he's going to get exploited there. That little grin, he's like, I might have just like literally laid down the best of it a lot there.
Wow, versus that size as well. David's just gotten away with murder. He's going to be overjoyed once he sees that back.
What's he putting him on there?
Wow. I mean, it's not like David Doherty is known for his nittiness either, right? It's not, you know,
It's not like John, who only plays 5 hands every 4 orbits. Never check raise a day in his life, you know what I mean? Very unusual to see that fold.
Yeah.
Nicely played, David Doherty.
Evidently. Can't tell you. I mean, just...
Oh, Mavrotsakis with the black 6-deuce offsuit.
You say, oh, like that's a thing that you're...
That's the hand that Andy Black moved all in with.
He actually I just spoke to him about it. He mentioned it, yeah.
So it will now forever be named after him.
Oh.
The black. Maybe it can be like taking the black, like in Game of Thrones.
Actually, I think I'm going to call it the Handy Andy.
Oh, wow.
6-deuce offsuit, the Handy Andy.
What happened last night? Yeah, taking the black. Just punted it in with 6-deuce off.
I mean, it's a fair question from Alter Ego 77. Why did he fold then with top pair?
I mean, fair. Yeah, he's pretty much folding everything.
None of us can actually give you a definitive answer. Okay, we've gone to a flop again. It's Doherty versus Rice round 2. Ace, Queen, 5. And Rice has the 8 of diamonds, so has a flush draw. Right now, Jack High is the best hand. Not anymore. There's the diamond on the turn.
Short-handed poker, having a flush.
Check.
Will give you the best hand very frequently. Still, we see a check.
This is
check
actually one of the
turn.
flushes. Yeah. Well, I was going to say there's no counterfeit possibilities that you'd want to, but I think David should, oh no. I thought he might have elected to bluff this.
I think there's a 0% chance he's folding river. Oh, excuse me. Sorry, Rice has the flush.
Yeah,
Excuse me.
I mean, in this case, it's a good non-bluff.
Yeah, got the hands mixed up there on the river. Sorry, guys.
Mr. Kalashnikov 555. He feared for a possible flush, which is understandable. there were only 2 spades out there. That means there is no flush actually possible.
Maybe just anticipate it coming.
He feared for possible flush in future.
Very scary.
In future game. I have nightmares about people making flushes, James. I feared for possible flush. I love you, Twitch chat. Still 4-handed here, Irish Poker Open 2023, brought to you by PokerStars and Paddy Power Poker.
Okay. Scott Anderson raises a good point. Seeing that fold from Rice, it makes Andy shoving 6-deuce offsuit much more reasonable.
It's okay. You're allowed 1 slip up.
So rather embarrassingly, Benny, it took me all of yesterday and all of today to work out that that is Tom Waters, the former managing director of Party Poker.
Yes, and now since moved to the other company on his arm, I believe. Yeah.
He hasn't updated his LinkedIn. His LinkedIn says he's still on a career break.
Nice. I played with his wife, I believe, on day 1 of this event.
Great. 1.6.
Tom raising here with King 8 of hearts. David Doherty, Ace 9 on the button.
I do like this open, especially onto the short stacks, big blind. David with an interesting decision.
I think he can 3-bet not all in here, Benny.
I agree. And
I think he doesn't have to go big either, right? This can be 3-ish.
Yeah, you can go 4. 3, 8, 4.
3.6.
Sorry, I meant 3x, but yeah.
Oh yeah, I think below 3x in this spot.
Something smallish. It doesn't have to be that, larger out
out of position sizing at this stage. I think you get away with a lot here.
Gets it done.
Very nice. Love to see it.
So again, we need to highlight the money jumps, because even though everyone is now locked up, nearly 125 grand.
27-ish, I think.
If you can make it to third, you're looking at more than 160k. Make it to second, nearly $250,000, and 365,000 up top. And with everyone being
two of us now.
bunched pretty close together, there is that classic "I'm going to wait for someone else to go broke" mentality.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, they're actually now kind of close in first and second.
Yeah.
Clearly, the Greek gentleman is the clear shortest now. How are we pronouncing his name?
That's what I'm going to buy first for my winnings.
Maritzakis, is it?
Maritzakis, that's what we're saying.
Big spender, like. You know.
You're getting a lot of throat lozenges.
Yeah.
Yeah, so essentially, third place
my
is
first is going to be a pint.
just hoping, waiting until he busts at this point, yeah.
Screw the buzzers.
And, yeah, Maritzakis
Not
hoping
just
anybody
one.
else busts before him somehow. And how have you guys been holding up in the commentary booth with the long hours and...
Not gonna lie, it's taken its toll physically and mentally. And I was saying to a few people, I mean, I remember when I started doing this gig, kind of back 2007, 2008, it was kind of like part of the course that you start at noon and finish at like 3 or 4 in the morning.
Yeah.
But then in the last decade, things have got more civilized. And now, you know, with the events that we normally cover, you're starting at noon and finishing at maybe 10 p.m. And if it's a really big event, maybe you finish at midnight, but not 3.
Yeah.
Yeah. Last night was a late one, Benny. We were here till 3:30 with all the delays.
He knows he was playing.
Oh, well, I know, but then we were here an additional 30 minutes after that.
Delay, yeah.
No, it's been a lot of fun though. Honestly, Irish Poker Open for me been a smash hit here, and obviously the turnout just spectacular. That's what we're paying for now.
Absolutely.
In hours. But this is what we want. More poker is better. Let's go.
Absolutely, yeah. Turnouts have been amazing.
Really, really great.
Yeah.
So Mr. Rice here, UTG, pocket nines. This is one that you want to play, for sure. I think it's fine just to open this up as per norm.
Do we have much info on Mr. Rice as far as his background goes?
Does not seem to have a lot of big results.
Yeah.
It's definitely going to be his biggest ever score.
I thought you'd already looked. I just thought you'd have a difficult decision.
It's quite interesting playing with him, though. He seemed to be playing with his feelings in certain spot and kind of mixing it up and being not consistent in ways. It was interesting. So he's gone with the 2.5x open here, for example. So he was varying his open sizes as well.
Yes, indeed.
You see it happening again, give me a nudge.
I honestly thought you'd already looked, so I didn't want to disturb you.
Thank you.
So David makes the fold there with the king six off. I wonder if after he sees that playback of the check raise getting through, if he's going to be folding that hand so liberally.
Yeah.
Because I really feel like king six is probably already borderline Benny at that stage, just to defend. I don't know how you feel about it.
Yeah, I mean, versus the min, it's first, but like versus 2.5.
It does change things. Yeah, good point. It does change things considerably, absolutely.
But yeah, agree. If you're going to be able to realize your equity post that amazingly, or get him to.
It's not about realizing equity. Just check raise every flop. He's gonna fold top pair, so we're in good shape.
Yeah.
Just kidding. But yeah, we'll see how that affects play moving forward.
Well, Jojo1122 has a question for our guest. Mr. Benny, have you put any bets on how many scoops you'll be winning this year? I think 5.5 plus. He's setting the line at 5.5.
That is pretty strong.
I think even with your confidence and obviously your kind of knowledge of your own abilities, you probably kind of like err on the side of caution and take the under on 5.5.
Yeah, I would like to be realistic and take under 5.5.
Your turn. Second place finishes, maybe take the over on 5.5.
Including those, then yeah, I guess. I guess would like to be optimistic and take over on 0. So I think generally maybe 1 to 1.5 wins or something if I'm playing everything, which I probably plan to be, would be a nice series.
So Declan Rice, I'm being told, had no intention of playing the main event. He wanted to play cash, couldn't get a table. The only game that was available was a satellite for the main event.
Amazing. Won
a seat in that satellite, and now here he is at the final table, guaranteed a six-figure score.
I love that.
That is a great story.
That's how you do it. So you just got to be one with the universe, you know. You just got to allow things. You got to let poker come to you, right, Benny? And literally, when there's not a game running and there's only one table available, just sit and let the poker come to you.
So there have been a few references in the last couple of days which have gone over my head because I don't follow soccer. There's a Declan Rice who's a footballer, is there, who plays for West Ham?
No idea.
How much you started with? Sorry.
I had heard.
Okay, I'm guessing that's the gag that everyone keeps making, because we did have a legitimate football connection to this event. We had Vincent Sanchez, who is the brother of Laurie Sanchez, the former Northern Ireland manager. Obviously, Vincent no longer in the tournament, but Laurie Sanchez came over to say hello today, because, hashtag fun fact, in 2009, I did a poker show on Sky Sports where he was the guest. He was the sports celebrity in the studio playing online poker.
Wow.
Because to be honest, I don't want to.
Yeah, I heard Declan say something about that he's the original Rice. So that must be it. And I wonder if Declan shoves here. I think he will.
3.
Yeah, but he definitely seemed like an interesting character, and for this being like such a big moment, especially for him, it was kind of funny to me to see that he seemed like generally very nonchalant and blasé about it, and also occasionally just a bit fed up with things sometimes.
Okay, so Declan has indeed shoved small to big.
This is a grim spot.
And Mavrouzakis calls with a king 5.
Now, I do think he's made the correct call here, but as he pointed out, Rice, I think Rice is probably going to be tighter than most in this position.
Yeah, agreed.
Good luck.
He's slightly ahead. Live cards abound, though. This is pretty much a coin flip.
7.5 bigs. Yeah, it's a close one.
We're ahead. We're ahead.
Not by much.
GL boys.
The flop. There's a 5. There's 2 5s.
Very ahead.
Yeah.
How about...
Can we get a 9 of hearts stuff?
Yeah.
I was going to say, a heart on the turn would be lovely.
I like you.
Bit of a sweat. Maybe a 9.
You have to lose to
9 of hearts. Okay, there we go.
Upside down 9.
Uh-oh.
Not like this.
8 outs for Rice. The river is the 10 of diamonds, giving Mavrouzakis a full house, and he doubles up through the chip leader.
Yeah, it's an interesting spot, right, Benny? Because from a Nash perspective, blind v blind, you're calling king 5, right? But then the way we've seen Rice play, I don't know if he's ripping like all the combinations that you'd expect there. He's not necessarily going to be shoving like 5-6 suited, 7-8 suited.
Absolutely.
You know, and a lot of that is going to make up the combos that you'd like to find when you're making this call.
Yeah. Of course, yeah. From a Nash point of view, it's a much clearer call, but also it's just better for him to be able to be taking the open shove spots when he can, right, as well. Right.
You didn't take long to think about it for a bit difficult.
I mean, the ranges of calling big blinds is a blind.
I'm never folding 8 bigs with that.
What?
Yeah. 1, 3, 3,
Okay,
5,
well,
5, 5, 5,
at least Declan just said, I'm never folding 8 bigs with that, so.
5-9.
5-9, yeah.
Good to know, good to know.
So Rice still ahead with 28 bigs, just ahead of Doherty with 27 bigs. Waters playing 20, and Mavrouzakis has doubled up to 15.
Yeah, I think both players are doing the right thing there, though.
Oh, you don't like it, but you just...
No one's asked to look at the numbers yet.
Yep. You like it when you see Jack 8.
There's been no discussion at all?
You see 2 5s the flop.
Yeah.
Nada.
No deals.
The
Winner take all. That's the deal.
With king 5.
Can we all agree right now? Put it all up top.
The 4 tables, blind on blind for 13, 14 blinds, I think.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious.
I found a terrible 5. I felt embarrassed. But still, you got it, you know, like.
I'm curious who would be for or against it in this scenario. I would have thought Declan would have been trying to push it potentially, but I guess he doesn't seem too bothered.
I mean, he might also be of the opinion, given the fact that he's qualified, he's just like, it's all profit.
Oh,
Go for it.
That's definitely a mindset I've encountered before.
Yeah, for sure.
By the way, hello to Declan's friends from home who are watching online. Apparently, the pub back home has the stream on the telly.
Oh, nice.
That's nice. Nice to have some support.
Ace for the Doherty.
He is going to open. Oh, wait, he's called? Okay.
The Gibbons.
Still a Gibbons when he's in the cutoff.
It says under the gun on my screen. That's first position. It counts.
Say it how you see it, James.
I don't care whether there's 3 players. I don't care.
I want to know my stack before I see my cards. 1 second. Yeah.
4.9 times 2, or 5.9 times 2.
Sakis has a method. He's sticking to it, and I respect that.
11.8.
I'll be honest, I don't think this is a combo that I would have limped with. I think this one would normally play more as a raise or fold.
How do you feel about ace-4 suited, Benny?
Much more reasonable than
right. That feels like a lot more spicy from that position.
Yeah.
Tinky Winky asking the question that really matters. Did they find the person with the car that had its lights on and the windows down? I don't know. Did that phone that was found in the toilet ever get returned to its rightful owner?
I was going to say that's the much more important question.
I mean, not being funny, they're not cheap things, but I'm not sure I'd want mine back. If I'd done a recent backup, I'd be happy to just buy a new handset and restore it.
I understand.
Has David been limping
No.
much? No. I just saw him do it once earlier today, and that was just with 7s. Does make a fold.
Okay, well, Tom Waters can see a free flop should he choose.
Doherty got him right where he wants him. Dominating him pre-flop. Unbelievable techers. Finding the ace-4 limp when big blind's got 5-4 off. 100% skill game.
Oh my God, this never crossed my mind. Cooler Fish says the owner of the car and the phone could be the same person.
Wow, plot thickens.
King 9-6.
Pot extremely, extremely small here. I think it's very easy just to put in a big blind and just be done with it. Takes the check. Fair enough. Ace side does have some showdown.
It does, but I think I would have just always bet this board had I limped.
That's how I feel about it too.
And I mean, I assumed his strategy was to be aggressive post if he's limping, because you kind of have to be aggressive with these if you're going to try to limp this.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's really hard for Waters to have anything at this point. I mean,
oh, okay, there it goes. Yeah,
that makes
he
more
said
sense.
it was a misclick.
I meant to raise and I called back. So.
I was going to say that was very unusual. Yeah.
Well, I had 4 5 off.
Yepanuna watching on YouTube asks, it wasn't actually found in the toilet, was it?
And
Yes.
weird,
Thank you for your question.
It's weird after that.
Well, I thought it was only especially about to fold the king 9s, and maybe it was a good technique.
Oh, yeah. That's true.
Check
Deco folded king 9 to the limp.
I had garbage.
What?
I had
Gibbons
garbage.
prevailed.
Rubbish.
There is a link called showdown split.
Sometimes you just mix in a Gibbons. Just
Aces,
to mess with
aces.
it.
Almost paid them.
The
He limped
accidental
aces.
Gibbons, though.
The accident. Sometimes you gotta balance
You
yourself.
fold the kings because you're just like so scared of them.
Sometimes you gotta misclick for your own benefit.
You should have called. You would have flopped the set. That's not a king 9. No,
I
actually.
was being asked who I think would be toughest heads up. I think either David or the Greek lad.
Yeah,
he seemed very aggressive from what I saw and kind of mixing up in somewhat unpredictable ways. So I think he would be a tougher heads-up opponent with his aggression.
Yeah, he's definitely been very willing to get
friend.
out of line, but seems to wield it very well. Playing much wider ranges, definitely leaning into the players he perceives to be a little bit softer post, and it's working for him. But yeah, I think he's going to have more moves than some of the other players.
My first walk.
Walk for David Doherty. It did occur to me there was that
very good.
time for a couple of hours the other night where the toilets had to be closed down. Is it possible that was related to the phone incident? Is it possibly we had a pipe blocking situation caused by an iPhone 14?
Your cans are special, brilliant. Your
it's a Galaxy Ultra. Havoc in the pipes.
I mean, if it's a Nokia 6600, you're going nowhere near that thing ever again.
Might as well tear the whole building down and start again.
Oh, yeah. Reverse banana.
It's all connected, says Johnny Q. It's all connected.
Hello?
How many bullets did you fire in this, Benny?
One.
Just the one?
Mm-hmm.
Unbelievable.
Mavritsakis.
All right, so I'm curious if he will open or jam. I think for this much, opening is better.
So we're about 15 effective. Yeah, I think probably the open non-all-in is better, because you will get players playing back at you with hands you have dominated quite frequently here too, given the four-handed nature. Plus, you want to be sealing it to stack depth as well, right? You want to be able to open this non-all-in with much weaker hands, and therefore not just limit yourself to playing more of a push-fold strategy here.
Too much respect. Thanks.
None of the respect, it was to do with 4 high.
So this is level 39, right?
Sorry.
400, 800. So I don't know if Senkel92 is still watching, but at the start of the day, Tobias had this tournament ending 45 minutes into level 39. So basically, we've got half an hour to lose 3 players.
That happened. Don't watch the stream, guys.
Tobias is normally pretty sharp on his structures, but that might be optimistic.
I was about to say whose name wasn't there.
David trying to gain some of that banana power.
Question from Henrik Lindahl on YouTube. Benny, compared to an EPT, what level is the play like in the Irish Open? And I'm assuming we're talking about the main event rather than the high roller.
Yeah, I mean, I guess this field is comparable to a 1K national EPT, rather than like the EPT main. I would say are tougher than this. This obviously just had a bigger field, so
yeah,
naturally. But I think, yeah, probably comparable to EPT 1K national, like the Australias or, yeah. Oh, so this actually is an intentional limp.
Pat Cormack says, pity Finton didn't continue to commentate. He had other commitments. It was nice to have someone polite and funny and, of course, Irish. Pat, I am Irish. Thank you for your comment.
Wow. Disowned.
I was expecting, thank you for your comment, you're banned.
Yeah. Thank you for your question, you're banned. You're just lucky Joe wasn't here.
Oh, wow. So, oh, I missed that. Did Mavritsakis jam or raise one on in?
I missed it too. There must have been some sort of action there, I guess. Might have taken the all in. In any case, the old limp fold from Doherty.
Yeah, I would have preferred to see him open that, to be honest.
Oh, I'm being advised that we received an updated estimate from Tobias. When he learned that the levels would be reduced to 40 minutes when we got to 3-handed play, he says, I believe it will end at 20 minutes into level 40.
40 minutes rather than, what, 30? Or rather
so
than an
basically,
hour?
we've got like an hour from now, he thinks it's going to finish.
But they were reduced from an hour to 40.
They haven't been reduced yet, though. So 20 minutes into level 40, as things stand, is going to be about an hour from now.
And he thought that they were going to stay as an hour long? Or he thought that?
I don't know.
Want to do it blind?
Okay.
Want to do it blind? I mean, just give me a walk blind.
You know that I could,
Yeah, I just mean the walk.
Second walk is a bit difficult.
I'm actually curious how Mavritsakis proceeds with this one.
Yeah,
This is.
Adam's fundamental both. Adam.
I mean, depending on the big blind, right? I feel like a limp isn't that completely crazy, Benny, right?
Yeah.
Little limp jam scenario might be kind of nice. Or a
This
limp
step,
call.
this step, I think,
Headley.
both could be reasonable jam or limp.
Sure. Yeah, if you think your big blind's going to be hyper aggro versus limp, I think the limp is really cool because you can limp shove and actually create some dead money that you can win at non-showdown. And then, of course, you can also have big blind just rip in like ace-5 or something like that. Call, have the dominating hand.
Yeah,
it's just got a lot of cool perks. But thus far, I don't know if we've seen Waters be hyper aggro in that position. Been pretty solid, pretty considered, pretty chill.
Agree. Yeah, I haven't seen him be out of line yet. Pairs aren't normally the ones that you want to be check jamming. They would normally just, sorry, limp jamming. Yeah.
Just to. Sorry, Benny, carry on.
Well, I was going to say no ICM environment, but that's fine. Like, this is clearly a reasonable one too. He's gone with a limp.
He has indeed. Calls in the small blind. Queen 3 off for Tom Waters in the big blind.
Yeah, I think you'd probably, Benny, I don't know if you agree. I think if you have a smaller pair, it's a much easier jam, right? Deuces, trays, 4s, 5s. Probably much easier. And obviously, far inferior post-flop playability with those smaller pairs. 7s, 8s, 9s, you're starting to get in the middle pair territory and obviously do quite well against a random any two cards in the big blind.
Absolutely, yeah. And as you see, the Queen 3 from Waters could have been an ISO, but he's gone with the check back.
Yeah, I think there are a lot of players just taking that ISO with an ultra wide range just because they know it's such an advantageous position, playing from position here. Check on the flop.
Oh,
always coming.
I love turning sets. You know, Joe, I love turning sets. It's one of Joe's top 3 favorite feelings in poker, right?
Does he take the bait?
It's much more fun to turn a set when your opponent actually has some kind of hand rather than just queen high.
Yeah, check.
Yeah. No, still with a check.
Not sure you're going to get paid off by a 3. Queen would have been nice.
Depends on his sizing. He should probably go pretty big.
It's just a bit of a weird one, isn't it, Benny? When he checks 2 streets, he's going to have so much showdown. It's really hard to get looked up by a tray or a 4 at this point.
He is going with the overbet. Is that 3.5? Big, yeah. Don't think Tom will call this one.
4 million.
One problem with this spot on this board is that a bunch of things that Mavrotakis would be bluffing on this river would start betting the turn.
Exactly. I mean, you really just need your opponent to have 4 tray here, basically. That's pretty ideal to get paid, but it's pretty specific.
17 million now for Mavrotakis. And quick answer to a quick follow-up question from Pat Cormack. What part of Ireland are you from, James? The Hartigans come from Cork, Pat.
Thank you. Thank you.
Stat Trick in the background there, doing the rounds.
Love some camera time for Stat Trick.
Stat Trick all day.
Custodian of the Phones is his new title. Guards that plastic box with his life. Only one of them got away and ended up in a toilet.
Oh, I spoke to him many times over the last few days, so shout out to him.
I hope you were nice to him, Benny.
Absolutely. He was getting me waters. What a legend.
Yes, Raceland, that was the real stat trick. He is a real person.
This would be an out-of-line open.
I agree, especially off this stack.
He is putting the card protector on as if he were play, but yeah, this is too much, I think. He's like joint shortest. He's opening onto David's blind. Very aggressive. But
he looked.
His timing is good.
He looked into David's eyes.
Got the 6 deuce.
Oh.
They've got the Andy Black. They've got
He folds the handy Andy.
The handy Andy. Yeah, he just looked into David's eyes. Sick live read. Guy's got 6 deuce off. I'm raising.
Some questions make us chuckle, some comments make us laugh. We can't necessarily read them on air.
Yeah, better not read out. Best not to be repeated, I think. But yeah, good comments from some people.
Nice work, Twitch. you got the official Glazzer chuckle. Well played. All right, next hand, guys. Still four-handed. Something's got to happen eventually, guys.
Yeah, someone's going to get dealt aces and someone's going to get dealt kings. It kind of feels like that's what we need. Or someone's going to lose their mind with 6 deuce offsuit.
Pay attention. You're in a hand.
He looks very laxed.
I mean, if he's opening queen 5 off with the button, jack 9 off is going to be miles in this range, surely.
Pretty similar.
It really feels about the same, doesn't it?
And yeah, he's going for it as well.
We've cracked the code.
Really is going for a win. Yeah, and he's had this kind of similar lax posture from yesterday as well when I played with him. Go on, Declan.
Mr. Rice. Wow.
Wow, his timing.
Yeah, he's just sick live reads.
Oh, sorry.
No, nice hand there.
Vicious. Yeah, take my fucking big blind then.
This is aggressive fold.
That was aggressive fold.
Yeah. If you're messing with my big blind kind of fold, you know, like.
Your stack of purples is just a 19.
What?
Your stack of purples only 19.
You're missing one off the top. It's for 20. On your 5.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Stop buying his stack.
Oh, thanks.
I did say,
Stack management.
quite with some degree of certainty, some would say arrogantly that this would be done by midnight. And now, with the time at 10 to 11 local time, I'm not so sure. I wouldn't say no to a Canada Cup setup. I wouldn't say no to a 4-way all-in right now.
I wouldn't say no to a Guinness right now.
Oh, seconded.
Hey!
Just finished my current Guinness, so.
Where's Joe when you need him? I'll get the round, boys. Joe's doing the round. Thank you, buddy.
Thank you.
As we see Rice in the small blind with the KT. Okay.
Yeah, and as you're saying about the finishing time, I mean, if the lad's opening queen 5 off on the button, then might be seeing some more action. Especially if I think the others are seeing some of this as well, so they're going to be more encouraged to be 3-bet jamming light. Like I did see David 3-bet jam the ace-4 off small blind versus cutoff.
I don't remember.
Of Maverick Sakis, which I don't think he would do if he
think
thought
it's
he was
19.
in line, basically.
Jake, Andy, I like where your head's at, but I think you might want to rethink your suggestion. Next hand, please. Can we have aces, aces, kings, kings? I'm tired. If you want it to be over in one hand, you kind of want all 4 hands to be tiered.
One and a half mil and
Unless someone gets 4 flushed.
19, 20.
honestly, head's so fucking fried at the moment, I just can't count.
No, thank you.
So Mavritsakis obviously just asking for a count beforehand.
Yeah, I think he has a clear call.
Yeah, I think it's definitely just a call here every day. You got nice hand plays well in position. Your opponent should be stealing wide enough where this is going to be the best hand enough.
That creature.
Plus you have equity just to improve.
Yeah, it's... Let's play the hand, I'll explain later.
No, explain it now.
Guys, I'm tired. Aces versus kings versus queens versus jacks, and then a straight on the flop. Just kidding. All right, so Mavritsakis here, obviously an opportunity just to flat.
Yeah, there it is.
Feels good. I don't think you need to do anything other than just call here.
I mean, obviously, if he jams and gets king 10 to fold specifically, then that's a great result. But I think Declan was basically doing this size with all his hands. Like he did this with strong as ace jack versus me, for example.
King 10
so
deuce.
Going with a check.
I know that Rice has made, well, one big laydown in particular, but if, and it seems that Mavritsakis is going to bet here, King 10 seems too strong a hand to fold.
Absolutely agreed.
Kind of expected just the c-bet from Rice here.
Yeah, I think so too.
I think that's probably a lot easier. It's a much easier way to proceed. It doesn't have to be big, right, Benny? He could just put out a quarter here on the flop.
Yeah, I mean,
turn.
somewhat. This texture, you're probably going to be going somewhat on the bigger size generally.
Okay.
Than like 25, but it's definitely reasonable check call. Oh no!
Oh, God. Have a word, ref.
Poor Declan.
Have a word, ref. What would be your preferred size here then, Benny? Something closer to 40% or?
As in the flop? I mean,
yeah,
he's going to check back. But
sorry. If you're in Rice's position on the flop, having raised pre, what would your lead size be like?
I mean, I think anything. Well, honestly, you can maybe have more than one size, but anything between third and 2/3.
Okay. Seems about right.
These calculations. Thank you. Mavritsakis really doesn't seem to be one to be hiding his live reads as far as literally mouthing things.
Did he mouth, I have a deuce?
I think this is just a very clear check. I'm not sure what, yeah. But go on, queen. Ah,
wow.
That's sad. Does Declan do anything other than check there?
Yeah, it's really interesting now because he might have checked the 9 on the flop. I feel like checking a 9 on this flop is probably not the craziest thing to do if you're
definitely agree.
In Rice's shoes.
Yeah.
But if he doesn't bet the river, you're just like, cool, showdown.
Go on, big 5. Ah. Room for Declan here. That's such a rough way to lose his hand, honestly.
Yeah, your deuce is good. Thank you, Joe.
Declan's not going to be happy with that as well.
Yes.
Yeah, poor lad.
The rotation occurred, favouring Mavritsakis, who's up to nearly 25 million now.
Cheers.
And we are still four-handed.
Is Kai floating the flop?
That's what it felt like, right? I mean, effectively it was a high card float, but as soon as it plays that way.
I had a king as well, and I was laughing at having a 2.
Yeah, as soon as the hand plays that way, obviously feeling good about having any pair on that river. If we don't see the deuce, I have a feeling we probably would have seen another bet on the turn, though, from Mavritsakis. So I think his plan was to just barrel off here
Potentially,
when he doesn't see a c-bet on the flop.
Depending on the turn, for sure, potentially, yeah.
Time is it, Tom?
10:30.
10.
Doesn't feel that late.
No.
Hey, Joe.
Doesn't feel that late. It feels later.
Joe, I have a question.
Yeah.
Why are you not cranking it right now?
I've been cranking it for the last hour. Can't you see how sweaty I am? Can you see the calluses on my hands?
Not seeing any results on screen, and that's what matters.
Sometimes when you're cranking it, sometimes you've had like a long week and it's hard to focus.
You think you're out of practice?
I'm definitely out of practice.
I mean, we've had a couple of late nights now, buddy.
Cranking what, says Hendo? So I bring a cooler machine with me. You guys, get your minds out of the gutters. Come on. I have a machine that I crank when I just want a cooler to happen. It doesn't target anyone specifically. It's just random. It just means that we're going to have a confrontation.
21 million. I don't know how much you have.
No, you don't cover me.
I think he's going to jam this. This one in particular is a very efficient jam.
While we're waiting for something to happen, Dr. Digital says, here's a little known fact, which I'm going to class as a hashtag fun fact. Declan is the Tyrone Rubik's Cube champion, the under 18 class, from a long time ago.
Wow.
So, no offense to Declan, but did the Rubik's Cube exist when he was under 18?
4.4.
I would say that was absolute peak Rubik's Cube.
It was probably
era.
like, brand new, right?
Yeah.
The record was 4 hours.
Like, back then, the Rubik's Cube was the same as, like, the PS5.
Now, you mean?
Yeah.
You have anything behind there?
No,
People were saving up to afford a Rubik's Cube.
It was the ultimate in gameplay.
No,
little stack of whites. That's it.
Okay, thank you.
And the ones that I have in my hand.
All right, he's gone with a 3-bet non all-in. I'll be honest, this is the third option I would have taken. But it's going to have probably the same result as a jam would, unless Doherty's feeling especially spicy, which, I'm going to be honest, I would love to see a jam here. But
First time I have a jammable hand in my big blind, and he does that.
Good job, then. Mav.
I'm loving the action, though. Sakis here just getting involved. Just loving his no-fear attitude, and he is paying dividends at the moment.
It's freezing.
Gareth Cash has a request. Spice it up.
Yeah.
I mean,
like we'll throw a little spice on the cooler machine.
Mississippi.
Yeah.
Maybe like a warming gel.
Thank you.
Can I have a hand, please?
Love you, right?
Give the man a hand.
He gets a hand every single time there's a deal.
Four, 3 suited for Declan Rice.
Wow.
9-8 off for Mavrotsakis. He didn't tell the story of the card protector, did he? He said after the hand he would tell the story, and he didn't tell the story. We still don't know.
Sure. Maybe after Declan got 3 out, he didn't want to know anymore.
Okay, Perkle, first-time chatter, welcome to Twitch. Says, is there a stream without casters? No, but there is a stream without you, banned. Wow. Thanks for joining us for the first time ever. Welcome.
First time, last time.
Oh, I would love to see David rip this one.
Rip it.
Yes.
Sometimes you gotta rip it and dip it.
Oh, that's a point. I still haven't had a spice bag yet.
Whoa, whoa.
Yeah.
Whoa, prepare yourself.
That's why the universe has kept you here.
It's what was missing, mate.
You can't leave home until you have a spice bag.
Yeah, a little spice bag, that little pep in your step you need just to get over the line.
This is the problem when you're out there crushing poker tournaments every day. You don't have time to eat.
That is accurate. I have had 6 chicken fillets whilst I've been here over the course of a week. Because there are just no other options to go anywhere.
I've enjoyed the food in general. The pizza truck is decent. The burger truck is decent. The Asian truck is the same thing. Every menu item is actually the same thing, just slightly mixed up differently.
Yeah, sauced differently.
Yeah, slightly different sauces.
Different
on
accoutrement.
Go on, David. Yeah, I love it.
Rocking that Prague hoodie, too.
How much of our time do you think he's going to waste? Nah, it's the old, I'm going to tank so you don't pick on me in the future.
I mean, it's an observation that people have been making probably for the last 2 days. It wasn't so much a problem on day 1 or day 2, is the absence of a shot clock in this tournament. And I guess a lot of people who are used to seeing EPT, 5K events or 100K super high rollers where everyone's on a 30-second shot clock, to then see an event where there is no clock and realizing why so many tournaments have introduced clocks.
Yeah, definitely fair.
You're cold too, Ramona. You look cold, yeah. Hands cold. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Take a look at those chip stacks now. Matsakis putting in that work, playing that wider range up to 32 big blinds. Waters with just the 13, going to have to find a spot to put the chips in if he wants to get back in this game. 4 remain. We're getting into it now, guys. Strap in. We're playing down to a winner.
You said it's 40-minute levels with 3 left?
Yeah, we might have to change that to 4 eventually.
Thanks.
Yeah, let's mix it in there.
I arrived at like 17 there, right? On your account. You said like 17, right?
I said, yeah, but I'd recounted and it was 15 and a half.
Perpetual Retro Funk has had enough. 2 more hands and I'm out. This is getting absurd.
Lights Out Loser says also whatever happened to the dressing nice at a final table. That went in about 1997, I want to say.
I think it's a rabbit.
Okay, we're hearing more about the card protector. A dog? A dag.
Yeah.
Do you like
dag.
dags?
Looks like a dag.
You are not dags.
Love a good dag.
Jamie Meyer says, can we just give them all 1 chip under 1 big blind and force them all in? I mean, give it another couple of levels, we'll be there.
Also might like to see Rice jam this one.
I do want to reset real quick and say we have our fun. We laugh about how long it's taken. They're playing for a lot of money, more money than anyone here has ever played for before. Tom, maybe.
I mean, I did almost win $1 million a couple weeks ago.
15, I think. Or maybe
Who has won $1 million?
I almost won $1 million.
Not you.
Them.
Them.
The players, you moron.
I'm joking. And also 16th doesn't count.
But it's not a million miles away.
Them.
It wasn't really close at all, to be honest. Got to win my flips. Got to do better.
So all I'm saying is play as long as you want, fellas. We're going to get a little crabby from time to time, but it's your money. It's your tournament. You do you.
Yeah, amen. You're absolutely right.
Biggest tournament of all time held in Ireland. I'd probably be playing pretty tight, too, wanting to take down that title.
I guess Benny had a pretty big score once, too, I suppose.
Yeah, might have done okay once or twice.
Still talking about the people at the table.
I know.
Yeah.
I'm joking.
I don't know why you think we're somehow involved in this tournament, Nick. We're just watching it on a screen.
I know. I just feel so invested, James.
I also may have been involved in this tournament at one point. So.
Back when the Rubik's Cube was new.
And Yeah, I was going to answer Henrik's question about...
Yeah, so Henrik says, do Glaser take advantage of the possibility to watch the stream in breaks? Please, and if not, why not?
I did. I also, even whilst I was playing, tried to get information about the hands in scenarios as well. Whilst I was not in a hand, I also tried to. I did in breaks too, but also in breaks, I kind of just tried to clear my mind a bit and maybe get some chicken fillets. But yeah, I did pretty much try to get as much info as I could. I think it can be pretty valuable.
On the river would be amazing for me. Now that I'm thinking about it.
You're not greedy at all, are you?
I could imagine Joe Stapleton, you know, being like, oh.
There's a killer.
Does it all the time. Just goes, sits there and goes, oh.
Once they've registered the chip.
It's my number 3 catchphrase.
Doherty on the button here, obviously going to want to play the king-queen.
Lights Out Loser asks, is this the first Irish Open? No, this is the longest running No Limit Hold'em tournament in Europe. It's been going for decades.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, it's swinging a bit there now.
So Doherty's got about 25-ish behind once he's made his raise.
I'm all in.
Oof.
Wow,
That already
gets the same
sucks
hand
for
to
David.
fold. Yeah.
Yeah, that sucks. That would have been a reasonable flat candidate too, but he...
Sacramento says this is also literally the longest running tournament in total time.
Left me on.
Sorry, I was looking the other way.
I have to remember some of us were there for EPT Monte Carlo in 2014.
Yes, we were.
EPT Copenhagen 2008.
Yeah, I remember some of the ones. PCA.
Yeah. Come back to me when it's 6 a.m.
Yeah, was that Mike McDonald one? Was
Dominic Panker, yeah.
Panker, yeah.
And then Jack Salt, Antonio Bonanno. But the first brutal one I ever had to deal with was Copenhagen when it was Tim Vance versus Soren Jensen.
Yeah, that was a good one.
By the way.
Which still contains one of the greatest moments, or one of the worst moments of my broadcasting career, when Soren Jensen, the Danish player, shouted something to his rail. It's back when we had the big glass EPT trophy, and the prize money was in a suitcase.
Oh, lovely.
And he basically pointed and shouted at his rail, and I was, at the moment, on the live stream with a Danish journalist who obviously, I thought, well, he'll speak Danish, he'll know something. Can you tell us what Soren just said there? It's like, yes, he says he's going to take a shit in that suitcase and sell the ugly-ass trophy on eBay.
Wow.
I don't think I've heard that one before.
That's incredible.
That's special.
Only on the Irish Open.
You're 1 million big blind.
Twitch chat.
Oh, it's wow.
What a giga chat.
Loving it. Rightfully so.
Love it so much. All right, guys, new hand. Blinds 500,000, 1 million with a 1 million chip big blind ante. Meritsakis, he's got queen deuce off, but he's got the button. Our guy, Meritsakis, actually finds the fold. Waters doesn't have a whole lot to do here, though.
He didn't look without me noticing before you said that. be bad.
Wouldn't have done that.
I'd be a hell of a, yeah.
Someone would catch me on camera.
Yeah, I can't help but think that a shove might have got a call there as well, Benny. King 6 suited in the big blind for 8 bigs.
Yeah, that would have.
This is a fair question, actually, from Emon22. Surely they must be thinking about a deal at some point. I mean, as the blinds are about to go up very soon again, and we're looking at an average stack of 18 big blinds, you have to question, Benny, how much skill remains? How much is in the lap of the poker gods? And do you not just want to lock up as much money as you possibly can?
I do overall agree with the premise, but I definitely think there are still some spots where edges can be made. I think, for example, Declan might be inexperienced in short-handed, so I think short-handed is typically where some of the biggest edges are. And you know, if people are folding too much or not enough, especially in this kind of ICM dynamic, then there can still be some decent edges. I think.
That's
yeah.
6,
16 or something, 17.
16, 17. We just up over 17.
Yeah, cool.
Curious to see how David plays this one. Could definitely do 2, maybe 3 options.
I think limping is fine. I think raising not all in is fine.
Yep,
I think it's right in line for both those.
Also raising
all in. Yep, I think King 5 is a decent candidate to actually just apply max pressure. Yeah, really interesting one there. I think King Deuce might have been a defend there for me, Benny, but obviously tricky as we get shallower.
Again, I think it's fine. Like oh, there he is. Yeah, when Tom is shortest, I think it's okay. You're not really incentivized to be playing.
Yeah.
Post with.
I think it's really, really close anyway from a chippy BB perspective, but with the ICM considerations, yeah, absolutely can definitely afford to get away from those poor playability hands.
Yeah. I've just realized, guys, that we have rolled into level 40. We are now playing 500,000, 1 million blinds.
So
I'm guessing you have to go soon, right?
Soon-ish, yeah.
Oh, he's having a good time. He doesn't want to go. He doesn't want to go.
He's like, guys, I got a heart out. No, I'm having fun. I can stay all night.
At least this level is easier to work out the number of blinds.
It is.
Yeah.
This is the human calculator level.
Yeah, the answer is no one has any blinds. I mean, like, no one has a playable stack. That's the calculation.
Might be thinking of just jamming this. Yeah, he is. The effective jam.
20 million, the effective all in.
Isn't it amazing to say, I bet 20 million?
Cool, yeah.
It's almost Casino Royale-like.
20 million in the pot.
Remember to quiz you on your bet sizes someday? Huh? To quiz him on his bet sizes someday.
I think that's. I'm not folding.
I was going to shove, but I thought it sounded cooler to say 20 million.
Exactly as you said.
That's literally all it was there. I just thought it's cooler if you don't put it all in, you know. Like
Wanzia Raga says, how do they know what cards they have if they fold pre-flop? There is no cameras on the table. Basically, the players look at their cards, and because they're microphoned, they just basically whisper their whole cards into the microphone, and a member of the graphics team is then able to input the information.
I mean, yeah.
Mr. Ice waking up with it. 16 big blinds. 16.15 big blinds.
Excellent math.
I know. Comes naturally.
Raises to 2.5. Mavrotsakis with King 7 in the small.
Hold on, I was just typing that into a calculator and he was right. Pretty good.
How many purples?
$6 million in purples.
With the inside.
Another 10. No.
I mean,
Yeah,
you
that's
can't be
total.
considering anything. with
Roughly
this.
about 16.5 million.
Okay.
I mean, he could.
We
He
can be-
probably shouldn't, but he could.
Yeah. Oh, here we go.
Ace 10 for Tom Waters,
Yep.
who's only got like 6 million chips.
There's no way out here.
Yeah,
Mandatory.
he's all in.
Yep.
And good luck to him.
Good luck, guys.
We do have a domination situation. Tom Waters at risk and behind.
Waited for that spot all that time.
Oh, poor Tom.
Yeah, this has been unfortunate.
Been patient and yeah.
Yeah, there's nothing you can do here. This is just a cold deck.
Declan's mannerism and a little wink.
Oh, 2 spades on the flop. Tom Waters with the nut flush draw.
Mouth literally watering for a spade.
No spade on the turn.
Opportunities.
But yes, opportunities have emerged. Plenty of cards save Tom Waters. But that is not one of them, and we are finally down to 3 in the Irish Open main event as Tom Waters bows out in 4th place.
Good luck.
Cashing for €124,500.
To be honest, it's up.
Sorry?
It's up would be fair. You know, like.
Yeah, well, we'll talk about it anyway. That's
No, I mean, it's up in this spot that you play, they say, because the board. I mean.
Because it was a big cooler, right? Yeah.
What?
Because it's a big cooler. You mean? A queen or a
Wait
three
for
on
him to
the
get away
river?
from the table
Oh,
at
so-
least.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, no, I mean,
You said about chopping that hand, is that what you're doing, or no?
Are they talking about chopping
would
the
be
prize
fair
pool or
if you
chopping the
think
pot?
that, okay, it was a cold deck, you know, like.
Yeah, yeah.
Hold on.
Big blind only, yeah.
Do you just want to talk numbers, or?
I'm happy to keep playing.
Okay.
Oh, there you go.
Go, David.
What
David
a
Doherty
boss!
shoots down any prospects of a deal. We play on.
Let's go.
David
And
Doc-
obviously, when we get to the end of this level, there will be a short break, and now we reach the point where the levels will be reduced to 40 minutes now that we're three-handed.
David Doherty's just like, you don't know this, but my family's quite wealthy.
Pulling a Flexinelli.
I don't care to make a deal.
My family's worth $30 million. That's one of my favorite moments ever. Beautiful.
Now that we are three-handed, everyone has locked up 161,500, 228,700 for second, 365K for the winner.
Yep.
GG, by the way, Tom Waters. Big fan of Tom and his family.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I love it. I want to see Mr. Doherty go all the way here. Bust him up, buddy.
Agreed. Happy for Tom that he got this far, though. Great score for him.
Yeah, very, very nice.
He's gone with a limp. And again, this is questionable, I'm not going to lie. With a candidate that I would not do with. Oh, it's blind versus blind. Even though he's button? Oh, okay. That's more reasonable.
Here we go. Top pair, second pair, all goes in.
I think definitely could consider a raise, though.
You know the audience is running out of questions when they start asking about taxes.
I find it fascinating why people are so obsessed with taxation on poker winnings. I couldn't think of a more boring subject to discuss than tax.
First time chat. How much are winnings taxed in Ireland? I mean, what?
Are these people who grew up with the Star Wars prequels who think that taxation is an interesting subject?
I wonder if he barrels this. Like, David has just so few ace X. No. Oh.
Wow.
So it's probably going to be a big bet from David if he does.
I like going big here. Definitely plenty of combos that still call, especially given the fact that the straight draws and flush draws missed from the flop. Just make it like 6 million. Slight overbet, like a boss.
I wonder if Marotakis would have bet if checked too, though.
Yeah.
It's kind of an unfortunate river for him, actually, when the queen doesn't play anymore. So he was less likely to, but... Yep. Oh, yeah. There's the overbet. Let's go.
There we go. I love to see it, buddy.
7.
Yeah, no wonder he's happy to play on.
I'm glad all three of us agree, but Benny, that makes me feel good about my game. Yes! Slight overbet. Love to see it.
I agreed, but I literally have no idea what you guys are talking about, so I don't really count.
I mean, trip's good hand, so...
Oh, yeah, sure. Okay, yeah, wait, no, I do know that one. Okay.
Okay.
This is completely reasonable that Queen 7 would call here. Like I said, quite a few draws bricked out here. I guess, given Doherty's position.
Yeah, agree. I mean, Queen of Spades isn't the best one to have,
right?
But he's
yeah. It's an interesting dynamic, though, right, Benny? Because Marotakis is probably aware of the fact that he might make a move like this as a bluff, as with Doherty, and therefore quite easy to level yourself into a call here with a 7.
Of course. I mean, it's also just a somewhat weird range, given that he's limped pre anyway.
Right.
So I doubt he knows exactly how his range is constructed in that spot, where it's kind of a rare one with no small blind.
Chips are worth too much to call makes the large bet bad. Agree or disagree?
I mean, that is nothing compared with the number of people who are now banging on about competitive tax rates for businesses in Ireland. Jesus Christ.
Actually, it's Jesus.
Yeah.
Christ. I think you'll find.
Oh, go on, David.
To be fair, it's not wrong. Chips equal important value.
Well, I'm waiting for the day that I read something like that, and Benny's like, well, actually, it's actually quite an astute point.
But no, it does not necessarily mean big bet is bad. Declan's just left the table.
See you in 20 minutes, lads.
Yes, this is a good bet. Yeah, no, a good one. For me to poop on.
What is that accent, Joe? Is that Greek you're going with?
No. He looks like Robert Smigel, who plays a character called Triumph the Insult Comic Dog.
Okay. I'm not familiar, unfortunately.
It's really worth checking out.
I'm sure.
Look up Triumph at Star Wars.
Okay. I like how Benny mentioned earlier about him sort of mouthing things, being a tell. Is it still a tell if he's speaking Greek? Benny responds in perfect Greek and goes, yes, of course.
I mean, obviously it matters less when this is like the last decision in the hand.
I tell you what, I am enjoying the fact that it is taking Marotakis this long, because now everyone's moved away from tax and is just typing the word clock incessantly.
The problem is that I also have a spade, you know.
Yeah. It's a bit of a fake spade in the way that it's not super relevant, because David might not be bluffing like queen high anyway.
Right.
Having the 8 of spades here probably a lot more significant, right, Benny?
Completely, yeah, absolutely.
Who is the Greek god of gambling? That would be Matsakis.
What if they made it if the tournament took over a certain amount of time, then people would start getting taxed? I bet decisions would be made quicker.
He just needs to take into account the VAT rate and corporation tax prior to making this call.
I'm curious how long it will be until David calls clock, though.
Tax clock.
I mean, Rice has basically gone away. He's like, I've had enough of this.
Yeah.
So if I fill out the details from my P60, combine it with the information from my P11D, as long as I file before January 31st.
Is this a write-off? Can this be a write-off?
This call is definitely a write-off.
It's a write-off.
Yeah.
I wonder if you could could write off a big call because you wanted the information and it's research.
It was a business expense.
Yeah. Good question from Raksha. Is the delay close to catching up?
Serious point, though. People who go, why are you on more than a 5-minute delay? This.
Yeah. Cool.
Tom asking, can observers call the clock on someone? Tom, if I had that power, no one would get more than 5 seconds per decision.
We should have a new feature, Twitch chat. If we get enough votes, mandatory clock applied. In the past, yeah, I know, James.
Yeah.
Also, we need to focus on, and look, maybe this is your blood is, your veins run cold with ice water. Okay, there's the fold. But it's tough to sit there for Doherty, right?
Yeah.
At the same time.
That's a very good point.
Sweating that out.
Very good point.
Absolutely. Especially it seems that Mavritsakis is into kind of trying to get some live reads on people. And props to David for pretty much staying statuesque through that whole time.
I heard that. She wants to come fucking tell you. I heard this follow me one time.
Oh, Declan, that's great.
Now the deluge of words come out. Perpetual Retro Funk says he should not be allowed to take that long. It's up to the players. It's up to the players to call the clock. I totally understand why they wouldn't. I totally understand why he would take that long. It's not exactly pleasant for us, but it is their tournament to do with what they want. Action folds to Doherty in the small blind.
No, I'm good. No. Beer.
Declan like he's needing a beer. End of last night as well, he was getting on the beers too.
For some of us, it gives us strength. All right, we've gone to the flop queen, 6 deuce, 1 spade. Checks through, 8 of clubs on the turn.
I think this one that David will delay to river. Yeah, has to bluff this. Pretty much mandatory bluff.
Yeah, I think so.
4 spades on the river.
Yeah, there it is.
Everyone completely missing everything here. Doherty going for the bluff. 3 million in the middle.
I think 3 million is my bet here.
1.5 million is the bluff, half pot.
I like that Declan's actually considering it at all.
Right.
Go on, Declan.
Yeah, he's just said here, do I have to make the hero call really here? I mean, having a 5 is nice here, obviously, blocking some random straights.
It's kind of a fake blocker because straights are never going this size, and also straights have bet before this point.
I agree.
Like 7-5 would have bet at some point before. So it's, again,
it's a nice to have, but also I think a lot of people misusing that in this context.
And it could be potentially bad because
as well. And I was like, I'm gonna have to spend
no,
the last 15 minutes.
Hey, that's my catchphrase.
Nothing that I could go into the tank with, like, you know. Is there where King Hay was a hero call or not?
Yeah, because as you can see, like, a 5 is going to be one of the cards that David's actually bluffing.
Right.
Like with the Jack 5, 10 5 type stuff.
Yep.
My eyes were so sore at the end of that.
Does this mean you were bluffing?
Maybe.
Everyone's in high spirits, though. That's nice. All right, guys. 3 players remain in the Irish Poker Open here. We're playing for that trophy and 300 big ones plus. Mr. Doherty is on the button, first to act.
Kev asks, why don't they let these guys spread out? It's actually quite chilly in here. They're staying together for warmth, I assume,
they're huddling,
at this point.
They're basically like emperor penguins at this stage, huddling together for warmth. Ace-9 suited. What a monster three-handed. He is applying maximum pressure with a very pretty hand.
Rice out.
About 30
I
minutes.
actually think I would just prefer a non-all-in open with this. I think that's too much when they have 20 each, but it's definitely reasonable.
Oh, it's going to be profitable for sure. Ace-9 suited is just so pretty to play in position, isn't it?
Agree.
I think you actually just do so well by playing that from position. You raise, you get called, you just play it out, make a lot of chips that way. Probably a little bit more than the EV of a shove, I imagine.
Yeah, there are other hands that I would take as first candidate shoves for that.
24, 25.
Yeah, hands with that much playability in position, though. Really, really juicy.
Yeah, and you're also just going to dominate a bunch of shoves. Like, Ace-9, Ace-10 suited is right around the region where you can start raise calling.
Quite right. And Rice now on the button, folds the Jack 3 off. Blind v blind, Meritsakis 17.7 big blinds.
It's another close decision. I think probably plays as a limp.
Yeah, I think, I imagine it's probably a mixer, but yeah. I think a little bit of this, a little bit of that, probably majority limp.
Someone asked me to explain a bit more. So a hand as good as Ace-9, Ace-10 suited that you can raise and call versus 3-bet shoves, then they're going to be profitable to call versus the shoves when you're dominating enough things. So when you're, in a way, inducing shoves from worse, then your call's going to be profitable.
Yeah, and then obviously when they do just flat, you get to play that really juicy hand in position, make hands, and outplay people from position as well. So added benefit there too.
Absolutely.
All right, Sakas, buddy.
Yeah, I was going to say, either way, this decision we were going to have to take a while to see. I feel like Doherty's already glancing at the clock in preparation to call it. Ah, this is an absolute prime candidate.
Yep, King 5 off.
Either ISO or... Okay.
Yep, seems good. Again, I think King 5 off is a combo that many players will opt to ISO, try and play from position.
Queen 9-4.
Bluff a lot of flops. Queen 9-4, great board to c-bet if there was an ISO there pre-flop and Meritsakis decided to flat. In any case, Meritsakis obviously capable of mixing things up. Doherty maybe just not wanting to get limp raised there. We did see a little Trapperino earlier with the 7s for Meritsakis. So definitely capable of that.
Threads up poker. Some say it's the purest form of poker. Maverick 9 tray.
Yep, three-handed poker, really the game of kings.
That's a hand I like to call the yeesh.
I think that people that play three-handed poker regularly are just
yeah.
really, really great at poker and really handsome.
Definitely not biased or anything.
No, it's nothing to do with, I suppose I do play a lot of three-handed poker.
Oh, would you look at that?
I was talking about somebody else.
Oh, yeah.
Short stacked, three-handed poker. Doherty, Jack 10.
Okay. Tom says Nick plays three-handed poker. Yeah, exactly. All right, so Mr. Doherty has called check from Rice. Going to the flop. Hello. 5-5 queen. Rice miles in front now.
It's got to feel like having a full house here. Jack 10 drawing nearly nerd.
Yeah, I do wonder if David continues there.
He does indeed.
It is probably a good theoretical continue.
Well, he turns a bunch of equity now from 5% to 19% with a flip of the turn card. Unfortunately, check, bricks river.
Does he turn it into a bluff?
Jack high.
He's blocked it. That was...
That was... Tell us some stuff, Benny.
Well, I think with that particular hand,
Jack 10.
either bluff for a large size or check. Because pretty much specifically targeting only king high, maybe a rivered 4. Seeing as Declan has almost no aces, ace X anyway.
I'm almost following this. I'm proud of me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, nothing, not me.
No. You looked normal for you. Like, I'm not saying it's not impressive, but I mean.
Sure, I was trying to explain it in a way where it's followable. So
No. I'm saying that in general. Yeah. When I say almost following, I am following it.
I understand.
You're doing a great job.
Thanks. I was just teasing.
Explain.
Yeah, I think with that particular hand, if you were bluffing it, I would have chosen a bigger size or a check.
You know what it is? It says the average is 24 million up there, but I don't think there's 72 million chips in play.
In three-handed, Jack high, eternal nuts. Everyone knows that.
Threads up.
Threads up. Jack high, eternal nuts. Rice in the small blind with ace king of the offsuit variety.
How much you started with?
Meritsakis wants to know how much you got, buddy, before I choose what to do with 6 deuce off.
18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, maybe 26.
We can assume that he needs this information for future hands as well, not just this one. There you go. If it was only 18 million, I'd have put you in.
There's a possibility that it's not right because they may have added in the chips from the stacks that were paid in, but not.
I think the ones at the bottom were right. It's just the average isn't right because I've been working off the average the whole time, thinking there's like 73 million chips in play, but I don't think there is.
Yeah. Well.
Don't know.
To be fair, he did miss the opportunity to play the handy Andy as an all-in.
6 deuce.
Yeah, I didn't miss that, guys. Well spotted, chat.
Yeah, maybe.
Well, do you want to do an updated count now, roughly?
That's okay. It's okay. It's close enough, I think. I just saw it didn't add up, and I was curious. Is all really.
Yeah, there was definitely seats put in as well from operators that had qualifiers that didn't
show up. Yeah,
didn't show up.
Oh, interesting.
Oh, wow.
Their chips,
Didn't know that.
probably
Yeah,
out before
interesting.
that. Sorry, it's on me, sorry.
That might be why James busted so many bullets. He was playing off the average, but it was incorrect. Oh, it makes sense now, honestly.
Aren't we talking about the difference of like 60,000 chips when there's 72 million out there, right? The 4 people that didn't show up to play.
Pretty much.
Missing its chip, restart the whole tournament immediately. Well played. Yep. Null and void.
All yours.
It's all yours.
It doesn't seem like any of these players are looking at their phones or getting info during hand. So
sure doesn't.
So, for example, like that 3s versus King 9 hand, seems like neither of them have seen the other's hand. So it's pretty interesting.
So Joe, really quick, buddy.
Yeah.
My mom in the chat. By the way, everyone claps in the chat for mom.
Shout out to Nick's mom.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're probably right as well.
He has a question. She has a question for you, Joe.
Okay.
Is Joe performing in Fond du Lac, Wisconsin on the 20th?
I am indeed.
He is. Appleton, I believe.
Well, I'm flying into Appleton, and I've been told all the gigs are like within a 45-minute drive of there. So I think Fond du Lac is one of the towns I'm playing in Wisconsin.
Lisa, obviously.
2 weekends from now.
Oh.
Not far from there, our hometown.
Maverick Sakis.
All right, I'm going to be honest. This is
raising a lot. 10 million.
This hand
and Rice has an ace, but folds.
No.
Sorry, I got excited there.
He's been incredibly fortunate with his timing.
Yeah, it just seems to pick those spots really well with such a wide range.
Yeah, I mean, it's barely even an open at this point.
Wow, interesting. I do want to reset the stakes, as long as we're talking about what stakes we're playing for. Obviously, the title, the biggest poker tournament ever held in Ireland, was already a prestigious title, the Irish Poker Open. But this was an 1,100 euro buy-in event, and right now they're all guaranteed 161,000 euros. Second place is more than 60K more than that, 228,000 euros. And first place is about 140,000 more than second, 365,000 euros.
We've all had one now.
Yeah, thank you, Joe. Keeps bringing us down to earth. These guys are playing for some serious, serious dollars. And I know we're giving them a hard time for their tanking and obviously being a bit critical here and there. But, you know, these guys are playing for a significant amount, and no deals have been made. A couple questions in the chat just now. There are no deals.
I mean, there could be a deal. There hasn't been a deal.
Correct.
Is what Nick is saying.
Yeah, thank you. It was proposed at one point. Mr. Rice did say he would be willing to consider it, but Doherty shut it down immediately. He's like, no, I just want to play. And so we are playing for the advertised payouts. Very, very excited to see it.
Yeah.
Brivtech mentioning that a three-way chop would give them around 250K each. That sounds pretty good to me.
But yeah, it's good to see David shutting it down, even as you said, like, none of them have been in the spot. I mean, I personally would have also shut down a deal in this scenario, but it's harder to do when the money is so meaningful and you haven't been in the scenario before. Then just your comfort levels go down.
One Stern Brew in Twitch chat says, this must be the worst final table I've ever watched. This is the worst comment I've ever seen your band.
Yeah, I agree with Only Bets and Nuts that I don't think Doherty's going to be interested in a deal at any point. Possibly heads up with Mavrotakis.
It kind of feels like they would have to be exactly even at 12 big blinds each before Doherty would consider a deal. Mortz, I agree with, who says this is a standard final table. We've seen 3- and 4-handed play at the EPT go on just as long as this. This sort of exact action, blinds getting this shallow, it happens pretty regularly. No two final tables are the same, but this isn't that different as far as I'm concerned.
Arantzakis really just hates folding buttons. I mean,
yeah,
it's like, I have the button position.
Well, he hasn't really been burned yet either, so
no, that's what I was
why
saying.
not?
His timing's been unbelievably good.
Yeah.
Very lucky. This would not be an open.
Nick asks, will there be another raise in the blinds? Yes, absolutely. The next break, I think, is at the top of the hour, so about 12 minutes from now.
Doherty with a decision.
A decision indeed. Mavrotsakis loves his suited queens.
Just ship it in his face.
Yeah.
Just bang it in. Had enough of this guy raising my button.
This is kind of what I was saying with if Doherty has seen some of the hands that Mavrotsakis is opening buttons, he's just would clearly stuff this in his face. But without having seen that, it's a dicier spot. Like if he knows he's had the queen 5 off and yeah.
Say 20 million again. Do it.
Yeah.
20 million.
Oh, he's gone 3-bet non-all in. Nope. He's just faking.
Yeah, we've seen various. Oh,
he is.
Does
go
go
on, David.
I was going to say we've seen this before. The count out, the seemingly go all in or 3-bet huge, put the chips back, and then put them back in.
Yeah. Go on, David.
Doherty picks up another pot worth $4 million, closing in on the 30 million mark.
I got 25-3 now, so I should be able to work out.
I've got a wee bit more than 25.
Yeah, 25-3, I think I have. You've got 25 as well. 25-3, yeah.
Horse in the chat says almost midnight there. I hope the commentators and players have plenty of stamina. Even better, we got Guinness, baby.
If stamina is Gaelic for Guinness, we're doing just fine. Doherty on the button, pocket queens. I don't like suited queens. I prefer queen with a queen kicker.
Oh, he's gone with the limp.
Yes. The limping strategy. Rice with 7-4.
I mean,
not going to get in trouble.
So this is where it would have been interesting if we had seen if Mavrotsakis raised non-all-in or all-in with the king 5 off earlier versus Doherty's button limp, because he might do the same this time, and it's not going to work out for him as well.
His timing has been impeccable so far, as you've mentioned, Benny. Let's see if he can manage to avoid.
Yeah, I don't know, Benny. I think this is a flat for me.
Go check.
Oh, sorry, he limped the button with the queen.
Yeah, that's what I was.
Let's go. Sorry, I missed that little detail. Nice hand.
Remember the dog.
Jack 10-7, 2 diamonds. Pretty nice flop for pocket queens.
Yeah, so obviously we have seen a couple limps here from Doherty, mixing in some big hands too, of course. Love to see it. On this texture, I'm assuming we're just going to see a bet right now. Wow.
Oh.
Wow.
I'm not sure about that one with this. I think this is going to be maybe my literal first candidate that I would bet on this flop. You don't block any pairs. You still need some protection. And you just want to get value from your very good hand, I think.
6 of clubs on the turn.
Wow, played this so tricky. This is really, really funny.
Yeah, he's definitely going to bet this turn, though.
Got to do it. If you're going to miss the flop bet, too, I want you to go super big on the turn here. Like 3.5, just full pot turn.
It's a bit dicey because after you've checked flop, you can't exactly... I mean, it's fine, but yeah.
What was the bet size, just out of interest?
2.5, I think. 2.9.
Yeah, I love it. I was going to say, I think probably closer to 3 million is going to be what you want to do there. I think full pot's probably a little bit sloppy, but
yeah, it's just a bit tricky after you have checked back the flop.
Yeah, it's hard for you to have bluffs when you check the flop, right? Lots of showdown.
Also, just as chip leader, I think you generally shouldn't be limping. Well, I mean, shouldn't, quote unquote, limping buttons when you're the chip leader and you have less risk premium on you. So as David, I would probably just be opening every button I play.
Yeah, I think story checks out, and I think probably we do see a defend from the king 3 off there, unless Matsakis is going to knit it up all of a sudden. But I don't know. Again, king 3 off is not a great hand. I don't think it's completely ridiculous to fold, but Matsakis not afraid to play those combinations as well. Yeah, knitted up is definitely not the appropriate term there, but you guys know what I'm saying. It's not going to start playing scared suddenly.
Rice is raised with Jack 9. Gets a fold from King. Oh, nope. Gets a re-raise from King 8, and that'll take it down. Yep, Anuna says James and Joe are napping right now, right? Yep, this is me napping. Just sleep commentarying. Don't wake me. It could be dangerous. Mavritsakis on the button. Queen 9 suited. This seems right up his alley.
I mean, this is a stone cold premium when you look at Mavritsakis' button open.
Absolutely.
That range so wide. Love Queen 9 hearts.
Wow, the exhale.
Wow. Long exhale.
What the heck?
It really is. Oh,
All in.
Wow.
Doherty with 10s.
Here we go. Here we go. Joe's standing up. Exciting.
The timing has got to run out at some point. Eventually, you run through the minefield.
Yeah.
Full sprint,
eyes
closed.
Here we go.
I can see everything else.
It's always interesting in general when you like exhale that much and then continue playing the hand. Like you're then all in. Like,
Sure, yeah. I mean, you're probably not doing that with a super premium,
Yeah.
right? You're probably not going to just, it's just like, yeah, it's not that your hand's bad. It's just you're not going to do that with a really great one. Doherty all in over the top. Rice with the easiest fold of all time. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Oh, man. Sweat for Rice here.
Not quite a race, just one overcard for Mavritsakis. Doherty has got him covered.
Come on, David.
69% of the time, Doherty is going to knock out Mavritsakis. And we're going to go heads up.
Repping Las Vegas.
Flop time.
Oof.
9 high flops, so that's a pair.
That's a lot of cards that look like 9s.
The upside down 9s.
Turn is the 5 of spades. Spades not a factor. Mavritsakis needs to catch on the river to survive. No catch. 10s hold. Mavritsakis is eliminated.
You had some come back there too. You had a great run. They come back.
A long threads up battle, seemingly. Mavritsakis, understandably dejected, finally just ran into it. Out in third place for 161,500 euros. Looks like we're going to take the break a little early.
Love to see these guys heads up.
We were supposed to go to break in about 15 minutes, but I think now that we are heads up, we are going to take the break. Now I'm going to take this opportunity to say thank you and goodbye to Benny Glauser. Thank you, Benny.
Yeah, thanks, guys. It was
And
fun.
congratulations again on another deep run. You did win the high roller this week. We should
Yeah.
mention that, so not all tears for you. And have yourself a good night, my friend, and we'll see you at the next stop.
Thank you, guys. Been a pleasure. Thanks, chat.
Once again, Panagiotis Mavritsakis, 161,500 euros, leaving only the top 2 prizes. Those 2 prizes, 228,700 euros and 365,000 euros. So we're talking a 137K difference between second and first place. Rice and Doherty have already headed to break. These are their chip counts. The blinds won't be going up just yet, but we will be taking a break momentarily. Doherty with a significant advantage, a 2-1 chip lead over Rice. And I guess it was only a matter of time with Mavrotsakis. I mean, I guess it didn't have to happen either.
I mean, don't forget as well, Joe, this is the guy, Declan Rice, playing for first now. He didn't even want to play. He just wanted to jump on a cash table. He played the Sadi, and now he's heads up for all the jewels.
Pretty great story. We've got someone from Scotland and someone from Ireland still in it, still in the mix. We are headed to break. 12 minutes, 33 seconds left on the clock for this level. Then we'll be going straight into the next one. Looks like about 73 big blinds effective in play. We're going to step away for just a minute, let them get set up for heads up. Back in just a few from the Irish Poker Open 2023, brought to you by PokerStars and Paddy Power Poker.
You will be sitting at the table there.
Okay, let's do it.
Blinds 2,000, 4,000. They are not in the money yet. 32 players getting paid.
He's announced the raise, makes it 20,000.
And Callahan opening with 8s. Pocket 3s for Slade.
All in.
Yeah, it's about 100.
Lee Jones doing chip counts now.
Johnny pushes all his cookies in.
Lodden pushes in all of his cookies. Lee Jones, 2006.
Pat pushes all his cookies.
Oh, graphics error. AJ White has become AQ White.
Ack White?
Now the action is back around to 7-seat Pat. He's invested
Pat O'Callaghan now has to decide whether to call. The effective shove is Lodden, of course.
Patrick of the Callahan. Lets it go. Can't really blame him.
So White is the at-risk player. Dominated by Jonathan Lodden.
And slap him down, dealer.
5 deuce, no suits.
Now I really want to hear this turn card.
It's a queen.
Yeah! Come on, buddy, one more queen. Put it home. Johnny will need a king.
Never call for outs for your buddy when they're ahead.
Yeah!
That's a nice deal in there, Slappy.
Okay, so get 13-6 from there.
Nice hand, AJ. Ah, Slappy's gone. But this, James. This could be the one.
You know it's coming, right?
This could be the one.
Loddon raises with King 10.
Connor, would you move the button a little more towards you so which one players did you have?
Slappy meet sloppy.
Johnny, make it 2,000.
AJ doesn't really have the chips to do anything but move all in.
Pat says he's all in.
Is all in.
I guess we had his name wrong before. It's actually Ack White. I'm all confused now. Luca's got a king.
Hold on to Luca in the small blind. Johnny has to call 32,800 if he wishes to play.
So it's going to be Loddon versus White round 2.
I think so.
Yep. Johnny calls.
Johnny is gambling for most of his stack.
King 10 for Johnny.
White officially the at-risk player here. Ahead, but Loddon has live cards.
We know that one king's been folded.
Pat has flopped a pair of queens. Johnny needs a king to win this pot. Convert us all. Return card, please. There we go. That changes things. Now Pat has 2 pair. Johnny now has...
I'm focusing on the dealing and not on the cards.
4 out, which are the jacks to win
This
this.
dealer's a lot more ginger.
It is a jack.
She tapped the table. She was like, sorry about the bad beat.
Hitting Johnny's gut shot.
Before she turned the river over.
Out of the tournament.
White eliminated.
Did you lose a player?
Yeah, we did.
Okay, congratulations, all the remaining players. We're down to 32 players. Everybody's in the prize money.
Oh, wow, that was the bubble. White bubbled, and now we're down to 32, and now everyone's locked up at least 7,400 euros.
So that was a sorry you just bubbled table tap and then turned the jack over?
Oh. Anthony Holden still watching from the rail.
This side is so rigged. Yeah. The button is on Luke in the 8th seat. Nick Connie has the big blind in the 2 seat. Rob's going to be first act. He passes.
Holds queen 10 under the gun.
Canvas passes. Connor and Pat.
Round to Luca on the button, King Deuce.
Luca passes.
And now it's Slade.
Nick makes it 13,000 total, so 9,000 raise.
Raises with the 6s.
Johnny calls.
Loddon calls with 3s.
Was that a huge raise?
Just to get him in.
I think this is it, Joe. Yes.
9, 9, 3.
Let's take it back. The worst flop in EPT history.
Flop is 9, 9, 3.
One more time.
Just to get him in.
So bad. Just incredible.
Oh, full house for Johnny Loddon.
He bets 25,000.
Now, James and I can do that because neither James nor myself have ever made a mistake on television before.
Correct.
Johnny makes it 50,000.
Slade continues. Loddon raises.
I reckon I can do that.
Oh my God! Why would you try? What?
Says he's all in. Cool.
Just say the
It was
words.
2006.
Full house.
It was all about style. That's super embarrassing, though.
So
You don't even get a chance to make your little move with all your chips. You get snap called, drawing pretty much dead.
Yeah, they're checking the stacks here, but it looks like Slade's got Loddon covered just.
The turn is an ace.
So Loddon is at risk, but a 91% favorite with one card to come. But it's a 9 on the river, and Slade makes a better full house. Loddon effectively counterfeited and eliminated in 32nd place.
I should not have said almost dead.
Golden.
I really try to just have one Bahama Mama. I ended up having two.
I've referred to you a couple times on today's show as the people's champion. People really were rooting for you. You had the Twitch community, you had the PokerStars Twitch community, and it seemed really fun. But I just want to double check. Was there extra pressure from that, seeing everyone counting on you? You were sort of playing for everyone else, for all the Platinum Pass winners who didn't quite go so far. To know that you had that many people rooting for you, was that pure joy, or was there like a little bit of extra pressure on there too that maybe wasn't, that was stressful?
I think to me, it was not stressful at all, which might be a little bit of a surprise. But I think me being there and representing the whole Twitch poker community, the whole data stream community, just was an absolute honor. And I think nobody would have been like disappointed if I busted. Even if I busted on day one, nobody would have said, well, you made a mistake or you played it wrong. I think everybody was just having my back, and just knowing this, was giving so much energy to me and to my mindset that it was just pure help. Yeah.
Well, let's go back to the beginning then. Let's go back even before day one. So you arrive in the Bahamas, and the night before the PSPC starts, there is the welcome drinks party for all of the Platinum Pass winners, the 400 people who've qualified for this event. Joe, you and I walked down to the venue, and we were 15 minutes early. It was due to start, I think, at 7 o'clock. It was 6:45, and there were already 200 people queuing, waiting to get in. And that's when you knew this is going to be a great crowd. These are people who are here for it, they want it, and they're ready for it. And that's a tough one, right? Because you could have a really big night, but you know you've got to play this 25K the next day.
Yeah, I mean, I can't speak to that at all. I think that, obviously, I'd like to hear what Nicholas' situation was there that night. I think that some people overdid it anyway, but not you, I'm guessing.
No, I really try to just have one Bahama Mama. I ended up having two, but that's also fine. I think it's all about finding the right balance between enjoying this once-in-a-lifetime chance, but also opportunity, and still having fun with everyone else. I think I found the right balance. I connected with a lot of people. I also knew a lot of the pass winners from before the PSPC.
Yeah.
Because we had some opportunities to connect with each other with like a Facebook group. And we had a meeting in Cologne with Felix X-Flix Schneiders. And I think all the other pass winners from the other countries also had those opportunities. We had some competitions to get to know each other, and that was just really great. So it felt like meeting a lot of friends. The time was obviously short, so I would have loved to be there for longer, but that's always with these events. So I think I was disciplined about going to bed early, and yeah, it paid out. It paid off.
100%. So day one, you've already referenced the fact that you did. There's no such thing as an easy table draw in a 25k buy-in, right? And you've mentioned you had Mustafa Canet, but I mean, Joe and I were referencing the fact that that room felt electric at the start of day one, in no small part thanks to the presence of all those Spanish qualifiers when they all came in together in their hats. I mean, in a way, does that help relax you in the sense that it looks like everyone's just here to have a good time?
I think so, yeah, because I also did have a good time and thought about just having a good time. So seeing everyone enjoying themselves just also made me feel like this is a 25k event, but it's not like a pure competition, everybody coming in with hoodie, sunglasses and everything on before the tournament even starts.
Yeah.
But people were talking to each other, chatting to each other. So I think this is like a great community event, and it's not all about winning or final tabling an event like this. It's more about participating, which is already so much fun.
I want to talk about the other bubble. And I realize it might be difficult to sort of pinpoint how you were feeling in any given moment, right? Because it's like it's a marathon of emotions too, not just of poker playing. But the other bubble being going from 7 to 6 players when you've made the final day and you're guaranteed $1 million. Granted, you were guaranteed close to $1 million even before that, but I would imagine there had to be some precipice there, some big jump in emotions when you made that other 7-figure bubble.
Definitely. So that was, I think, the first or second time in the tournament where I felt enormous pressure, because I started to think about the amount of money. Up until that point, it was like, oh, I'm playing a tournament. It's so much fun playing with all these high-profile players. Also, the chips, the TV table, it was all so much fun to just be there. Even if it was a free roll, I would have loved to participate. But then I was looking at the payouts more and more, and I saw, wow, I always dreamed of maybe someday winning the Sunday Million, and then there's a price jump of just double the first price for the Sunday Million, just if one player busts. And that was just feeling crazy. But then I looked at the rail and the people rooting for me, and then I was calm again, I think, because then I also said to myself, it is a big prize money difference, but yeah. I achieved so much already, so enjoy every moment of it. I said to myself, enjoy every moment, don't think about the money, and regardless of how I bust now, it will be my story.
Welcome back to Dublin and the Irish Open 2023. Heads up in the main event. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, we are down to 2 players. We started the day with 16. Around 5 o'clock this evening, we got down to the final table of 8. Now just 2 remain competing for a first prize of 365k. Those players being Declan Rice from Ireland and David Doherty from Scotland. Chip disparity very much in David Doherty's favour, but as we know, in heads-up poker, anything can happen. The stacks are still relatively shallow, and the blinds are big. Let's go down to the floor, because Phil Baker is going to introduce the players before we get this heads-up battle underway.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have reached heads up in the Irish Open 2023. Holding the button in the heads up will be Declan Rice with a stack of 21,175,000 chips. In the bigs will be David Doherty. David Doherty has 52,350,000 in chip stack. Ladies and gentlemen, over the next short period of time, one of these gentlemen is going to be crowned Irish Open champion for 2023 to become part of Irish folklore within the poker world here in Ireland. We'd like to wish each and of the gentlemen here the very best of luck as we go heads up. Our winner will receive €365,000. Our runner-up will receive €228,000. Gentlemen, good luck to both of you. Dealer, please deal.
Just to be clear, Declan Rice does not get the button for the whole of heads up. It will rotate on a hand-by-hand basis.
He doesn't get to hold it the whole time. Dealers must shuffle before they deal.
It's kind of like it's an immunity idol from Survivor.
So here we go, 52 big blinds playing 21 big blinds. We've still got about 12 or 13 minutes to run at the 500,000, 1 million blind level. Action will start with Declan Rice on the button in the small blind. And to answer young Dorito's question, no, they did not make a deal. When we were three-handed, I think it was Declan who raised the prospect of a deal, and David Doherty was the person who said, no, I want to play.
Also, just a reminder, Mr. Rice here just wanted to play a cash game. Didn't even want to play tournaments. Was forced to play a satellite, which is why he's here now, because there was nothing else going on.
No one held a gun to his head and said, you must play the satellite. He chose to play the satellite so he could play something.
Listen, when you want to play poker, you want to play poker. Decided to play a satellite. Now he's here playing heads up for all the jewels.
With his first hand of heads up, Rice has the advantage with king high. Bets the flop, takes it down.
Rice-a-roni.
For this, I don't take it.
Quite the spin.
There is the other one.
Very, very exciting. Love to see these spin ups. Hello, shout out to Chris Martin in the chat. Welcome back, buddy. Chris joined us for a short while here in Ireland as well.
Does he still talk to Gwyneth?
Ha! What about Apple?
What if I don't win any hands?
keep that thinking up there. That's the way to think.
Now, I have to say, Phil was optimistically predicting that this heads-up battle would take place over a short period of time. Not much else about this tournament has happened in a short period of time.
That's not the theme of this Irish Poker Open. Mostly the theme has been green.
Obviously, Declan Rice been at this a long time. He's going to have a big rail. Irish person in the Irish Poker Open. But how about David Doherty, huh? Going kind of deep in Barca. Quite deep in London.
I mean, very deep. Making a final table is very deep.
Yeah. Seventh, right?
Correct.
And now he's heads up. I mean, it doesn't get much better than that, right?
Yeah. Is there really any point of it? Is there really any point of it heads up?
What's that?
Is there really any point of it?
Yeah, it just stays there, doesn't it? Like,
yeah.
Kind of silly, really.
Yeah, because whenever it was a normal ante. When you went heads up, there was no ante.
Inflates the pot slightly, but it's like it just stays there, right? Even if you win the pot, it just stays there, like, for the most part. Like.
Who won the taxi, guys?
Rice with king jack on the button. Raises to 2.5 million. Doherty's got ace-3 of hearts. Thank you to Healy Williamson watching on Twitch, who says that if Doherty wins this, it'll take him over $1 million in live earnings.
He can 3-bet here. Yeah, that's also an option. And I think with the additional dead big blind ante in there as well, there's even more incentive to go.
Well, king jack is 40%. King jack's pretty strong here.
Really, honestly, if you're going to raise his hand, you could consider raise calling. You're going to be up against hands like this where you have equity. You're going to be flipping against some small pocket pairs.
Light, but I don't really was content to put it on this light.
I don't think king jack's that light heads up.
It's not that light.
No, it's not that light. Started 22 big blinds effective. I don't think.
Yeah, I've said it would, yeah.
So actually, guys, just speaking from my somewhat extensive heads-up experience, this is kind of one of the reasons why you're limping king jack off heads up. First of all, because you get your opponent to do some weird stuff from out of position where you can play a nice hand in position with a very playable hand like king jack, but also by raising hands like that, you will be put in tough spots by good opponents who will put you all in with hands like ace-3, therefore negating your ability to get value from those specific combinations. It's not a mistake, but it's better to limp call king-jack there than it is to raise fold. Exposing a lot of your stack there. Something in the region of 10% of your entire stack.
Yeah. I wouldn't be the same if he wasn't here.
10-3 for David Doherty. Raises to 2 million. Declan Rice with King 8 offsuit. By the way, who is the idiot on the team who said this would definitely be done by midnight? Griffin, right?
I'm willing to blame Griffin.
Yeah, definitely Griffin.
Who's conveniently not checked in to see if we were still going.
Who else but Griffin? Yeah, convenient, eh? Unbelievable. Both players with a pair here.
Ooh, 10-3 getting better.
Yeah, open-ended straight draw plus the pair of threes. Rice still ahead right now with a pair of eights. I have to say, there is a decent crowd building on the rail, supporters of both players. Deuce on the river, so the board bricks out for David Doherty.
Eight.
And 8 is good at showdown. Tom says, I think we can say Senkel had it wrong. I think everyone had this wrong. The Widget had it wrong. Griffin had it wrong.
Joe Stapleton, who is quite worried that his 5 a.m. ride to the airport was more right than the rest of you.
I still think we're a long way from being worried about a 5:30 a.m. pickup. Especially now we're at 40-minute blind levels. I mean,
it's all well and good, like that I'll make the ride, but like, what about going to bed? Anybody ever heard of that?
Yeah, we don't care about your physical and mental well-being.
Speaking of that, so Griff, here's the most galling part about Griffin not being here right now. You know he's in the players' lounge. Like,
no, he's probably back in his hotel room watching the stream.
He's definitely not watching it. Well, actually, I was wrong about that once. He's probably like partying. He probably just doesn't even understand the tournament's still going. He's like, he's probably 40 yards from here.
It's all right, guys. Got your back.
Okay, all right. This is a good bad beat story from Brandon. Bought $20 worth of takeout while I was visiting my grandpa. My cousin's dog jumped through my car window and ate all of my food.
That is a bad beat.
That's a pretty bad beat.
Raised to 2 million.
Have the organizer should have written me on, yeah.
And called by Doherty with Jack 10 of clubs.
Yeah, actually, going back to the King Jack we were just talking about just now, King 7 is actually a much better candidate to steal with because you don't mind raise folding this combo, right? Raising King Jack and then being put in a tough spot is much, much worse.
Yeah.
So therefore, that's why we steal with some of our weaker kings. We limp with some of our King Jacks just to try and play it in position more frequently. In any case, guys, we make it to the turn. Mr. Doherty does not improve, but heads up on this texture. Does have some showdown with Jack High.
I've just had another one of my genius ideas, James.
Oh, God.
When we get to heads up, it's Canadian rules.
You mean like Canadian stud rules?
Yeah.
So like 4 cards to a straight beats a single pair?
King, Queen, Jack 10 is a straight here.
Right, okay.
And beats the pair of kings.
I agree. Make it so. Heads up. Canadian stud rules apply to the ranking of hands. Yes.
You played for 4 days. We're going to change the rules for the last 2 hours.
Let's go, David. Cry the rail. Surprisingly, David Doherty's rail, or
I'm
not surprisingly.
against him.
And
imagine last year playing against me.
are still at the 500,000 1 million blind level.
Oh, really? Probably more intimidating to play poker against you. Never thought about that.
Doherty completing. Rice checking. Rice still ahead.
Sorry, got it.
Check.
Check.
Doherty does have outs. Queens, nines and sixes working for him. Action has been checked to him. And David is going to bet a reasonable size, 5 million in the pot.
Go ahead. It's okay.
And before the dealer even has a chance to verify, Rice folds.
Yeah. I'm not sure if Rice should make a habit of that, James. I feel like that you start to give away a lot of information that way. Don't act too quickly, because you will start to give away your position a little bit too liberally to a thinking player, someone paying attention.
Good. All good. Yeah, all good.
Thank you, David.
You're welcome. Walkies, yay.
Yeah, just nothing there. Like, no.
It wasn't great, but it was the best hand, because I don't think you'd have folded anything better.
Still a 2-to-1 chip advantage for David Doherty as this heads-up battle continues.
With a weak king.
I wish.
I don't know. I feel like that one, we might see that one nominated for a Global Poker Award. The Irish Poker Open Trophy. Now, to be fair, there are like 35 nominations, but...
Oh, you mean the trophy for best trophy?
Yeah, the best trophy.
Trophyception.
The question is, the award that was presented to best trophy last year...
I agree with you on so many things, but this one, I'm not with you on this one.
So, obviously... There is a Global Poker Award for Best Trophy, which was presented this year.
At the Global Poker Awards.
Correct. So is that trophy that was presented now eligible for Best Trophy at next year's awards?
This one I am on board. Sorry, I thought you were going to say the other thing.
I suppose so.
Yeah, sure, why not?
I mean, what are the criteria?
It's actually not a tournament poker
right,
trophy, though.
Right, exactly. That's what I was going to say. What's the criteria? Any trophy associated with anything to do with poker? Wait a minute. Look at this, guys. Both players, top pair.
Yep, 10-7, 7 deuce. On a 7-3-3 board.
Jesus,
Rice moves all in. And Doherty wants a count.
David Doherty has the worst hand in poker.
What did you say? Yeah.
I think it's the same as what we started. It's roughly about 21 million, I think. You want one stack? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, on this.
Oh, man, this is gross. What a horrible spot for 7 deuce off.
What is Rice shoving with here that you're beating?
4-5 or 5-6. Those might be candidates. I'm not sure that's really Rice's style, though. I don't.
No.
We have
pocket fives, pocket sixes.
Yeah. Okay. Sure. Potentially.
I call.
He makes a call.
Doherty calls as an underdog here.
There's lots of ways to chop, though, guys.
Absolutely, plenty of chop opportunities here. But as things stand, Declan Rice is a 7-3 favourite to double up through David Doherty.
The board is 7-3-3. Declan has 10-7. David has 7-2.
Come on.
Turn card is an 8. And the river is a 3. That is a full house for both players. And David Doherty fades the situation where Rice doubles up.
Everyone loves a
Everyone
chop
loves a chop pot.
Let's go.
We don't need to do it when the players are doing it for us.
Blinds are up, yeah.
Ten out of 10 for David Doherty's performance there.
Who gave that a 4 out of 10? You banned.
Yep. Lifetime. Get out of here. That was world class from David Doherty. I'm a big fan. One of my new favorite poker players.
I mean, of course he loves a chop pot in that situation.
Don't we all?
Okay, so 9-4 for Rice.
Oh, sorry.
Let's go, David!
10-9 versus 5-3 here. And Rice has paired his 3. Rice still good on the turn.
Sorry, got it.
And Doherty spikes a 10 on the river.
3.3.
Doherty's made it 3.3 mil. And Rice folds.
Sorry. I keep forgetting. It's like so. We're both just so tired. I think.
Yeah.
Fatigue is real, and just to
Especially
highlight
with
once
every
again,
hand,
these
you know.
guys played until about
Yeah.
3 a.m.
Might
this
take longer
morning,
that way.
or should I say yesterday morning, because it's now officially Tuesday.
But also, they can end it whenever they want.
All in.
Face.
All in and a call.
Here we go. Welcome to Flipsville. Like Kip versus Yoke. One of these two things in Ireland has a slight mathematical advantage.
Clubs, 7 of diamonds, and David has pocket 2s, 2 red 2s. David, let's see the flop.
Deuces ahead for now. And if deuces hold, it's over. King 10-5 on the flop.
10-5 rainbow. And the turn.
Turn card is a 3.
It's a 3 of hearts. Ladies and gentlemen, Declan must hit the ace or the 7 to remain in the Irish Open. If not, David Doherty will be crowned Irish Open champion.
The river is an ace. Barry Greenstein makes an appearance to save Declan Rice and give Declan the chip lead. Gets the double up through Doherty. It is close. 37 million plays 36 million, but Rice now has the slight chip advantage as this heads-up battle continues.
Too close to call, you'd say, almost, right? I mean, if they got it in again, they'd have to count the chips down.
Yeah, absolutely huge moment there. Those are the spots where you're just like, oh, so close, one card away from the win.
I said this to like your man. I can't remember what his name was, but like your man the other day.
Yeah.
Your man the other day like celebrated when he like hit a river against me, and he was like, oh, I'm sorry. I'm like, your final 2 tables in the Irish Open. Like, it's like
what a cool
celebrate
dude.
as much as you want. Yeah. Good.
I bet he'd be a great
All
podcast
good.
guest.
Did we get his email address? Did we get his number?
18.
Blinds did go up, by the way. We are now playing level 41, the level that nobody thought we'd get to. 600,000, 1.2 million of the blinds.
2, 4, 6, 8. No, yeah. No, that's 1 million. Sorry, it's 1 million. Yeah. Yeah.
Look at me.
Yeah. No, I know.
5, 6, 8, 9,
Yeah.
10, 15, 17, 18, 100.
Yeah, no, I know. Yeah, I was counting each of
So a
those.
quick
2
look
million,
at
sorry,
our
1
chip
million,
counts
yeah.
there. Rice.
So close right now.
Yeah, Rice winning that flip now. Very, very close in chips. But, you know, 30 big blinds heads up. Obviously, anything can happen heads up. Anything can happen at these shallower stack depths. But I would argue that 31 big blinds effective heads up. Still plenty of skill involved. Although we've seen a couple big all-ins here. Very, very important to win those for the championship.
for the Open FTW.
I'm honestly okay. No, it's nothing disrespectful. I've never dealt in anything. It's just.
I wasn't expecting whenever you had such a chip lead.
Yeah.
But now that we're level, I just started to see.
I think it's a good policy if you're just never going to deal ever. It seems fine. It seems fair for everyone.
I played Dominic Nietzsche heads up and didn't chop, so like.
Did you win?
Name dropper, like.
You know, like.
Did he beat you?
No. But
you
could.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, he wasn't Irish, like.
Yeah.
Love it.
I like the explanation from Doherty. That's cool. Was not necessary.
Yeah, nice to see behind the curtain there.
Talking about going behind the curtain, guys, I did have to quickly nip out to use the men's room. Didn't find any phones in toilets, but there were two guys who, let's just say they were not in a particularly good state. They were unable to kind of walk in a straight line. They may or may not have been bouncing into walls and into hand dryer machines. And one said to the other, "Are you playing cash right now?" I'm thinking, I really hope for both your sakes that neither of you are playing poker for real money, because I'm pretty sure you'll be playing suboptimally.
Did you ask them what table they're on for later on?
The crazy part is that James is so drunk, there was only one guy.
And it was him in the mirror. Oh, beautiful. All right, guys, so we're going to the next hand as we see Rice raise, Doherty fold.
There he goes, Nick.
Okay.
Follow that guy to his table.
Excuse me, sir. Excuse me, sir.
Don't get him back here. I'm sure the guy that tried to baseball slide under the curtain also is probably has chips somewhere.
That's at table 89. I'll see you very shortly, sir. What are you playing? Any stakes? Let's go. I don't know. I feel like those are the guys that just run ultra hot when you're in a cash game, though, right? You're like, this looks like a soft little table. Everyone's having a good time. Everyone's a little bit drunk. Cool. Get it in. No. Next hand. Get it in. No good.
No, I'm not. We're so tired. Like we really don't know. We should sit each side of you, just let you work away with the chips. Like.
Everyone's tired. It'll be over soon.
I still think it was 1 million.
Sacramento says, "Can we stop saying the prize in euros? I'm American." Thanks.
God.
Sacramento, the answer is no. Thank you for your question. Good night.
Oh, Sacramento, you're
bad.
You're making us all look bad, buddy. Please don't say stuff like that. Ugh. All right, so the defend from the 10-8 off, as you'd expect. And the flop, no improvement for 10 high. Rice still with the best hand, has backdoor diamonds and a gutter ball and king high. King high the best hand for the time being. So Rice, having open pre-flop from position, might be tempted to barrel the ace. I think this is very reasonable. Definitely could convince some smaller pairs to fold, especially on the ace turn. Obviously also protecting your hand if your opponent has 2 live cards, for example, any 10 and the 8 in this particular setup.
$2,491 total entries in this year's Irish Open main event. A record-breaking field. And over the course of 3 very long days, they played down to 16. 16 returned for the start of play today. We got down to the final table early evening, got heads up within the last hour, and now it is David Doherty playing against Declan Rice for the title, the trophy, and the first prize of €365,000.
And a pretty great title. I mean, obviously 365,000 euros is massive, especially given the buy-in was 1K. But this is a pretty cool title.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Irish Open, sick flex, man. Honestly, such a fun one.
Griffin never shuts up about it. That's how I know it's a good one.
Yeah.
Never mentions his high roller win. Never mentions Shark Cage. Irish Open, defending champion. Look at the trophy. That wasn't a very good impression of Griffin. I'm sorry.
Well, you didn't step over any of us while you did it, so.
And you're here, still doing commentary, unlike some people.
So I know that we already know the story of Rice only entering because he couldn't get a seat in the cash game.
Yes.
Do we also know that he's a delivery driver?
No.
That's just hot off the presses from Matt Harper.
Delivering bad beats every day, professionally.
For DPD, I'm not sure what company that is here.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
DPD.
They're pretty solid, DPD.
DPD sounds like the delivery service in a porno.
Let's not go back to that subject matter.
What are you delivering? DP.
D. Good Lord. Heads up here, Irish Open. Obviously, last time we checked in, guys, chip stacks were relatively even. Few smaller pots exchanged, but still going to be around the 30-ish big blind effective mark. That trophy green.
Yeah.
So Doherty, as we know, Scottish, 9th all-time on the Scott money list.
Glaswegian.
And his biggest score before today was at UKPT Luton in 2021 for £138,000. Which is like 8 times Declan's total live earnings.
Yes.
Which is around 19,000. This is great for both of them.
Well, Declan has called here with 8-7, and David is going to check his option with 9-3. And there is a 9 on the flop. It is an open-ended straight draw for Rice, but right now it's second pair for Doherty.
Rice probably tempted to bet his up and down straight draw here. It's got the diamond too. Doesn't hurt. I don't think Doherty's folding flop though. $1.5 million apiece. This hand goes to the turn. It is an 8. And that gives Rice a pair, but it does not give him the lead. He is still an underdog. 2 checks as we see Rice improve. 3 of hearts, no change. I feel like the snap check on the turn again, a little bit of a timing tell there.
Well, no change for Rice, but it is 2 pair for Doherty, so maybe feeling a little bit more confident about the hand now.
Yeah, right. Quite right. Improver for the 9 tray, but obviously doesn't change the balance of power. Still the best of it. I think you keep it nice and chill here. I don't necessarily think this is a bigger is better scenario. You still want to get called by some 8s. You want to get called by some 6s. I don't think this is a spot where, given the turn check from position, I don't think you're expecting to run into too many big hands here. So I think you're looking for more crying calls from some smaller pairs. 6.6 in the middle. Let's see if David agrees with me. I wouldn't mind seeing, like, you know, sort of 40% pot here, something like that, maybe 50. Unless he goes the opposite direction altogether. Goes for the overbet river instead.
So Doherty manages to close the gap a little bit, but right now Rice has opened up a decent advantage over his opponent.
Yeah, Doherty, a bit of a Doherty right now.
Yeah, that's going to help him get a little bit closer to stacks just the way they were. Now 26 big blinds to Rice's 35.
Wow. So shallow, though, in general. 61 bigs in total play.
Ace King suited for David Doherty. Raises, and at this point, I guess, hopes his opponent has got something playable. Rice with King 8 of clubs, that is playable.
Wow, sure is.
Yeah, I think probably this is just a call, though, in the big blind. Looks like Rice agrees.
Darway, it's not that Declan Rice nearly didn't play. He wasn't going to play at all. It's not like he almost missed his chance. He couldn't get a seat in the cash game and entered. Apparently, he's been sleeping outside in a camper van every night.
Well, he's getting a hotel room tonight. We heard him trying to get that sorted earlier. He is in trouble here, though. He's flopped top pair, but he has got kicker problems.
Is there?
Yeah, I don't know. With the stacks this shallow, ranges just being so much more valued heads up, I don't know how this doesn't end up with a double up, unless the board changes significantly. Especially with both players being this tired.
2 million the bet from Doherty, and looks like Rice has check raised to 5 million.
See you at the river.
Yeah, quite right. I think you're just kind of flat if you're Doherty here. Hand so strong.
A lot of people saying GG. Not possible if Doherty's hand holds.
Yeah, if an 8 comes, though, it would be all over, and we would see Declan Rice become the Irish Open champion. As you predicted, Nick, no raise from Doherty, just a call. This hand going to the turn, 16 million in the middle.
Something like a 5 would be really savage here because the ace will still play.
Oh, it's the 8.
Oh, not the Ocho.
However, it is the 8 of hearts. So yes, Rice improves to 2 pair, but Doherty's now sitting there with the nut flush draw. Plus there are some alternative outs, jacks, aces.
Wow, here come the purple chips. 500K each, 6 million the bet.
6.
Doherty certainly